The Assassin's Blade, Assassin Without a Name, Book 1, by Scott Marlowe. Act 1, Fine Wine. Abelard ate a lot. That was why, after I'd slashed my knife across his belly, I half expected the roast, broccoli, and soft rolls we'd dined on an hour before to come tumbling out onto the floor. Abelard clenched his gut and fell to his knees, as I expected he would, but it almost seemed I hadn't cut him at all, for not even a single glistening trickle of gastric juice seeped from between his fat fingers. I had to admit that something about the cut hadn't felt right. Ordinarily, my blade sliced through flesh like a hot knife through butter, yet I'd felt resistance and, I thought, heard an unexpected clinking noise when the edge had come into contact with his lordship. Those oddities aside, Abelard certainly looked like someone who'd just been eviscerated. A pallor subsumed his features, his eyes opened wide, and his jaw all but touched the floor. No sound yet escaped from between his lips, but that was only because his mind hadn't quite caught up. I didn't fault his reaction. It's not every day a man falls prey to an assassin, especially after having just wined and dined said person at his own table. But Abelard took it a bit far when he fell to his back, curled into the fetal position, and started moaning. There was, after all, such a thing as dying with dignity. "Why have you betrayed me, my friend?" Abelard asked between moans. Abelard and I were not friends. I'd arrived at his home under the guise of a foreign merchant, come to Alchester with an airship full of cinnamon, cardamom, and cloves, all wine spices, from the distant Steel Islands that I needed to sell quickly. As a vintner, Abelard couldn't help but try to lock in my special below-market prices. But prior to making our acquaintance during this evening's dinner party, we'd never met. I didn't betray you, Abelard. It's nothing personal either. In my line of work, it seldom was. Now, let's say you make this easy on both of us by getting up. Abelard appeared to have his insides well in hand, so I didn't think my request was entirely out of the question. It would make my job so much easier. "You've killed me, my dear, dear friend. I bleed, and soon I shall die." I sighed. I'd been warned about Abelard's theatrics. I started cleaning my knife. I'd need both hands to lift him into a standing position when I noticed there wasn't anything to wipe off. I held the blade closer to the room's dim candlelight. The damn thing had a nick. My best killing knife, too. I slipped the weapon into its sheath at my belt, then grabbed hold of the front of Abelard's coat. Grunting, I heaved him to his feet. Abelard shook, but he remained upright, albeit with eyes closed and face turned from me. Couldn't blame him for any of that. It's not a pleasant thought, knowing you're about to die. "What have I done to provoke your ire, my friend?" he asked from between clenched lips. "Shut up. I'm not your friend." I knocked his hands away from his gut and felt at his wound. Both coat and shirt were cut, but there was something hard, not soft flesh, beneath it. I ripped the opening wider and raised an eyebrow at the leather money belt, stuffed full of coins, fastened snugly above his sagging waistline. "You wear a money belt inside your own home?" I asked. Abelard had been in all day, so he had no reason to wear such a thing, unless he'd been prescient enough of my client's intentions to prepare himself for a hasty departure. Not hasty enough, it turned out. Otherwise, he would have fled the city instead of hosting a dinner party. One can never be too careful. He took a turn examining himself. When he realized what had happened, he let out a chuckle that died on his lips as soon as his gaze returned to me. With shaking hands, he undid the coin-stuffed belt and held it out to me. "Take it, my friend. It's yours. Only let me live. I beg it of you." I knocked the money belt away. "I've already been paid." "Yes, but—" This was supposed to have gone down quickly. Kill the mark, then take my leave with no one the wiser. Abelard's household staff was out until morning, so I had plenty of time, but better to get this over and done with sooner rather than later. That meant no more conversation. I slid my knife from its sheath for the second time. Abelard shrank from it. No more games or missteps now, as I reached out lightning quick to take hold of him. He opened his mouth to scream, but emitted only a low, pitiful sound that almost made me feel sorry for him. I should have just finished him. Instead, I felt compelled to say, "Sorry, Abelard, but you've made your last bad deal. You must have really pissed off my client for him to want you dead this way." Evisceration was a slow, painful way to die. It was, however, to Abelard's fortune that I'd taken this job. I'd make the first cut like my employer wanted, let it bleed for a while, then follow it up with a quick stab under his arm and into his heart. No one would examine him that closely to notice the mercy stroke. I wasn't a complete monster. "Well, wait," Abelard said. "I can offer you more than coin if only you will spare my life. I have other wealth, my friend. An estate outside the city, it's yours. My place in the Silver Gentlemen's Club, though it will pain me to surrender it. Women, I know the best." "You have nothing I want. Now let me finish this. I have an appointment at Lady Bellum's later this evening, and I'd rather not keep my Crucis Sabler waiting. It's a rare 74 vintage, one of the best." Abelard wasn't giving up. If not those things, then perhaps. He looked about the study, perhaps hoping for some sort of inspiration. It didn't matter. He had nothing I wanted. Then something must have hit him, for his face lit up. "Lady Bellum, did you say? Her ladyship runs a fine wine shop, yes? I believe they carry a full line of honeyed and—" "What's your point?" "Wine, my friend. I saw how you fancied the Syrah at dinner. A fine blend made from grapes picked from my very own vineyard. Critics have lauded its spicy combination of blackberries and pepper. Without a doubt one of our finest. A true delight. Seasonally rare, too." "So you'll give me a bottle for sparing your life?" I asked, not amused. "No, not one bottle, but a full year's supply." He had my interest. There weren't many things that would keep me from fulfilling a job, but the Syrah had been exquisite. Soft on the tongue, satisfying going down, with the faintest hint of spicy pepper left behind. It'd be tricky satisfying my client. He wanted blood and might just send someone else to finish the job. Plus, I'd take a hit on my reputation. Leniency was not a desirable attribute in my line of work. I'd been doing this a long time, though. My reputation might suffer, but it would recover. I'd help it along by turning my next job into a statement, making sure it was extra messy. "Make it a 5-year supply, and you've got a deal," I said, countering. Abelard blanched. 5 years, my friend? 5 years is such a long time, and one never knows what might happen. No, one doesn't. I pressed the flat of my blade hard against his belly. Abelard turned a shade whiter, but he nodded in agreement. 5 years it is, my friend. Only leave an address, and I will arrange— I stepped away. "Have a bottle a week sent to Lady Bellum's." I could see him already doing the math in his head. A bottle a week for that many years. "Tell your coachman to put it under the name I used on your guest list. Miss a delivery, and I'll be back." Abelard nodded, his jowls quivering. I put my knife away, then I turned around and left. I always was a sucker for fine wine. Act 2. Killing the Dead. I am authorized to offer you double your normal rate because this job is a bit abnormal. I put my wine glass down, letting the smoothness of the 74 Crucis Sabler slide down my throat and settle in my stomach before responding. Abnormal? How? I was enjoying a bottle of the Shiraz when the gent presently sitting across from me had poked his way through the wine shop's crowd and come to a stop in front of my table. Right away, I'd noticed something different about him. He was middle-aged, with the thinning pate and speckled gray to prove it. The skin of his face was pale from lack of sun, and his smooth and uncalloused hands marked him as a scrivener or scholar. Neither profession earned enough to cover my fee, so if he'd come here to discuss business, I expected our conversation would be short. But then he'd introduced himself. He said his name was Father Kem, here as a representative of a church whose name I promptly forgot. A holy man come to see me? Abnormal indeed, especially since he'd arrived incognito, in attire more befitting of an ordinary citizen than a priest. Briefly, I wondered if he'd come to absolve me of my sins. No such luck. He was here to add to them. We wish you to dispatch a man who is already dead. Narrowing my gaze in confusion, I hoped another sip of wine might help enlighten me. It did not. You want me to do what? Kem's lips turned in a brief smile. I understand how it sounds. I assure you the request is genuine, as is the proposed payment. The man you are to, kill was named Ashunda Rowe. He was a bishop amongst our clergy before he met his end. As you might imagine, that end is of considerable importance since Bishop Rowe was purged. That was the clergy's way of saying they'd burned him alive. It was a fate reserved for the worst of sinners. Dark witches, demon-mongers, necromancers, and probably some others I didn't want to know about. Ashunda strayed from our ranks, Kem said. We caught him delving into the debaucheries of necromancy. I spent my nights sending people to their graves. Necromancers spent theirs raising them. A vicious cycle by anyone's measure. You'll have to excuse me, I said, but I still don't see why you require my services. If you already reduced him to ashes, what more can I do? Kem took a drink of his wine. In my experience, a man's choice of beverage told a tale all its own. Father Kem had ordered a serviceable Merlot, nothing fancy but a vintage some considered an exotic import since it made its way to Alchester from distant lands only once every few years. The story the Red told about Father Kem was of a man who sought worldliness, yet a streak of conservatism impeded that quest by keeping him close to home. In short, Father Kem liked to play it safe, which was nothing unusual as far as my clients went. They'd neither the means nor the will to do what I did. Fortunately for them, people like me were always willing to help for the right price. If only the story ended there, he said, then we'd not be having this conversation at all. I assure you, though, I am not wasting your time. We have it on good authority that tonight, when the clock strikes midnight, Ashunda will rise from the dead. When this happens, we wish you to use this to kill him, once and for all. He slid something long and narrow that was wrapped in vellum across the table. Once I'd picked it up, I knew immediately by its shape and balance that it was a knife. But something about the weight didn't feel right. I undid part of the covering. It was indeed a knife, but one made of purest silver, not the best choice of metals for a killing weapon. I told him so. The blade is blessed, imbued with the power of our God, Kem said. Made as it is proof against the undead, so it will banish Ashunda the moment he rises. That sounded well and fine, but I still felt like I was missing something. If he's ashes, why not just scatter them? Hard to come back from that. Or so I imagined. Kem shifted in his seat. Lights in the room, already dim, seemed to grow darker, and the murmur of conversation hanging over the room melted away as I leaned in to hear the good father's whispered voice. We erred when we performed the purging ceremony. Not with the procedure itself, mind you, but in doing it in the first place. You see, Ashunda secretly wanted his body reduced to ashes by holy fire, so that he could be born anew as a particularly evil sort of undead, a Vashu. We spent many long nights deciphering books from his private chambers before we realized we'd stepped right into his trap. I, came to you the moment we realized there was no time to lose. Normally, this far into a conversation, I'd have already arranged a transfer of funds and started planning the job in my mind. But, like Kem had said, this job was anything but normal, which meant I'd keep asking questions until I felt comfortable with it. Why me? Surely one of your own, a holy knight perhaps, would be better suited. Kem frowned. Knights are not so easy to find on such short notice. Others, bravados, could not be relied upon to remain discreet. As I am sure you can imagine, if word spread amongst the populace that one of our own practiced the dark art, it's a scandal we'd just as soon avoid. Then why not just go yourself? The suggestion set him squirming in his seat. My skills, that is, my talents do not lie. He left off, searching for words. He was confirming what the Merlot had already told me. I waved away any need for further explanation. You were saying about why scattering the ashes wouldn't work? After the purging, we placed Ashunda's ashes in an urn before the altar of our God, where they could bask beneath his glory. Scattering them would have been the last step in the ritual and surely would have ended this trial, but the urn and its contents were stolen. The thief was an associate of Ashunda's, a man named Hasul, who we discovered was one of our very own temple gardeners. It was only because he remained lurking about that we caught him at all, but by then, he'd already hidden the urn away. After some convincing, he told us he'd taken it to an empty crypt inside the Akon cemetery. So I only need to go to this cemetery, locate the urn, and scatter. Scattering the ashes will not work. I tapped my fingers, waiting for an explanation. It seems Hazel added a bit of lime and some water to the urn. After some stirring, Ashunda's ashes would have become a very hardened concrete. Clever. Yes, now you see why scattering the ashes is quite impossible. I gestured with the vellum-wrapped knife. Maybe you should have brought me a silver hammer. The priest ignored that. The job is for you to enter the cemetery, find the crypt, then drive the blessed weapon into the risen apparition's undead heart, or the proximity of it anyway. Do you accept? I wanted to say no. I almost did, but I needed the work and the money. My last job, which had been some time ago, had not gone well. I'd exercised leniency, and my reputation had suffered for it. Time heals all wounds, though, and made people forget. So I only needed to hold out for a little while longer before I was regarded as trustworthy again. While not exactly what I wanted, this job was at least what I needed. Yes, I said, but I want triple my normal rate. Abnormal jobs require abnormal fees. Kim pursed his lips at that, but he thought it over and finally nodded his agreement. But there is one thing you should know. Father Kim took a deep breath. Then he said without pause, "While the church has come to you in this time of need, do not misconstrue our intentions. A man such as yourself, that is, a man who makes his living taking the lives of others, will never receive absolution. My superiors allowed me to move forward with this only because this task does not involve killing. All this being said, should you choose to cancel our arrangement, then I will understand completely." I shrugged off his words. "Don't trouble yourself over my soul, Father. I made peace with what I do a long time ago. I have no trouble with where I'm heading once I leave this life behind. Now, about my payment." We made the necessary arrangements. Half now via a banknote slipped across the table and half when the job was done, before Kem gave me directions to the cemetery and, once there, the crypt. The priest was barely out the wine shop's door when I got up to follow in his wake. I had a dead man to kill. I'd never been to a cemetery before. Right away, I found it unsettling, cold, silent, and dark as pitch. No moon tonight. I didn't know if that was good or bad. Not a night for witches, at least. I hoped the same could be said for necromancers. Kim's directions, or rather Hessel's, proved accurate, and so I found the crypt quickly enough. It was gray granite, with large stone doors and gargoyles at the edges of a peaked roof. I'd barely had time to approach the place when a voice sounded behind me. "You ain't no priest." I turned to find myself facing 3 men. They were rough-looking, unshaven, with thick arms and shoulders. All 3 carried thick sticks, labeling them more hired thugs than undertakers. With the crypt at my back, they had me ringed in, or so they thought. They might have had a chance if they had pressed their advantage right then. But they hesitated, no doubt because the man's statement had been correct. While my clothing was the right shade of black for a priest, my tunic, tight-fitting pants, and hooded cloak were not the attire of a holy man. Neither were my weapons. I drew my long knives, each 1.5 feet of curved, razor-sharp steel with serrated back edges, and went for the smallest of the 3. I wasn't interested in ending him, only getting by, so I bloodied him with a cut deep enough to give him pause, but not enough to do any serious harm. He hollered in pain and fell back so that a gap opened before me. Before the other 2 could close it, I leaped through and ran. I slipped into the dark, giving them no chance of pursuing. They tried, anyway. The one I'd wounded barked such a litany that it was easy to mark their location as I worked my way back to the crypt. The doors were heavy, but I put a shoulder to one and opened a space wide enough to slip inside. I shook an alchemical glow stick to life, seeing right away that dust on the floor was undisturbed from the entry to the 3 sarcophagi resting inside. No one had been here in a very long time. I exited the crypt, leaving the cemetery with the thugs none the wiser. Those men hadn't been guarding the crypt. They were waiting in ambush, waiting for a priest. I had a pretty good idea which one too, as well as some theories why. But they were just theories, and I'd half a mind to void what obligation remained to me. Assuming Kem didn't cancel the banknote, I already had half the money for a job that looked less and less like a killing and more like something else. I'd been hired for the former, not the latter, but another unfinished job meant another mark against my reputation. I pretended to think about it some more, but really, I'd already made up my mind. Father Kem and I were going to have another conversation about the abnormal. Finding Father Kem's temple proved easy enough. Getting over the short wall surrounding the gardens, even easier. But finding the priest was another matter entirely. The temple grounds were immense. Fortunately, the late hour allowed me to prowl about undisturbed. I found the rectory and promptly shimmied up a drainage pipe to the roof. Picking an access door's lock, I soon padded through the dimly lit halls of the building's interior. The sound of a conversation coming from behind a closed door gave me pause. No sooner had I drawn close enough to eavesdrop when the door opened, and out came the very man I sought. He never even glanced in my direction before starting down the hall the opposite way. I followed, keeping a discreet distance at first, but creeping closer until I was nearly on top of him. Then I grabbed him from behind. With a gloved hand covering his mouth, I put him against the wall and let him see it was me. Slowly, I withdrew my hand so that he could speak. He probably would have if my knife wasn't at his throat. I hadn't come to kill him, though, only to get answers, but he didn't need to know that just yet. There were no ashes in the crypt, I said. There was nothing except for a trio of hired thugs waiting for a priest, though I think they would have been perfectly happy bashing my head in instead if I'd let them. Kem digested what I'd said. Gradually, as he realized I wasn't going to kill him, and as my words sank further in, the wide-eyed look of fear faded from his visage. Hessel lied. It's the only explanation. Yes. I wasn't entirely sure Kem hadn't set me up until that moment. Something in his voice told me he hadn't. The question is why. I don't know. I think I do. I'd worked it out on the way over. Hessel assumed you'd be the one to go after the ashes. He hired those men before that, telling them where and when to wait for you. But why? That depends. Tell me, how did you find out about Ashunda? He tried to recruit me to his cause. I'd been working beneath him for some time. I never even suspected. Perhaps something I said during one of our conversations made him think I might be sympathetic. I was not. I turned him in. I see. That explained a lot. Hazel was acting in his stead, seeking revenge and... Those men were armed with clubs, not knives. Maybe they meant to beat you to death, or maybe they only wanted to hit you over the head and take you captive. Either way, I think we need to pay Hasul a visit. You haven't purged him yet, have you? Kem flashed me a look of admonishment. We only purged the truly evil. Hessel is alive and well. We locked him downstairs in a kitchen storeroom. In fact, I had just finished reporting to my superior and was on my way to check on him when you waylaid me. Well then, by all means, allow me to delay you no longer. I followed Father Kem to the rectory's kitchen, down a narrow stair, and to the storeroom. One look inside was enough to see that things were amiss. Hessel was gone. Where would he have... Kem started to ask. Perhaps to the cemetery? No, the ashes weren't there. You said they were stolen, and that you found Hessel not long after. How long? Kem thought for a moment. Not very. We placed the urn before our god's altar at 3 bells. It went missing half a bell after that. We found Hessel lurking behind the chapel almost immediately thereafter. That gave him maybe 40 minutes to mix the ashes into concrete and carry them somewhere before getting caught. Having the time to accommodate for the return trip and taking away some more for the mixing. How far could he have gotten in 10 or 15 minutes? Not far. Probably not even past the temple walls. I told Kem as much. The priest's expression became one of annoyance, directed wholly at himself for believing the man's story. You said Hesul was a gardener, right? Kem nodded. Is there a tool or supply shed somewhere on the grounds? I was thinking of the lime. Kem's face lit up. So was he. We store the gardening supplies in the stables. Then I'll bet that's where he took the ashes. He may even be there now. Kem told me where to find the stables. Immediately, I made for the stairs. The priest looked like he meant to follow until I turned and told him to wait here. He didn't protest. If anything, he looked relieved. I turned back to the stairs and dashed up them. I had a job to finish. But for the usual horses and priestly carriages, the stables were empty. I even found the alcove with the gardening tools and supplies. But there was no Hesul and no urn. Then I heard voices coming from beneath me. I started looking for a way down. There were no obvious stairs, but I noticed enough of a disturbance in the otherwise matted hay in one of the empty stalls to raise suspicions. A closer examination revealed a door set into the floor. I tightened my gloves and took a deep breath. Then I lifted the door, and seeing the expected ladder, slid down it with only the instep of my boots and a loose grip with my hands to slow my descent. The second I hit the floor, I drew my long knives. You are not Kem, said a man who must be Hesul. Fancying himself a clergyman, he wore a nondescript habit and an expression that spoke of the harm he meant toward anyone who interfered with whatever he was doing down here. Hesul was not alone. I recognized the 3 bruisers from the cemetery, not just thugs after all. All 4 stood at the other side of a circle carved into the stone floor. Runes lined the circle's circumference. At its center was the urn containing the hardened ashes of Ashunda. Hesul spoke. Our master wanted Kem as his first sacrifice, but no matter. The time of rising is nigh, and you shall do. I was flattered. Take him. With clubs in hand, the 3 bruisers, mindful of not crossing into the circle, ran around it and came at me. I wasn't nearly so careful. With long knives ready, I charged right into the middle of the circle and, wincing even before my soft-shoed foot had hit it, kicked the urn as hard as I could. I was hoping Hesul had lied about cementing the ashes. He had not. Kicking it hurt about as much as I expected it might, but it also had the intended effect. Hesul's eyes went wide as the urn clattered across the floor, end over end. Though the top fell off, nothing but a small amount of dust came out. The clanking container distracted the other 3 enough that I was amongst them before they knew what had happened. This time I showed no mercy. I dropped the first one with a slash to the throat. The next I gutted. The third had enough time to raise his club, but that was all. I opened a chasm in his neck. He wasn't dead when he hit the floor, but he didn't last long past that. Hesul had spent the time chasing the urn as it bounced off a stack of dusty old crates and settled into a corner. Now, with it secured with both hands, he turned to face me. You will not stop my master. It has been ordained that he shall rise this night of all nights. Nothing, not you, not the priests, will prevent that from happening. We shall be reunited. I need only invoke the ritual, and he shall be born anew. In my experience, there are 2 problems with zealots. The first, they don't know when to shut up. The second, they think they're invincible. Exchanging one of my long knives for one more suited for throwing, I let the knife fly. Hesul's diatribe became a choking gurgle as blood spurted from his throat. The urn clattered to the floor. Hesul followed, twitching and choking until, finally, he didn't make any noise at all. I retrieved my knife and, before leaving, kicked the urn one more time, just for good measure. Father Kem waited outside the back door to the rectory's kitchen. Though his face grew curious at my limp, he only asked, It's done then? Neither Hesul nor Ashunda will bother you again. I told him about the hidden room beneath the barn and, after a moment's hesitation, about the bodies. I'd killed men on holy ground, and while I couldn't fall further from the damnation I already faced, I found myself oddly concerned with what regard the good father might have for what I'd done. "There was no other way?" he asked. "None. When it's life or death, I put my opponents down for good. Such a policy has yet to fail me." Though Kem turned a shade whiter, he nodded in understanding. He and his fellow clergymen were not wholly unfamiliar with killing, after all. Remembering the silver knife, I held it out to him. If this night held any good whatsoever, it was that things hadn't gotten so bad I'd had to use it. Kem took it without comment. There wasn't much more to say, and we would have parted company right then. But I had to ask, when you gave me that speech back in the wine shop about absolution, were you speaking solely for the church or yourself? I'm only asking because you said the idea to approach me was your own. I'd said I didn't care about facing damnation. What can I say? I did. As a holy servant of my God and church, Father Kem said, my word always represents... He stopped, sparing me the rest of his practiced doctrine. Then he sighed. The church takes a hard stance against men like you, but I think all men deserve a chance to make amends. It was enough for me. Good night, Father. I turned and walked into the dark, wondering if I'd taken one step closer to perdition this night or one step back. Act 3, Night of Zealotry. My profession is all about finesse and skill, but sometimes it's about running, or, in this case, sprinting, across rooftops, with a near moonless night overhead and an angry host of blackguard mercenaries giving chase. It's one of those situations where you wonder how the hell you got into it until you remember you signed up for this, knowing full well the guard's reputation for vengeance. You see, they don't like it when you kill someone under their protection. They like it even less when you do it right under their noses. I understand they have a reputation to maintain, but it's not my job to help them maintain it, nor is it to make this an easy chase for them. Hindered by their heavy armor, the distance between us grew with each step. It didn't help their cause that I knew these particular rooftops better than I knew the streets, because I'd spent weeks studying and planning for this job. I knew which gables were hidden from the eyes of sentries. I knew which rooftops were no more than a leap away. I knew when someone was about to crash into me. Too bad I realized it too late. If the black guardsman was trying to bring us both down, he succeeded, tumbling us across the slanted rooftop and guaranteeing that our momentum was going to carry us right over the edge unless one of us did something. The guardsman didn't seem to have the first inkling of an idea, so I took it upon myself to detach my grappling hook from my belt, snap the prongs open, and scrape it along the cedar shingles until it stuck fast. Too bad my assailant didn't have the sense to hold on to me. He kept sliding, right over the edge and into oblivion. I got myself up and started running again long before he'd hit the ground. "Stop right there!" yelled a guardsman from too close behind me. "Not likely!" With the mad scramble of booted feet in pursuit, I sprinted across the rest of the rooftop and jumped. The next rooftop was too far for me to reach. The mercs must have known that, for they let out a litany of curses, not out of concern for my safety, but because they thought I'd just committed suicide rather than face their tender mercies. I'd as much interest in the one as the other, and so I'd timed my jump to land precisely on an adjacent balcony instead. Easy enough to swing over the railing from there and lower myself to the next balcony below before the guardsmen could get over their surprise and realize I was escaping. I was almost to the ground when I heard one of them land with a crash on the balcony above me. Black guardsmen don't lack courage, I'll give them that. But they do lack agility, for I was already on the ground and in an alley before the first of them had figured out how to even swing himself down one story. There were 3 ways out of this alley. I started along the easiest, which happened to be straight ahead, until I saw a pair of guardsmen scramble into view. The guard must have cast their net wide to get men in front of me already, so I wondered if I'd have any better luck with the other 2 ways out. I didn't with the second, as I spotted more guardsmen coming. That left the third route, a narrow offshoot I wasted no time diving into. It was clear, but only until I took the first turn, and almost ran right into a guardsman so burly he'd barely managed to squeeze himself into the alley's narrow confines. He was turned at an angle by necessity, which limited his reaction to my sudden appearance. I leaped at him, but not to attack, as I grabbed hold of his arm, stuck the toe of my boot onto his belt, and hoisted myself up and over. I hit the ground running, not looking back to see if he pursued me or took a moment to consider how I'd gotten around him. The alley widened, just in time for 2 more black guardsmen to spot me. With swords already drawn, I felt the need to draw my long knives in kind, each 1.5 feet of curved steel with serrated back edges for when I was in a bad mood. The mere sight of them had stopped more fights than I could remember. No such luck here, which was fine with me as I decided I wanted to give these blackguard mercs a try to see how good they really were. Damn good, it turned out. They almost had me. In a fair fight, I'd be dead. But I never fight fair, so just when they had me against the wall, literally, I dropped into a crouch and stabbed one of them in the foot. I leaped through the gap made by the one who was now yelling in pain. Then I ran again. The burly one from the narrow alley emerged, along with some others, to give chase. But no one knows this city's back alleys better than I do. It took some doing, but I lost my pursuers. Once I slowed to an easy walk to recover my breath. I felt at my belt to ensure the scroll case I'd pilfered from tonight's mark was still there. Fortunately, it was. Killing the artificer, a man by the name of Aravar Tilwood, had only been half the job. Delivering the item to my client was the rest. I stayed in the alleys, avoiding the main streets as much as possible. At this time of night, they were empty, but it never hurt to exercise caution. I wasn't worried about the Black Guard now or in the near future. They'd come looking. I was sure of that. But they'd never find me. They didn't know what I looked like, for one, since I always wore a mask on jobs like these. Also, it helped that Alchester was such a big city. The biggest in Calendor, which is fitting since it's also the capital. People call Calendor the fiefdom of the horse lords. I call it the fiefdom of the horses' arses. Cavalry renowned throughout Ool, and all that doesn't impress me much. As for Alchester itself, it's got all the requisite sights and smells one might expect to find in a large modern city. Markets full of exotic goods, an airship dock considered first in its class, fine or rowdy taverns and brothels depending on your preference, and wine shops galore, the latter most of which fit my tastes more often than not. I make no excuses regarding my love for wine. It may very well be my only vice. Killing people? That's not a vice. Not for me, anyway. It's just what I do. I won't say indiscriminately, because I've been known to let a job pass if it doesn't feel right. Sometimes not feeling right might lie in the circumstances. Sometimes it might be the mark. Every job is different, so it depends. As for Aravar, it came down to a simple matter of his time being up. Someone wanted him dead. If I hadn't done it, someone else would have. Sometimes there's nothing more to it than that. The night isn't even half over, said a voice above me. And somehow, you've pissed off half the city. I knew someone had been following me for a few blocks now. Because the person had been alone and sticking to the rooftops, I knew it wasn't a black guardsman. But I had not been expecting her. Hello, Elizabeth. Standing on a second-story balcony with hands gripped lightly on the railing was a woman I'd not seen in over a year. She didn't return my greeting, but instead fixed me with that penetrating stare of hers. I hated it when she did that, and she knew it too, because she made me suffer through another few moments of it before she hopped over the rail, landed in a crouch before me, and stood, all in one fluid motion. She hadn't lost her moves, or, by the pinched lips and narrowed brow, her temper. What were you thinking? I'm afraid I don't follow my Don't you dare call me dear. She was dressed in dark, tight-fitting satin. Her auburn hair, never long, was tied in a short ponytail. She had no visible weapons, but I knew they were there. I held my hands out, palms up. Wouldn't think of it. We have a history, most of it good, but some of it bad. If you ask her, she'll probably tell you the exact opposite. You are an idiot. She already stood close, but with each word she inched closer until she stared right up into my eyes. Liz had the most beautiful, scary eyes. Once you see them, you never forget them. Auburn like her hair, but flecked with gray when the light hit them just right. They became a depthless, mesmerizing display that was easy to get lost in. Aravar was under Blackguard protection, she said in a tight voice. I had to shake myself free from the spell of those eyes before I could speak. I know. Then you also know the guard will come after you with everything they've got. They'll hunt you for the rest of your life. They'll kill you. I shrugged. They'll try. She scoffed, not impressed by my bravado. They'll keep trying until they succeed. You shouldn't have taken this one. You should have left the artificer alone. How do you know about Aravar? And why the interest, I wondered. You stepped on a guild contract. An outstanding guild contract. Oh, Blackguard mercenaries were one thing. Alchester's Thieves Guild was another entirely. The guard doesn't base out of Alchester. No one's going to do them any favors. But the guild has been here longer than I have. The streets, back alleys, and rooftops are theirs. They let the rest of us use them as long as those who needed to pay, paid, and those who should stay out of guild business stayed out. I had a pretty good idea what the guild had been contracted to steal too. The precedents were clear, hand over the goods. Thieving wasn't my usual thing anyway. But this contract was a little different. Kill Aravar, secure the scroll, and deliver it to the man with the gold coins. Those were the requirements, with half the money paid up front and the rest when the item was delivered. If the guild thought sending Liz to ask nicely would convince me to hand it over, they were mistaken. I'd already reneged on one contract not too long ago, and didn't plan to do so again, especially when the messy part was already done. Sorry, Liz, but this one's not paid in full. The goods aren't mine to give up. Is that what you want me to tell Thorn? Thorn Heavyhammer Targalis. He's the leader of Alchester's Guild of Thievery and Backstabbing. To say he's big is an understatement. He's an Enolgan Hillman, and from what I've seen, bigger than big is the only way those barbarians come. Needless to say, he's the sort most sane people never want to find themselves up against, myself included. Still, a deal's a deal, and I intended to honor mine, regardless of the unforeseen consequences. Tell him I'm under contract. Same commitment any member of the guild makes on any given day. He'll understand. I hoped he would anyway. Not my fault I executed, no pun intended. My contract first. Liz shook her head. It's not enough that the guard is hunting you. Now you want the guild on your arse as well. You are an idiot. I smiled. Just a man doing a job. A job she never liked, but she knew what I did long before we got involved. It had been her decision to stay and ultimately hers to leave. It's not something I think about often, but I'd be lying if I said I never thought about it. The guild contract went to Brady, she said. It's back to begging for him if he doesn't come up with a decent score soon. He's got kids, you know. Not my fault the thief's a bumbler, or a family man. Like I said, Liz, this one's not paid for yet. If you want, follow me to my exchange. But please take the goods after I've gotten my money. She kept staring at me for a little while longer. Then she humphed and walked a few steps away. I was only supposed to ask you to hand the scroll over, not take it from you. Lucky me. Yes, lucky you. For reasons I'll never understand, Heavyhammer tolerates you more than some others. He was hoping to appeal to your sensibilities. I tried to tell him you don't have any, but he wouldn't listen. That's hilarious, Liz. She let out a breath, or perhaps it was a sigh of resignation. I said what I came to say. If you change your mind, you know where to find us. She turned to go. I didn't think she intended to say anything else, but then she looked over her shoulder and said, Try to stay alive, all right? I said nothing back as she disappeared down the alley and into the dark. I stared after her for a time, but since I was still on the clock, I got my mind off the past and back onto the present as I went to find somewhere to while away the time until my scheduled meetup. The Lazy Minstrel fit the bill well enough. It's a shat hole-in-the-wall tavern, but it's a safe place. No client meetings. No talk about what I do. They think my name is. It doesn't matter what they think my name is because it isn't my real one. No one knows that except my dear sister, who I haven't seen in a few years, despite her being right here in Alchester. Oh, I keep tabs on her to make sure she's getting along all right. But she's moved on from the old life and doesn't need me coming around reminding her of it like Liz just did to me. I settled into my usual chair at my usual table. They make sure it stays vacated for me and keep my supply of Syrah safe, which that oaf Abelard provides to me regularly for sparing his life not too long ago. Our original arrangement was a bottle a week delivered to Lady Bellum's, but since I often split my time between the pleasant atmosphere of Bellum's and the wretched smokiness of the lazy minstrel, I thought I'd also have the deliveries split. Abelard was more than happy to oblige, especially after I reminded him of the alternative. Ophelia, who ran the place, noticed my arrival, so a girl was dispatched to bring me one of my bottles and a clean glass. Soon, I was watching the tavern's dim lights sparkle from the Syrah's deep purple color while the peppery smell permeated my olfactory senses. The serving girl knew my routine and wouldn't return except to clean up after I'd left. I've been coming here for a long time, and never once have I asked her name. That doesn't mean I don't know it. Gabrielle, that's her name. Then there's Ruth, Sonia, Teresa, and Beecher, who works the door and helps clean up the bigger messes, such as when someone gets overzealous with the girls. I've never said more than a handful of words to any of them, but I know their names for the same reason I know that the gentleman front and center, with the brace of daggers across his chest, always drinks a mulled ale. Other side of him, the fellow with the tick in his left cheek, likes to sip a 34 Mullanders, an excellent vintage, though a tad dry for my taste. Man in the other corner, with a terrible view of the room's entries and exits, comes in at 3 in the afternoon and leaves by midnight most nights. There's others scattered about. I know something about each of them because I make it my business to know. Simple observation is all it takes. I may not always be the smartest person in the room, but I'm always the most observant. Little things, too, which might seem irrelevant to some, but which might save my life someday. For example, 14 steps get me across the room and out the front door, 8 to the kitchen. Another 5, and I'm in the back alley. I chose this corner of the establishment because I can see every person coming and going. It's mostly in shadow, too, so anyone looking my way really has to look to see what I'm about. Such interest is obvious, too, and usually a good warning sign. In my line of work, there's no such thing as being too careful. I nursed 3 glasses of my Syrah while waiting for the agreed-upon meeting time. With a half-hour to spare, I left the lazy minstrel. My client knew the city well enough to select a little-used corner of the Temple District where we could make our exchange undisturbed. I'd made my usual observations concerning the man at our first meeting, though I remained unsure about his identity. Not that it mattered. That he needed my unique skills and had the coin to pay for them was all that did. My mind wandered as I walked down Cabell's Way. Mostly, I considered Liz's visit and the fact that someone had commissioned the guild to steal the scroll. Another player was involved, one who wasn't necessarily interested in ending the artificer's life, but someone with the resources to hire a trained thief at the highest level. Such knowledge piqued my interest about the contents of the scroll case all the more. Easy enough to take a peek. I didn't, though. I already thought I'd stepped into something bigger than a simple kill and grab, so the less I knew, the better. It was safer that way. I arrived at the designated meeting spot early because I wanted to scope the scene out. Make sure my client wasn't planning a double cross. That sort of thing. I stayed in the shadows, watching, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. My client arrived early as well. Guess he was eager to get the goods. I stayed put, watching as he crossed from my side of the street to the other. He stopped at the middle section of an old stone wall, which had once been part of a temple, but which now remained the only part of the structure still standing. A single bell rang across the city, my cue to get this over with. No words were exchanged. I simply approached him and held the scroll case up so he could get a good look at it. It was fashioned from bone, with bands of copper at either end, and elegant patterns etched up and down its length. He responded in kind with a pouch full of gold crowns. It was a quick transfer. Then we were both on our way. I was halfway down the street when I felt others around me. Call it a sixth sense. Call it magic. Call it whatever the hell you want. I've just always had an intuition when my life was in danger, like I knew it was right now. I had my long knives in either hand right before a trio of shadows bounded over a fence just ahead and came at me. 3 more emerged from a dark alley on the street's other side. Dark robes, shaved heads, and tattoos on faces and arms summed up all 6 of them. The ones coming from across the street were far enough away that I'd only have the first 3 to worry about for the next few seconds. Those 3 were on me all at once, with Chris knives flashing. The feeling that I'd stepped into something bigger just got worse. I deflected the first assassin's blade with one of my own. He overextended himself, and while I was tempted to drive my other knife home and finish him, I had the other 2 to consider. I evaded the swing of the next and blocked the third, letting the man's blade slide along mine before I sliced him across the face with a backhanded swipe. His cry of agony and backward motion were expected, which gave me enough room to turn my attention back to the first one. He tried some fancy move or other on me. I let him finish. Then I took his feet out from under him, and before he'd hit the ground, slashed him across the throat. The second one lunged again. I cut his arm deep enough that he dropped his weapon by reflex. Bad move. I stuck my knife to the hilt into his abdomen, yanking it free as the last one standing tried to thrust his blade into my eye. A quick, hard slash lengthwise down his arm was my response. I wrapped an arm around his throat and finished him with a knife to the back, just as the other 3 arrived on the scene. I expected them to realize that I'd just taken out their fellows without breaking a sweat and so turn tail and run. Instead, they kept coming. I backed away a little, giving myself some room. The 3 of them leaped over their fallen comrades as if they were refuse and nothing more. No flanking here. All 3 came straight at me with no hesitation. In the second before we clashed, I saw what drove these men. A light shone from their eyes, and it was not a nice bright one either. Their robes and tattoos pegged them as acolytes of one sort or another, while the feverish glint in their eyes reminded me of a certain zealot I'd killed recently for trying to bring the dead back to life. The furious nature of their assault limited my initial response as I deflected blades coming from all directions at once. It was an excellent strategy, meant to overwhelm me, though it was anything but intentional. These men were driven neither by tactics nor rational thought. Otherwise, they would have had enough sense not to test me after I'd already put down the others. Feeling a lesson wasted on them, I dealt with them cleanly and quickly. Their attacks were wild but slow, so the next time one reached in with his blade, I cut his arm to the bone. A thrust to the gut and another into his kidney finished him right before I spun him around and sent him flying into one of the others. While the one tried to disentangle himself from his dying fellow, I took out the other acolyte with a slash and stab to his throat. He fell to his knees, gasping as his lifeblood flowed from him. The last one should have taken that as his cue to flee. Instead, he flung himself at me with renewed fervor. I decided to spare him, not out of kindness or pity, but because I wanted to question him. I knocked his dagger aside, then rapped him across the head with the hilt of my knife. He went down, but he was only dazed and still had plenty of fight in him. I put my boot down on his weapon arm, neutralizing the threat from his dagger. "That's enough of that," I said. He agreed, but not completely, as he pulled a knife from beneath his robe with his free hand. I thought he meant to stab me with it, but he had other ideas. With a sneer across his face, he plunged it right into his chest. He gasped, then the sneer faded along with his life. I could do nothing but watch. Once he had expired and I'd gotten over the shock of what he'd just done, I searched him, but found nothing worthwhile. I considered searching the others, but was mindful of the city watch or someone else coming along. With so many bodies lying about, the less time I spent here, the better, but I at least gave their tattoos a thorough examination. The first had 3 separate but similar patterns running from the back of his neck over the top of his skull and to his forehead. Etched all in black, each patterned band comprised a series of circles and other geometrical shapes that converged into the largest of the tattoos right at the center of his forehead, a black sun with jagged edges and rays of darkness beaming out in all directions. The tattoos were the same on all the rest. None of it meant anything to me. I went back to the place where I'd just made the exchange. The acolytes or priests or whatever they were had attacked me because of the scroll. No other explanation made sense, but did they think I still had it in my possession? Or were they trying to kill me simply because I knew about it? I had no answers, but figured the man who'd hired me to steal it from Erevar might. Too bad I found him face down in the gutter a short distance from our meeting place. A quick examination revealed knife wounds in his back and the scroll case missing. Shaved heads, flame-bladed daggers, and a will to commit suicide not being the modus operandi of either the Thieves' Guild or the Black Guard, I knew we had yet another player in the game. Whatever was written on that scroll must be damn important. I considered my options. My role in this was supposed to have concluded with the delivery of the scroll, but the Zealots had all but voided that outcome. They'd come after me once. Nothing saying they wouldn't do so again. Being hunted is an occupational hazard of mine. Kill enough people, and sooner or later a relative or associate of the mark acts on compulsion by seeking revenge. But I'll take vengeful aristocrats or members of the gentry, hell, even blackguard mercs, over zealots any day of the week. At least they're sane. But men like those I'd just faced? Their behavior went beyond simple insanity. In my experience, only gods or country motivated such conduct. Since I didn't peg those baldies as having any sort of loyalty to the latter, it had to be the former. Religious fanatics were the worst kind, as far as I was concerned. The gods died out a long time ago, which didn't keep people from believing in something, but it had put a damper on religion as a whole. Some legitimate churches remained, like Father Kem's, a man I did some work for in the recent past, but most had been relegated to cult status, with minor and often insignificant followings. As for the gods themselves, people have taken to calling them the old gods. As far as I know, there haven't been any new gods come round to step into their shoes, so no telling which dead one these fanatics had chosen as the object of their devotion. With 7 bodies now lying about, I decided to move on sooner rather than later. I could figure out what to do about all this along the way. I knew I was going to have to do something. At the very least, I needed to know more about the men who had tried to kill me. Looking to lose myself amidst Alchester's nooks and crannies, I took Bellevue Way through Lowtown and down into Beggar's Quarter. It's a rough place at the best of times, but no one bothered me. It occurred to me that I wasn't too terribly far from Brady's apartment. Brady, Liz had said, would have been the man to fulfill the guild's contract if I hadn't beaten him to it. I considered paying him a visit to see what he knew, but I doubted he'd even been present when the deal had been brokered. That task would have fallen to one of Thorne's lackeys, all of which meant that if I wanted answers, I was going to have to visit Guildhouse. Guildhouse, or just the house to those in the know, is not a place one sneaks into if one values their life. So, as I made my way through Beggar's Quarter, I took wide, visible paths where I knew guild operatives watched my every step. Thorne would know I was coming long before I was granted an audience with him. If I was granted an audience. He might just throw me in a pit for a few days as a lesson not to interfere, knowingly or not, in guild business. Liz had been right about his tolerance of me. Let's just say I've done a favor or two for him. But his generosity only went so far, especially considering how important this scroll was turning out. The house was in one of Alchester's older neighborhoods. In this case, older didn't mean run down, for while the manors lining the curved, cobbled roads were of a more traditional style, with tall windows, flat roofs, and moss-covered brick, they and the grounds surrounding them were well kept. Guildhouse was no exception, though you wouldn't know it from the street, given how well it was hidden behind its tall, ivy-covered wall. 2 men at the gate confiscated my weapons. They had enough sense to remove my boot knives along with the obvious ones at my belt, but they completely missed the smaller Gundy blades I had concealed up each arm. Amateurs. "I'll want those back," I said, before one of them shoved me through the gate. It clanged shut behind me. Another pair escorted me in. The front of the main house was mostly dark and quiet, with only a few wisps of laughter and muffled conversation coming from an open window or two. I wasn't led inside, but around and into a garden that stretched out into the evening darkness. Just when I thought I was headed for that pit in the ground, a small building materialized. It had the look of a guest house about it. I remembered the place from earlier visits back when Liz and I were an item, but I'd never been inside. I got that chance now. Within, a man I'd never seen before waited for me. He was the only one there. "Guess I'm not going to get to see Heavy Hammer?" I asked him. The room was lavishly furnished with plush chairs facing an impressive desk and a fireplace that wasn't lit. My escort had remained outside, so it was just the two of us. "No," the man said, his voice flat and even-toned. He had dark, wavy hair, a dark mustache, and a goatee oiled to a point. Beneath a filigreed jacket, he wore a silk shirt with a ruffled cravat around his neck. He looked like a member of the gentry who was trying too hard to look like a member of the gentry. He gestured for me to sit in one of the chairs before he took a seat behind the desk. Placing both hands upon the desk's surface, he said, "Master Targalis is otherwise occupied presently. My name is Gustav Prayton. I manage many of Master Targalis's affairs, including the one I assume you are here about." "Oh? You know why I'm here?" "Of course. You are here to hand over the item, a certain bone scroll case, which you procured from one Erevar Tillwood. As you know, guild contracts supersede all others. I know that our field agent made you aware that your contract conflicted with our own. Your presence here tells me you are aware of this precedent. Because you have come to us with it so quickly, we are willing to overlook any transgressions this matter may otherwise have caused. How to break this to him? The direct approach had gotten me this far. I don't have it." He blinked once. "Excuse me?" "You heard me." I stood, perhaps too quickly, as Gustav leaned back hard enough to set the legs of his chair screeching across the wood floor. I kept myself from smirking only with great effort. "Thing is, Gustav, can I call you Gus?" I'd already given the scroll to the man who'd hired me and was on my way home when I was ambushed. My attackers gave my client the same treatment, though he didn't come out of it as well as I did. They took the scroll, so, as I was saying, I don't have it. Gustav's face took on a look of thoughtfulness, or at least I thought that was what the pinched lips and narrowed brow were supposed to indicate. "Describe the ones who attacked you," he said. I did. When I got to the part about tattoos, he cut me off. "Black sun on the forehead? That's the one. Maybe you should tell me what you know." I didn't think he'd tell me anything. There's no such thing as free information where the guild is concerned, so I was surprised and a little suspicious when he answered straight away. "They call themselves the Jackery, the bringers of the dark light. They are a religious sect devoted to a god whose identity remains somewhat of a mystery, though it hardly matters since the gods are all dead. Their leader is a man named Onias. He and the other Jackery arrived in Alchester about a year ago from distant parts. Since that time, and until recently, they've kept to themselves. They have a compound at the city's southern edge, one of the old Emery properties. The Emery district was abandoned and mostly forgotten. Because of that, it was a better place than most to set up camp free from the prying eyes of others. Until recently, what kind of noise have they been making besides waylaying honest businessmen like myself?" Gustav stood. "I'm not at liberty to divulge everything we have learned, but know that you and your client were not the only ones attacked tonight. An attempt was also made against the party which hired us." "Jackery?" As if I needed to ask. Gustav nodded. Fortunately, our client, whose identity shall remain anonymous, of course, had adequate means of defense and so, like you, escaped unscathed. How did they even know to go after him? He, or she, had been nowhere near the scroll. That is something we are still endeavoring to determine. I felt I'd learned enough. Time to go, before I wore out my welcome. You continue endeavoring. I, on the other hand, have other things to... Unfortunately, Mr. There doesn't seem to be a record of your name as far as I can tell. Never mind. Keep your anonymity. But you'll need to cancel whatever other plans you had this evening. I waited for him to explain. You have left us in a very undesirable position. Unlike yourself, when the guild commits to fulfilling a contract, we fulfill it. He was referring to Abelard. Practice leniency one time, and the world never lets you forget it. He went on. The guild has a reputation to uphold. Fortunately for you, you can help us maintain it. Since you no longer possess the item in question, we would like your aid in retrieving it. We would like for you to retrieve it tonight. You want me to steal it back? Why? Did Thorn give your regular staff, the ones who actually steal for a living, the night off? Surely you've got someone better suited for this sort of job. Brady, for example. I hear he's one of the best. More like one of the worst, though I didn't expect Gustav to acknowledge that. I'm not even sure why I mentioned the man's name. Maybe I remembered what Liz had said about him needing the score. Maybe I was thinking about his kids. Maybe I didn't want to get deeper into this mess and was thinking, better Brady than me. Mr. Marsh is capable, as are many others. But given the situation, what with the involvement of religious zealots, we would prefer to use an asset outside of the organization to minimize guild participation in this matter. I am sure you understand. I understood perfectly. It meant they were worried about retaliation from these Jackery lunatics. From what I'd seen of them, I didn't blame the guild one bit. Of course, Gustav said. By we, I mean Master Targalis. He is the one who suggested this plan and recommended you for the job. Please keep that fact in mind before you make your final decision. I supposed I should feel flattered. Heavy Hammer's approval was not easily won, nor was it easily refused, if one valued their well-being. Realizing I had little choice in the matter, I let out a breath of resignation and accepted the job. Not half-heartedly either. In my line of work, you're committed, or you're not. Going halfway only increases your chances of getting killed. With that in mind, I fell into my usual thought process when planning a job. You said they took over one of the old Emery estates? Which one? I'd like a few days to scope the place out, and, as I have already indicated, we wish this matter settled this very night. I suppose you'll want me to deliver the case tied up with a bow, too? Gustav's lips curved in the slightest of smiles. Given time and opportunity, the Jackery might move the scroll beyond even the guild's considerable reach. We cannot allow this. Tell me what else you know about the Jackery, then. Turns out he knew little more than what he'd already told me. Secretive bunch, those Jackery. Smart, too, keeping quiet for so long while they went about their business. If I wanted to know anything more, I'd have to learn it firsthand. Gustav at least gave me some useful details concerning the estate they'd holed themselves up in, as well as a general description of Onias, shaved head, black sun tattoo, and maroon robes, which didn't help at all since that's how they'd all looked so far, and then only one detail remained. This may not be my usual sort of job, but I still expect the same payment. I didn't think they'd pay me at all, but I also didn't think it hurt to ask. He surprised me for a second time when he agreed. You'll have it, along with the appreciation of the guild. Huh. Maybe I should have doubled, maybe even tripled my fee. Once the job is done, one of our agents will find you outside the compound. The exchange will be made then. How will I identify this person? I suspect you'll know her on sight. The same bruisers who had led me to the garden house ushered me back to the main gate. My weapons were returned right before another shove sent me back onto the street. The gate clanged shut again, and that was that. I looked up, gauging the time by the location of the moon's sliver. A little after 2 o'clock. Plenty of time to infiltrate a den of zealots, steal back the scroll, and stop in at Lady Bellum's for a nightcap. But only if I got to move on. About an hour later, I arrived at the edge of the old Emery estates. They're a district unto themselves, named after the family of the same name, who once had owned all the land around this part of Alchester, but the area had been unoccupied since the conclusion of the Emery-Falstaff Wars. That conflict happened long before my time, but I knew from the stories that it had been an intra-city civil war between two of Alchester's founding families. The feud had lasted long enough that the Emerys had felt the need to build a wall around this entire part of the city to protect themselves from the Falstaffs. But the Emerys must have fought amongst themselves as well, because each estate, they're more like small castles actually, has its own wall, and there might once have been a moat or two for all I know. No one had lived at these estates for a long time except for vagrants, and now, apparently, the Jackery. Some stay away on account of the remoteness. It's part of the city that's long been neglected, but most avoid it because of the stories of Emery family ghosts haunting the place. Real or not, I've no quarrel with spirits this night. As long as they stay out of my way, I'll gladly stay out of theirs. The ground, which sloped upwards before reaching the main Emery wall, was dotted with enough trees that I used them for cover as I made my approach. I was up and over the wall moments later, dropping into a crouch and not moving again until I was sure no one saw me. The Jackery priests might occupy only one estate inside the Emery district, but that didn't mean they wouldn't have roving scouts. I made my way through rather than around the first building I encountered. It was surrounded by a sorry excuse for a wall, which was the state of the house as well. Still, it was good cover as I slipped inside and exited the other end. After a bit more skulking across one property and then another, Gustav's directions proved true as I stared at the wall to the Jackery compound. About time. Elizabeth's whisper came to me from behind a pile of discarded stones, where she crouched low and blended with the shadows. I settled next to her. "You're early," I said. "You're supposed to meet me after I've retrieved the item." "Change in plans," she said. As before, she was dressed for nocturnal skulking, though now she'd a hood over her head and a sash covering all her face but for her eyes. This time, the hilts of her knives were easily visible at her belt. Her gaze never stopped scanning the top of the compound's wall as she spoke. "Did Gustav mention anything about the blackguard?" I had my face covered as well, so it was easiest to just shake my head in response. She noted the gesture from the periphery of her vision. "They know about the Jackery stealing the scroll from you. They also know about this compound. They're on their way here now to take the scroll back." I found that puzzling. Why was the Blackguard still interested in the scroll? Their involvement, as far as it was concerned, should have ended with their employer's death. Unless their guarantee included recovering stolen items, which I didn't think it did. Or unless Aravar hadn't been their actual employer. The idea had merit. Aravar had money, but not the kind needed to maintain his own private security force. So maybe someone else had been paying the bills. Still was paying the bills, I corrected myself. Whoever this person was, he or she wanted the scroll as badly as all the other interested parties. But Black Guardsmen coming here didn't change the job. It was still a sneak and grab. I said as much to Liz. "It's not just a sneak and grab, you idiot." Again with the name calling. "Bad enough that every priest inside that compound is going to try to kill you," she said. "What do you think the Blackguard will do once they realize who you are?" I wasn't planning on being seen, you know. I scanned the wall with her, looking for any sign of a sentry. There were no lights along the wall or bobbing torches to give away a guard's presence. The trick, then, was to use the night sky as a backdrop by looking for the silhouette of anything that passed in front of it. There might not be more than a sliver of a moon, but there were stars. Even so, I almost didn't notice when a lone guard finally appeared. He was damn hard to make out, but I thought I saw the characteristic domed head of one of their priests. He walked steadily from left to right, then was gone. Now we had to wait to see how long it took him to return. Elizabeth, who had also seen the guard, spoke once he was out of sight. "You and I both know things rarely ever go as planned. You need someone to watch your back. I'm going with you." "So the Jackery and Blackguard can try to kill you as well? I appreciate you meeting me here with the warning, and I'll thank Gustav for not telling me about the guard sometime in the near future. But you know I work alone." "Not always." She had me there. We'd pulled a few jobs together back in the day. In truth, we worked well together professionally, just not so much personally. Still, I wasn't comfortable having her accompany me on this one. I knew she could handle herself in a scrape, but she was no killer. Not unless her back was to the wall anyway. I had a feeling if she waited that long on this job, it might be too late. "Things could get tricky real fast in there, Liz. The Jackery give new meaning to the word fanatic. Since you seem to know more than I do about all of this, you probably already know that 6 of them waylaid me earlier, All 6 are dead, and it wasn't for lack of mercy on my part. They kept coming until I had no choice but to put them down. If I'm discovered, and the mercs arrive right at the wrong time, it'll be chaos. The situation may call for steps you aren't willing to take. She turned to look at me, not speaking until I met her gaze with my own. I'm prepared to take whatever steps are necessary. I'm not letting you go in there alone, and that's final. Her words, and those eyes of hers, silenced any more protests, so I said only, I'm touched by your concern for my well-being. Inside, I was still trying to figure out her gesture. When Liz and I split up over a year ago, it wasn't exactly under amicable terms. We hadn't seen each other since, so for her to come back into my life so abruptly and with such concern for me was, at best, suspicious. At worst, I didn't want to think about that. Liz might be a thief, but she wasn't so dishonest that she'd set me up or lead me into a trap. I did think she'd hold information back, though. As we got back to business, I resigned to keep an eye on her until this was over. The priest on the wall walk strode by again. 1:30, with no other guards in sight. Plenty of time to get over the wall and drop into the compound with no one the wiser. We waited for him to make another round. While we did, we discussed our plan. Beyond the wall, we saw a tower rising high into the night sky. It was the tallest structure in sight, and high places creating the perception of security and all, the most likely place we'd find the scroll. The tower was, therefore, our target. As soon as the guard passed by again, we moved. I reached the wall first, whereupon I used my fingers and the toes of my shoes inserted into mortar gaps to climb. I didn't hear Liz behind me, but I knew she was there. She was as quiet as they came. At the top of the wall, I didn't see our sentry, so I pulled myself up onto the narrow walkway and lowered myself down the wall's other side. Back on the ground, I made myself small while I waited for Liz to join me. If I hadn't been looking for her, I might never have known she was there as she fell in beside me. I began to wonder if I shouldn't have sent her in on her own. I gestured at a guard I saw across the yard who had his back to us. Liz saw him too. We stayed low, sticking to the wall until we reached an unhitched wagon, which provided cover while we scoped out the way ahead. One more priest, across the way. He faced our direction but remained none the wiser regarding our presence, even as we raced low through the dark to the edge of the main house, where we discovered another structure in back. Longer than it was wide, it was maybe a story and a half in height, with stone walls and a nondescript flat roof. 2 flaming braziers, the only light I'd seen so far, were at its entry. I didn't see anyone coming or going, but I heard a sound coming from within that sounded a lot like chanting. The tower was equidistant from the main house and the apparent Jackery place of worship. It had a lovely little copse of trees around it, which, after we were sure the way was clear, supplied a nice bit of cover as we made our way to the tower's base. A door was located front and center. Too bad we had no plans to use it. Instead, we went around the opposite side, using the thick branches of the trees to conceal our initial ascent as we started up. I'd kill to be able to use my grappling hook and a rope, or, even better, have an airship drop us off on the roof. But the tower rose too high for a grapple throw, and I hadn't had the foresight to arrive in style, so we did it the old-fashioned way, with fingers, toes, and straining muscles. I led, though halfway up I felt I might be slowing Liz down. But I'd already done this once tonight back at Erevar's, I reminded myself. Such thoughts soothed my ego the rest of the way up. Once I'd gained the rooftop, I felt a break was in order, so I slumped into a sitting position while the sweat soaking me sent a chill up and down my spine. Liz dropped down next to me, her only sign of fatigue a slight heaving of her chest. She made no complaints about the rest, though she made better use of the time than I did, inspecting the lock on the rooftop access door. By the time I moved to join her, she already had her tools out and had started working on it. A few minutes later, the lock was picked. The tower's occupants had the foresight to bar the door from the inside as well, but Liz, who was as experienced as they came, had a tool for that as well. Cracking the door, we peered down into darkness. A wooden ladder led into what was probably a little-used storage area. We took the ladder, closing the rooftop door behind us. I took out a glow stick, removed the separator tab, and shook it to get the alchemicals within good and mixed up. The resulting light was enough for us to find a door leading out. Towers tend to have spiral stairs. This one was no exception. There were no other rooms at this highest level, just the narrow stone stairs, so we took them down to the next floor. The glow stick revealed a circular chamber about 10 paces across, the exterior of which was lined with doors. Each was shut tight, with no light leaking from underneath to indicate the presence of any occupants. The stairs kept winding around, leading us down to the next floor where the dim light from a single torch proved a sufficient substitute for my glow stick. There being no off button on a glow stick, I left it on the stairs where its light blended with the torches. It would exhaust its supply of alchemical fuel soon enough. This floor was unoccupied as well, despite there being several rooms off the central chamber. I had no idea how many Jackery were in the compound, but it didn't surprise me that the highest rooms in the tower were empty. No one enjoys having to climb so many steps regularly. Still, someone came up here to keep torches lit since we found more and more of them as we continued our descent. We were between floors when we heard a sound too faint to identify. It wasn't getting closer, so we kept moving until we saw a half-open door with flickering light beaming out. I heard the noise again, a scratching sound, like a quill on parchment, and a chair pushed back so its legs scraped against the wood floor. Footsteps sounded too, cautioning us to pad forward till we were at either side of the doorway. Papers were shuffled, pages turned, and then the person within returned to the chair, and we heard the quill scratching away again. I peered inside, seeing a study or library with a single figure sitting at a desk. His bald head was down as he wrote on a piece of parchment. His head kept moving to his left, his gaze straying over a scroll held flat by weights. Next to that scroll was the bone case I'd stolen from Aravar. I leaned back, slipping one of my shorter killing knives from its sheath. The motion proved a sufficient signal to Liz as to my next move. We'd both go in, but I'd be the one to do what was necessary if it came to that. It didn't. The man, who was less energetic than the ones who had attacked me on the streets, was so engrossed with his work that he never even saw us coming. Rather than risk spattering the documents on the desk with blood, I rapped him over the head with the hilt of my knife before easing his body to the floor. While I occupied myself with that business, I assumed Liz would gather up the scroll. I was wrong. She'd come into the room right behind me, but hadn't gone further than a few steps. Instead, she'd become completely captivated by whatever was on the wall to her right. I looked to see what had her so fascinated. Drawings and schematics covered the entire wall. Of varying sizes, each was drawn in exquisite detail. Liz seemed interested in all of them, while I found my attention drawn solely to the largest one right at the wall's center. It detailed a superstructure of gears, cylinders, and other components whose names and functions I couldn't guess, all surrounding a sun-shaped object that looked an awful lot like the black sun tattoo I'd seen on the Jackery priests' foreheads. I tore my gaze from that one drawing to give the others a more thorough look. They were more of the same, though these had other configurations, and none had the sun at its center like the largest one. Liz stepped closer to the wall. What in ool is all this? I looked at the papers on the desk. The one I'd stolen from Aravar wouldn't have looked out of place pinned to that wall. It looked like the priest I'd knocked out had been using it as a reference, for his parchment had the beginnings of yet another device on it. I lifted it to get a better look, but after only a few seconds realized that now wasn't the time. We were here to recover Aravar's scroll, not gawk at a wall of mechanical gibberish or figure out what the Jackery were up to. I furled the scroll up and slipped it into its case. "I've got the scroll, Liz. Let's go." She nodded, her attention still on the diagrams. It took another priest entering the room to finally break her concentration from them. He came in unsuspecting, his full attention on a small mechanical device he carried in both hands. If we adjust the modulators, then the barrier's resistance... This was the first time I'd heard one of the priests speak. He did so with a strange accent, and I bet he was about to say something very insightful. But then he looked up and saw the two of us. The shock of discovering two intruders was enough to make anyone panic. This one didn't disappoint. The black sun tattoo on his forehead turned into a furrowed mess as his eyes went wide. His brow rose in surprise, and he took an involuntary step backward. If I hadn't put my knife away, I would have flung it at him. Liz, whose reaction time was better than good, took care of the priest for me. Spinning around, she leveled a kick into his midsection that doubled him over and sent him staggering back out the doorway. Everything would have been fine if he'd crumpled to the ground beyond the threshold. But Liz kicked him too hard. Once past the doorway, he tripped, fell over, rolled, and went right back down the main stairs. He was too discombobulated to shout anything coherent, but I didn't think it mattered, given the ruckus he made as he tumbled down the steps. The device he'd been carrying went with him, its clattering distinct from the man's grunts and yelps of pain. No words passed between Liz and me. We both knew the gig was up. I drew my long, curved knives, and then we went out together, wasting no time as we followed in the wake of the tumbling priest. We found him right on the next floor. He wasn't moving, which was good for us. But two more jackery with clubs at their belts had come to see what the commotion was all about. They got over their surprise at seeing us much better than the other one had, showing no hesitation as they charged. I took the initiative, meeting them halfway as I ducked under the clumsy swing of the first, slashing him deeply as I passed. I blocked the blow of the second and gave him the same treatment as the first. Neither was a killing stroke, but it gave each of them something else to think about while I spun around, stabbed one in the back, then slashed the other across the throat. It was over for them, just like that. "Let's get moving," I said to Liz. Expecting more guards, we descended to the next level. I didn't hear anyone stomping toward us, though, so as we came upon a window halfway between floors that looked out over the compound, I stopped to reconnoiter the area. There was the main house with lights shining here and there, but with none of the sort of activity I'd expect to see had someone sounded the alarm. I saw the place of worship, too, which had a rectangular opening in the roof. Not a small rectangle either, but one wide enough that there almost wasn't a roof at all. Damnest thing, too, for right through the center of that opening, I saw a machine that looked very much like the one we just saw on display on the study wall. Light from torches held by jackery priests standing all around it made its metal shine. Or maybe it gave off a glow of its own as its componentry spun and whirled around the exact thing I was hoping wouldn't be there. A ball of energy so dark it was a sphere of utter blackness amidst the machine's otherwise metallic sheen. Liz saw it from over my shoulder. I couldn't see much more than her eyes, with her mask covering everything else, but her narrowed brow told me she was very interested in what we saw. Too interested, I thought. Before I could question her, she cut me off. "We've got company." I was ready for more priests, but that wasn't what she meant. She had her head turned, listening, and I heard it now too. Shouts came from the direction of the compound's gate, and steel rang on steel. The Black Guard had arrived. Good. We could use the chaos they brought with them to cover our escape. No one greeted us on the next floor. Doors were closed, and the stairs wound around and around as they led us down to the next level. Still, there were no further jackery obstacles to overcome. Another floor of nothing. And I got the feeling that most of the priests were in the place of worship, watching their machine do its thing. We finally saw another priest posted at the tower's exit. He proved a slight distraction for me as Liz slid past and went to the door. Before the priest's body had hit the ground, she gave me the all clear, and out we went. It had been quiet when we'd come in. No longer. Jackery streamed from the roofless building, disappearing into the dark as they ran to stop the Black Guard invaders. In the distance, but drawing closer, we heard the sounds of battle. We made ourselves small, hiding amidst the tower's trees as we watched the flow of priests leaving the place of worship diminish to a trickle. I had the utmost confidence in the Black Guard and their ability to win the day, or night as the case may be. So I didn't think it a good idea for us to stick around any longer than necessary and risk them finding us. I turned to Liz to point toward our escape route, but she wasn't there. Not next to me or even close, but slinking toward the jackery holy place. Part of me wasn't surprised. I no longer had any doubt that she knew something. I considered grabbing her and, if necessary, dragging her back over the compound wall. As I followed in her footsteps, That's what I half intended to do. But she was already too close to the Jackery building. A commotion would only alert any priests remaining inside to our presence. I reached her before she did anything stupid, squeezing her arm to get her attention while I motioned back the way we'd come. She shook my hand loose in response and, drawing one of her knives, padded along the exterior wall toward the building's entrance. I shook my head. This was why Liz and I never worked out. Not because we disagreed about things from time to time, though we did often enough, but because she always knew something that I didn't. It had been aggravating then, and it was aggravating now. More aggravating, actually, because we were right in the thick of it, with an easy way out. And here she was, dragging me in deeper. I wasn't going to leave her, though, which I think she knew. I shook my head again. She was taking advantage of my chivalry, plain and simple. I let Liz lead since she seemed to have some idea about what we were walking into. The sounds of battle from across the compound were very close now. It seemed a strange show of force on the Blackguard's part just to retrieve a single scroll. But then nothing had seemed normal this night. No more time for idle thought as Liz slipped inside. I was right behind her, long knives ready. My attention was immediately drawn to the machine and the ebon sun at its center. It had 4 legs supporting a circular base, the surface of which was ringed with vertical prongs that surrounded and seemed to contain the dark circle of energy. The sphere was not smooth, but a crackling ball, shifting and shimmering, while 3 distinct metallic bands spun around it on as many different axes. Neither the sun nor the bands had any physical connection to one another, but the machine shook and vibrated all the same. It remained in place only because someone had bolted each leg to the floor. All but 4 priests had left to deal with the guardsmen. Those who remained had taken stations around the machine, as if they meant to guard it until it finished whatever it was doing. Those 4 saw us, but only the 2 closest moved to engage. Liz took the first. I took the next. Mine had a wild look in his eye as he raised his kris. I was more than surprised to find him a more worthy opponent than the others I'd faced so far. Nothing about his appearance marked him as unique, yet something about how he handled himself told me he was. His attack suggested skill, but also discipline. He was holding something back as he gauged my worth as an opponent. This was not the tactic of the zealots I'd come to know. I found my earlier reservations concerning Liz misplaced as she rapidly dispatched her opponent with knife slashes to his chest, abdomen, and finally, neck. His death prompted the other 2 to leap into the fray. One headed for Liz, the other for me. By a stroke of luck, and probably a desire to make me look bad, Liz finished off her new assailant right away, while here I was still trying to do away with my first. But this one was definitely different from the others. Stronger, faster, more calculating. I'm not saying he would have had me. We seemed evenly matched. But external forces came into play just then, so I'll never know for sure. When I say external forces, I'm talking about Blackguard mercenaries, whose rush onto the scene was preceded by a scattering of Jackery priests fleeing ahead of them. With so many others streaming between us, my exchange with the unique one ended as we were separated. But, as is sometimes the case, when one opportunity is lost, another rises to take its place. In this case, that opportunity came in the form of a black guardsman who wore a mail shirt and a helmet like the others, but had a captain's insignia fixed to a black sash hanging across his chest. One look was all it took for him to recognize me. He pointed the tip of his sword straight at my heart. "You!" Other guardsmen took notice. Enough that I turned and ran rather than face a host of mercenaries all by my lonesome. Turns out the priests weren't exactly in a full rout. Many had turned to square off against the mercs rather than surrender more ground. At least their bravado gave me and Liz time to get the hell out of there. The Black Guard captain got caught up in the melee between his men and the Jackery, so I was safe from him for the moment. It took no time at all to find Liz, especially since she'd come to a stop right in front of the machine. A priest dove in to take a swing at her, so I disemboweled him, kicking his body away when I was done. Liz was so engrossed I don't think she even noticed. She'd found a thick iron pole somewhere that she held poised over her shoulder as if it was a spear. "What exactly are you doing?" I asked her. She ignored me, so I figured it out on my own. She was studying the timing of the contraption's rotation. Before I could say anything else, she threw the pole straight into the heart of the machine's motion. Not only had she timed it perfectly, but the pole actually stopped the motion with a deafening clang that drew the attention of every single person in the room. Across the way, I spotted the priest who'd given me so much trouble. Others looked to him for direction. So there was something special about this one. This must be Onias, I realized, the Jackery's high priest. Onias gestured for the others to continue the fight with the mercs while he approached me and Liz. I moved to intercept, but I was immediately cut off by a maelstrom of daggers and swords. Onias saw my dilemma and came around the machine's other side. Meanwhile, I squared off against the Black Guard's captain once more. Only this time, we were almost face to helmet. He didn't waste time with words as he swung his long sword at my head. I ducked and rolled, coming up running as I slipped through the other combatants on my way back to Liz. Amidst the chaos, I heard the machine emit a horrible groan. I had no idea what was happening over there and no time to look, as another guardsman swung at me. I backpedaled, neither wishing to engage someone in chainmail nor wanting to kill the man. They already had enough reasons to want me dead, so I wasn't about to give them more. But they might not give me a choice. One purposely shoved a pair of priests out of the way to get to me, and another merc was behind me, blocking my way. I supposed I'd have to engage them after all. I'm not sure who would have had the worst of it, but fortunately, I didn't have to find out. For just then, the machine came back to life. This time, it was a spectacle. I heard the iron rod snap and the machine whirling back into motion as lightning-like flicks of dark energy shot out in every direction. They were random and impossible to dodge. One shot out in front of me, bringing with it the smell of something pungent and smoky as it engulfed the merc before me in a shell of blackest energy. He vanished, only a haze of smoke remaining behind to mark his passing. I backed away. But where was I going to go? Others had seen it too. They ran. I wanted to join them, but I had to get to Liz. I spotted Onias right by the device and almost on her now. If she realized the danger, she paid no attention as she raised another of the iron poles over the machine, ready to drive it home. I ran, but so did Onias. In that last moment, with dark fingers of lightning-like energy shooting in all directions, he dove at Liz. I did the only thing I could. I leaped straight for him, knowing full well that our momentum would carry us directly into the fulcrum of the chaos. I figured, best case, broken bones. Worst case, I wouldn't be around any longer to worry about it. Or maybe Liz would stop the mechanism's motion just in time. No such luck. As I hit Onias full on, I remember seeing the machine's metallic bands and other machinery spinning to meet us. Then, everything went dark. I hadn't lost consciousness, though, because I was aware, for the briefest instant, of a cold so penetrating that it cut right to the center of my bones. Darkness, too, so dark I'd never seen such pure black. Then the cold and darkness were gone, and I was back inside the Jackery's holy place. The high priest was next to me, feeling the same piercing pain in every part of his body that I did as we writhed on the floor together. Somehow, amidst the pain, I realized the device's motion had stopped again. This time, Liz had a handful of the poles jammed in there. It seemed to hold, though the machine was none too pleased with the situation. It bucked and hissed as the black energy sphere lost cohesiveness. Liz was at my side then, helping me to stand. Good thing, too, because I couldn't do it on my own. "We're leaving," she said. Somehow, she got us through the chaos and outside. It helped that everyone was running from the building with reckless abandon. Something was happening. I only realized what after the concussive force of the machine's explosion slammed me to the ground. Liz got us up again. I ventured a glance back, but it was all darkness and smoke. We met no resistance as we went back to our point of entry. The front gate would have been a nice leisurely walk with no more climbing, but the Black Guard wouldn't have left it unguarded. Liz had to almost carry me to the wall, but by the time we reached it, I felt I'd regained enough stamina to lift myself over with only a little help. We headed in a straight line away from the Jackery compound, stopping at the rundown mansion I'd passed through earlier, to allow me time to finish recovering. My strength returned steadily, and the pain, like 1,000 tiny icicles piercing my skin, soon diminished to almost nothing. Still, I had the memory of those brief seconds rattling around in my head. Mostly there'd been darkness, but not only that. I'd seen something else too, right at the end. Something I didn't want to think about just then. Or maybe ever. Liz was looking at me funny. I knew she wanted to know. Well, I wasn't telling. She pulled down the sash covering her mouth and asked, "How are you feeling?" "Better." As I slumped into a crouch, I realized I should be the one asking the questions. Curiosity alone hadn't led Liz into that building. What the hell was all that? She didn't respond right away. She was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, probably trying to decide how best to answer, or if she should answer at all. I wasn't planning on allowing her to leave without at least telling me something. Finally, she sighed and said, "I didn't come here strictly on guild business. Another organization asked me to accompany you to do some reconnaissance. So much for all the concern about my well-being and talk of watching my back. They call themselves the Warders. Never heard of them. They're mixed up with the Jackery, have been for a long time. They followed them here from the Freelands." The Freelands. A hodgepodge of independent provinces and principalities fancying themselves free because they've sworn loyalty to neither king nor god. It seemed an ironic place for a religious sect to go about their business. The Warders are engaged in a secret war with the Jackery. They have a difference in ideologies. Care to elaborate? I'm not sure I can. To tell you the truth, before tonight, I thought most of what they'd told me was so much nonsense, but the money was good and the jobs were easy. But now, I'm not so sure what to think. You can think about answering my questions. My tone had more than a hint of irritation in it. What exactly were the Jackery doing with that machine? And what did Erevar's scroll have to do with it? And what's the Blackguard's interest? I don't know anything about the machine, and that's the truth. The Warders exist to keep the Jackery in check, if not to outright destroy them. So when I saw the machine active, I knew the Warders would want me to stop it, and so I did. You expecting a bonus for showing extra initiative? She looked thoughtful for a moment. Yes, actually. I might even be able to negotiate something for you. Thanks, but no thanks. I needed more time to sort all this out before taking money from people I knew nothing about. Not that I didn't do it as a matter of routine on any given day, but this wasn't any given day. I stood, finding my balance restored. All but the last, lingering touches of the pain were gone now, too. What about the rest of it, then? What were the Blackguard after? They wanted the scroll back and the machine if they could have taken it from the Jackery. I'm sure you know they weren't working for Erevar. They're on the payroll of another entity, the Progressives. Another association unknown to me. I must fraternize in the wrong social circles. Let me guess. Their ideology conflicts with the others as well, except everyone wants the scroll. Yes. I don't know any more about what's written on it than you do. What I do know is that the Jackery wanted it bad enough to kill to get it, and to silence anyone who knew about it. Based on things I've heard the Warders say, that machine was probably only one step of many in the Jackery's plans. I think you set them back some. Liz shrugged. Then, before I could continue my line of questioning, she said, I know you want to know more, but right now I can't tell you anything else. I'm honestly not sure how much the Warders would want you to know. I wasn't sure how much more I wanted to know, but I didn't think I was done with this business, so I would want answers. Eventually. I have some questions of my own for the Warders, Liz said. Questions I didn't even think to ask before tonight. Maybe once I've gotten some of those answered, I can tell you more. Fair enough. Sensing our time was drawing to a close, I took the scroll case from my belt. I suppose you'll be wanting this, I said, flipping it to her. She plucked it out of the air. It sounds like you've made up your mind about who gets it. What do you plan on telling the guild? They have a client who is expecting it too, you know. In all, 4 distinct entities wanted the scroll. the Jackery, the Warders, the Progressives, and a yet-to-be-revealed person who'd had the sense to avoid direct involvement altogether so far. I can handle the guild. Just don't pin it on me. I did my job. She smirked. Don't worry. It won't get back to you. Promise. Memories of that dark place wouldn't leave my mind, so I felt compelled to ask, what will the Warders do with it? They'll destroy it, just like they destroy anything that interests the Jackery. How can you be so sure? Because they're the ones who hired you to kill Aravar, and I think Aravar may have been a trial run. I think they wanted to see what you could do. That's how they initiated contact with me at first. They may want you to go after Onias. They've tried taking him out before, but obviously have not succeeded. It's nice to know I have future employment possibilities. Liz pushed away from the wall, looking like she meant to approach me. But then she stopped and narrowed her gaze. You know, you and Onias went in one side of the machine and came out the other. I took in a deep breath and let it out. Yes, I know. That was all I planned on saying about that. For the time being, she had her secrets, and I had mine, and Liz not pressing me meant we'd leave it at that. She approached me then, looking straight into my eyes before she leaned in and kissed me full on the lips. She pulled away only reluctantly, or at least that's how it seemed. I know you probably don't believe me, she said, but I meant what I said about watching your back. The Warders were only part of the reason I went in there with you. I nodded, neither believing nor disbelieving her right now. I'd figure it out later. She put the scroll away. It was as good a sign as any that it was time to go. You all right to make it out of here on your own? She asked. It wouldn't hurt for us to split up. I'll be fine. Already feel like my old self again. Good. Make sure you stay that way. I have a feeling we may find ourselves working with one another again. Maybe even soon. Thanks for the warning. She smiled. Then she turned and left. I didn't stick around much longer either. Exiting the mansion, I saw the sun's first rays beaming over the city. I waited, staring into its red-orange brilliance until it hurt my eyes. I wanted it to burn away the memories of that cold, piercing darkness. But if Liz's smile wasn't enough, what good was a flaming ball floating across the sky going to do? Before I set out, I made sure the other scroll case I'd hidden away remained secure. You see, while Liz was so enraptured by the diagrams on that study wall, I was stuffing the parchment I'd first picked up into Aravar's bone case and the original scroll into another. The one I'd given her was, of course, not the genuine article. It never hurt having a decoy, though I didn't think I'd be using it on Liz. But then, things hadn't exactly gone down the way I'd expected either. She'd make sure something was inside the case before handing it over to her employer, but she wouldn't know how to spot it as a fake. The Warders, however, were another story. They'll figure it out soon enough, and then I expect they'll come around to pay me a visit. I'll be ready for them, just as I'll be ready for Onias, if he's even still alive, and the Black Guard, too. I got a good look into their captain's eyes. He wasn't going to let this one go easily. As I left the Emery estates behind and got myself to more familiar ground, I stayed in the light and shied away from shadows. This night of zealotry might be over, but I had a feeling it would not be my last. Act 4, The Goddard Affair. I took the mark out from behind, a gloved hand over his mouth, my knife into his back, and it was all over for him. Make it look like a robbery, my client had said. So I hid inside the closet in Reynold Morgan's study until he'd had enough of nodding off at his desk to finally call it a night. He'd made it halfway across the room when I sprang on him and took care of business. I waited until he'd expired to ease his body down. I didn't want him thrashing about or hitting the floor with a thump before fulfilling the rest of my client's orders. Make it look like the mark had surprised a burglar in the act, tried to stop him, and paid for his efforts with his life. The single wound to the back wasn't enough to satisfy that requirement, so I stabbed him in the chest twice and sliced cuts onto one arm and both his hands. I wouldn't win any contests, but it was good enough. The man who'd hired me hadn't been specific about what to take, only that the items should be business-related. So I rifled through the desk drawers, took some random papers, and last, grabbed the ledger the Mark had left open on the desk. I knew from my research that Mr. Morgan had dealt in the production and sale of various commodity goods, so the theft of his records pointed the finger at one or more professional rivals. Nothing out of the ordinary as far as business went in Alchester, and little chance anyone would suspect the crime was more personal in nature. Given the ruse my client had instructed me to stage, I didn't see how it was anything but personal, but the reasons a client wants someone dead aren't always relayed to me, and since it's not my business to ask, I don't. With the job done, it was time for me to leave. The residence's only other occupant, the wife, retired early most nights, and since it had all gone down with nary a shout of alarm nor scream of pain, I didn't expect any trouble from her as I made my way out of the study, down the hallway, and to the same guest bedroom window I'd come in through earlier. From there, it was an easy drop into a tangle of shrubbery, a quick jog down a darkened alley, and after a quick removal of my mask, just like that, I was back on the street as if out for nothing more than an evening stroll. A very late evening stroll, dressed all in black with padded shoes and half a dozen weapons concealed throughout my person, but a stroll nonetheless. I saw a few others out and about at this late hour. A gent, hands in his coat pockets and his top hat pulled low, hardly glanced my way. Some others, a couple, drunk and giggling, and a group of young rabble-rousers out for a bit of mayhem, also paid me little heed. The night felt cool but comfortable, though I expected that to change over the coming weeks as the southerly winds sweeping in from the sun-baked Vernessa's steppes shifted, allowing the blustery chill of the Ougles to gain its seasonal, icy grip on the city. Winter was coming, and with it, my busy season, for as the days grew shorter and the nights longer, the gentry of Alchester, grown bored and desultory, would turn their attention from the seasonal slowdown in trade to a different sort of business, namely, the settling of a year's worth of scores. Not that I wasn't busy all year round trying to keep things evened up for anyone with the coin and the will to hire me, but the colder months bring with them a greater than usual desire amongst some to right the wrongs of the year with blood. I'm sure a poet or philosopher would find the subject a rich one. As the person doing the killing, I try not to think too hard about my client's motivations. I provide a service, nothing more. Ordinarily, I've no personal stake in any of it. Ordinarily, but not always. I usually like to settle into Lady Bellum's for an hour or two after a job. At one time it was a celebration of sorts, a congratulatory gesture for a job well done. Now it was just part of the ritual. Not tonight, though. Right now, I have other business in Dover Heights, a quiet neighborhood a few blocks of easy walking away. I followed the line of the first wall I came across as it curved around the property of one particular estate. I'd been here a few times before, always clandestinely, except for that one time when I'd arrived as a guest of the property's owner. On that occasion, I'd been in disguise, with a contract to kill the man who lived here. All had worked out in the end, meaning Abelard Whitfield had survived our encounter, and I'd come away with something for my trouble. Once I'd pulled myself up and over the wall, I found myself greeted by a dark and sleepy house. From there, some skulking found me at the manor's service entrance. Since I'd threatened his life that night, Abelard had kept every door and window locked tight. I didn't think he was concerned about keeping me out so much as some new assassin hired by the same person who'd taken the contract out on him in the first place. Never mind that the original contract had finally been canceled. For Abelard, the realization that someone had wanted him dead had brought about a change in him. Such knowledge would change anyone, sometimes for the better, sometimes not. In Abelard's case, the jury was still out. But the man had a fear in him now, the kind of fear that kept him locking every door and window regardless of the time of day, made him look over his shoulder whenever he was out and about, and hopefully had him thinking twice about ever repeating the mistake which had originally gotten him into trouble. As for keeping doors and windows locked tight at all hours, I applauded Abelard for his efforts, though such precautions were wasted on a professional like myself. At one side of the service entrance was a drainage pipe I used to climb to the first-story roof. From there, I crept up the slanted shingles to a window set into a gable. The window overlooked an upstairs reading room, Despite its precarious height relative to the floor inside, it was locked. Abelard didn't know that these particular windows had faulty hinges. The point of my knife inserted just so, a quick lift, and the entire window came loose. It was tricky putting it back into place once I was inside and hanging from the ledge, but I'd used this method to gain entry to the house several times before, so I'd gotten rather good at it. The hour was late, and with no visible lights, I figured I'd find Abelard asleep in his bedroom, dreaming dreams of golden crowns and silver dinars. Sure enough, he lay in his four-poster bed, snoring loud enough to wake the dead. I pulled over a chair, making no effort to keep the legs from screeching across the wood floor. The noise didn't even cause a ripple in his breathing. I sat, hoping the thump of my feet propped on the bed would wake him. When that didn't work, I leaned in and gave him a good shake. That finally woke the old money grubber. He shot upright, blinking to clear away the haze of sleep as he struggled to determine if I was a friend or foe. "Relax," I said. "It's me." Once recognition set in, he sighed with relief. "So it is. So it is. How did you—" "Never mind." He propped himself up with the aid of a few pillows. "I tried remaining awake to wait for you, but alas, it's been a long and arduous day, and these tired bones of mine demanded rest." If Abelard sought sympathy, he was looking in the wrong place. But if he'd truly been busy today, maybe he'd done as I'd asked. "Does that mean you have something for me?" Indeed, I do." He rolled out the other side of the bed, draping a robe around his fat, naked body. While I thanked the old gods for small favors, he went to the fireplace to rekindle what remained of a few dying embers. He tossed in some more wood, pulled 2 chairs close, then gestured at me to sit while he went to a cabinet. "Brandy?" Before I could reply, he poured each of us a glass. Once we'd settled in, he spoke. "I did as you asked and looked into those organizations." "And?" He sniffed. "And I wish to confirm, is our new arrangement still valid, even if I haven't all the information you requested?" "As long as you have something, the new arrangement is valid. The old arrangement called for the delivery of 1 bottle of Abelard's special vintage made to me every week for 5 years. The new one called for considerably less, but it'd be worth the change in terms as long as he'd found something out." "A bottle a week for the rest of the year," I said. "After that, you're off the hook." Abelard smiled, his bulbous cheeks growing rosy with pleasure. I allowed him his moment, but that was all. "Now, my information?" "Yes, of course." He sat straighter in his chair. "The organizations you inquired about. Each is secretive in its own way. I learned nothing about one of them, something about another, and a bit more about the third. A couple of weeks back, I'd taken a job. Unbeknownst to me then, the Mark had been working for a group called the Progressives. By the end of that particular episode, I'd also learned the names of 2 other organizations, the Jackery and Warders. I'd never heard of them, but current circumstances dictated I learn all I could about all 3. 2 of them, the priests of the Jackery and the Progressives, through their military arm, the Black Guard, wanted me dead. The third's intentions remained uncertain, though I hadn't done the Warder's agent any favors during our brief partnership. Though I had expected some form of contact from any or all of the organizations since that time, there'd been none. Their silence heightened my curiosity, so I'd put out feelers, trying to learn the word on the street about them. I turned to Abelard only after my efforts had yielded unsatisfactory results. As someone engaged in various businesses, some legitimate but most not, Abelard possessed a network of connections far exceeding my own. "Tell me," I said, my gaze fixed on the fire's dancing flames. "Start with the one you learned the least about." "The Warders. Their name means ones who guard." "Extremely enlightening. Hopefully you learned more than that." "A little. Their presence here in Alchester is small, but they've been slowly enlisting the aid of others as contractors, if you will. They arrived in our fair city about the same time as the Jackery priests, about a year ago, by most people's reckoning. The 2 groups have great animosity for each other, though their primary point of contention was not something I could determine." Abelard was right. He had learned little. but I was willing to give him a pass on the warders. As it turned out, I knew someone with intimate knowledge of their organization in the person of an old flame of mine. Her name was Elizabeth, and when she wasn't running errands for the warders, she was engaging in more honest work for Alchester's Thieves' Guild. Once, we'd been friends, and then, for a bit, more than that. Now I wasn't sure what we were. Maybe friends, maybe enemies. Since she'd been the agent I'd bamboozled a couple of weeks back, I suspected the latter. I'd have to ask her the next time I ran into her to know for sure, though. Turning my attention back to the here and now, I asked, "What about the Jackery and the Progressives?" Abelard took a sip of his brandy. "The Jackery first. Fanatics, as you know. They were using one of the abandoned Emery estates until a couple of weeks ago. Now, they're holed up in one of the old temples, which is at least more fitting than the abandoned estate of one of the city's founding families. They're not doing anything illegal as far as the authorities are concerned, so there's nothing to do about them from that angle." The thought of getting the authorities involved hadn't crossed my mind. It never did. "What about their leader?" I asked. "The one called Onias. Still leading them, as far as I could learn." Given our shared experience, I expected to hear from Onias eventually. At worst, it had come in the form of another attempt on my life. At best, an invitation to explain what the hell had happened when we'd both fallen into that black energy field. We'd gone from one side of the machine to the other in only a second. But it had been a long second, with lots of cold, dark, otherworldly nastiness in between. "The Jackery are an odd bunch," Abelard said. His voice gave me something else to focus on. "People, not everyone, but some, know they're here, but none claim to have ever seen them out and about during the day. They can't stay in that compound through all the waking hours, can they? They need food and supplies at the very least, yet I found no evidence of deliveries or other such arrangements. How you described them, what with the tattoos and all, it seems they'd stand out. But no one admits to having seen or had dealings with them. The Jackery are foreigners, so maybe they hired an agent with local contacts. If they did, pity him. I see nothing good coming out of working with suicidal fanatics." Abelard sniffed but said nothing else. I assumed he had no other information about the priests, so I asked about the third and last group. He leaned forward in his chair before he spoke. "The Society for the Progression of Science and Technology, or, as you referred to them, the Progressives." I'd learned the name and a bit more during my investigation, but I let Abelard present his findings regardless of the repetition. "They are a public organization, though presently a minor one in the grand scheme of things. They have, however, been slowly gaining support amongst the gentry, and their numbers are growing. Their charter calls for the advancement and proliferation of technology. More specifically, they feel the people of Ool can benefit from greater use of modern inventions, so they've taken it upon themselves to promote both the mundane, think street glow lamps like the ones popping up around Alchester of late, to the grandiose, such as their funding of the construction of an automated alchemically driven grain mill outside Merchant Square. The burgeoning technological revolution was nothing new, nor were the Progressives the sole organization pushing its benefits. But I'd seen the nefarious side of their innovation with my own two eyes. The Jackery might have built the dark energy machine, but I'd found related schematics inside the office of an artificer who had worked for the Progressives before I'd killed him. Their true motives, whatever those might be, went well beyond glow lamps and grain mills. "It should go without saying," Abelard said, "that of the three organizations you asked me to look into, theirs is the least secretive. They are registered with the government's records office and, as such, have disclosed their list of founders, the requirements for membership, any benefits granted because of such membership, their covenants and governing rules, and so on. Despite their small standing in Alchester's inner circles, the society is fairly well regarded, with a growing reputation and an abundant waiting list of those seeking enrollment." Abelard picked up a piece of parchment from an end table next to him and held it out to me. "I do not know if any of these names will be familiar to you, but I compiled a list of those members I felt most notable. The ones at the top are registered as founding members. Every one of them has at least as much money as I do." I looked the parchment over. I didn't expect any of the names to ring any bells, but I gave it a cursory examination anyway. It surprised me when one entry caught my eye. It was a name I knew from earlier that very night, Reynold Morgan. But was it the one I'd killed, or another man with an identical name? I scrutinized the rest of the list, searching for the one other entry which might resolve the question. I found it. Walter Goddard, my most recent client and the man who'd wanted Reynold Morgan dead. I sat back, contemplating the situation. Mr. Goddard, whom before a week ago I'd never met, had introduced himself at one of my usual places of business. The exchange of names is not a requirement. I certainly never give mine out. But sometimes prospective clients, nervous at our encounter, fall into routine discourse and relate their identity by rote. Mr. Goddard had given me his right before he'd laid out the details of the job, including the mark's identity, place of residence, and that his death should look as if he'd startled a robber and lost his life in the ensuing scuffle. Nothing out of the ordinary, really, and just another job, or so I'd thought. But Goddard and Morgan both belonging to the Progressive Society, that changed things. Like the Jackery, I had expected the Progressives to have sought retribution for the events of 2 weeks ago. Yet no such reprisal had come, either during my meeting with Walter or during the subsequent job, which had gone down without a hitch. He hadn't tried to take me down during our first meeting, nor had he set a trap after. My only conclusion was that he had no idea who I was. Whatever motive Walter Goddard had for wanting Reynold Morgan dead had been no concern of mine when we'd made the deal. Nor did I think it was now. But it seemed a strange turn of fate that once more I found myself mixed up with one of the very same organizations of which I'd recently run afoul. My intense perusal of the list and subsequent silence must have told Abelard that he'd been wrong about my familiarity with the names, but he said nothing, twiddling at his robe and drinking his brandy while giving me time to finish my thoughts. Speaking of brandy, I downed mine in a single pull. Then I considered how best to learn more about the society firsthand. Infiltrating a private organization was tricky at best, but public ones weren't always a stroll in the park either. Either way, the exclusive ones always ran their prospective members through a lengthy vetting process. None ever welcomed unknown faces with anything other than suspicion. First things first, though. I needed a platform for engagement. My specialty of blending into high society events wouldn't do me any good if the Progressive Society held no functions. How often do they review this waiting list of theirs? I asked, still thinking. Are they actively growing their membership? Abelard bounced the tips of his outstretched fingers against one another. I see we are of the same mind in this matter. They are indeed growing their membership, but slowly. Just getting onto the list for consideration is a challenge, requiring sponsorship from an existing member. After that, candidates are subjected to a thorough vetting and interview process. However, they hold public engagements every few months, where notable individuals, such as high-ranking government officials and business leaders, are invited. These are gala events, where the display of the society's work is paramount and recruitment secondary. Perfect. So when's the next event? Abelard smiled. You're in luck. 3 nights from now. But they strictly enforce the guest list, so you'll need an invitation. The coy look on Abelard's fat face suggested he had something more for me. Something tells me you've already gotten hold of one. Smiling, he held up a scroll neatly tied with a blue bow. He held it out but snatched it away when I tried to take it. I know firsthand of your knack for infiltrating dinner parties, so I took the liberty of procuring one of a very few select invitations to the gala. This is not a forgery, mind you. It's entirely legitimate. It was intended for a competitor of mine who spends more time outside the city than in it, and since several of his employees are on my payroll, diverting the invitation with him none the wiser was a simple matter. Abelard sat back, the scroll secured in a firm grip. This goes above and beyond your original request for information, no? It did, and we both knew it. What do you want, Abelard? A full dismissal of our arrangement. No more shipments. We call the whole thing even. Not likely. I'll settle for 1 bottle every 2 weeks. He shook his head. Preposterous. I'm handing you the keys to the kingdom. You must do better. I considered putting my knife to his throat to see if that changed his tune. But Abelard had been fair to me so far, so there was no reason to jeopardize a good working relationship with threats. "A bottle a month, then," I said. "And the arrangement still ends at the end of the year?" I nodded. I'd already given up a lot for information on the society. Now I was giving up most of what remained. I hoped it was worth it. "Done," he said, handing me the invitation. On the outside was written the name Thomas Thornton. "Do try to stay out of trouble while you're there. I'd hate for anything to get back to Thomas, or, more importantly, me. I'll be on my best behavior." I thanked Abelard for the information and the brandy. Then I left. The invitation was going to get me through the front door of the gala event, but once inside, I had to play the part. That meant knowing a bit about Thomas Thornton and his businesses, more reconnaissance work, and then I was heading for a party. I handed my invitation to the greeter at the reception table with an air of indifference and nary a glance his way. Such conduct contrasted my usual friendly nature, but I needed to act in character since I was playing the role of Thomas Thornton, whom I'd learned was quite a pompous arse. That also meant ignoring the pair of black guardsmen working lobby security, despite the misgivings their presence invoked. I'd known going into this to expect a heavy black guard presence, so as I waited for my invitation to be verified, I reminded myself that as long as the Society's watchdogs remained unaware of my true identity, I'd nothing to worry about. "On behalf of the Society for the Progression of Science and Technology," the greeter said, handing my scroll back, "allow me to welcome you to this evening's gala event, Mr. Thornton. You may enter the ballroom at your leisure." Glittering chandeliers, filigreed walls, and marble floors, colored cobalt and silver greeted me, along with the melody of an orchestra that drifted from somewhere across the room. I'd arrived fashionably late. A multitude of others already milled about, creating a quiet chatter all their own. Though dining tables covered in golden cloth were arranged on the room's outskirts, few sat there, as most of the Society's guests occupied themselves at the room's center. Congregated in bunches, I counted at least 6 such groups. The collective attention of each group was on their own individual focal point, as if each listened to a different crier disseminating the day's news. There were displays of some sort there, but the people crowded around them obscured their exact nature. Intrigued, I was about to investigate when a roving server offered me a glass of sherry. I performed a connoisseur's examination, attempting to identify the wine's origins. The light tone and subliminal nutty smell stirred memories of Barmetta, a small vineyard close to the western outlet of the Bay of Lockwell, in our neighboring fiefdom of Cisa. A swirl and a quick sample verified it. Dry but light and smooth with a slightly salty tang, as if infused with the very ocean breezes of the Barrens, the sherry was an exquisite and expensive import that gave deserved credit to the Society. Delightful, isn't it? I turned to see a man dressed in the evening's finery, black tailcoat and Highland trousers, a blue waistcoat patterned with an elegant display of gold, and a black cravat that puffed out from his neck. He wore a black top hat, and finishing his ensemble, a dark cane topped with a large crimson gemstone that he held lightly in one hand. But for the top hat and cane, he was almost the mirror of me, though I'd chosen a black waistcoat as a matter of taste and habit. I also doubted that he'd hidden away as many knives beneath his jacket as I had. The gentleman's features were as fine as his attire and his black goatee, neatly trimmed and oiled. Short dark hair was slicked back beneath his hat. "Exquisite," I said, holding up the sherry. "A recent shipment, no doubt." Sherry did not age well like so many other vintages, so it was paramount to enjoy it sooner rather than later. The taste of this one bore such freshness, I knew it must have arrived recently, probably for this very event. "You, sir, possess keen senses. The shipment arrived this morning, straight from the coast via airship. I also appreciate a fine sherry, so I saw that it was chilled properly and allowed to breathe before the gala." The man extended a hand distinguished by long fingers and finely manicured nails. Atticus Drake. I remembered his name from the list Abelard had compiled. In fact, I remembered seeing it at the very top of the list. Here stood a founder of the Society. I extended my hand and gave him my assumed name. It sparked something in him. for as he clasped my hand in his, he leaned in to look me in the eye. "Your name is familiar to me, Mr. Thornton, and I must say, it is an honor. You've had an enviable run in the imports market over the past few years." Thomas Thornton was an import specialist with a reputation for reliability and a willingness to move almost anything into the city from almost anywhere in Ool. He charged a premium for such services and had done well because of it. I appreciated the man's reputation because it gave me something to work with, but I was even more appreciative that Mr. Drake had never met Mr. Thornton. Otherwise, he'd already have recognized my ruse. "The honor is mine, Mr. Drake. Business has indeed been good. I've found that if one underpromises and overdelivers, the rest takes care of itself. Please call me Thomas." "Very well, Thomas. Atticus, if you please. I am, of course, a member of the Progressive Society. One of its founders, actually, though I put little stock in such things." "Really? A man should be proud of his accomplishments, Atticus. Surely having helped to establish such an organization is a high mark of success." Of course, but it is not where we've been that concerns me so much as where we are heading." "Always look to the future," an old professor of mine used to say. You will find, Thomas, that this concept of forward thinking lies at the heart of everything we do. A round of applause drifted to us from one of the nearby displays. "I was not aware entertainment was being provided," I said. Atticus smiled. "Not entertainment per se. Please follow me and I shall show you. I'm sure you've already noticed this is not your typical gala." "I did, but your organization's reputation precedes it, so typical was the last thing I expected to see this evening." Atticus led us toward the closest of the displays I'd spied when I'd first entered the ballroom. As we walked, I sipped my sherry while noting the black guardsmen stationed along the wall at regular intervals. Members of the guard had exchanged their drab hauberks, greaves, and helmets for ornate armor that shone so brightly it almost hurt to look at it. Golden sword hilts suggested a lack of practicality, though I didn't doubt that every one of these ex-soldiers carried a trusted blade somewhere or other on their person. Though it was only a short walk to the display, Atticus took his time leading us there as he delved into some background information on the society. As he spoke, I gave him my complete and genuine interest. I was here to learn about the society, and I could think of no better teacher than a founding member. "You are undoubtedly aware of the technological revolution sweeping across Ool. Airships sail our skies, alchemical lights brighten the night's darkness, and steam and alchemically powered carriages navigate our streets with greater and greater frequency. This march of technological innovation is not new, for we've traced its beginnings as far back as 500 years ago, when the old gods saw fit to remove themselves from the arena and leave us mere mortals to our own devices. People long thought the self-destruction of the old gods the end of life as we knew it." Atticus chuckled. "They were right. Nothing has been the same since." He touched the head of his cane first to his chest and then to his temple. Finally, people were free to think not with their hearts but their minds. Yet this new age of experimentation and technological innovation started as the smallest of sparks. For too many decades it flickered, nearly sputtering out as the inevitable strife caused by the gods' passing mired the world in anarchy. The return to peace and prosperity was slow to arrive, but it came, and with it, the base from which science flourished. Scientists, scholars, alchemists, and artificers made many fundamental discoveries during those first few decades. The work of those early pioneers became the building blocks for successive generations and endeavors, so that we finally have reached an apex where all that fundamental knowledge can meld together to form a wondrous whole. Truly, we now stand at the cusp of a grand age of enlightenment. The display proved a popular one. Surrounded by so many onlookers, I didn't see how we'd make our way through without great effort. But then the problem was solved for us, though I'd no idea how, for without a gesture or word from either of us, the crowd parted so that our slow walk remained uninterrupted. "Some years ago," Atticus said with nary a pause to speculate on the suddenly open path before us, "I and 4 other individuals recognized the extreme change this next stage in the revolution was bringing. Also, as with any revolution, We recognized the potential for chaos. A steadying hand was needed, so the Society for the Progression of Science and Technology was born. As leaders, we seek to guide the extraordinary leaps forward. As stewards, we strive to bring those inventions and discoveries with the potential to improve the lives of all people to the forefront, so that all may share in their benefits. This concept stands at the very foundation of our mission. Ah, here we are. I didn't know what I expected to see. Another machine with a spinning sphere of black energy? The Jackery had built that one, not the progressives, though I knew the Society pursued the same or similar technology, because I'd stolen a related schematic from one of their artificers. Thankfully, the display area contained nothing so nefarious. A thick, corded rope cordoned off two separate displays. On the left was a standard alchemical steam engine, its iron and brass structure lined with a single row of pistons and glass tubules. It wasn't running presently, though by the steam wafting from its vents, I saw it had been recently. The engine connected to a drive shaft, which in turn was attached to a carriage axle and wheels. The whole was demonstrative of current technology. I knew the basics. Heated alchemical fuel created steam that drove the engine's pistons, spinning the drive shaft. A differential gear assembly translated that motion from the axle to the wheels, and away one went. At the right was a similar display. I saw an axle, wheels, and a drive shaft, but this setup had no engine. Not of the conventional sort, anyway. The forward end of the drive shaft was joined to a horizontal metal cylinder. 4 flexible tubules extended from points on the cylinder in loops that ended at 4 separate nodes at the top of a glass box. The cylinder was sealed, so there was no telling what was inside, but I saw readily enough that someone had filled the box or tank about halfway with a blue solution. Inside and through the outer layer, thin metal shafts descended from each terminus into the liquid. The solution was not boiling, and no steam wafted from it. Yet the carriage wheels spun with the steady motion one might expect when driving about the city for a leisurely drive. 2 men manned the demonstration. Both were dressed for the occasion, except they'd exchanged formal jackets for long laboratory coats. One man monitored the glass box and its alchemical solution with a handheld device, while the other fielded questions and explained what was occurring. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, though we started both engines simultaneously, the conventional one has spent its liquid fuel while the alchemical battery continues to provide power. I will reiterate that the comparison is not entirely fair since we started the conventional engine with only a partial fuel supply. But I should also repeat that the battery has no fuel at all. The alchemical mixture will become inert over time, true, but we estimate this cell alone will last a year or more. "A year," said a man to our left. The scientist beamed to hear such astonishment. "Or more. That's nothing either. We have prototype solutions yielding even better results. 2, 5, even 10 years are, in all probability, achievable results." On our other side, another guest said, "One thing I've learned over the years is that if something sounds too good to be true, it probably is." I heard chuckles all around. Even the orator smiled. "Given the advantages you've pointed out, why are we not seeing this technology in use already?" "While it's true there are advantages," the scientist said, "there are also several disadvantages and even some shortcomings. For example, while the alchemical battery continues to supply power to the differential generator, the axle and wheels have no load on them. Supplying enough power to move a standard carriage requires at least 20 similarly sized alchemical batteries connected in series. Even then, under such a load, a typical battery solution has a limited—" "What Professor Tate means to say," Atticus said from beside me, "is that we still have some challenges to overcome. But what you see here this evening, ladies and gentlemen, is a beginning. And beginnings are what the Progressive Society is all about. I'm sure you will all agree that a self-sustaining system for propulsion over long distances has many practical applications. Imagine an automated carriage that can whisk you about town all day and never require refueling, or overland travel to anywhere in Ool without using horses or oxen. We all know how costs for airship travel, whether for passengers or freight, seem to rise daily. The alchemical battery promises to reduce these costs by removing the present volatility we often see in liquid fuel production costs. In time, ladies and gentlemen, we expect the alchemical battery will prove its worth 1,000 times over. Nods were seen all around, and then a bespectacled woman stepped forward to level several questions directly at Professor Tate. Atticus took it as his cue to lead us away. Professor Tate came to our fair city 3 years ago from Cecea to propose his alchemical battery idea. His ideas hold great promise, so we agreed to sponsor his endeavors. In return for our ongoing support, he complied with our wishes to continue working here in Alchester. I was not aware the society attracted researchers from afar, I said, nor that you provided funding for people who are not citizens of our fiefdom. Is that not dangerous? Calendor was uniquely positioned geographically as the only fiefdom of the 4 to share borders with each of the other 3. Though the 4 fiefdoms had been at peace for a long while, the odd month rarely passed when one didn't hear a crier telling of another border skirmish or other altercation. Sometimes the occasional life was lost. Always tensions remained moderate to high. There'd been no outright war in my lifetime, but since I was still young, opportunities abounded. We have no prejudices when it comes to promoting science, Thomas. However, that being said, we continuously monitor the current political landscape and maintain sensitivity to the implications of sponsoring projects headed by foreigners. Rest assured that we investigate each researcher's background during the review process. This is especially true if the project is military in nature. Military? I asked. Of course. By necessity, the betterment of society must include improving its defensive capabilities. The strides we've made in this area benefit more than the professional armies our fiefdom maintains. For we expect private forces, such as those employed by merchants like yourself, to reap the rewards as well. Sounds intriguing, I said with genuine sincerity. I hope you find our next demonstration of interest then. This next display area was larger than the last, with people spread out enough that we came right up to it with little effort. I was impressed by the very first thing I saw, a bronze cannon, 8 feet long with somewhere around a 12-inch bore diameter, polished to a brilliant shine, and marked as a most unconventional weapon by the metal coils, gauges, and cranks at its breech. I couldn't guess their purpose without an explanation, though the weapon remained an impressive piece of artillery, even to my somewhat untrained eye. How about a demonstration? The question had been spoken in such a baritone that it swept across those around us and forced more than a few heads to turn in the speaker's direction. Mine was one of them. "Good evening, Captain," Atticus said. I watched as the last person I wanted to see stopped beside my host. The man was Blackguard, with the same ceremonial breastplate and greaves as the others. But this one also wore an officer's sash across his chest. Atticus gestured my way. "May I present Thomas Thornton? Thomas, this is Captain Belford of the Black Guard. He heads up security for us." I offered my hand without hesitation, looking the captain straight in the eye. There's a right way and a wrong way to interact with someone when that someone doesn't realize you've met before, and you'd prefer it remains that way. Extending a weak hand while staring anywhere but at that person was the wrong way and likely to raise suspicions. I wanted Captain Belford to have none. His grip was firm. Mine was firmer. His steel-gray eyes didn't blink. Neither did mine. The last time we'd been this close, he'd tried to cut me in two. If he had any inkling about my true identity, I knew he'd draw his sword and make sure the job got done right this time. I realized I was in the clear when, instead of reaching for his weapon or calling for reinforcements, he asked, "What do you think, Mr. Thornton? Care to see this beauty in action?" I cast an appraising eye back at the cannon and gave the expected and not altogether feigned response. "Who wouldn't?" "Temper your excitement, gentlemen," Atticus said, chuckling. "While no one is more eager than I to see our compression cannon in action, I'm afraid we'll all have to wait until our engineers are satisfied it is ready. For now, it is here on display only. Speaking of engineers, it looks like they are demonstrating one of their other inventions now. Perhaps the advances they've made in armor technology will placate both of you for the time being." Atticus ushered us to a spot where two dwarves faced one another. 20 paces separated the pair, and I almost thought they meant to duel. But only one of them held a weapon in the form of a heavy military crossbow. This one had a thick black beard that hung over a leather smock and a sleeveless tunic that put the musculature of his arms on full display. The other one's appearance was impossible to determine, for he wore armor from head to foot, but it was a type of armor I'd never seen before, its composition neither plate, chain, scale, nor splint, but something like fine lengths of wire interwoven with silk or a fine weave of cloth. His helmet was conventional metal, though there were no slits for eyes or mouth. I saw why when the other dwarf raised his crossbow and, without hesitation, loosed his bolt straight at the other. The missile flew true, hitting the armored dwarf square in the chest. With the sheer force delivered by the heavy crossbow, the bolt should have pierced the armor at this range. Instead, the missile's head got caught in the mesh, and after a moment of hanging there, fell to the floor. A host of military types in full dress regalia of dark army jackets and tasteless olive green cravats applauded while nodding to one another. I had to admit, I was impressed as well. I'd been on the receiving end of crossbows before, though never at such close range. I knew them as a particularly deadly weapon, mostly because no known armor was strong enough to repel their missiles. None known until now, anyway. "Impressive," I said. "If I may ask, what is the armor's construction?" Atticus held off explaining as he gestured with his chin at the armored dwarf, who removed his helmet to reveal that he was not a man at all, but a woman. She had ruddy cheeks, a large nose, and dark hair that spilled past her shoulders now that it was free from the helmet. Upon seeing Atticus, the woman strode over with her helmet wedged under an arm. Meanwhile, the other dwarf went about stowing his crossbow. "A success by any measure, Mr. Drake," the woman said. She acknowledged Captain Belford's presence with a nod. "Indeed," Atticus said. "A remarkable display," I said, chiming in. With her standing so close, I leaned in to get a better look at the armor, confirming my earlier observation that it was made of interwoven fibers. It looks as if it came off a weaver's loom, not a blacksmith's forge. "You're not too far from the mark, Mr. As soon as I gave my name, she responded with her own. "Kess Lendon." The other fellow, she said, was her brother, Raid. Though both were educated as engineers, she'd always had a special interest in weaving, and Raid, blacksmithing. The idea of combining their respective skills had occurred via happenstance, but since early prototypes of their special armor had yielded promising results, they had continued until they'd taken the project as far as they could on their own. When the possibility of receiving funding from the society arose, they came to Alchester to make their case. Work had progressed steadily from that point onward. Now they believed they were close to having a fully functioning model. "Just a few more tests to run," Raid said as he joined us. "Arrows are one thing, but a man in close combat may have blades coming at him from all sides. We need to know how the armor performs in a proper fight. For that, we need someone to wear it in the field." He grinned at the captain. "One of your men up for it, Captain Belford?" "Say when," the captain said, "and I'll volunteer myself." Inquiries from the army men demanded Raid and Kess's attention, so with a nod of farewell, they left us. "I'm afraid I have other business to attend to as well, Thomas," Atticus said. "But I do hope these first demonstrations have given you some sense of what we are trying to accomplish. Please, take your time perusing the remainder of them and enjoy more of the sherry." After thanking Atticus for taking me this far, I found myself alone with Captain Belford. I decided to make the best of the situation by learning more about him. I intended to start with a harmless inquiry into how long the society had employed his company, when a commotion at the other side of the room distracted me. A man and a woman were engaged in a heated argument. I only saw their exchange through brief lanes opening intermittently in the crowd, but noticed the woman's hands and arms gesticulating and, over the orchestra's continuous melody, thought I heard her shouting. Noting the direction of my stare, Captain Belford said, "Quite a looker, isn't she?" I couldn't say one way or the other since I still hadn't gotten much of a look at her, but I nodded in agreement anyway. "Is that her husband she's arguing with?" Belford grunted. Not likely. Someone murdered her husband 3 nights ago. I glanced sidelong at the captain with a look of curiosity. Probably by a jealous lover of hers, is my guess, the captain said. As a lane opened and I saw the pair still engaged in their squabble, I focused on the woman's adversary. Even with his top hat, I recognized the close-cropped blonde hair and, as he turned in my direction, the neatly trimmed beard of Walter Goddard. His presence did not surprise me since I'd known before coming here that he was a member of the society. But I felt compelled to check for the nearest exit, given that our prior business had been conducted in person. If anyone here could reveal my true identity, it was him. Perhaps the man she's arguing with is one of them, I said. It didn't hurt to play dumb. Belford chuckled. That's her brother. Name's Walter Goddard. His sister is Gwendolyn Morgan. Morgan, as in Reynold Morgan, the man I'd assassinated 3 nights earlier at the behest of my client, Walter Goddard. Coincidence didn't cross my mind as anything more than a fleeting possibility. In my line of work, jealousy, spite, and greed were never strange bedfellows, especially when one's family was involved. So I was sure even before Captain Belford obliged my request to explain the tragedy further that Walter Goddard had hired me to kill his brother-in-law. And there, standing at the other side of the room, was the woman I'd made into a widow with a single thrust of my knife. They found Mr. Morgan dead in his study, Belford said. A burglar, it's thought, though I still say a jealous lover did the crime. Whoever it was, Mr. Morgan put up a fight before the other got the best of him. That is tragic. Have the authorities any leads? It seemed the proper thing to ask. None they've told me about. You're not involved in the investigation? Pardon me, but I've heard some things about the Blackguard and your tenacity. Naturally, I assumed you'd be in on the hunt. As a member of the society, was Mr. Morgan not under your protection? Belford didn't answer right away. Instead, he pinched his lips and narrowed his brow to such an extreme I knew my question had irked him. I wasn't going to push him if he didn't want to answer, but just when I was considering a new subject, he obliged me. Mr. Morgan made a special request some time ago that we stay away from his home. Hard to protect a man when we're not allowed on his property. Given another chance, I bet he'd change his mind about that decision. In any case, we were warned off by one of the king's chief inspectors. Seems the inspector wants to make sure the perpetrator stands trial. He wouldn't receive such consideration from the Blackguard, I can promise you that. I steered the conversation to subjects with far less gravity, wanting to occupy Belford with small talk, while I continued to study Mrs. Morgan and her confrontation with her brother. Though the occurrence of shouting and hand-waving lessened, the argument between them continued right there in the ballroom, despite repeated attempts by Walter to steer his sister to a more private setting. Each time, that action alone only fueled the fire that was Mrs. Morgan's ire. Finally, I excused myself from Belford's presence, expressing a desire to find another glass of sherry. That wasn't far from the truth, though I was more interested in listening to the ongoing argument between brother and sister. As I maneuvered through the gathering, I ensured I always had Walter's back in front of me. It allowed me to study his sister more thoroughly while ensuring her brother did not recognize me. The captain had been right. Gwendolyn Morgan was a looker. Golden blonde hair, a slender figure, and smoldering blue eyes that must have raised the temperature of every man in the society at one time or another just to look at them. Her choice of attire did nothing to dampen such heat. While fashionably conservative in style, the shimmering crimson of her dress turned heads with its sheer color alone. I found it a peculiar choice, since red was not the norm for a grieving widow. By the time I found another glass of sherry, Mrs. Morgan's emotions had shifted from anger to dismay, as I saw her take her brother's hand in her own. Her look of pleading was met with one of indifference as finally Walter tore his hand loose from her grip and walked away. Anger returned to the woman in an instant. She didn't shout at his back, but I saw her glancing about as if looking for something to throw at him. If I was closer, I might have offered her one of my knives just to see how things played out. But the opportunity was lost, as Walter melted into the crowd to leave his sister standing alone. She didn't stay there long. Letting out a single breath, she stormed from the room, slowing only to tumble a tray full of wine glasses to the floor when a server ventured too close. Her path took her close to me. I continued studying her, but read nothing in a face that had turned to stone. After she'd exited the room via doors leading out to a veranda, I waited, giving her a few moments. If she fled the party, I'd turn my attention elsewhere. But, as I ventured closer to the exit and saw her standing outside, I realized I perhaps had an opportunity to learn something about the society from someone not so full of pomp and ceremony. That was the simple explanation for why I stepped onto the veranda to join her. The harder one involved the events of 3 nights ago. Mrs. Morgan represented what we referred to in my profession as a collateral, which was any bystander impacted by the execution of a job. Sometimes collaterals suffered bodily harm or even death during the fulfillment process itself, but most often their suffering was of the emotional sort since they were left behind to deal with the fallout. I'm not so callous that I've never considered what such fallout entails, but I've never faced a collateral of my own making. My motivations in speaking to Mrs. Morgan remained mostly selfish, but that didn't mean I had no regard for the pain I'd caused her. She stood at the veranda's edge, overlooking a garden whose expanses disappeared into the darkness. Though a few other guests were present, Mrs. Morgan embraced the night's chill in solitude. I thought a server had made a mistake by approaching her, but she lashed out with only an irritated stare as she took a glass of sherry from his tray. While the server slunk away, Mrs. Morgan eyed her wine. Then, without ceremony, she flung the still full glass into the night. "Is the sherry so dreadful?" I asked. I settled in close enough to make conversation, but not so close as to invade her privacy. Noting the glance she threw my way, I waited for her to verbally recognize my presence before pressing on. "The sherry is fine," she said, staring into the garden's darkness. "It's the party, or rather, its hosts, who are dreadful." "Dreadfully stuffy, I'd say, though I think you mean in a different way." She raised a brow, glancing in my direction. "I do. Though I dare say your characterization aptly describes most of the people here tonight. Present company excluded, I hope." "I couldn't say." She turned to face me. "I know nothing about you, not even your name." "Thomas Thornton, the least dreadfully stuffy of the society's guests." My comment did not win me the smile I expected, though Mrs. Morgan extended her hand while relating her name to me. As I gave her the customary bow, I noticed goosebumps running up and down her arms. I had my jacket over her shoulders so quickly she'd time to utter a thank you only after the deed was done. "Mrs. Morgan, so my intentions are plain. Allow me to express my deepest sympathies for your loss." "So you knew who I was before you came out here?" "Yes, but only your name." "And that I am recently widowed?" "Yes, that too. I witnessed the altercation you had with that man inside, and since I had a mind for some fresh air anyway, I thought I might also see how you were getting along. As far as dreadful goes, surely that man is the most dreadful of them all." That, at last, produced a smile, though only the slightest. "He is my brother. The reason we were fighting?" She sighed. "I wish it were nothing more than sibling rivalry." Her face assumed such a look of inner contemplation that I felt compelled to remain quiet while she worked out whatever dilemma she considered. When she next spoke, her words were slow and methodical, as if warded, and I noticed her studying my face for its reaction. "How well do you know my brother?" "I do not know him at all." It was close enough to the truth. We'd only met the one time to arrange the terms and conditions of our transaction, and since he'd paid me up front, there'd been no need for us to meet again. Most of my exchanges with clients were brief and impersonal by necessity. This one had been no exception. The only unusual aspect was happening right now, as I spoke with the wife of the person I'd been hired to assassinate. "And your relationship with the Progressive Society?" Mrs. Morgan asked. "To date, I've not had one. I am here this evening to find out more about your organization from the perspective of a potential future investor." She weighed my response and said, "Tell me then, how much do you really know about the society? Or, how much do you think you know?" I didn't know what she was driving at, so I asked with obvious suspicion, "Why so many questions?" "Because I am attempting to gauge how much you're ready to hear, or if you're even willing to listen. Your name is not entirely unknown to me, Mr. Thornton. You have a reputation as a maverick, both professionally and personally." I didn't know that. My research had been time-sensitive and therefore superficial in some areas, so I delved deeper into the man's businesses more than anything else. But if such a reputation lent me an opening with the lady, I was grateful for it. I'd have to thank the real Thomas Thornton someday, should our paths ever cross. One thing I've learned about business dealings, Mrs. Morgan, it's that it is always best to remain detached. The prospect of any relationship I might establish between myself and the progressive society remains, first and foremost, one of business. So if you've light to shed, you have my undivided attention. She nodded. Then you should know that what you saw inside the ballroom is all a facade. I waited for her to go on, but she said nothing more as her gaze strayed over my shoulder where some others were just coming into hearing range. Then, with a quick movement, Gwendolyn leaned in close and whispered, "I know many things, Mr. Thornton, and I don't know how much more time I have to share them. Will you meet me somewhere in the city in an hour?" Stranger and stranger, but what could I do but agree? "Name the place." "Do you know the Jaded Peacock?" The name seemed appropriate. I told her I knew it well. She returned my jacket and, speaking loudly enough for anyone nearby to hear, said, "Then I thank you for your company, sir, and bid you good night." A waiter came by as I watched her walk back inside, but I declined any further refreshment. I had a feeling I'd need a clear head for whatever was coming. I also felt it was time I left the party while I had the chance. Outside, I had a steward hail me a coach. I let the carriage take me 4 blocks before I informed the driver I wished to walk the rest of the way home. Once he'd wheeled out of sight, I took a side street and returned to the gala's general vicinity, where I chose a suitable vantage point out of the way and in the shadows. Some 30 minutes later, Gwendolyn walked outside to wait in the drive while her automated carriage, a 6-legged wooden contraption decked out to the hilt, came around. Once it had crawled out onto the street, I followed discreetly, keeping up a fast walk at first, but as we moved away from the gala, switching to an easy run which kept the carriage in sight and both driver and passenger unaware of my presence. There were only so many ways to the Jaded Peacock from our current location, so I was surprised and slightly confused when the carriage turned opposite the tavern. I couldn't tell if Gwendolyn knew of the wrong turn, but I saw no sign of protest as the carriage ambled further away from our meeting place. An inkling of suspicion arose as we meandered through one neighborhood and then another, finally leaving the main streets as the carriage plunged down a dark, lonely alley. The driver had never pushed the carriage beyond an easy gait, so I was hardly winded as I stopped at the alley's entrance. Peering down its length, I saw that the carriage had stopped. The door swung open, and out stumbled Gwendolyn. By the look of defiance on her face, and by the knife-wielding man who appeared behind her, I knew she'd not come to this spot willingly. 3 other men stepped from the alley's shadows. One cracked his knuckles and smiled. Though each wore rags, their clean-shaven faces and close-cropped hair revealed their true identities. They wore no armor or insignia, but I knew these were Blackguard mercenaries. I also knew they'd brought Gwendolyn Morgan here to die. Gwendolyn stood tall and defiant, taking each of them in with a slow turn of her head as they moved to surround her. Not the slightest hint of fear crept into her voice when she spoke. "Whatever my brother is paying you, I'll double it." She stated the words in such a matter-of-fact manner I wondered if she thought she brokered a business deal. The one cracking his knuckles let out a brief chuckle. "You make it sound like we're getting paid on the side. This one's on the books, honey." "Put her in the ground," Captain says. "Those are our orders, so that's what we're here to do." No more words were exchanged as the man with the knife advanced on her. Her reaction, a step back, put her right into the grasp of the one behind her. This one grabbed her by the shoulders and shoved her closer to the man with the knife. Gwendolyn Morgan was about to die. Fortunately for her, I was already on the move. With the odds stacked against me, I wanted no attention drawn to myself as I padded forward. I'd waited until the deed was about to be done on purpose. The attention of the 4 mercenaries was fixed on their victim and nothing else. But as I rounded the carriage and put myself in full view, I questioned the need for my intervention at all, for I saw such a look of conviction and fury on Gwendolyn's face that I thought her about to unleash hell on the mercs all by herself. Her hand was at her waist, slipped into a fold in her scarlet dress, but when she saw me, she stopped whatever she had planned. Like a candle snuffed out, her emotions fled from her. With no time to consider what she was about, I rained down my own form of fire and brimstone on the black guardsman. A backhanded blow to the temple sent the closest one to the ground. The next, who had enough time to take a step back from my approach, but not enough to keep his face from meeting my fist, found himself on the ground next to the first after a combination punch and shove toppled him. The way was clear for the lady to escape. I hoped she took advantage. Meanwhile, the other two had overcome their initial surprise enough to muster up a charge. I obliged their enthusiasm by meeting them halfway. The merc with the knife attacked first, bringing his blade down at me, and, when that yielded unsatisfactory results, again in a backhanded motion meant to slice open my abdomen. That strike was as ineffective as the first, and left him in such a vulnerable position that I wondered if he regretted his misstep before or after I administered an open palm thrust to his nose. Messy business hitting a man in the nose like that, but it had the desired effect, as blood sputtered and he fell back. That left the fourth and last merc, who hesitated after seeing how I treated the other three. His pause lasted only a few seconds, but it provided enough time for me to spin around and follow in Gwendolyn's wake. Except she hadn't fled the alley but remained in the same spot as when I'd made my entrance. Frozen in fright, I thought, until I saw the calculating expression on her face. She was looking right at me, studying me, if I wasn't mistaken. Time enough for her to contemplate Thomas Thornton's true nature later. Right now, we needed to leave. I took hold of her by the arm as I swept past her. I didn't have to drag her for long before her legs started moving of their own accord. But not fast enough, for her gown was suited for tiptoeing around a party, not running through the streets. Looking over a shoulder and seeing Gwendolyn's assassins giving chase, I realized we'd no time to stop and make alterations. I took hold of her by the waist instead, helping her along as best I could. The street outside the alley was deserted, which didn't help our cause one bit. Since we weren't going to outrun our assailants, our best chance of escape was to blend in with a crowd and lose them from there. But we had to find the crowd first. This time of night, in this part of the city, I knew exactly where to go. We ducked down another alley, but not quickly enough for our assailants not to see us. The chase was on. It lasted much longer than I liked, but we turned enough corners that we lost them for a short while. By the time the mercs picked up our trail again, we were already on Tanglewood Drive and diving into the thick of the gathering there. Minstrels had bows to strings in furious motion, and with great quantities of drink flowing freely, dancing, singing, and general cavorting was the norm. Someone had left a long coat draped across a decorative wrought iron fence. I exchanged my jacket for it, discarding my cravat while I was at it. I put the coat over Gwendolyn's shoulders. "Act drunk," I said. When she narrowed her brow, uncertain of my intentions, I demonstrated as I walked along with the flow of people. She got it then, coming in close to take hold of my arm while she engaged in her share of tipsy behavior. There was no telling if the mercs had caught up to us and were even now scanning the crowd, but I wasn't about to turn around and let them see my face. So it was with some relief that, as we angled toward a line of storefronts, we came upon an open door with a sign above it that read, "Osterland's." Diving inside without delay, I made sure we kept up our act until we sat at the table furthest from the front door, with as many obstructions between us and the entrance as possible. Normally, I like to have a line of sight on all entrances and exits. This time, though, it was more important that anyone sticking their head into the wine shop couldn't easily see us. I was well acquainted with Osterland's, so I knew we were in excellent hands regarding the selection of beverages. I requested a wine list to give us both something to focus on while we allowed the thrill of the chase to subside. No one paid us any attention except for a few drunken gawkers who couldn't keep their eyes off the lady. A stern look at each of them quickly put an end to such attention and allowed me to begin my interrogation. Mind telling me what that was all about back in that alley? Gwendolyn leaned back in her chair just as a server delivered the wine list. She took a few moments to glance over at it. I held mine before me, though I'd already decided what to order. A Gisendel port, a smooth red fortified with the perfect amount of brandy. Given the night's activities, I felt it was a suitable reward. "I thought to ask you the same question, Mr. she said, her attention never leaving the wine list. "Your name isn't Thomas Thornton, is it?" Before I could answer, Gwendolyn signaled to our server that we were ready to order. She chose a local Cabernet while I ordered my port. Once it was just the two of us again, I ignored her question and returned to my line of inquiry. "The society wants you dead. Why?" She let out a slight sigh. "Because of something I might do." I waited for her to explain. "How much do you really know about the society?" she asked. "You asked me that once already," I said. "Given the current turn of events and our present predicament, I'd say not much." "Allow me to educate you then. Early on, the society's goals were well-intentioned and their purpose unified. But as it has grown, factions have formed. That was inevitable and not unforeseen by our founding members. In fact, they welcomed it. A diversity of opinions and viewpoints creates an atmosphere of inquiry where nothing is taken at face value. By questioning the work of others, the scientific community only grows stronger." "Except?" I asked. Of course there was an except. Otherwise we'd not be sitting here having this chat. "Except the differences amongst the core membership transcended the work itself until the organization's direction was contested as well. Again, this was not completely unforeseen. In response, the society established the Primary Council." "The Primary Council?" "Our highest governing body. The council weighs in on anything which affects the society as a whole, making decisions based on a vote of each of the 6 duly elected members." Seemed reasonable. However, 6 members. So there is the possibility of a deadlock. I didn't know why, but I felt this was important. "Yes, and since appointments last a decade, deadlocks can last a very long time unless someone's vote is swayed." Our server delivered our wine. We each drank. "Having 6 members on the council was intentional," Gwendolyn said. "The idea being that inaction is better than taking the wrong action. The duration of each member's appointment is no accident either, as it is intended to ensure stability at the society's highest level while diminishing the possibility of any improprieties swaying a council member's judgment, at least in the short term. Once appointed, such consideration is not taken away easily, so no primary, as we call them, needs fear alienation or expulsion. The 6 primaries currently serving include Benton Cowell, Alexandra Norton, Phineas Bach, Dora Collier, and my brother, Walter Goddard." "And the 6th? I already knew the answer to that, but since she suspected I was using a false identity, it was more important than ever to maintain my general ignorance. The last thing I wanted was for her to figure out that I'd been the one who had killed her husband. "The 6th was my late husband, Reynold Morgan," she said, her voice lower than before, "whose death I am quite certain now was orchestrated by my brother." I tread carefully. "How do you know?" "Because he also instructed those men to bring me to that alley to kill me." "You sound sure of it." "I am. Reynold and my brother have been at odds over the direction of the society for years, with one issue in particular in a stalemate for the better part of 2 years now. Since the current primary council is only 4 years into their 10-year tenure, and because Walter and Reynold each held sway over an equal number of others on the council, the possibility of a decision being made on this matter was next to nothing, unless something swayed the vote. That something was my husband's death. Walter has a way with words, and if words aren't enough, with Reynold out of the way, he'll have little trouble convincing the others to see things his way. My brother knew this, or he thought he did." She'd more to say, so I waited while she took a swallow of her wine. "The society's bylaws provide clear direction when a member of the primary council cannot serve out his or her tenure. Only a founding member may serve in that capacity, and only then if elected by a majority vote of all members in good standing. The exception to this is if the person who cannot serve has a family relation who is also a founding member. In those cases, the relation automatically ascends to the position. Walter Goddard's plan was beginning to make sense. Let me guess. You're a founding member. Gwendolyn nodded. When Reynold and I first met, before the society existed as even a thought in anyone's mind, I was a lab assistant at Dover College. I wasn't involved in anything groundbreaking, but Reynold, who'd been born with a businessman's acumen, still found it all so interesting. I like to think it was my passion that inspired him to conceive the idea for the progressive society. Of course, it wasn't his vision alone, but he was the guiding force behind its formation. As you might expect, projects were few in those early days, so the society's direction was easily set and its progress slow. But as its reputation grew, so did the number and variety of projects hoping to secure funding. Changes were made in the approval process to better handle this demand. Of course, bureaucracy increased. Looking back, this must have been the beginning of Walter's discontent. I just never thought he'd take it so far. As much as his strategy sickens me, I see why he did what he did. He thought that with Reynold out of the way, I'd fall in line like the others. He spent a lifetime manipulating and bullying me, so why not? His victory seemed assured until this evening when I told him that under no circumstances did I intend to give him my vote. He was furious, of course, though he didn't dare show it at the gala. He's always been good at concealing his true feelings. I'm afraid my passion got the better of me. I accused Walter of murdering my husband. I even threatened to go to the authorities, though there's little they can do to him. My brother is a powerful man with friends in all the right circles. I, however, am a widow with no such contacts. My standing amongst the society is little known, for my husband always cast such a wide shadow, and there were few opportunities, and little need, really, for me to step out from behind it. I may be a founding member, but I've few allies, and even fewer friends. I am alone. You aren't alone, not right now anyway. That brightened her mood, but only slightly. I thank you for that and for saving my life. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't arrived. Remembering her expression and how she'd handled herself when confronted by her attackers, I wasn't sure I agreed. She'd looked as if she meant to handle the situation all by her lonesome, with no help needed from me or anyone else. I wondered what she might have done had I not arrived, and whether those guardsmen were lucky I had. I raised my glass. To daring rescues and escapes, and to continued life, except for brothers who wish to harm their sisters, of course. She leaned in, excited. You believe me, then? Since I still held my glass up, she took hold of hers and raised it. We both drank. Let's just say I understand a thing or two about the viciousness of siblings. In truth, I didn't know a thing about it, at least not personally. I only have one sibling, a sister, and I love her very much, just as she loves me. Never mind that I hadn't seen her in a few years. We had our arguments in the past, but never once had they escalated beyond the moment. I like to think our upbringing, such as it was, helped solidify our bond. Maybe it was the sacrifices we'd each had to make for the other, for we'd relied on one another for our very lives. That level of dependency was not something one chose. It was forced onto you. But it was what was needed at the time, and I knew we'd both come out stronger because of it. I doubted Gwendolyn or her brother had ever endured such a trial. Theirs was a bond of happenstance and convenience, the benefits of which had now played themselves out. I knew why Walter wanted his sister dead, but I didn't understand it, nor did I think I ever would. Tell me, I said, what does your brother get out of all of this? What's this vote he wishes to push through? She let out a breath, considering her thoughts. Walter does not feel the governance by committee approach is working. He thinks the society should move faster, fund more projects, and diversify its direction. The primary council, as it stands, now hinders these things or halts them altogether. He therefore wishes to consolidate all decision-making into a role held by a single individual. That individual is, of course, him. Sounds like a dictatorship, a position that I'd helped move Walter Goddard one step closer to. The way I see it, Gwendolyn, you have two options. Leave the city until it's safe to return, or take out your brother. She considered my words, but not for long. No, I won't kill my own brother, despite his intention to do the very same thing to me. But neither will I leave my home. I won't let him bully me. What about going into hiding for a short while? Does the opportunity for voting on a measure not expire at some point? A measure is dismissed only after 5 attempts to pass or fail it. As of now, 3 voting sessions for this measure have occurred. The last was well over a year ago, and we probably would have gone another year or more before the next if not for Reynolds' death. As to your other question, if a member of the primary council is not present, then no vote can be taken. This is so that each primary has a fair chance of voicing their opinions. Hiding will change nothing. But killing you will? I asked. If I die, she said, another member, as decided upon by the core founding members, will take my place. I am certain this person will be a loyal supporter of my brother. Then that leaves the other option as your only choice. I wondered how much information to convey. I kept it simple. She didn't need to know any of the details. I know a person who specializes in this sort of business. I can arrange it with no involvement from you. The words were like a trigger, causing her gaze to leave mine as she leaned back in her chair. She remained like that for a few minutes, staring off at nothing. When her gaze returned to me, I saw such a look of refusal on her face that I knew her decision before she'd even spoken it. I won't murder my brother. While I admired her taking the high moral ground, I wasn't sure she had the luxury. From where I stood, or sat, as the case might be, she didn't have a lot of other choices. He had no qualms about doing the same to you, I said, as if she needed the reminder. She shook her head. I don't care. I won't stoop to his level. There must be another way. If there was, I didn't know what it was. But I saw the wheels turning in her head, so I waited. I didn't have to wait long. If we can show the others what Walter has planned, then maybe we can derail his design entirely and put the final nail in this measure's coffin once and for all. How do you propose we do that? I hadn't missed her use of the word we. Walter has a secret warehouse inside the city which he thinks only he and his cronies know about. But Reynolds found out about it. Walter uses the warehouse to store materials and other items related to projects without hope of ever being sanctioned by the society. These projects were believed too dangerous or delved too far into unethical territory. Yet they represent the direction Walter wishes to take the society should his plan come to fruition. My husband's most fervent desire was that these projects never see the light of day, so that mission is now mine. Her gaze intensified as she asked, Will you help me fulfill it? Yes. It was an easy answer to give. Now more than ever my mind was made up, not because of what I'd done to her husband, but because of what Walter had tried to do to her. I might have little moral ground of my own to stand on, but even I looked upon sororicide with a certain amount of derision. Family was all one had when you got right down to it. We finished our drinks, paid our bill, and slipped back outside after I'd checked that no black guardsmen loitered about. We hailed a conventional horse-drawn carriage, settling ourselves inside as we left the hustle and bustle behind. Soon the steady clip-clop and rolling wheels of our carriage replaced the noise of revelry until we heard nothing else for some time. The carriage's rhythm and the late hour soon threatened to lull us both to sleep. But I've spent many nights awake until the wee hours, so I quickly shook it off. Gwendolen, who must have passed her tolerance some time ago, dozed, waking only once when the carriage hit a pothole. She smiled briefly at me before her eyes drooped once more, though I wanted to ask her more about the secret warehouse. What part of town was it in? How many guards? That sort of thing. I allowed her to rest. She was a striking woman, no less so while she napped. Each time the light from a street lamp illuminated the inside of the carriage, I found myself mesmerized by the rose of her cheeks and the curve of her lips. It was a shame we reached our destination so quickly. Wishing to head off any suspicions on the driver's part, I had him drop us off in front of a row of luxury apartments. With the fare settled and the clip-clop of the carriage fading into the night, we set out to cover the remaining distance on foot. Along the way, Gwendolen briefed me on what to expect. There were no guards outside the warehouse, but Walter had plainclothes patrolmen on duty at all hours inside. Not blackguard, but trained mercenaries nonetheless. Other than that, there remained only the manner in which we'd gain access to what she called the vault, a room inside the warehouse that was impenetrable, but for a single iron door never left unlocked. Gwendolyn had an answer ready for that, a skeleton key whose manufacture her late husband had commissioned. Once we drew near the warehouse, I made a cursory inspection, noting doors and, of more interest, any windows that might provide easy access inside. It wasn't unusual for a warehouse to have windows cracked, especially high up, to keep the air inside from growing too stale. Such was the case here, as I spotted several half-open ones high above. Leaving Gwendolyn in the shadows with a stern warning to flee if she was spotted, I went to find a place beneath those windows from which to start my ascent. I almost wished I'd taken the time to change clothes into my usual dark leather, or, at the very least, my boots, which were much sturdier than my current shoes. But I'd been climbing or scaling pipes, balconies, and walls since I was a boy. So once I'd found a nearby drainage pipe going all the way to the roof, this climb became no more difficult than any other. That is, until I had a surprise visitor in the form of a crow so fat I didn't see how it flew, let alone reached its current rooftop perch. "Caw! Caw!" The crow looked down, head turned with one large, unblinking, copper-flecked eye studying me. "Caw, caw." Superstitious folk consider crows bad omens, especially when one hangs around for too long. I'm not the superstitious type, but neither do I believe in tempting fate. But short of throwing a knife at the bird, I didn't see how I could make it go away. Luckily, it grew bored watching me. Spreading its wings, it leaped over the edge, but instead of flying away, the crow dove straight at me. "Tilda!" It veered away at the last moment, its gut-wrenching screech almost causing me to lose my grip. I listened to its flapping gradually fade until it disappeared. After a curse I kept to myself for fear of alerting the guards inside, I returned to business, securing a hand on the window's base, swinging over, and pulling myself into the warehouse's interior. Darkness gave way below to faint illumination from a smattering of glow lamps. Crates rose amidst that light into the darkness like silent, irregular towers, their formations separated by many lanes and avenues. At the room's center, almost hidden by the stacks of crates, was a huge metal compartment that must be what Gwendolyn had called the vault. It had only one door that I could see from my current vantage point. The door stood at least 10 feet tall and probably had a thickness to match. I scanned for guards, finally seeing one after I'd given it a good 5 minutes. His saunter spoke of too many boring, uneventful hours. Little did he know his life was about to get a lot more exciting. In complete silence, I lowered myself to the top of the nearest stack of crates. I let the guard pass beneath me, then I followed, descending as necessary until only 2 containers separated me from the floor. Withdrawing one of my knives, I readied myself to spring. I wasn't planning on killing him, but I might need the blade to show him I meant business. As luck would have it, I came down behind the watchman with him none the wiser. I rapped him across the back of the head with my knife's hilt, and that was that. I put my knife away and took the man's club, figuring he no longer had much use for it. As I stood, I noticed something odd about one of his gloves. Both were plain leather, but one had metallic bands sewn into the fingers and palm. I might have thought the bands were a decoration, but I knew better. If it was a weapon, I was completely unfamiliar with it. Finding the door where Gwendolyn waited, I ushered her inside. I cautioned her to remain silent since I suspected we had at least one more guard to worry about, though we made our way to the vault unmolested. Gwendolyn took out her key, which wasn't a key at all in the conventional sense, but a rectangular box, about as small as one of her hands, and opened on one side. I saw 2 sections within. Across the upper part was a series of magnets, while beneath were tiny brass gears, sectioned off so that each magnet had a corresponding set of gears. Gwendolyn put the key onto the door, right above the handle, where it stayed in place via forces unknown. I hadn't looked that closely before, but now I saw the door had no conventional keyhole. Gwendolyn touched the key device in such a way that the gears spun and the magnets moved. There were 6 magnets in all lined up together at first, but then one repositioned itself, sliding to the right before pressing downward. Once in place, its corresponding gears stopped spinning. Meanwhile, the rest of the gears continued to turn while the device determined the next magnet position. After a few moments, the second magnet slid over and, like the first, locked into place as more gears froze. It seemed the door's locking mechanism was a puzzle, and the key device, the solution. The third magnet slid into place just as a second guard appeared. "Keep at it," I said to Gwendolyn as I rushed to meet him. The guard took a defensive posture, waiting for me to come to him. I obliged him, letting my club do the talking for me. We exchanged blows. Clack, clack, which was just my kind of fight, when the guard had to spoil things by reaching out with a metallic banded glove, similar to the one I'd seen on the other one. I expected him to grab my weapon arm. Instead, he moved in close enough to touch my chest. The maneuver was unconventional and unexpected, or so I thought when I felt such a shock where he'd touched me. I didn't realize he'd hurled me away until I was already on the floor and struggling to get back up. He'd thrown me clear past the vault and Gwendolyn so that she now stood between us. The club had fallen from my hand, but I still had my knives. I drew one, grasping the handle despite the numbness gripping every part of my body, and hurled it at him. Too bad my throw was off. The knife wobbled through the air and nearly struck Gwendolyn as it clanged off the metal of the vault. "Sorry!" I yelled, even as I staggered toward the guard. He had his hand out, ready for me. This time, though, I knew to remain wary of it. He tried to press it to my chest again. When that didn't work, he tried to grab my arm. I was unsteady enough that he almost had me, but I grabbed him instead, spinning him around while taking hold of his forearm. My other arm wrapped itself around his neck. "Let's see how you like it," I said, slamming his gloved hand into his body. Turns out neither of us liked it, though he at least took the brunt of the explosive shock as it hurled us across the room, where I had the pleasure of breaking our fall against some waiting crates. After a few moments, I stood on wobbly legs, which was more than my assailant managed, as it appeared he'd slipped into unconsciousness. I took a few deep breaths, waiting for the renewed numbness to pass, before I staggered back to Gwendolyn. "What the hell are those things?" I asked. "I feel like I've been tossed off the side of a building then struck by lightning on the way down." "One of Walter's projects," Gwendolyn said. The last of the key device's magnets locked into place, and with a sharp release, the great door opened. Gwendolyn was the first inside. I followed, wary of any more of Walter's projects. Speaking of which, the interior of the vault was full of them. They were stacked on either side of a single walkway that ended at the vault's far side. Most were inside closed metal boxes, but others were on display, as if for demonstration. The unboxed items were labeled with parchment tags. I looked at one of them, but the writing was not in any language I'd ever seen before. Each box bore a similar mark, their meaning as cryptic as the writing on the tags. Gwendolyn seemed to have some idea what she was looking for as she perused each of the boxes, humming as she passed one after the other. Finally, she put her finger on one in particular. "Would you mind?" she asked me, stepping out of the way. I obliged her, setting the unlocked box on the floor. Without ceremony, Gwendolyn sank to her knees and swung the lid open. Inside was a metal rod, a small chest, and an open box filled with glass spheres. Gwendolyn reached straight for the chest and opened it. Within were 2 metal plates, each the same size, rectangular, and composed of the same silver-like material. "These are going to convince your membership of Walter's ill intentions?" I asked. Gwendolyn stood and, without answering, looked for something else. Her gaze settled on one of the display items. It was a sphere about as big as my fist, with 2 slots, each large enough to accommodate one of the rectangular pieces of metal. Gwendolyn held the orb and the chest with its metallic rectangles up to me. "Together, these will," she said, then offered me no opportunity for further questions as she exited the vault. I had no choice but to follow her outside the warehouse. Once there, I wondered about our next move. "Our next move is to confront Walter in his home," Gwendolyn said. I guess that answered that. He intended to hold a special meeting after the gala at his house. The other primaries will be there, but also some others. Enough that once we show them these items, everyone in the society will know into which dark corners Walter intends to lead us. We left the warehouse and walked back to more occupied quarters where, after some time waiting because of the late hour, we hailed another carriage. We disembarked in front of a large gated mansion a short while later. 2 black guardsmen were at the front entrance. Their presence made me want to look for another way in, but Gwendolyn walked directly up to them without pause. "I'm here to see my brother. Is he inside?" "Yes, ma'am," one guard said. "Arrived about an hour ago." The guards knew nothing of Walter's orders to have his sister killed, for they opened the gate without hesitation. They eyed me suspiciously, but neither questioned my chaperoning the recently widowed Mrs. Morgan. Despite the late hour, a butler greeted us at the door. Inside, we walked up some stairs and down a well-lit hall. So many paintings greeted us on either wall that I wondered if we'd walked into an art gallery. The entire place was elegant, with wood paneling and finely detailed wainscoting throughout. Diabolical intentions or not, Walter had done well for himself. Gwendolyn stopped us before a closed door. We listened, hearing faint conversation coming from the other side. Then, before I could suggest any other move, Gwendolyn twisted the knob and threw the door open. She stepped forward to address those within while blocking me from entering. Rather than verbally confront her brother, Gwendolyn let the spherical object we'd taken from the vault do the talking for her. The slots were no longer empty. Sometime between leaving the warehouse and arriving here, she'd inserted the pieces of metal. With a flick of her thumb, Gwendolyn slid a switch on the device. Then she lobbed it into the room. Remonstrations from those inside, I detected the shrill protest of at least one female voice, were cut off as Gwendolyn took hold of the knob, stepped back, and slammed the door shut as quickly as she had opened it. She turned to me, her eyes sparkling from the flicker of lamplight, and smiled. In that instant, I realized Gwendolyn had played me. "Only a second now," she said, still smiling. There was no yelling or screaming from within. There wasn't time. Scant seconds had passed between when Gwendolyn tossed the weapon into the room and when I heard it activate. A hum buzzed in my ears, and the walls of the house shook so violently that some paintings in the hall jerked from their mounts and fell to the floor. A sizzle of energy sounded, which I recognized all too well as the same noise a certain machine had made when it had caused me to disappear from a perfectly good temple. Then nothing. No more noises and no more shaking. Everything was still as death until Gwendolyn threw open the door with a violent shove. Her first reaction? A gasp of delight. Mine was a sinking feeling in my stomach. Death by conventional means didn't bother me. It was part of my trade. But Walter and whoever else had been with him had most definitely not died by traditional means. For right where I imagined they must have sat, with remnants of chairs all around, was a spherical void carved right into the table, floor, and ceiling. Remembering my experience, I realized that Walter and company might not be dead at all. But with no way back from that cold and dark place, I knew they'd be dead soon enough. This, Mr. Thornton, is where we will say our goodbyes. Not just yet. What kind of weapon was that? She didn't answer at first, but then she must have decided telling me changed nothing, because she said, "It's called a negative energy grenade. The weapon's activation creates a vacuum inside the sphere. Then gravitonic forces push 2 metal plates close together until a minuscule space remains between them. Such close proximity in a vacuum creates negative energy, which requires only a catalyst to reach a critical state. Just a prototype, really, like so many of these devices presently are. But it, and many other inventions like it, are ready for the next stage of development. The Council has always made some excuse, or dragged its feet, holding back the natural progression. No longer. Now that I have sole leadership of the Progressive Society, this and many other projects will move to the next stage and beyond. At long last, the Society will take its rightful place in the annals of scientific history." It all made sense now. Walter had never been the one who'd wanted to set a new course for the Society. It had always been Gwendolyn, and I assumed her husband, for why else would Walter have hired me to kill him? Walter had been trying to stop this, and I just helped make it happen. "Figuring things out, are we?" she said. I can't say I liked her tone of amusement, but I obliged her with my version. You and your husband were looking to change the society's leadership structure, not Walter. Walter thought taking out your husband would end your bid, but it didn't work, did it? You intended to press on without Reynolds' support. Walter realized that if killing your husband wasn't enough to deter you, then nothing was, so he sent those men to deal with you once and for all. She nodded appraisingly. Close enough. Except the plan was all mine. Reynolds was nothing more than a puppet, acting according to my every direction. She scoffed. He wanted to back out after the first vote went against us. If only I could have cast him aside. But as a primary, his influence and the relationships he'd built were important. It fell to me to urge him onward. Onward to what? Didn't you tell me that no vote can take place if a primary is not in attendance or otherwise incapacitated? You just wiped out the council. How do you plan to pass your measure now? I don't, she said with great satisfaction. There's no need. As the last surviving member of the primary council, I now stand and rule alone. Oh, nominations will be made and other relations promoted over time, just as I was. But I intend to make sure those appointments take a very long time. I've eliminated my opposition. People will know that. Though with no proof, there's nothing they can do about it. They'll tread lightly, if they tread at all. Fear and intimidation were always powerful tools, especially when wielded by a tyrant. What about the warehouse and the vault? I asked. Walter wasn't keeping those inventions secret from the other members. He was keeping them from you. Not at all. The vault doesn't belong to Walter or any other member. I narrowed my gaze at her. What do you mean? You've heard of the warders? The warehouse belongs to them. They built the vault to keep things they've stolen from others safe. Some of those pieces, including the negative energy grenade, belonged to the society in the first place, so I only took back what was rightfully mine. I wanted to groan. The warders were the one organization I felt might still be on my side. So much for that now. I was told the warders destroy the technology they acquire. Whoever told you that lied. She strolled across the room. Now, Mr. Thornton, I really do think it's time we said our farewells. I agreed. Though my pride was wounded, it was nothing that a few drinks wouldn't fix. The sooner the better, too. I only had one more question before I left. What about your brother and the others? How are you going to explain their disappearance? Easily enough. I intend to tell everyone you killed them. Come again? When questioned, I'll tell anyone who will listen, including the captain of the Black Guard and the local authorities, who I am sure will want to look into this matter. How you took advantage of my fragile emotional state, gained my confidence, and forced me to take you to the warehouse, where you made me identify the deadliest of weapons there. You then used me to enter my brother's house, where you activated the weapon and killed everyone in this room. It's a nice story, but you're forgetting one thing. I've no motive for wanting any of these people dead. Since when does an assassin need a motive to kill? The word ground the pace of my thoughts to a standstill. Yes, I know what you are. Not at first, but I'm not the society's chief scientist for nothing. Oh, you didn't know that either, did you? Several things added up to give you away, if you're at all curious. Your presence at the gala under an assumed identity, the way you fought off my would-be assassins, and the ease with which you gained entry to the warder's warehouse. For starters. I thought at first you might be a spy for another society or perhaps the government, but you never really asked me anything important. A thief? You stole nothing I saw. I next thought an adventuring gentleman who wished his identity to remain anonymous, but you know the city's back alleys too well. For someone clearly interested in the progressive society, that didn't leave many other possibilities. Maybe I came for the sherry. Gwendolyn laughed. Still, you give yourself away. The society had some trouble with an assassin some weeks ago. Our Captain Belford has been investigating to determine the man's identity. It seems the assassin he's looking for has a penchant for fine wine. I tried to make my expression like stone, but Gwendolyn had already gleaned something. It was you, wasn't it? You killed the artificer. My artificer, I should add. since Mr. Tilwood had been working under my direction. People about town say you've no name. The assassin without a name, they call you. Is that true? I didn't answer. We were past the point of conversation. I'd been willing to walk away at first, but not now. She knew too much, leaving me with only one option. I'd taken one step toward her when I heard booted feet ascending the stairs outside. "You think you have only one choice remaining," Gwendolyn said, "but you have two. Kill me and risk capture or death, or flee while you still can." She was right. In the time it would take me to cross the distance separating us, the approaching black guardsman would arrive. The room had no other exits, so I'd be trapped. I made up my mind quickly. Gwendolyn's smug smile told me she expected me to turn and run. It was satisfying to see that expression melt away when I did the exact opposite. I had her by the throat and pinned against the wall in the span of a breath. She wasn't smiling anymore. "Release her!" With black guardsmen pouring into the room behind me, I removed a small metal disc from my pocket. The disc's circumference was inset at regular intervals with blue gemstones all the way around. Gwendolyn looked at it in horror as one hand went to the fold in her dress. "How did you—" "Easily enough. I saw you go for something when I intervened in that alleyway. Right before we walked into Osterlands, I helped myself. I'm not sure what it is or does, but I'm certain it's nothing good." Though I hadn't studied the device, I'd determined that the top slid around the bottom. I did that now, watching as the blue gemstones lit up. Then I stuffed it back into the fold in Gwendolyn's dress, spun her around, and hurled her into the oncoming rush of guardsmen. I drew my knives. This was life or death now, preferably my life and their death. But as satisfying as I found the thought of finishing off every last one of the guardsmen, I was on a timetable. The device was set to go off any second. "Turn it off! Turn it off!" Gwendolyn yelled as she fumbled at her dress. It was a nice added distraction as I hit the closest guardsman, laying his throat open. He fell back, gurgling, as I stuck the next in the gut and kneed him in the face when he hunched over. I slashed at the next one but missed, so I laid a shoulder into him instead. It knocked him back sufficiently for me to make my escape, not via the blocked door, but through what remained of the floor where the spherical void created by the negative energy grenade had formed a scoop. Though some of the subfloor remained, I knew there wasn't enough left to keep me from smashing through. I leaped high, landing right at the center of the damaged section so that I fell through in an explosion of plaster to land on the floor below. Above, I heard one more shout from Gwendolyn right before the device went off. Unlike the negative energy grenade, this was a more conventional explosion with a kaleidoscope of lights followed by a boom that shook the house. I got out of there before the entire ceiling collapsed on me, making my escape with no further trouble. Outside and down the street, I looked back only once. Bright orange flames lit up the darkness in that direction. I stuffed my hands in my trouser pockets, hung my head to conceal my face, and hurried away. The next order of business was to find a nice wine shop. I needed a drink. I found out 3 days later that Gwendolyn Goddard, that's what she calls herself now, had survived. Somehow she'd gotten out of the room before the device had gone off. Many of the guardsmen had not been so lucky. Her brother's estate had burned to the ground long before the fire brigade arrived. The criers said something about a fast-burning chemical agent. I felt bad about the house since it had seemed like a nice one. As for Mrs. Goddard, I pitied her for what she'd done to her brother. I hadn't really known Walter, but a sister should treat her brother better than that. But, in a way, it was a good thing I'd witnessed the woman's true colors, since now I knew what to expect when our paths crossed again. I suspected she'd send the Black Guard after me, as if they needed any more urging. In the short term, I'd have to remain wary. If it went past that, and Gwendolyn insisted on finding me, I'd have to show her that I already knew where to find her, and that she didn't know nearly as much about death as she thought she did, that she'd used me stung, though I almost admired the lengths of her deceit. I also wondered if she knew I'd been the one who killed her husband, or if she even cared. Either way, I had a feeling we hadn't seen the last of each other. Act 5. Thief's Gambit. Part 1. I cleared the spots from my wine glass with a quick swirl, pretending to appraise the puce swill the mule's proprietor claimed was wine when my attention was really on the scraggly-looking gentleman at the bar. He bought my ruse, unaware that I'd noticed him glancing my way and back at the door one too many times already. He was waiting for someone to arrive, someone who I doubted had my best interests in mind. My guess? He was waiting on Black Guardsman. Not for the first time I considered walking over to him and killing him. A stab to the throat in passing was all that was necessary. No poison. I don't deal with such things. But the sharp tip of any one of the half-dozen blades concealed on my person, inserted at the right location and depth, and he'd bleed out in short order. Just another dead man to add to the list I'd spent years compiling, and nothing noteworthy enough to raise suspicions in an establishment like the Mulling Mule. Part grog shop, part brothel. The Mule was a second home to some of the worst rogues, ruffians, and ruthless backstabbers our fair city had to offer. Even if my spy fell over dead right in the middle of the common room, it would attract no more attention than a dropped dinner plate. I wasn't one to leave a trail of bodies behind without reason, though. He'd dispatched a messenger boy soon after arriving, and now was loitering about with his face buried in a cup of grog, waiting only for his payment. My true contention wasn't with him, but with his employer, the Black Guard. They'd offered such a large bounty for information leading to my capture that all manner of street folk, from gutter swine to small-time corner bosses, now fancied themselves spies or informants. I knew the bounty amount, so I wasn't surprised that so many had come crawling out of the woodwork to harry me from my usual luxurious haunts. Their actions had forced me to frequent lesser and lesser establishments until only the lowest of the low of Alchester's drinking holes remained. But if it wasn't even safe to show my face at the Mule, which held the lowest spot in my mental list of minimally acceptable businesses, then I foresaw a bleak future of many lonely nights spent drinking at home alone. Such a prospect was intolerable on too many levels, so rather than flee ahead of the mercenaries coming to capture or kill me, a policy I'd engaged in going on 6 weeks now, I instead took a small sip of my wine and waited for their entrance. The next person to arrive was not a member of the Black Guard. A boy who, based on his age, was not a regular patron of the Mule, carefully closed the door against the night's cold before turning to scan the room. One of the Mule's prostitutes, half drunk by the way she almost fell out of her client's lap, noticed his arrival and called out to him suggestively. The boy responded with practiced indifference, though the woman and her client got a good laugh out of her chiding anyway. While they cackled away, the boy kept looking about the room until his gaze fell on me. With no further delay, he dodged through the crowd, stopping when he stood before my table. The boy was a picture of dishevelment, mussed hair, mussed clothes, and a mussed face. He might have looked halfway respectable if given the opportunity to clean himself up and acquire some new tailoring to replace his threadbare coat, dirty shirt, patched trousers, and scuffed shoes. "I have a missive for you," the waif said, holding up a folded scrap of parchment. Far from offering it to me, he kept it close to his person, as if afraid I might snatch it away. "How do you know it's for me?" I asked. "Because the lady who gave it to me said to come here and look for the gentleman sitting alone in the corner drinking wine." Intrigued, I returned my glass to the table, caught the boy's attention with my free hand, then made a sign with my fingers. Two closed, as if in a fist, with the other two at a 45-degree angle and the thumb touching them. He acknowledged my signal with one of his own, confirming my suspicions. The boy belonged to Alchester's Thieves' Guild. That meant, in all likelihood, that the lady who'd sent him had been Elizabeth West, an old flame of mine and someone I'd regrettably double-crossed the last time we'd met. "Hand it over," I said, holding out my hand. The boy clenched the note tighter and shook his head. "The lady only paid me half the delivery fee. She said you'd cover the rest." "All right," I said. "What do I owe you?" 10 florins, he said without hesitation. I wanted to smile. It was a good lie. "Sit," I said, pointing to the chair opposite mine. The boy shook his head again. "I'm supposed to deliver the message. That's all. I'll take my payment and—" "You'll sit while I read this note of yours. Afterward, I'll give you your 5 florins. The fee is 10... Not likely. It was probably 6, which means you already have 3 in your pocket, so you should expect 3 more from me. However, since I'm in a rare, generous mood, you'll get 5 and walk away happy because of it. First, though, you will sit." The boy's reluctance lingered, but he did as I asked, sliding the parchment across the table once he'd settled in. I put a finger over it, but made no move to read it. "This lady... You sure she referred to me as a gentleman?" Such language, where I was concerned, did not sound like Liz. "Not exactly," the boy said, squirming. "Out with it, then. What did she say?" "She told me to give it to the lonely-looking idiot sitting by himself." I chuckled. That was more like it. My response settled the boy's nerves, as he shrugged and said, "I didn't want to insult you. I want my money." "Don't worry, you'll get it. Hungry?" "No." I'd noticed him eyeing the plates a few tables away, boiled potatoes and slabs of roasted pork so fatty it turned the stomach to look at them. But to someone who probably hadn't had a full meal in days or longer, the plate must look like it had come straight from the king's very own table. "Maybe a little," the boy said, swallowing. I gestured at the barkeep. No servers here. The pot-bellied, red-bearded owner and his wife, who manned the kitchen presently, did all the bustling about. When the proprietor arrived at our table, I said, "A plate and an ale for the boy, and another glass for me. I'd appreciate a little less piss in the wine this time, too, if you don't mind." The man directed a scowl at me all the way back to the bar. When I'd first arrived, he'd greeted my inquiry into his wine list with a sneer and a chuckle. "We got one kind of wine here," he'd said. "Let me guess. House?" "Got that right." I was just glad they had wine at all and that it was a red and not some honeyed amber. My palate didn't favor such sweetness. One swirl of the house wine had instilled little confidence in its quality. Its brownish tint and sweet caramelized smell hinted at maderization. At least the proprietor had supplied a glass, though it had not come easily. Most of the mule's patrons drank from clay or wood. I, however, refused to stoop so low. Some sacrifices were simply too great. "What's your name?" I asked Elizabeth's messenger. The boy returned a suspicious stare. I shrugged. "Make one up if you don't want to give me your real one." "Braden," he said. "What's yours?" "They say you don't have one. That your mother—" "I'm sure they say all sorts of sordid things about my mother, whoever they are." "Of course, I have a name. I have many, actually. For tonight, let's go with Thomas. It was the one I'd used in public most recently, and since I rather liked it, I saw no reason not to continue using it, at least for a little while longer. So, Braden, I figured the guild kept their own fed a little better. Heavy hammer fallen on hard times?" The name gave Braden pause. Not that he didn't recognize his boss's name, but that I'd drop it in such a casual fashion. "Thjorn Heavyhammer Targalis and I go way back. Neither of us shouts it from the rooftops, but neither do we hide it." Braden shrugged. "I'm low man in the picks, so you get what's left. Sometimes it ain't much." Picks, or pickpockets, were the lowest-ranking thieves in the guild. Not the lowest members overall, but the lowest as far as stealing went. Braden was the right age. Probably about 13 or 14 years old, he would have already spent some years as a lowly peon, a gopher for any guild administrator, beggar or thief needing a chore completed or an errand run. But when a peon wasn't run ragged, they were scrutinized and tested mentally and physically to determine their future path in the guild. On the thieving side of the business, that meant picking. Like all picks, Braden tutored under a master thief now. That person's responsibility was to teach Braden everything he needed to know to thrive in his profession and survive. A thief's life wasn't all fun and adventure. A very real danger lurked behind every closed door and around every corner, so a thief's chance at a long life depended as much on the competence of their master and the instruction they gave as it did on his or her skills. I hoped for the boy's sake that someone had assigned him a good one. The proprietor delivered Braden's plate and ale, along with my wine. While the boy dug into his steaming meal, I swirled my wine and took a perfunctory sniff. It remained without character, so I returned the glass to the table and instead lifted the note Liz had felt so important she'd sent it via a pick rather than the more usual peon. The message, written in Liz's ostentatious handwriting, was terse. It read, "Usual place, usual time." I looked over the words one more time before holding the scrap of parchment over the table's stunted candle. As the note blackened, I recalled previous times I'd gotten such messages from Liz. Back then, such language meant quality alone time together. Now, I didn't know what fate such a message promised. I'd neither seen nor heard from Liz in 2 months, not since I'd deceived her by sending her back to her employer with the wrong prize. Our paths had crossed little in the past year, so I hadn't known if I would ever hear from her again. With that question now answered, I intended to leave to see her as soon as I concluded my business here. "You'd best finish up and head out," I said to Braden. He saw the look I threw at the kitchen door, where a very large, very heavily armed man now blocked the way. "Expecting trouble?" Braden asked between mouthfuls. "You know how it is. Sometimes it just seems to follow you." Even though he hadn't finished his meal, Braden understood the need to flee when the opportunity presented itself. He wolfed down one more bite, took a swig of his ale, then stood and held out a hand. "My fee?" "Oh, yeah." I counted out the promised 5 florins and slid them across the table. "Get going now. Things are about to get ugly. And I'm not talking about the barkeep's wife." Braden gathered the coins and ran off. Good timing, too. As he exited, 4 gents, whom I identified as black guardsmen by the unimaginative black shields stitched onto their white surcoats, strode into the common room. 2 guarded the door while the others looked about, presumably for me. One pair of steely eyes locked with mine. After one motioned to the other, they both headed my way. They made a straight line from my position, their visages so grim, even the mules' hardened rogues scurried from their path rather than risk their ire. They stopped before my table. I didn't let their hostile stares spoil my congenial mood, which I kept up for appearances alone now, since I didn't want them thinking their pursuit of me had gotten under my skin. "Greetings, gentlemen," I said, smiling. "As visitors to Alchester, I realize you may not be familiar with the best and worst taverns our fair city has to offer. The Mule, I'm afraid, is one of the worst. My recommendation is to go elsewhere, before you regret it." One of the men picked up my wine glass and slowly turned it over, spilling its contents onto the table. The liquid doused the candle and splattered onto the sleeves of my fine white shirt. I made no reaction other than to deepen my smile. Patrons who hadn't fled at the mercenaries' entrance did so now. The guardsmen posted at the exits allowed them to squirm past. Coins were exchanged with my betrayer, then he was gone with the others. Only a few seated at the far side of the room remained, as did the proprietor, who wisely remained behind the bar's relative safety as he said, "We don't want no trouble. Take it outside." No one paid him any attention. "The only one who's going to have any regrets is you," said the one who'd emptied my wine glass onto the table. "Stand up and come quietly. Resist, and I'll have no regrets about bouncing you off the walls a few times before we take you in." The other crossed his arms and chuckled. "Take me in?" I asked, leaning back in my chair and, under the table and out of sight, slipping a knife free from a hidden sheath in my pant leg in the same motion. His choice of words had me perplexed. Not the part about the thrashing, but the part about taking me in. I didn't take the tone he'd used to mean, "We're taking you in so we can kill you somewhere private," but something more like, "We're taking you in because we have something else planned." The only plan the Black Guard had for me since I'd killed someone under their protection, an act they considered an unacceptable blemish on their otherwise impeccable reputation, was to end my life. Upon my subsequent encounter with them, I'd expected an immediate exchange of steel, not words. Yet these guardsmen hadn't so much as put hands to hilts. Such behavior piqued my interest. "On whose order?" "Whose do you think?" the merc said. "Orders came from Captain Belford. He wants your head on a pike." Despite the spilled wine, the man leaned in to place his fists on the table, blasting me with the full measure of his onion-laced breath. "We all want your head on a pike." Refusing to show the slightest discomfort, I said, "Yet here you are, ready to take me in. That's not very guardsman-like of you." I shifted in my chair, better positioning myself to stab the man with my hidden knife when the time came for action. I know you mercs want me dead, so who really gave the order? Maybe it was your ma. The other guardsman chuckled once more. She said to come along nicely and not ask so many questions, or you'll get a spanking. He raised one fist for emphasis. His other remained on the table, palm down now with fingers spread. I smiled in feigned amusement. No, really? Who sent you? Don't tell me it was your captain, and you guardsmen have gone soft. The man didn't lower his fist as his face transformed into a snarl. I think he really wanted to hit me. Captain wanted to slit your gullet and leave you in an alley for the dogs. Nothing soft about that. I agreed. Nothing soft at all. But Ms. Goddard wouldn't let him. The lady's got it in for you on account of you killing her brother. Also, we all know you stole something from her. She wants it back. His snarl turned into a wicked smile. Word is, she's got something special planned for you. More special than being slit open and left in an alley to die? I was almost curious enough to see what she had in mind, but not with these gentlemen as an escort. Tell Miss Goddard, I said, my voice still pleasant, that, due to other plans, I cannot attend her. Oh, and you can tell Captain Belford something for me as well. Lightning quick, I lifted my knife from beneath the table and plunged it straight through the back of the man's hand. I felt the blade bite deep into the wood. He wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. I shot up from my chair, speaking before the merc's cries of pain drowned me out. Tell your captain the fun's over. I'm tired of getting chased all over the city. 2 days. That's how long I'll give the lot of you to get the hell out. Otherwise, I'm coming for every last one of you. This is no idle threat either. I've ended men for less, much less. So if your captain knows what's good for him, he'll do as I say. You may think you're safe behind your walls and locked doors, but you are not. I'm a ghost, a spirit. No barrier can stop me. No armor is strong enough to protect you, and no shield wide enough to deter my blade. So sleep with one eye open, because I'll be there when the night is darkest, ready to slice my killing blade across your throats. It was an excellent speech. A bit overdramatic, but it effectively touched on my grievances while communicating the consequences of not complying. Too bad most of it was lost on the mercenary. The whole time I spoke, his eyes grew wider, even as his face turned successively darker shades of red. Finally, he emitted such a roar of pain, I felt compelled to strike him across the jaw hard enough to knock him out cold, just to shut him up. While he sank to the floor, the other one, who no longer chuckled, rounded the table with fists raised. I yanked my knife free, meeting him head on. Ducking under his swing, I knocked his head back with a stiff uppercut, then leveled a side kick at him that sent him stumbling back. The two left to guard the front door, and the one at the back ran at me like juggernauts, knocking chairs and tables aside in their haste to engage me. Along the way, they drew their small swords. Against anyone else, my opponent's numbers gave them the advantage. Against me, they'd no advantage at all, as I took the unexpected tactic of rushing the pair of guardsmen rather than the one coming at me all alone. All the guardsmen wore armor, but only hauberks and leather, not the nasal-guarded helmets, greaves, gorgets, and vambraces of men marching into battle. That left ample opportunities for my long knives, which I drew now. We met at the room's center. The mercs chose low guard positions, sweeping or jabbing their swords at my midriff. I met both blades with my own, allowing them to slide free as I closed to within inches, whereupon I smashed a knife hilt into one of the men's faces, then sliced open the other's cheek. That sting caused the guardsman to reel back, allowing me to jam my knife through the links of the first one's chain shirt and into his torso. He grunted in pain, falling away just as the one running from the back reached me. This new adversary demonstrated greater skill, giving me a swift lesson in swordplay. His efforts forced me to retreat one step and then another before the one I'd kicked rejoined the fray. Diving past them, I somersaulted, regained my feet in one fluid motion, spun around, and for all my effort found myself worse off as one of the others jumped back into our skirmish. At least the one I'd stuck in the gut hadn't risen yet. Ducking beneath the swing of one sword while dodging a jab from another, I scored an ineffective slash across one of their hauberks before they forced me back. I put one of my knives away, taking hold of a chair to swing it around and let it fly like a missile. It slowed one merc, but only for a few seconds. Yielding more ground, I entrenched myself amidst the room's tables and chairs to keep all three of them from coming at me at once. Still, I found myself fighting off multiple attacks from multiple angles. Thrust, slash, and parry became the moves of our dance, with them attacking and me defending. Such a situation was untenable, and it was only a matter of time before one exploited a hole in my defenses. So, with a flurry of knives, I drove them back, then beat a hasty retreat, stopping when I had a window at my back. I undid the latch and swung the window wide, letting in a burst of cool nighttime air that reminded me I'd left my coat hanging by the front door. "Gentlemen," I said, sheathing my blades, "you've been excellent sparring partners, but now I must take my leave. Keep in mind my warning. You have 2 days and not a second longer." I leaned back into the window, twisting as I fell through so that I landed flat on my feet. Too late. I realized someone was waiting there to greet me. A swift punch to the gut doubled me over. "Going somewhere, Thomas?" Captain Geoffrey Belford grabbed the front of my shirt and threw me against the wall. Despite our previous exchange at the Progressive Society's gala event, which had been nothing but congenial, the captain did not look happy to see me. He must have felt furiously stupid once he'd realized that Thomas Thornton and the assassin whom his company had marked for death were one and the same. "I've got a mind to beat you bloody," Geoffrey said, "but Gwendolen wants you brought to her unharmed." The man differed in appearance from the others only by his surcoat, which had the badge of a captain sewn across the usual black shield. Geoffrey had his blonde hair slicked back, beard trimmed, and goatee well oiled. Despite the stiff clench of his jaw and steel-gray eyes narrowed to needle points, he was a handsome man. I think he meant to skewer me with his gaze alone. "So it's Gwendolen now?" I asked, gasping out the words as I struggled to regain my breath. "I didn't take her for the type who traded down." Captain Belford's response was another punch to my stomach. I was ready for it this time, so it didn't quite double me over. It still hurt, though. The man must have lead bars in his gloves to hit that hard. "Still," Geoffrey said, "she knew you'd resist. As long as we don't break anything, she shouldn't complain too much." Laughter from behind the captain announced the presence of others. Not the entire host of black guardsmen I saw by the lanterns some held, but far too many for me to win my way free. One merc elbowed his way to the front. "I want first crack at him," the guardsman said, a bloody napkin wrapped tight around the hand I'd stabbed. His other was curled into a meaningful fist. Geoffrey chuckled. "Don't worry, boys. Everyone gets a crack. But first, let's take this somewhere more private." The situation was already too private for my liking. Though the street in front of the Mule was rarely empty, it looked nearly deserted now. Only a handful of bystanders hung around, their hopes of witnessing a show of violence outweighing the risk of running afoul of the guardsman's temper. Rough hands grabbed hold of my arms, but before it went any further, a deep baritone sounding from behind the gang of mercs froze everyone in place. "By order of King Classus, release that man!" Only one sort of person invoked the king's name in that way. As if I didn't already have enough problems, here was an officer of the king's magistrate, come to arrest me, or worse. He wouldn't have come alone either. With this many guardsmen about, my guess was that he'd have at least a dozen cobble-stompers at his heels. Here they came, too, plowing through the center of the mob, their mere presence prompting the mercs to step aside rather than challenge the king's authority. But the mob parted only enough to allow a single man through before closing ranks behind him. One magistrate, all by his lonesome, did not bode well for my release or the magistrate's life. King's authority or not, he was either the most courageous fellow in the fiefdom or the most foolish. Given the circumstances, I hoped for the former. A man of extreme confidence, bravery, and resolution. Someone who exuded authority, his every word heavy with command. If this person was anyone else, if an insecure boob emerged from that crowd of brawn and steel, then I figured I was about to witness his rash display paid for in blood. If ever there was a time I hoped I was wrong, this was it. Unfortunately, I was not. As the king's officer stepped free from the last of the mercs, I saw he was a young, fine enough-looking fellow dressed in a serviceable gray coat and vest, with a functional but dull cravat. His features were a display of order and cleanliness, right down to his neatly combed hair, clean-shaven face, and, if I wasn't mistaken, meticulously trimmed eyebrows. He wore thin spectacles, which he pushed to the bridge of his nose as he stepped into the small clearing we occupied. I wanted to groan. This dainty was about to have his head handed to him. Either he remained acutely unaware of this, or else he'd something of that other imaginary man inside of him, the one with the fortitude of a rock, for he paid no heed to the hard stares assailing him from all directions as he strode right up to Captain Belford. Despite his height disadvantage, I don't think the man stood more than an inch over 5 feet, which was short indeed compared to the captain's 6.5. The magistrate looked straight up at the captain without the slightest display of consternation or fear. Whoever the hell this person was, he had some stones. "You will release this man into my custody immediately." He spoke with conviction and a matter-of-fact tone, as if accustomed to having his commands obeyed. If I had to guess his background, I'd say royalty or some lordling, though his plain clothing contradicted such suppositions. Whatever his identity, he'd captured every person's attention, including the 2 guardsmen who now held my arms with slackened grips. If I wasn't so intrigued myself, I'd have already taken advantage. Instead, I waited to see how things played out between the good captain and this fool of a magistrate. "I'll release him into no man's custody," Captain Belford said. "He owes a debt to our employer, and we'll see it paid. This is blackguard business, so stand down, whoever the hell you are." The newcomer drew himself up, gaining perhaps a half-inch from the effort. I supposed when one was that short, every bit counted. "My name, sir, is Inspector William Wright." He reached into a jacket pocket, withdrawing the sword and star badge of a king's inspector. "This man is wanted for questioning. You will turn him over to me at once." Captain Belford scoffed. "Or what? Or I'll have the lot of you arrested." For all of 3 seconds, no one said a word. Then every guardsman exploded with laughter. I didn't laugh with them. Instead, I watched for Geoffrey's next move. The captain laughed along with his men, but that could change instantly. A move against Inspector Wright was my signal to break free from my captors. It might represent my only chance. Captain Belford restrained his mirth long enough to ask, "Arrest us for what?" Despite the mockery all around him, the inspector's face remained stone. Public brawling, destruction of property, and attempting to dispense the king's justice. You, sir, have no authority to detain this man. The mirth melted from Geoffrey's face. "You're serious, aren't you?" Inspector Wright put his badge away. "Dead serious. Ms. Goddard's desire to see justice served is commendable, but the task of seeing this man face it falls to my office alone." Geoffrey huffed out a breath. "Since you know the name of our employer, you must also know of her arrangement with your office. Where this man is concerned, you're to allow my company to dispense justice as we see fit. I am well aware of this so-called arrangement, which, as far as I'm concerned, was made under pretense. As such, I do not recognize it. There is only one form of justice in this land: the king's." "You're wrong, Inspector. There's blackguard justice. Blackguard law, too. This man has killed our brothers and those we were charged to protect. It falls to us to hold him accountable." Inspector Wright's gaze narrowed. He didn't respond, but instead looked at me, then to the guardsmen standing about, and finally, back at Captain Belford. "I'm going to do you a favor, Captain, by ignoring what you just said. The king's law is the only law in this land. To suggest otherwise is nothing short of treason. As I stated, I am aware of the arrangement between the Progressive Society and my superiors. Unfortunately for you, you have chanced upon the one inspector in the city who has no intention of honoring it by yielding authority to a gang of sellswords. Now, you will release that man into my custody, or you'll soon find out firsthand the true nature of the law." I don't think Belford knew how to react to that. I know I didn't. Here was what must be the youngest inspector in the entire city. standing alone amidst one of the most dangerous groups of mercenaries this side of Shantywall, issuing an ultimatum with such conviction the man must think he was the king himself. I rescinded my initial conjecture. This man was neither brave nor foolish, but absolutely insane. Still, whether bluff or obstinate bravado, with all eyes on the inspector, there seemed no better opportunity for me to make my escape. Tearing loose from the grip of the guardsman to my right, I spun around and slammed my fist into the nose of the other. While he staggered back, I returned my attention to the first and cracked him across the cheek. That cleared my escape route back through the same window I'd used to land myself in this mess in the first place. Inside the mule, the proprietor grumbled while righting chairs and returning tables to their correct position. One look at me and his grumbling turned to shouts for me to get out. The usual exits were not an option, so after a quick detour to grab my coat, I ran for the stairs. I was already taking the steps in 2s and 3s when a flood of mercs burst into the mule. At the top of the stairs, I ran down a hallway lined with doors. Trying the first, I found it locked. I had better luck with the next. One of the mule's harlots lay on a bed inside the room, but she offered no protest as I flew by, flung open her window, and slipped through to the outside ledge. Though an easy leap to the alley below, I preferred rooftops in situations such as these, so I shuffled along the ledge until I reached a drainage pipe, which I then used to scurry up to the roof. This escape route wasn't entirely unplanned since I'd scouted out the mule some days ago, as the guard's search had broadened. Call me paranoid, but I always liked to have an exit strategy in place. I heard guardsmen shouting from the room below, trying to figure out if I'd fled up or down. While they tried to make that determination, I leaped to the next rooftop and followed a known path. When I felt comfortable, I'd seen the last of the black guard. I slowed my pace, allowing my mind to drift to more pressing concerns. Our usual place, as Liz's note had mentioned, was the city's airship docks. The usual time? That rapidly approached, so I ran and leaped from one rooftop to another beneath the dark, clear sky, thankful that such activity abated the night's chill. The autumnal equinox had come and gone, and though we'd yet to feel the first icy tendrils of winter, everyone knew it was coming soon. People were bracing themselves, readying coats, scarves, and winter hats, and staying indoors on nights such as these, when the icy wind of the Oogles swept south across the Verness steppes to assault our fair city with its frigid breath. Nights this time of year were often quiet, like a graveyard or, in this case, the warehouses and berthing towers of the airship docks, which found solidarity in emulating the murmur of vessels coming and going via the silent winds. One such airship departed now, the alchemical gases in its great oblong balloon lifting the wood-framed dirigible free from its tower to drift soundlessly away into the night. Other airships, dark and quiet, docked at different points along half a score of the multi-bayed towers rising into the sky. Each tower had been built back in the day when build-up had replaced build-out as the rallying cry of forward progress. Alchester, which some like to call the jewel of the fiefdom, was the capital city of Calendor, and therefore the center of trade and commerce in this little corner of Ool. Naturally, and by royal decree, it had to possess the most modern, advanced airship docks not only in our fiefdom, but across all 4 of them. Liz and I used to spend a lot of time here. Our usual place, at the very top of Berthing Tower 6, was just 1 tower out of 10 never to have seen use. Again, back in the day, city planners had worked alongside the best and brightest from the League of Merchants, formulating projections that had called for the construction of 20 towers to meet the demand in airship commerce they were sure was coming. Only with all 20 towers completed had the true economic reality of the situation set in. As new, more grounded projections called for a mere half the initial number of towers. With no other use for the extra towers, each one had been sealed and left dark. But the absence of an official purpose didn't mean they lacked an unofficial one. Vagrants, the occasional group of juveniles, and others, such as me and Liz, found corners and niches inside, which afforded respite from the elements and the quiet solitude to see to other business. I found my way inside the familiar tower by the usual means. The interior was like a tomb, dark, quiet, and cold. I let my eyes adjust to what sparse light leaked through the tower vents. Not much had changed, though one corner was sectioned off with bedsheets and rope, with multiple pallets covering the floor on the other side. Someone else had found some solitude of their own here. No one was here now, though, so I started climbing the stairs through a latticework of wood and metal framing. The foundations were stone, but the exceptional height of the towers demanded a more pliable solution to stave off shearing wind forces and the occasional movement of the earth. I knew this because engineers had tried stone in similar construction projects long ago. If they'd meant to build a pile of rubble, then they'd done an excellent job. I ascended past one empty docking bay after another. At each level, the wind howling against the tower's thin metal walls grew worse. So did the cold, which seeped through my skin and into my bones, despite the tightness with which I wrapped my coat about me. A distraction from the increasing chatter of my teeth arrived in the form of a dockmaster from a nearby tower shouting for his crew to ready themselves to receive a new airship. Airships came to Alchester from all parts of Ool, bringing with them a wide assortment of commodities and specialty items, fresh dates and walnuts from the southern reaches, the choicest apples and pears from the Steel Islands, and, rarest of all, jewelry and other trinkets of unequaled craftsmanship from the dwarves of distant Heidelheim. Shipment by air hasn't ended overland transport, but given our society's ever-increasing need for instant gratification, air transport has enjoyed a steady rise for some time now. Only its costs, which were not inconsequential, kept it from taking over completely. But for those able to afford it, air transport and travel were welcome luxuries. I know I've paid my fair share of ridiculous surcharges for the privilege of receiving, say, a crate or two of the finest Setian coastal reds mere days after the first uncorking. Wealth does indeed have its advantages. Liz already waited for me on the tower's roof. Though only a slim shadow amidst the dark, I still recognized her. Given the circumstances of our last parting, I'd been trying to choose the right words to help smooth things over between us all the way here. I was still trying when the tower's signal beacon pulsed, bathing us in its golden illumination. The dark sliver that was Elizabeth vanished, replaced by a creature of such eye-catching brilliance that every carefully crafted word slipped from my mind. When looking upon a woman so beautiful, there was only one thing to say. "You look lovely." Even those words were inadequate. A slice of brightest radiance, shining before me with the moon and starlit sky as your backdrop, seemed more accurate. She hadn't turned to face me yet, so I used the time to lose myself in the shimmering, speckled white and gray of her gown, and how her ermine-trimmed cloak, sewn from purest lamb's wool, hung seductively from her slender shoulders. Auburn hair, never long, fell halfway down her neck in beguiling waves of elaborate curls. I realized I was staring, but I didn't care. Such a display, which was a far cry from Liz's usual burgling attire of dark satin, soft boots, gloves, and mask, was meant to be savored, like the finest of wines. Even her sharp stare, cast sidelong at me now, entranced me with its chestnut hue, despite the irritation plain in her expression. "Shut up, jackass," Liz said. Such words failed to shatter the illusion of beauty, for I knew now, just as I'd known the first time I'd laid eyes on Liz, that this was no illusion. She really was that beautiful. Liz's sharp gaze narrowed further. "If you don't stop staring at me like that, I will punch you in the face." This time, her utterance pulled me from my trance, dragging me back to the here and now, even as the beacon's pulse of light illuminated the rooftop once more. Before the light had faded, Liz wrapped her cloak tighter about her, effectively screening herself from my admiring eyes and sweeping away the last remnants of my illustrious vision. A Setian Albatross-class cargo ship, disembarking 2 towers away, sounded a departure horn. The single burst of noise faded quickly, but the vessel was lit with so many alchemical glow lamps along her hull, masts, and on the outside of her balloon that tracking her progress as she started her lazy ascent into the night sky was easy. Whether full or empty, albatrosses were ponderous vessels. But since no airship left Alchester empty, I knew this one probably burst with return goods, making her progress even slower than usual. Liz also tracked the dirigible's movement, seemingly in no hurry to say anything more to me. I was tempted to remind her that she had invited me here, but decided I'd better let her communicate at her own pace. Her opening didn't exactly bode well for the direction of our conversation. As the cargo vessel continued drifting away, she finally said, "You screwed me." "Yes, about that. I thought, or rather wanted." She turned sharply toward me. The pulsing tower light bestowed another glimpse of pure magnificence upon me before all went dark again. Even when she was angry, she looked lovely. "You made me look like a fool," she said. "Yes, I know, sorry. I didn't mean—" "You never do. When the warders realized I'd given them the wrong document, they almost showed me the door. The only reason I'm even still talking to you is because they didn't. But it was a damn close thing." I waded in carefully. "I'm glad they kept you on, but it's not as if you need the work." Liz was an accomplished thief, with all the benefits and privileges of the Thieves' Guild at her disposal. She hadn't wanted for anything for a long while, so I didn't think this was about money. Still, we hadn't spoken in some time. Circumstances might have changed. "You don't need the work, do you?" "Only to keep my sanity intact. Working for the warders isn't like working for the guild. I choose the jobs and keep my own schedule. I don't answer to anyone. You almost ruined all that for me." Freelance work had its benefits. I should know. But I hadn't realized Liz wanted to embrace the life. If I had, or had thought to ask, I would have at least thought twice about getting her into trouble. "Sorry, Liz, really. If there had been another way, I wouldn't have switched the schematics, but given what had just happened. It had all started with a simple job: kill the artificer, Erevar Tillwood, and steal the plans. Both tasks had gone off without a hitch, but simple had become complicated when a sect of religious fanatics calling themselves the Jackery had stolen the schematic after I'd delivered it to my client. They'd killed him, and tried to do the same to me, so no wonder I'd found myself in the thick of things later on inside their temple. Liz, as a representative of the warders, had helped me recover the schematic. Unfortunately, her hero complex had gotten the best of her, so the next thing I knew, we were facing off against a host of Jackery. And worst of all, getting up close and personal with a machine that had sucked me and their high priest, a man named Onias, into some cold, dark other place. Luckily, we'd come right back out, but the experience had shaken me. Liz and I had escaped with the schematic in hand, but knowing it had something to do with my experience, there was no way I intended to hand it over to anyone until I learned more about it. I sent Liz back to the warders with some other document. Meanwhile, I'd hidden the real schematic away where no one would ever find it. Seeking safer ground and hoping to change the subject, I asked, "So, what's all this? A job for the warders?" It took Liz a moment to realize I was talking about her attire. She looked down as if she'd forgotten what she wore. "This?" she sighed. "No, this was guild business. One of the king's lordlings got a hold of an Empyrean carcanet on the black market some time back. He'd planned to make a gift out of it, but not to his wife. His wife found out and hired us to steal it from him. The best opportunity to acquire the necklace was during a party the lordling held this evening. The dress was the easiest way in." Liz smiled. "I hear his wife plans to have the carcanet around her neck at the king's upcoming mid-autumn ball, making sure her husband and his mistress get plenty of looks at it." Her gaze drifted from mine, the smile vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Another game of aristocratic tit-for-tat, and another meaningless job for me. The disappointment in her voice prompted me to close the distance between us. Liz's body, so close to mine, and the smell of her, like lilacs, smothered thought and threatened to put my mind back into the clouds. I reached out, taking her cheek in my hand, and gently nudged the direction of her stare back toward me. Auburn eyes, so often filled with fire, shone instead with something foreign: resignation, an acceptance of one's lot in life. This was a side of Elizabeth I thought to never see. We all know how it goes. When you're young, you're filled with vigor. You've got a vision and a world to conquer, until you realize the world is too big for anyone to subjugate. That's the time when most people settle in, They accept their fate. But not Elizabeth. Contentment was reserved for the less daring, the less courageous. Never for her. I hadn't realized life at the guild had become so routine and desultory for her. But how could I? Before 2 months ago, we hadn't seen each other in over a year. Before that, the frequency of our meetings had steadily declined until, one day, we'd stopped seeing each other altogether. I lowered my head to hers. It was an old gesture of ours that I hoped offered some measure of commiseration and apology. Again, sorry. I switched the plans because I don't trust the warders, but I shouldn't have done it without telling you. You shouldn't have switched them at all, she said, the earlier harshness of her words gone now. I inhaled deeply, letting the perfumed smell of her and the warmth of her closeness become my sole focus. I was content to remain like that for the rest of the night. Liz, whose thoughts must have echoed my own, seemed in agreement for a time. But then, breaking the silence, she said, "But I'm glad you did." "Why's that?" I asked, not moving. I was unwilling to allow the mood to change just yet. "Because I don't trust the warders either." I raised my head from hers. I sensed this was the reason she'd summoned me here. As much as I wished to remain inside our little cocoon, it was time to get to business. I waited for her to go on. "I need your help on a job," she said, withdrawing. "It's for the warders. They've already given me a preliminary briefing on the objective, but I want you to hear it for yourself before I tell you the rest." "The rest?" "Since I last saw you, and once I'd convinced the warders to let me take on more jobs for them, I've been busy. Most of the work has been routine sneak and grabs. Sometimes it's a document or a book. Other times a small piece of technology of one sort or another. None of it looked dangerous, but I'm not an artificer or an engineer, so how should I know? I figure since the warders are destroying it all to keep it out of the Jackery's hands, no harm done. Except I found out a couple of weeks ago that the warders lied to me. They aren't destroying the items at all. They're keeping them to study or maybe even use." "I learned something similar recently," I said. "Long story short, I found a warehouse owned by the warders. It was filled with all sorts of knickknacks, some deadly." Liz nodded. "I may know the warehouse you're talking about." "Oh?" "Even before I found out the warders were lying to me, I'd been doing some investigating, poking around and such." "Spying on your employer? Is that wise?" "In our line of work, that was a good way to lose a client or get into unexpected trouble. It was unethical in its own way and dangerous in others." She shrugged. "I wanted to know the truth. It's not like I can just come out and ask the warders what they're really up to. It was the only way. I trusted her judgment, so I let it go." "What else have you learned about them?" She looked around. "Not here." I smirked. We were hundreds of feet up, isolated and alone. "You think someone is listening?" "No, but I want you to hear the warder's proposal first. Then I'll fill you in on what I've learned. It'll make more sense after you hear what Phallophogus has to say." "Excuse me?" The name was more than foreign. It was outlandish. "Who?" "Phallophogus. He's a warder imperator, a Raspel." The latter bit of information explained the name. Raspel were an odd race with all their chittering noises, long necks, and oddly colored eyes. His title, Imperator, was not so strange but still unfamiliar. It took some convincing, but they agreed to allow me to bring you in on this job. After what you pulled, it wasn't easy. "I appreciate you standing up for me, but who says I want anything to do with them? Seems like every time I get involved in someone else's business lately, I find myself with more and more people trying to kill me. I'm starting to understand how a mark feels, and I can't say I like it much." "I'm sure you don't. But I need you for this." I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. So much for bowing out. I didn't know if Liz had chosen her exact words intentionally or not, but I knew she had me. Never once have I refused her, so I wasn't about to now. "I'm in then. What's our first move?" "Thank you," she said, lips turning into a smile that melted men's hearts. I know it had melted mine a time or two. We go meet the warders. Right now. Not right now, you idiot, she said, still smiling. Do I look like I'm dressed for jumping across rooftops? Liz laid out the timetable. We'd meet up tomorrow night, then we'd go see the warders. I only had one last question before we went our separate ways. What about the schematic? Do the warders want it? I asked them that same question. And they do. But don't bring it with you. Let them ask for it first. Liz headed for the door, stopping only to say, "Come ready." Then she was gone. I waited for her to emerge ant-sized in the dockyard below, at which point a mechanical carriage whisked her away. Staying put a while longer, I picked out the light signature of the Albatross-class airship in the distance, watching its progress as it grew smaller until, finally, it was too far away to see anymore. I turned to make my way down when a flapping of wings, drawing nearer, attracted my attention. A crow so fat it had no business flying this high, let alone flying at all, circled the tower's roof once, then landed on the pulsing glow signal. With its head turned, it leveled a single, unblinking, copper-flecked eye at me. "Meh," said the crow. I realized then that I'd seen this annoying creature once before. That time I was halfway up a wall when the fat bird harried, screeched, and finally dove straight at me, almost causing me to lose my grip and fall to my death. If I had a bow or valued my throwing knives less, I'd gladly give the bird a taste of its own medicine. Ma. Did crows make such noises? I'd never heard the like, though I had to admit, I'd never paid that much attention. Yet now that I thought about it, I remember this one screeching something nearly as strange the last time we'd met. Odd noises aside, I wondered how it had found me again and why. Some considered crows a bad omen, their presence thought to precede someone's death. I rarely put stock in such things, but I stepped away from the tower's edge just in case. The tower's glow signal pulsed, startling the bird, but not enough to make it go away. "So what do you want?" The crow made no response other than to spread its wings wide and spring into a dive straight for me. "Son of a—" I ducked, barely preventing the crow from hitting me square in the face. Now I really wished I had that bow. The crow circled the tower once. Then, upon its second rotation, it screeched another sound I also recognized from the last time we'd met. "Tilda!" Its meaning remained as elusive as that of the first sound the bird had made. I wondered if any linguists in the city understood bird speech because that was the only chance I had at deciphering this idiotic crow's bizarre noises. The crow circled the tower again, then broke off and started flying away. Right before it disappeared from view, I swear it looked back, as if urging me to hurry and come along. Idiotic bird, if it thought I'd leap off the tower to follow it. The entire episode was strange, but with the crow gone, my mind turned to more pressing matters, like where to get a nightcap on this side of the city at such a late hour. Such thoughts occupied me all the way down from the tower's heights. With no other carriages waiting outside, I hoofed it down the road, leaving Berthing Tower 6 and the airship docks behind. I laid low the next day, sheltering in the relative safety of a little place I kept in the Shambles. The Shambles, put simply, is not a place for decent people. It's not a place for indecent people either, but even the scum of the earth have to live somewhere. It's a quagmire of sorts, full of low-life junkies, cutthroats, pimps, whores, and roving street gangs. Shamblers are generally unfriendly chaps. A person who values their purse, their life, or both should stay out and expect no help from city watchmen who patrol around the district rather than set foot inside its borders. Strangers are not welcome. In fact, they're considered easy prey and often targeted for theft or murder. To my present benefit, this included the Black Guard, who were foreigners in our city. Someone had warned them about the Shambles, since word had reached me that so far they'd excluded the district from their searches. Too bad. I relished seeing how they'd fare against underhanded shambler tactics, which make my methods look chivalrous by comparison. My living arrangements in the Shambles, needless to say, are not ideal. A noisy tenant above my single-room apartment stomps on the floor all day long. A woman with 4, or is it 5, brats who never stop screaming lives across the hall, and a mephitic odor infects every inch of the building, though it always seems worse inside my room. It's not unusual to wake in the middle of the night to the sound of brawling, yelling, or sometimes sobbing, and I never sleep with anything less than 2 knives nearby. But for all that, the shambles, with its reputation for theft, murder, and worse, is a safe enough place as long as you keep your wits about you and don't do anything stupid. Once the sun had set behind the city's silhouette, I headed out. I still had a couple of hours before my rendezvous with Liz, but I had another errand to run first. The usual shouting behind closed doors assaulted me as I traversed the hallway outside my room and climbed the stairs to the tenement's roof. I saw no one, which was fine by me. I hoped I'd get lucky and not run into anyone at all. Wishful thinking, it turned out. As soon as I rounded the banister on the 5th floor, a door opened, revealing the shadow of a girl. I didn't think I'd ever seen her before. One didn't forget molten blue eyes like the ones staring back at me. She was half my age, maybe 16 or 17, wore soiled, gray homespun, and had the sunken cheeks of someone who hadn't eaten well in a long time. Like points of brilliance amidst the gray, her eyes were the sole sign that something alive stood before me. Our encounter was brief. She saw me, stopped long enough to meet my gaze, then stepped back into her apartment and slammed the door. I was dressed for work, so I didn't blame her for not wanting to make conversation. Black leather boots, well-oiled with whisper-quiet soles, tight-fitting black pants with hidden slits for half a dozen small knives, a black shirt and vest, both Gambison-like to absorb blunt force attacks, and a black mask which revealed nothing but the slit of my eyes. A long knife was at each hip, and I'd another pair at each shoulder for throwing. When I knew the details of a job ahead of time, I might also bring a pack containing grapple and line, a handful of alchemical glow sticks, lock picks, a cutter, wedge, soft hammer, and a few other knickknacks helpful in getting me into and out of places. But since tonight's activities remained a mystery, I traveled light, with only the glow sticks and lockpicks inside my belt pouches. Outside, the icy darkness of night embraced me. I wasted no time jumping to the next rooftop to start along a well-known path leading toward the general vicinity of my first stop of the night. The roadways and avenues of Alchester's skyline are not unlike the usual ones found on the ground. People, mostly thieves and others like myself, judiciously use them when circumstances require the avoidance of cobble stomper patrols or other bothersome entanglements. For some, the circuitous byways and lanes are a means of survival, the first rule of surviving the streets being to stay off them in the first place. Up here, it was easier to claim a dark crevice or corner of your own, with little fear of discovery from the bullies and gangs ruling the streets below. I'd spent more nights than I could remember hiding up here. Not alone, but with my older sister, Olivia, whose life had been at risk as much as mine in those days thanks to our parents' deaths, or murders, since that's what it had been. It's not a gallant tale of honor and sacrifice, but one of deceit and betrayal. Suffice to say, our father made enemies who captured and killed him and our mother. Given the opportunity, they would have done the same to me and Olivia, but Dad had made plans for the eventuality of his death. A guardian of sorts had swooped in, hiding us away by moving us to the other side of the city, changing our names and making sure we laid low. Such adjustments had not been easy or entirely understood by either of us, but it was necessary. So Olivia, acting with her greater wisdom, had embraced her new identity with little resistance. I knew now that she'd done it as a matter of necessity, but it had still filled me with resentment. Our parents were dead, and here she was, dishonoring their memory by accepting her new persona as if nothing had happened. Back then, I thought she was weak. A coward even. I didn't realize until years later the strength it had taken her to make that sacrifice and so many others. I especially never suspected she'd made them all to protect me. Olivia suffered my ill will for 2 years before my family's enemies found us. Our guardian, never far, had acted quickly, moving us here and there until each time our enemy discovered us again. We endured 3 years of this until the opportunity to end our running for good presented itself in the form of one Reuben Karyaktos. I came to learn after making Reuben's acquaintance that he was an assassin with exactly the sort of skills I needed to solve my family's problems. 4 years under his tutelage and one glorious night of murder ended the threat to myself and my sister so that at last we could come out of hiding. Olivia's life slowly gravitated toward normalcy. Mine, however, was never the same. I'd killed to protect us, not just a little either. I had found no satisfaction in the act itself, but I also had no regrets. What's more, I knew I couldn't relax my vigilance. Our very lives depended on it. Olivia didn't know. She thought it had all ended that night, but there were other enemies of our family who would kill us without a second thought to protect what was theirs. If I wanted to keep my sister safe, I could do no less. Though we didn't need to fear for our lives the same way as before, we never stopped concealing ourselves. Neither of us reclaimed our birth names. Those personas were now just like dozens of others we had assumed over the years, their true meaning lost to time and faded from memory. It was far more natural to make up alternative names, with the difference being that, this time, we'd hold on to them forever. Olivia became Olivia Donovan, at least until she married some years later. I chose a surname I failed to remember now. All other reasoning aside, I simply no longer felt comfortable keeping the same name for more than a few months. That duration shortened as, over time, circumstances dictated I shed them sooner and more often so that a name became like a shirt to put on for the day and change out with the setting sun. Some of my choices were elegant, others comical. I don't remember every one of them. Most of the time it was enough to keep the current and most recent or two fresh in my mind. So many false identities wore my memory down over the years until I confused one with another, and so forewent the everyday use of one altogether. None of those names had been my real one anyway. I'd never forget that one, but neither would I ever use it again. I should have known better than to indulge in memories of the past, because before I even realized it, I had deviated from my intended course and found myself so close to my sister's neighborhood that I felt compelled to check in on her. Normally, I made such visits regularly, but I'd been too busy staying one step ahead of the blackguard lately. Given my propensity for letting my imagination get the best of me, I knew I'd have a hard time remaining focused on anything else until I knew Olivia was safe. Peaks and gables gave way to the flat, gardened rooftops of the Chester borough. My sister's house is nothing out of the ordinary as far as the neighborhood goes, which isn't to say it isn't nice. It has the same aged brick and stone, large windows and twin chimneys poking up into the sky that they all do. But it stands out because I know my sister has transformed the 3-story dwelling into a proper home. Olivia's no dainty lass, but she's had a homemaker's streak running through her veins since she was a little girl. I was happy knowing she indulged that side of her persona. I stopped on a rooftop directly across the street from her house. It's my usual vantage point. I never get closer. Olivia and I haven't seen each other in some years now. She's moved on from the life we once led, and I've never seen the point of reminding her of it by intruding. She thinks I'm dead, or at least I hope she does. Either that, or I've moved out of Alchester, never to return. Either way, I want her to believe I'm out of reach. No sense in her looking back when she has a future waiting for her ahead. Mindful of the handful of pedestrians below, I kept low while scanning for signs of activity in my sister's place. At first glance, it didn't look promising. Darkened windows indicated no one was home. I gave it a few minutes. As luck would have it, I soon spotted Olivia making her approach down the sidewalk. She was not alone, but with a man whose arm was wrapped about her waist. They smiled at each other, talking and taking light, unhurried steps. Her companion, whom I recognized as her husband, Mason Gould, must have said something funny, for Olivia's head tipped back, and she emitted the most brilliant bout of laughter, the like of which I didn't think I'd heard since we were children. Mason spun her around so they were face to face, and as her head lowered, they kissed. I waited until they'd crossed the threshold into their home before I patted away. Olivia was safe and doing well. What else did I need to know? With my appointed meeting time with Liz drawing closer, I put my mind back on task by setting my sights on Grangertown, a district of shops, taverns, markets, and theaters. I wasn't going for the shopping or the dining, nor to meet Liz, who had chosen a more discreet place for our next reunion, but to look for a man named Malachi. Beggar, fence, and all-around scalawag, Malachi kept his ear to the street, reporting anything worthwhile to the guild or anyone else willing to pay for such information. I found him in an alley behind Gallup's grocery. The store was closed, yet the bounties of the day's garbage remained ripe for the picking, provided one found a deep dive into the grocer's trash bin an agreeable prospect. Malachi did. I found him leaning in so far that only the lower half of his body remained visible. "Malachi!" I shouted. He didn't hear me, so, wishing to expedite our business, I took hold of his pants at the back of his waist and yanked him out. His feet hadn't touched the ground when he lashed out, swinging for my head. I stepped back, avoiding his attack, then shoved him before he could strike at me again. Demonstrating far more agility than I thought him capable, he spun around before his momentum carried him right back into the wooden trash bin. He looked me up and down with an angry, venomous stare. "Who the hell are you?" he asked. Oh, right. I took off my mask. Malachi shook his head and huffed. "Damn, bastard. You're lucky I didn't slice your head off." "With a soup bone?" Malachi held a bone so withered that it must have been boiled 3 times over. "I'd have brained you then. You're just lucky I held back and that my worthless animal had more important things to do than guard his master." On cue, Bombadillo made his entrance, hobbling around a corner with a lolling tongue and a spark of excitement that never seemed to fade from his one good eye. I crouched to greet him, running my hands across his patchwork of black and brown fur while remaining mindful of the burn scars perpetrated by persons unknown, where no hair grew. Despite Bombadillo's ridiculous name, which he'd had no choice about, I liked the dog. He was a survivor. More than that, he'd hung on to his spirit. He set a better example than most, myself included. "Worthless animal," Malachi said, scowling. But it was a good scowl, which he emphasized by tossing the spent soup bone Bombadillo's way. The dog snatched the bone up, then scurried off to enjoy his prize somewhere more private. "I've come for information," I said, rising. "Huh," Malachi said, picking up a jacket he'd draped across a nearby barrel. "Imagine that." Malachi jammed arms into sleeves and pulled the coat tight around his chest, once more taking on the persona of the statesman the man fancied himself. Tailored shirt, black satin vest, trousers, and a lord's jacket with tails. He was missing only a cravat and top hat. Never mind that the shirt was yellowed around the collar and stained with soot, or that the jacket was scuffed and worn, or that the trousers were patched at the knees. Malachi was a more genuine representative of our city than most stuffed shirt politicians squawking all day on Lawbreakers Hill. Clasping hands to the collar of his jacket, Malachi flashed me a toothy smile. "What the hell kind of information?" "Know anything about an inspector named Wright?" "William Wright." The smile disappeared. "Inspector, huh? I don't keep tabs on everyone in this city, you know. Don't know a damn thing about anyone named Wright." I tossed Malachi a dinar. He caught the silver coin without missing a beat. "Wright's a young one," Malachi said. "Graduated first in his class. Promoted to lead inspector in a hurry. Less than 6 months after graduation is what I hear. The king's given him special privileges." "Family connections?" I asked. "Don't think so. Comes from a modest family. They live over the hedge in West End." West End was nice enough, but it wasn't the stomping grounds of the upper crust. "How is it he has the king's favor?" I asked. "And what do you mean by special privileges?" "Word is, he solved a case or 2 of some importance, one of them at the king's request. In recognition, they promoted him to lead inspector." "And the rest?" Malachi shrugged. "Don't know." I tossed him another coin. Malachi shrugged again, even as the coin disappeared into one of his jacket pockets. "Still don't know. The king granted Wright a private audience. So private, no one but those 2 knows what they said." "No one?" I asked. "No one." Other questions came to mind. "How long ago?" Malachi looked up, thinking. 2 months? Maybe 3. What's Wright been up to since? Any recent cases solved or crimes thwarted? Nothing I've heard about. Doesn't mean he hasn't been going about his usual business, though. If you want, I'll do some asking around. Do that. I lobbed one last dinar his way. Buy Bombadillo a real bone while you're at it. Returning to the rooftops, I ruminated over the situation with Inspector Wright while I headed straight away for my meeting with Elizabeth. This wasn't my first run-in with the law, but the inspector represented a novelty since it wasn't every day a man with the king's favor came looking for me. He'd said he wanted me for questioning, which might mean nothing or everything. I wouldn't know either way until Malachi got back to me with something more. Patience was amongst my virtues, so I'd wait to hear from him, then figure out what to do about Wright. If it came to it, I'd thank the inspector for creating the distraction I'd needed to escape the guardsman, then I'd kill him. As expected, Liz was already waiting at our rendezvous spot. You're late. Sorry. With no reason to share my meeting with Malachi, I said only, I'm here now. Liz was dressed for thieving, dark satin leggings and shirt, a studded vest of soft leather, black bracers on each forearm, and a small array of daggers and knives tucked away in belt and leg sheaths. A hooded cloak protected her from the night's chill, and a black sash concealed her face. A line of pouches at her belt held the tools of her trade. It was a far cry from her outfit of last night, but no less alluring in my mind. We always made quite the pair, didn't we? I asked. No time for chit-chat, she said. Follow me and keep it tight. She led us on such a jaunt that, when we finally stopped, I felt compelled to ask, couldn't we have met closer to the actual meeting location? Liz shook her head. I needed to bring you here in a specific way. That's how the warders like to play it. That explains the two hoods following us. I didn't peg the warders for rooftop dwellers. I'd noticed the lookouts a few blocks back, each moving toward us from different directions. So far, they'd kept their distance. Saw them, huh? She asked. I figured you would. Just keeping an eye on us. Standard procedure for the warders. Don't worry, though. They know me, so you're safe. I was more curious than worried. Why the precautions? What are the warders nervous about? Anything and everything. We descended to street level via a nondescript building's back stairs. Once we were safely on the ground inside a very dark alley, Liz continued. They're a paranoid and secretive bunch, she said. With good reason, too, if half the things I've learned are true. No, I'm not going into details now. Later. Right now, keep quiet and follow my lead. We walked to the other end of the alley, turned, and stopped behind a tall, silent building where a metal door at the bottom of a short flight of stairs beckoned. This part of the city was known for its vacancies, so it seemed a good hiding place for a clandestine organization like the Warders. Liz lifted her fist to the door, sounding out two great hollow booms that echoed throughout the alley. After a few brief moments, the door opened with a groan. All was dark inside except for a single conventional torch held by a man who took one look at each of us before ushering us inside. With a clang, our greeter slammed the door shut behind us and slid a bolt home. Then he led us down a long hallway and, as the way opened into a dark chamber of unknown size, to a large circular table bereft of chairs. We were told to wait, and the man with his bobbing torch faded into the blackness ahead. I heard a door open and close, but nothing else. Should I be worried? I asked, slipping a knife free and holding it ready at my side. Our greeter's departure had left us in complete darkness. No, Liz said, unworried. This is how they do things. Maybe they need to rethink their process. They're making me nervous. Relax. It shouldn't be much longer. Footsteps drawing near followed the sound of a door opening. Oh, good, I said. Maybe they're coming to light a fire. I think it's colder in here than outside. Increasingly bright light from a pair of torches revealed 3 individuals. 2 mop-haired boys, each carrying one of the torches, and a gentleman dressed in a jacket, vest, and bowler. The boys broke off to light candles, which we saw mounted all around us on tall candelabras. Meanwhile, the gentleman stopped at the other side of the table. He offered no greeting other than to look us up and down with a stony expression while waiting for the boys to finish their task. His demeanor, while not overly friendly, was at least neutral and non-threatening. The longer we all stood there, the stupider I felt for having my knife out. Still, I'll take stupid over dead any day, so I kept the knife at my side until someone gave me a reason to put it away. Soft footsteps sounded from the usual direction, so that Liz's Raspel Imperator, the one she'd named Phallophogus, soon stood revealed. He was a short, lean creature with fine silver hair on his head and cheeks and mustard-colored skin that perfectly matched the yellow patches of his tunic, but not the blue, violet, or red. Such garish outfits were the norm where Raspel were concerned. People assumed they were colorblind, and their tailors liked to have fun at their expense, for surely no one wore such an outlandish display by choice. Yet it seemed a trademark of the species. This one set off his colorful medley with a short cape of simple black, but with a collar so high it covered half his foot-long neck. The Raspel promptly rounded the table with cape whirling, dumped a collection of scrolls onto the table, and walked straight up to me. He raised his head, so I stared into a pair of angry green eyes set beneath the thick bone ridge that passed as a Raspel's brow. If he was concerned at all about the knife I held in plain view, he showed no sign. "You, sir, stole something from me," Phallophogus said, his voice full of rich, raspy undercurrents and biting accusations. "Something you will return." Before I could explain that I hadn't actually stolen the plans from the warders, the Imperator spun around and walked off. I flashed Liz a questioning stare, which she answered with a shrug. The Raspel dismissed the two boys with a wave of a four-fingered hand. The boys nodded in unison, a gesture lost on Phallophogus, who was already sorting through his scrolls. Selecting one, the Imperator started to unfurl it when he stopped to turn emerald eyes toward Liz. "Elizabeth, forgive my lack of manners." Allowing the scroll to curl back upon itself, he stepped close enough to take one of Liz's hands in his. As he bent to brush his slug-like lips across the back of her glove, the Raspel emitted a chittering noise from deep within his throat that sounded like the rapid clicking of a night insect. "You look bedeviling as always. It is a pleasure to see you again." Liz pulled her sash down to reveal her face. "And you, Imperator?" He stepped back, glared at me with a narrowed gaze, then returned to his scrolls. Liz lifted her hand in my direction. "May I present—" "I'd prefer you not," the Raspel said, chittering once more. Then, in a softer tone, "Excuse me, Elizabeth. I meant no disrespect. This person is present because you feel it is vital to the success of this evening's mission, and so I have allowed it. But let us make no pretensions concerning the relationship I intend to have with someone who has deceived us." Liz let her hand drop. "Very well." She looked my way, a smirk on her lips. "I'm sure you figured this out already, but this is Imperator Phallophogus. He's been my liaison and mission director since I began working for the warders." I removed my mask. "Pleased to make your acquaintance." "Humph," Phallophogus said without looking up from his documents. Liz gestured toward the stone-faced gentleman with a nod of her chin. "That's Mr. Maines. Mr. Maines, this is—" Her attention turned back to me, still smirking. "What's your name this week?" I hadn't needed to take on a new identity in some time, so I gave her the one I'd last used. It was as good as any other right now. "Thomas will do. Thomas Thornton." Mr. Maines touched the brim of his bowler. "Mr. Thornton." "Let me guess," I said. "You must be the warder's official greeter." "Compulsor, actually," Mr. Maines said, folding his hands before him. "I make sure people fulfill their obligations." Which meant he hurt people if they didn't do what the warders wanted. "Sounds like an admirable position." Phallophogus smacked his hand down on the table. "Enough small talk. Tonight's mission is extremely time-sensitive, so gather round and I will explain your objective." Waits held an ancient document open. The manuscript depicted a single object, the general identification of which seemed somewhat obvious despite the parchment's yellowing and faded ink. The object was a rod, or, given the ornamentation at its crest, a scepter. But if I'd learned anything from dealing with the warders and their ilk, It was that things were often more than they seemed. So I put my knife away and waited to hear the Imperator's explanation before coming to any conclusions of my own. Falafogus asked us, "What do you know of an artifact called the Scepter of the Moon?" Liz and I let our silence signify our ignorance. Falafogus let out a waning chitter, which I supposed was a sigh of sorts. "We must start from the beginning, then." He unclasped his cape and handed it to Mr. Maines. "It is imperative you understand what we are dealing with here and why the Jacquerie, who are searching for the scepter even as we speak, must not possess it under any circumstances. The warders had it in for the Jacquerie. Given what I'd seen at the priest's compound in the Emery district, I didn't blame them. Liz and I might share suspicions about the warders' motives, but I didn't think either of us would argue against setting the Jacquerie back a step or two. The scepter was once a powerful weapon of the old gods of light, wielded first by the moon god, Nameless, then later by his followers. Stories tell of the scepter's destructive power, how it wiped out entire armies of undead, banished demons and other malignant creatures, and purged the very essence of evil from those who thought to hide in darkness. Today, the moon is considered a source of dark magic, but such was not always the case. Nameless stood in opposition to those of darkness, smiting them whenever possible. Whether fanciful tales or truth, no one knows for sure, nor will we ever know, for the scepter faded into history, neither seen nor heard from in well over 500 years. Times of old were tumultuous ones for the people of Ul. The gods, destroyed in a war of their own making, left us mere mortals to fend for ourselves. Those priests who yet lived attempted to preserve their faiths, but people no longer listened. Loss of belief turned to fear, fear to anger, anger to violence, and finally bloodshed. Many priests died in those days. Temples were ransacked and destroyed. Relics, like the Scepter of the Moon, were dismantled, destroyed, or simply lost. But those things which have been lost can be found again, or so the Jacquerie believe. If our information is correct, they may be very close to finding it too. Silence ensued while the Imperator allowed us time to consider his words. In my mind, it all came down to a single question. "Assuming they find this scepter," I asked, "what do they plan on doing with it?" Falafogus narrowed his gaze at me and said nothing. I wondered if he meant to answer me or go on at all when he leaned over the table to place a pudgy finger on the weighted-down parchment. "What you see here is an original drawing of the scepter, drawn by a priestess named Nisa. Though stories tell us Nameless created the scepter with the help of Archon, the mad god of inventors, we believe Nisa, who was one of Archon's most accomplished thaumaturgists, either played a substantial role in its creation, or at least had the scepter in her possession for a significant amount of time. Her schematic is too precise, the measurements too exact, for her to have written them down from anything other than a meticulous study of the relic itself." Falafogus moved his finger across the drawing, following the line of the scepter's central rod. At each step along the way, blowout diagrams broke out smaller components and mechanisms, showing how they all fit together in exacting detail. "It looks more machine than magic," Liz said, echoing my precise thoughts. "Very perceptive, Elizabeth. Though the scepter possesses strong magical characteristics, it is also mechanical in nature. Allow me to draw your attention here." His digit landed on a blowout diagram stemming from the central part of the shaft, displaying in fine detail a long, slender coil sheathed in a ring of energy-carrying tubules. Other lines went into and out of the coil, and minuscule numeric notations appeared all around the components. This superluminal coil, which had the potential to generate a nearly limitless supply of energy, was the scepter's power source. The Raspel shuffled through his papers once more, selecting another sheet and laying it over the first. "You asked what the Jacquerie planned to do with the scepter, or, more specifically, the superluminal coil, should they find it." One look at the content of this new document, and I wanted to groan. The machine illustrated there looked much like the one Liz and I had encountered inside the Jacquerie holy place. "This diagram is a crude representation drawn from information Elizabeth supplied following the conclusion of your little misadventure. From the look on your face, I see it is accurate enough, and that you remember your brief encounter with the Jackery's Horizon Dichotomizer. You could say that. Shaking off a sudden urge to shiver, I asked, "So what's it do?" "A Horizon Dichotomizer opens a portal to another place. Whether another world or dimension, we're not sure. It does this by acting on the energy field binding our world together, splitting the area of its focus into two halves. Those two halves are split again and again, ad infinitum, until the energy and the space it is acting upon are so fragmented that a rift forms. This process requires extreme power, such as the quantity generated by the scepter's superluminal coil. Fortunately for you, the machine was a prototype, and underpowered at that. The fissure it created was so unstable, it likely would have collapsed even if Elizabeth hadn't intervened. That doesn't mean you wouldn't have been stuck in that other place, though, if you'd not returned from it before the machine expired." Now that was the most unpleasant thing I'd heard all day. Neither the name Phallophogus had given the Jackery machine, nor the explanation of what it did, made any sense to me. But I'd seen it operate with my own eyes and felt the bone-chilling cold of that other place. The only thing I knew for sure was that I'd be dead if I had gotten stuck there. "So the Jackery opened a doorway to another something," I said, pushing down my unease. "And now they want to do it again, except this time using this superluminous coil as a power source." "Superluminal," Phallophogus said. "Why? Like you said, I went through that door. I know what's on the other side. It was unpleasant, to say the least. If they're trying to make the same journey, well, let's just say they aren't going to like it when they get there. Nothing can survive in that place." I had no evidence other than my experience, but I was sure of that fact. Their leader knows this. He was right there with me. So why in Ool are they trying to get there? That, unfortunately, remains a mystery. The Jackery's goals are wide and varied, with the desire to harm the lone consistency where they are concerned. Yet, while we may yet struggle to understand their purpose, we at least know what they plan to do with the scepter should they find it. "That's the mission, then," Liz said. "Find it before they do." Phallophogus nodded. "Or take it from them if they already have it. But to complete either of those tasks, you'll need to know where to look. Following your last encounter with them, the Jackery priests fled the Emery estates. They have since taken up residence in the abandoned temple district, or, more specifically, in the sanctuary of Namarom. Based on the mining tools and equipment we have seen the Jackery bringing into Namarom's holy place, we believe they are looking for the scepter beneath the grounds of the Pale God's temple." Phallophogus removed the weights holding the drawing of the scepter in place. "The Jackery have learned much about trans-dimensional field generation from experiments like the one you witnessed, enough that they may very well open a stable doorway if they can obtain the scepter's superluminal coil and use it to power a new Horizon Dichotomizer. As warders, we cannot allow them to take even the smallest step toward that goal. Thus, your mission is to recover, by any means necessary, the scepter and coil before the Jackery can put it to use. Once you have brought it to us, we will see it properly destroyed so that it and its componentry may never be used again." Liz crossed her arms. "There's only one problem with that." She waited until she had Phallophogus's full attention. "I'm not comfortable handing the scepter over to you. Despite what you've told me in the past, I know you aren't destroying the items I've retrieved. I didn't care so much before, but those were all trinkets. However, if half the things you've said about the scepter are true, it's a game changer. You warders are a secretive bunch, Imperator. I get that. But I'm questioning whether you're any better than the Jackery." The Raspel's brow ridge narrowed. "You are a contractor, hired to perform a service. We do not pay you to question our motives, nor should we have to justify them to you." "True, but I won't complete this mission without a change in the terms." Phallophogus waited for her to continue. "We'll bring you the coil, but not the scepter." That was not the response Phallophogus expected, for he visibly shook upon hearing it. Behind him, Mr. Maines shifted his weight, though his expression remained indifferent. "Unacceptable," the Imperator said. "Then we won't deliver either." Phallophogus took a deep breath, steadying himself. "Be reasonable, Elizabeth. We have both worked hard to establish a relationship of trust, she laughed. When you've repeatedly lied to me? I was going to say mutual interest. You have been well compensated for your efforts, have you not? Liz shrugged. The money's been good, but it was never about that. This business between you and the Jackery is getting bigger than I ever thought possible. I need to know I'm not helping the wrong side. Let me assure you, Elizabeth, you are not helping the wrong side. Prove it, then. Something snapped in Liz. Her frustration, mounting for weeks, was finally too much to bear, and she let loose a verbal barrage at Philophogus. Tell us why you're so hell-bent on stopping the Jackery, she said, hands gesticulating. These things you've had me retrieve. The Jackery have been nowhere near half of them, yet you keep saying you're trying to keep them out of their hands. Why are you really so interested in them? The books, the trinkets. What are you doing with all of it? Philophogus met and held Liz's stare, as if the two were engaged in a contest of wills. Neither side seemed willing to relent until the Imperator finally said, We will find someone else to perform this task. Good luck trying, Liz said. Word spread amongst the guild about you and your organization, Imperator. The Warders, the Jackery, and even the Progressive Society, which I've heard a story or two about as well, are all making people in Alchester nervous. People want to know what you're after. You know I have the guild leader's ear, so know that I speak for him when I say this. All guild members, save myself, will no longer do business with you. If you want this job done, I'm all you've got. You said tonight's mission was time-sensitive, didn't you? Accept my terms, or we walk. Philophogus let out an audible breath. Then he put his hands behind his back and started pacing. You put me in a difficult situation, Elizabeth. But believe it or not, I understand your concerns. Like you, I began my relationship with the Warders as a freelancer. Also like you, I came to question the motives of those I helped until my mission coordinator impressed upon me the understanding that the Warders are not a secret organization by choice, but by necessity. What we do is dangerous but essential for the continued survival of every person in Ool. I am restricted, of course, in terms of what information I can share with you. However, I can assure you that we have no affiliation with the Society for the Progression of Science and Technology. Whatever their agenda, it does not involve us. As for the Jackery, they are evil, and so someone must stop them. You should need no other reason to help us bring about their demise. You are right, Elizabeth. I have not been entirely truthful with you concerning the destruction of the items you have procured for us. I now freely admit that we hold on to some of them, but only because we wish to study them in hopes of determining what ultimate purpose the Jackery move toward. Not every piece of technology we have asked you to retrieve directly involves them, but we send you after those items so that we may stay one step ahead of them. Liz's face took on a contemplative look. I'll offer a compromise. We'll bring you the coil as agreed, but we want a way to destroy the scepter while we're in the field. You said it's a weapon. I want to make sure no one ever uses it again. If your primary concern is really to stop the Jackery, then the change in terms shouldn't pose a problem. The Imperator leaned on his heels. Your terms are acceptable, with some stipulations. I still wish the scepter brought to us. Even inert, it may yield information we can use against the Dark Priests. Also, I would like the schematic your friend stole from us returned to me. Because of the time-sensitive nature of the mission, you need not return it tonight, but as soon as otherwise possible. As long as the scepter is no longer functional, it's yours. Liz shook her head. But I can't deliver what I don't have, so no deal on the schematic. Philophogus let out a chorus of chittering. We commissioned you to bring the plan to us in the first place, so this is merely a continuation of an agreement we already had in place. Normally, I'd agree with you. But as I recall, you never paid me for that job. The deal is no longer valid. If you want the schematic back, talk to my friend. Maybe if you ask nicely, he'll bring it to you. The Imperator's neck quivered. This is entirely unacceptable. Then we'll say goodnight and be on our way. Liz started for the exit. I shrugged and followed her. Philophogus allowed us to get a few steps past the circle of light before his voice rang out. Very well. We shall proceed with the arrangement based on your proposed terms alone. He turned his green-eyed stare in my direction. I shall have the schematic from you another day. Maybe, maybe not. No point arguing about it now, though. Mr. Maines, the Imperator said, will you please retrieve the modified coil? Mr. Maines left the room, returning with a small chest some minutes later. He placed the chest on the table, then returned to his earlier position. Fallophogus swung the lid open and took out a device that looked very much like the superluminal coil depicted in the drawing. We used the specifications from the Scepter's plan to design this coil. There is no reason it shouldn't fit into the Scepter once you've removed the real one. What's it do that the real one doesn't? I asked. Unlike the genuine article, the Imperator said, this coil will not generate a superluminal energy field. Thus, the Scepter will not discharge a destructive wave of force that will kill everyone in the immediate vicinity. Instead, it will send a burst of highly polarized energy into the Scepter, the effect of which will shatter its internal mechanisms and render it unusable. We plan to use it on the Scepter anyway, so you only hasten our work. Note, however, that this method will not damage the Scepter's moonstone, which can absorb much more polarized energy than our modified coil can deliver. The gemstone has significant monetary value, so please ensure it arrives safe and sound. Does this satisfy you, Elizabeth? Yes. Good. Then I shall share the details of how to remove the working coil and replace it with this one. Using the diagram as a reference, the Imperator identified the mechanisms that open the Scepter's shaft and outlined the steps needed to remove the coil. We nodded our confirmation when asked if we understood the process. Then Fallophogus finished removing the weights from the drawing of the Scepter and replaced the parchment with another, larger one. We both leaned in to study it. This looks like a map of Alchester's underground, Liz said, but not one I'd ever seen before. I doubt many had in a very long time. The faded script, discolored parchment, and frayed edges spoke of the parchment's age, which was probably as old as the drawing of the Scepter. Liz's gaze roved over all corners of the map. This is definitely old. These aqueducts and cisterns are much more extensive now. Also, most of the sewer lines are missing. Out of the ones that are shown, half aren't even accessible anymore. That whole section there caved in during the earthquake of 423. How old is this map? It predates the fall of the old gods, Fallophogus said. He jammed a finger at one section of the map. Your greatest concern is the Temple District's catacombs. The catacombs. The realm of the dead, according to some. I knew the churches used to encourage people to bury their loved ones beneath the temples. Something about keeping their spirits close to their deities or some such thing. I figured it had more to do with keeping the clergy's coffers filled with coin than anything else. For ages, as long as the deceased's surviving relatives were willing to pay, the priests were willing to dig. No wonder the tunnels had become so extensive. By the look of things, every square inch beneath the temples had some sort of passage beneath it, to where entire sections of catacombs belonging to different faiths ran right up against one another or overlapped. When all was said and done, they dug one hell of a system of tunnels down there. Fallophogus selected yet another drawing from his seemingly limitless supply. He left the other one in place, laying this new one right next to it. I hoped a comparison with a modern version might yield an undiscovered egress into the Jackaree's excavation site. The priests are ever vigilant, even more so after what happened at their base in the Emery district. I doubt you'll find the obvious entry points into their lair so easily breached this time. However, they might not expect an approach from some other part of the catacombs. I glanced at both maps, orienting myself. The older map was drawn with precise details, but many of those details were no longer accurate or so lost to time that I had no idea how to tell the correct ones from the incorrect ones. The new one displayed some catacombs but was primarily concerned with the modern sewer system. Comparing the two maps required matching reference points, which proved no small task. In the intervening hundreds of years since the older map's creation, the city's boundaries had changed, which might not present such a problem if the two maps hadn't been drawn with different proportions. It didn't help that the ink on the older map faded almost past the point of legibility in some places. Despite these impediments, however, I lined up one spot with another, and, after a bit more study, pinpointed the best location for our entry into the underground. "We can start here, right at the edge of the shambles," I said. "We'll have to take this sewer line beneath Felker's Square, which is a bit out of the way, but it'll take us right up to this mausoleum where we can—" "That's not the shambles," Liz said. "It isn't." I looked again. "Yes, it is." "No, it isn't. That isn't the location of Felker's Square either." "It's not?" I crossed an arm and put a hand to my chin. "No, and that sewer line isn't there anymore. It caved in about 20 years ago." "It did? How do you know that?" Liz smirked. "How do you think?" "The Guild's been using the underground to move about the city for decades. We don't use all the tunnels, but we've mapped them out enough to get from one side to the other. My suggestion? We start here." She indicated a place on the more current map outside the city walls. "It's out of the way, but we'll have easy access to this section, which leads right to the catacombs." I shrugged. "Unless that tunnel is caved in too." Liz patted my arm. "Trust me, it isn't." Phalofogus supplied the last information we needed, the suspected location of the Jackery excavation site. Then occupational instinct took over, and we settled in to examine the chosen route more thoroughly. We weren't expecting any trouble leading up to our arrival at the excavation site, but that didn't mean trouble wouldn't find us. If we became separated, we each had to know the path and all its turns, and we had to choose a backup rendezvous point. Not that I'd ever leave Liz behind, but one never knew what might happen on a job. Last, at Liz's request, Phalofogus allowed her to copy parts of both maps in case we needed to refer to something once we were in the field. Once parchment, ink, and quill were provided, she completed the task in minutes. With the mission's planning concluded, we were ready to get started. But Phalofogus had one more thing for us. Another gesture at Mr. Maines sent the compulsor back outside the room. He returned with a long, rectangular box, which he set on the table as soon as Phalofogus had rolled up his maps. The container was made of walnut, with light and dark shades, and held closed by a clasp and lock. Mr. Maines took care of that last part, lifting the lid and stepping back as the Imperator waved a hand over the contents and leveled his stare at me. "Some of these are already familiar to Elizabeth, but for your benefit, know that these weapons are special. Part sorcery, part science. They are each potent in their own way. I will make them available to you because we wish to ensure your every success in this endeavor. However, once your mission is complete, you will return every last weapon to me. Are we clear on this?" "Clear enough," I said, perhaps too nonchalantly, as Phalofogus shook his head and let out a humph. But he didn't let my response keep him from pressing on. "I assume, Elizabeth, that you will welcome the use of your usual kinetic energy staff?" The Imperator removed a short, silver rod from the box. About a foot long, the rod's length was etched with runic symbols. "Isn't that a little short for a staff?" I asked. Phalofogus tossed the rod to Liz without ceremony, who caught it with an expert hand. At her touch, the runes lit up, and the short rod extended at either end until it was the length of a quarterstaff. Liz smirked. "That's not all it can do. Let me show you." Phalofogus's raised hand stopped her demonstration in its tracks. "Not here, please." "Right," Liz said. She returned the staff to its former size, and the glowing runes faded. Phalofogus removed the next item from the box. This time he took out a single glove. To my surprise, I recognized it. He placed the glove on the table in front of me. "Remember, you are to return this." I picked the glove up, running my fingers across the fine lines of copper sewn into the palm and fingers of the smooth black leather. It was in the style of any ordinary huntsman's glove, with padded fingers and a broad cuff, but I knew from first-hand experience that this glove was anything but ordinary. The first time I'd seen one, I'd been on the receiving end of its discharge. It had been an unpleasant, though educational, experience, giving me a glimpse into the technology the warders were hoarding. I slipped it on. "Fits like a glove," I said, smiling. Liz shook her head and sighed while the Imperator merely narrowed his gaze at me. "I like the color, too. I never complained about black." "Mr. Maines," Phalofogus said, "as I do not have the requisite 5 fingers, Please demonstrate the Force Glove's activation sequence. Certainly, Imperator. Mr. Maine stepped forward. He held up a hand, fingers spread. First, please remove the glove. We do not wish it charged right now, as there is only one way to dissipate the energy. I did as he asked, removing the glove before mimicking the movement of his fingers. It was a simple pattern, easily memorized. Repeat that sequence when you wear the glove, and it will build up a charge. You'll feel a tingling when the glove is ready for use. How long? I asked. No more than 20 seconds, but keep in mind that the glove draws energy from the wearer. You'll only have so many uses before you feel the effects. As for actually using the glove, once it's fully charged, simply touch the palm to your target. The resulting energy discharge will apply substantial force to the recipient, something like a forceful push. In case you were curious, the third law of motion does not apply as the glove has built-in dampeners, so you needn't worry about it having the same effect on you, unless you hold it up to a fixed object. Never do that. Phallophogus handed several small metal spheres over to Liz, which she hid away inside her belt pouches. Flash grenades, she said. Sorry, can't show you how these work right now either. The Imperator closed the case and gathered his scrolls. Now, are there any additional questions? No? Good. Then this briefing is concluded. Your departure should be immediate and your return expedient. We shall reconvene at a different location. Briefly, he gave that to us. As I have mentioned, this task has a time-sensitive element. I, therefore, expect you no later than a single bell past midnight. Not 1 minute later. Is that clear? Liz nodded for the both of us. Someone will be waiting, Phallophogus said. Good luck. Then he turned and walked away. Mr. Maines offered a tip of his bowler. Then he also left. He took the now empty case with him. Outside, Liz and I welcomed the cool gray fog that had settled onto damp streets, its cover allowing us to eschew our usual rooftop routes in favor of easier travel down avenues, side streets, and alleys. Pedestrians proved scarce, and watchmen were considerate enough to announce their presence with swaying lanterns or lazy whistling. We stole through half the city like that before Liz slowed to usher us into the quiet of a deserted alley. Sensing she intended to fill me in as promised, I waited for her to speak. Act 5, Thief's Gambit, Part 2. I started working for the warders because I needed a break from the guild, Liz said. It's the bureaucracy that drives me crazy. These days, you need 3 signatures on a notarized approval form just to steal someone's purse. The big jobs? Forget about it. Freelancing was my chance to get away from all that, simplify my life, and gain some independence. The money's been good too, which never hurts. Most of all, though, working for the warders has been exciting. The secrecy, the intrigue, the danger. A girl needs those kinds of things every once in a while. But the fun stopped when you and I stumbled on the Jackery's machine. She crossed her arms. I don't mind saying it scared the shat out of me. When you disappeared into that spinning black sphere, she let out a breath. You were only gone for a second. Not enough time for me to react or even think. But I thought I'd lost you. Liz, Shut up and let me finish. Seeing what the Jackery were really all about strengthened my resolve. It made me want to help the warders that much more. But after I screwed up with the schematic, I didn't know if they'd keep me on the payroll. Turns out they're pretty forgiving when you've already proved your usefulness to them. They started sending me out on new jobs right away. Nothing exciting this time around. A rare tome from such and such's personal library. A scroll from some forgotten corner of the king's chancery. The jobs were easy. Any rank-and-file guild member could have done them without breaking a sweat. And seemingly unimportant that, at first, I thought they hadn't forgiven me after all. And this was their way of punishing me. Boredom got the best of me. So I started taking a peek at the things they were having me steal. The books, in particular. A trio of stray dogs came running down the alley. One stopped long enough to sniff in our direction before taking off in pursuit of the other 2. And? I asked, thinking of Bombadillo. What did they say? Beats the shat out of me. I couldn't understand a word of them. But they were all old, and most looked like they were written in the same language. Since I didn't figure the warders would waste my time or their money by having me retrieve worthless items, I took one book to an expert to examine it. You ever heard of the Keeper? Only in passing, I said. I'd never had any dealings with him, but I knew him as someone who specialized in collecting rare books and documents. The Keeper discovered a number of things. The book's age, about 300 years, who authored it, someone named Asiliel, that he wrote it while camped at the top of Whitehorn Mountain in the Yugals. Oh, and that it's almost completely worthless. Apparently, Asiliel had a thing for a rare breed of mountain goat. That's what the book was about. Feeding, mating, sleeping, and I don't know or care what else. I thought there might be something special about this book, too. All the others were big, with stiff covers. This one's cover was soft. Also, it was half the size of the others, and the script on each page was almost too large, as if written for a child. I still have no idea what the warders wanted with it. There were other books and such after that, including ones much older, but I couldn't very well have each one examined without raising suspicion, so I left it alone and started focusing on other things. Such as? Such as why the warders are so concerned with stopping the jackery. She looked directly at me. Remember when the top floor of the Williamson building exploded? I had to search my memory, but I recalled the event. About 4 months ago, one of their alchemists had an accident and boom. More or less. The King's magistrate looked into it, of course. During the investigation, the Williamson Company swore up and down that the researcher who'd caused the explosion wasn't working on anything they'd authorized. No wonder, too. Investigators found traces of thorine something or other and baroxium acid, each of which I found out is illegal inside city walls. Individually, they're too volatile and dangerous. Together, they're even worse. The Williamson Company manufactures tonics and elixirs, not explosives. So where did their researcher get the alchemicals? I asked. Where do you think? Someone at the guild helped me track down a couple of shipments that entered the city off the books. Those shipments were delivered right to the warder's doorstep. All right? So you think the warders had this alchemist cooking them up a bomb? It doesn't seem their style, does it? So I went and spoke to Phineas Red. He's a tinkerer of sorts. Knows enough about alchemy to get himself into trouble. He told me another use for those alchemicals is as an accelerant. As in a fire accelerant? So the warders don't want to blow up the city. They just want to burn it to the ground? Liz sighed. If you'd let me finish, I'll explain. The combined alchemicals can be used as a potential energy accelerant. Every machine needs some sort of fuel to run, right? Most of the automated carriages lurching about the city run on liquid fluoramine. Well, this alchemical concoction will turn regular fluoramine into superfluoramine. You'd be crazy to add it to your carriage's fuel, though. Chances are that your transport would explode before it made it around the block. Back to the volatile and dangerous part. Exactly. But under the right conditions and with the proper monitoring, the accelerant could safely enhance a machine's normal operation. All right, you have my interest. Just wait. There's more. You've heard of Sarengrave's chrysanthemum, right? Not long after the incident at the Williamson factory, the warders had it stolen. Sarengrave's chrysanthemum. The crystal of death, some called it. Sarengrave was one of the old gods, and the chrysanthemum a rare gemstone. What one had to do with the other, I'd no idea. I knew, however, that the chrysanthemum's worth was immeasurable, which made it exactly the kind of thing one might use to finance something big. The guild knew of the theft, but not who did it. It wasn't me, in case you were wondering. I wasn't even working for the warders at that time. Later, though, after I'd come on board, they sent one of their compulsors to buy a set of Erythian scales from Rundley's Antiquities. Erythian scales are odd devices because they measure density, not weight, using a process described to me once as a form of hydrostatic measurement. I'd have to consult Phineas if I had any hope of describing the process to someone else. Anyway, Rundley's more hoarder than dealer, and since Erythian scales are rare and hard to find, he refused to sell. A few nights after he sent the compulsor away disappointed, the King's magistrate raided his place. Something about illegal imports. When the dust settled, the scales and a batch of old and rare city maps had vanished. Then, A week later, the warders. I get the idea, I said. They've been busy. Add in the jobs I've done for them, and I'd say very busy. But there's one more thing I need to tell you about. How long do you think the warders have been here in Alchester? I already knew from my digging that they and the Jackery had arrived about a year ago. I told as much to Liz. Try 20 years? 20? I didn't bother trying to hide my surprise. How do you figure? I have a source. He asked I keep him out of it, so no names. But he's dependable and has first-hand knowledge. He told me the warders have been in the city a good long while. Not like they are now. Back then, there were only a few, and they kept to themselves. But they've been here, getting things ready for what's happening now. Even before Falafogus admitted it, we both knew the warders weren't disposing of the antiquities and technology they've been acquiring. They're keeping most of it for study or something else. Something else? Lately, the warders have been expanding their payroll beyond thieves, hiring cartographers, scholars, scribes, and scores of laborers. Mining specialists, too. They have 3 digs starting up right now, all well outside the city walls, in the country. Everyone else is locked up in a room somewhere, working away on something. I don't have all the answers yet. But my guess? The warders are looking for something. Something big. Liz let me think about that, but not for long. We could talk about this all night. Right now, though, we've got work to do. She was right. As much as I wanted to continue our conversation and delve deeper into the warders' motives and goals, we had a task to take care of tonight. Despite everything Liz had said, I had no reservations about helping the warders. Maybe they had their own secret agenda, but who didn't? The Jackery were moving towards something that wasn't good for anyone. For now, that was enough to keep me aligned with the warders. We'd figure out exactly what they were up to later. It wasn't long before we saw the city's western wall. Although a gate was nearby, gates meant guard stations, and stations meant wall walkers. Wall walkers, or wallies, were a step above the city's regular cobble stompers. The job of a wally was simple. Man the walls surrounding Alchester, stand watch on them, and, if the need arose, prevent invaders from getting over or through them. At first, all of that probably sounded grandiose enough to recruits. But the reality of such duties meant wallies spent weeks upon weeks doing much of nothing, a fact that inevitably transformed most of them into an irritable, boorish lot. I found it best to avoid them when possible. We cautiously approached, stopping when we had a good view of the wall walk. Then we waited for the first sign of movement. Clever wallies didn't move at all. They hunkered down in the shadows, not giving away their presence to enemy archers or crossbowmen. But on a cold night like tonight, even wallies stomped boots, lit smokes, or engaged in bursts of movement to keep warm. The wally on this part of the wall gave his position away with a few stomps of his boots, which we heard coming from a corner of the walk where he'd made a roost. After some minutes, it was clear he wasn't moving from it, which was to our advantage. So we backtracked a block, then approached the wall further down. A quick up and over found us outside city limits, crouched side by side amidst a field of low-cut grass. No time to waste now. We moved away from the wall, quickly coming to our egress point. Unsurprisingly, the place stank. "It had to be a sewer, didn't it?" I said, trying to keep myself from gagging. The stench was palpable, its moist rawness seemingly already clinging to every part of me. I tried to hold my nose through my mask, but my efforts were wasted against such a formidable odor. "Just wait," Liz said. "It gets worse." The sewer outlet was a single pipe, large enough for us to enter easily if only a lattice of iron bars didn't block the way. While I waited for Liz to work whatever magic she had in mind to get us past that obstacle, I watched the brackish filth ooze from the pipe, down a slope, and into a swamp of filth buzzing with nighttime insects and noisy frogs. "Wonderful place, Liz. You come here often?" Standing before the grating, she moved gloved hands along one of the iron bars. "Only when the guild needs to move something into or out of the city without the authorities knowing about it." "How'd you even find out about it?" I asked. "Blame Heavyhammer." "Let me guess. This have anything to do with one of Heavyhammer's adventure stories?" The man had a new one for every day of the week, some so far-fetched I doubted he even believed them. "Oh, yes," Liz said, laughing. "Have him tell you about it sometime. The only part I remember is how he got past the grate." Liz grasped one of the horizontal bars with both hands, heaved, and just like that, the bar came loose. I helped her lay it down inside the pipe, and then she did the same to another, this one vertical. The resulting space was enough for us to squeeze through. As I helped her fit the bars back into place, I saw how she'd done it. Each bar had been torn loose from the grating. Not cut, but torn, as evidenced by the jagged metal at each joint. Only a feat of incredible strength could have done such a thing. I knew Heavy Hammer was strong, but this seemed beyond even his ability. The next time I saw the hillman, I knew I'd have to ask him how he'd done it, even if it meant suffering through one of his exaggerated tellings. We lit alchemical glow sticks, their amber radiance revealing a sludgy path that disappeared into the darkness ahead. As we traversed its length with backs stooped, trickling water echoed within the confines of the narrow passage. The pipe led us through several turns to a junction where 3 other tunnels joined this main one. The resulting sludge from all 3 lines elevated the stench of the place to new heights as it seemed to cling to the very walls here. "You weren't joking about the smell getting worse, were you?" Snickering in reply, she led us down the centermost tunnel, then stopped us 3 passageways and as many turns later before a jagged slash in the wall. "This cleft opened during an earthquake," she said. The inside of the opening, which started at about waist level and went to the ceiling, glistened with moisture and slick green algae. "It should take us straight into the catacombs." Liz hoisted herself into the opening. I followed, and soon we crawled through a long, narrow space that ended in a rectangular-shaped room. Liz dropped into the room first. Her light revealed a single stone sarcophagus, rough-hewn walls, and at least a foot of brackish water covering the floor. While she sloshed toward an open doorway on the room's other side, I inured my feet to the water's chill while admiring the sarcophagus's embossed carvings. Along the sides, men on horseback fought bulls and boars with a combination of spears and swords. The coffin's top featured the raised profile of a man in armor, with arms crossed at his breast and a face so lifelike I almost thought the carving was the man himself, preserved somehow in stone. Liz turned back to me with her rough map already open. Using both lights, we determined our current position and confirmed our route to the suspected Jackery excavation site. Once close, we expected noise and light from the dig to guide us the rest of the way. We sloshed our way out of the small room and down a short passage to another chamber, this one larger, with 4 sarcophagi set into the walls to either side. Beyond was another partially flooded passage, where ornamental urns filled with the deceased's ashes were displayed. Some containers were simple clay, others bronze or brass. Trinkets or remembrances of the dead, such as beaded necklaces or epitaphs scrawled on crumbling scrolls, surrounded many. Not that I was looking, but there was nothing of real value here. Grave robbers probably had picked the place clean generations ago. Only the coffins and urns remained undisturbed. Stealing from the dead was one thing, but disturbing their sleep? That was something else entirely, and generally considered an excellent way to provoke a haunting or worse. We spent what seemed like half a day slogging through flooded corridors, though in reality it was more like an hour. At last, we encountered a small staircase made of shorn rock, which finally elevated us above the sludgy waters. Here the walls were not so rough, and the anterooms and crevices broader and more ornate, with walls covered in radiant symbols representing the sun and stars. Once there had been a goddess of the sun and stars, but I didn't remember her name. "Visha," Liz said, pointing to one symbol. "Goddess of the sun and stars, and also Namarom's wife." I shrugged my indifference, which Liz correctly perceived as ignorance. "Haven't you ever been to the temple district? Her temple is next to her husband's, which means we're close." Any reply I intended to make was cut off by a distant noise. Without thought, we covered our lights, put hands to the hilts of our weapons, and listened, either for signs of an imminent attack or the same noise again. We gave it a minute, but neither heard nor saw anything more. No telling what the noise had been. A shoe or boot scuffing the floor, a rat scurrying, or maybe even one of the dead risen. If it had been a Jackery priest, I'd seen no light. I felt Liz groping about. When she found my arm, she squeezed it. I took the gesture to mean she wanted to keep going, but cautiously. We uncovered only my light now, and that only partially, as I took the lead with one of my smaller knives drawn. The passage ended in a T. At Liz's direction, we went left. We couldn't risk enough light to see the map properly, so we navigated by memory now. A few more minutes and it didn't matter, as a single light came into focus ahead of us. I covered my glow stick once more. Behind me, I heard Liz slide a knife free. The source of illumination was revealed to be a single torch nestled into a wall sconce. Another light joined its flickering 20 paces further on. Beyond those two, we found others, spaced at regular intervals, until we came upon another split in the passage. The lights, which went in both directions here, revealed muddy boot tracks running up and down the hallway. I kneeled, putting a finger on one. The mud wasn't fresh, but neither was it more than a few hours old. Both directions looked clear. We chose left again, creeping up to where the passage turned. Peering around the corner, I signaled to Liz that I saw nothing but more torches, which guided us to an open doorway. Beyond was a well-lit chamber, empty but for a single table set against one wall and a plethora of digging tools stacked against another. The wall opposite the doorway had a great rent, a jagged hole as tall as a man and wide enough to roll a wheelbarrow through. A line of torches beyond the opening lit a path leading deeper into the earth. Nudging me, Liz pointed at the table. I couldn't believe it. Lying on top of it was the scepter. Its presence, out in the open and unguarded, explained how we'd gotten this far with such ease. We'd walked right into a trap. I braced myself, ready for a wave of fanatical priests to come bounding from the gash in the excavated wall or the doorway behind us. But seconds turned to minutes, and nothing materialized to stop us from taking our prize. Liz and I exchanged a look. Then she shrugged and went to the table. I joined her. With its golden shaft and filigreed, looping ribbons encircling the creamy moonstone at its crest, the artifact lay on its side in a pose that lacked consideration for even the scepter's base material worth. Throw in its religious significance, and I expected to see a relic such as this on a cushioned pedestal, not a dirty wooden table. Holding up a hand, Liz said, "Let me look before you get any closer." She knew traps better than anyone, so I allowed her all the time she needed. When she was done, she straightened and shook her head. "It's too damn easy," she said. I agreed. I also knew that the longer we stayed here, the greater the danger. I was about to suggest we take the scepter and run while we still had the chance when a voice sounded behind us. "I knew you would come," the voice said, echoing from the chamber walls. We spun around. Standing alone in the doorway was Onias, the head priest of the Jackery. His single step into the chamber was action enough to prompt me to draw a knife to match my other, while Liz readied her warder staff by extending it to its full length. Once more the runes on it lit up, but Onias took only one step, then stopped and stood there with arms at his sides and hands held open. He appeared unarmed. "You've come for the scepter," he said. Honeyed words sweetened further by a hint of slyness, as if he knew something we didn't. This was only the second time I'd seen the man. The first time there'd been no discussion, unless the exchange of steel counted for conversation. I remembered him as tall, which he was, standing at least 6 inches taller than my own 6 foot, and possessed of a physique that spoke of discipline. Not the discipline of someone who sat at a scribe's desk all day, but one who sculpted every muscle with a daily regime of exercise and practice. Onias might be a priest, but he was also a warrior with enough skill to have fought me to a standstill during our last encounter. Unlike any warrior I'd ever faced, though, he was a fanatic, devoted to a cause that, while steeped in mystery, had produced such dark technology as the Horizon Dichotomizer. He wore such devotion proudly, too, as evidenced by his tattoos. On his head, a triple band of geometric shapes started at the back of his neck to converge at his forehead, where the image of a black sun radiating dark energy was stamped. Bare arms were marked with lines and geometric shapes, the tattoos crawling from his wrists to his shoulders and probably to his torso, though the priest's sleeveless knee-length tunic made that impossible to determine presently. All told, the man standing before us represented the most formidable and dangerous opponent I'd ever faced. "What if we have?" I asked. Onias steepled his hands. The slightest smirk played out across his hawkish features as his dark gaze took in each of us. "Then you are free to take it." The man's expression contradicted the sincerity of his tone, so I wasn't sure what to make of his offer. Liz adjusted her grip on her staff. Why the generosity? Because the scepter's destiny does not lie with the Jacquerie. "And it does with the warders?" I asked. He said nothing to that, so I added, "It looks like you went to considerable trouble to find the thing. Must have been a lot of digging, considering we're not even in the right temple." The sun and stars ran in a line around the entire chamber. We were still in Visha's temple, not Namarom's. "It is true," Onias said. "The avenues beneath the Moonbringer's holy place were blocked, so an alternate route was needed. The work was difficult, but the Jacquerie do not waver in the face of adversity. Our cause was to find the scepter of the moon, and so we did." "So now you'll just hand it over to us?" Liz asked, her gaze narrowing within the slit in her mask. "Why?" "Give it to you? No, not to you." Onias turned to me. "But I will give it to this man." Unease penetrated every part of my being. Unlike before, Onias had a glint in his eyes now, his smirk becoming a devilish knowing grin. This man was a fanatical killer whose followers I'd witnessed commit suicide without giving the act a second thought. Whatever game Onias played, I didn't like it. "You didn't answer the lady's question," I said, the words coming too quickly. I took a breath, steadying myself. I almost wished Onias had simply attacked. Understanding that was a lot simpler. I spoke my next words with conviction, but also with curiosity. "Why give either of us the scepter? You must know who sent us. Why help them?" "We are only interested in restoring the balance." "Balance?" I asked. Onias turned to admire the wall motifs of Visha. "It is the way of things. Once, a very long time ago, light balanced with darkness, good with evil. The scales of Medic, balanced evenly." "Medic's scales were never balanced," Liz said. "They were always weighted heavily against men such as you." Onias glanced sidelong at her, his brows raised. He laughed. "It's true. Yet Medic held neither thieves nor assassins in such high regard either." Onias put his hands behind his back and stepped closer. As his gaze settled on me once more, his smirk faded. "It depends who is on either side of the scale. You and I shared an experience. We both felt the embrace of that other place." I steadied my grip on my knives. The only thing I felt was cold. "Yes," Onias said, "cold and darkness, to counterbalance warmth and light. If that's supposed to mean something, it means everything. You may not understand now, but in time, you will. As I said, all things come into balance, and so shall your ignorance with your comprehension. Why wait? How about you fill me in now, starting with how you ever thought I'd let you walk out of here alive? Big mistake, by the way, coming here alone." Onias smiled once more. "Alone? I am a high priest of the Jacquerie. My flock is always near." As if on cue, dark-robed Jacquerie streamed into the chamber in numbers that seemed to grow exponentially. Liz and I put our backs to one another, not that it would do us any good against the sea of tattooed faces quickly facing us from every direction. For the moment, they only surrounded us. But if their glares were any sign, most itched to do more. Unlike Onias, these men were not weaponless. Cudgels, maces, and crysknives were among the more popular selections of the day. One priest stepped forward. Bull-necked and squat like a pit fighter, his tattooed arms bulged as he curled and uncurled fists. The black sun tattoo on his forehead was like a third eye, such was the darkness of the stare he directed at us. These infidels deserve to die, the priest said. First, they trespass. Now, they threaten. Such disrespect cannot stand unanswered. Yet for now, Autet, it shall, Onias said. Hefting a spaded mace, Autet went on as if his high priest had said nothing. No need to issue a command, brother, for those of the holy darkness are ever ready to smite those who stand against our cause. Fear not, for we shall see thy will done. The man coiled himself to spring. Around us, other Jackery did likewise. Next to me, Liz gave her staff a quick twirl. The motion set the staff crackling with energy. I lifted my knives. No doubt about it, we were headed for one hell of a fight, right until Onias spoiled all the fun with a thunderous outburst. My will has been spoken! Autet, with his weapon still raised, rounded on the high priest with a snarl. Yes, your will, that we give ones who have stolen from us the scepter of the moon and allow them to walk out of here alive. Onias, who hadn't yet looked at his subordinate, did so now. For several long seconds, he allowed his flinty stare to bring him to heel. It had the desired effect, as Autet took no action, nor gave voice to further protest. The high priest glanced at the raised weapon. Autet lowered it. Then, in a voice laced with the hard edge of authority, Onias said, They shall live, for now. Such is our God's will, and so it is mine. Do you, Autet, question this, or dare to defy it? Though Autet looked strong enough to snap Onias in half, the high priest's words had a sobering effect as Autet's simmering abated. He returned the mace to his belt and bowed with hands flat at his sides. I but serve. As a last act of conciliation, he surrendered his position, stepping back to rejoin the others. The scepter is yours, Onias said to us. Take it and go. You may ascend and leave by the front entry. Follow the torches to find your way out. My followers will not hinder you. Uncertain, we hesitated. But I didn't think we'd get a second chance, so I took the scepter from the table, and with Liz and her staff in the lead, we made our way through the gathering. Though venomous stares threatened us from all sides, the priests allowed us to pass. Outside the chamber, with no pursuit in sight, I said to Liz, You think you can get us back to the sewers? Taking a torch from the wall, she nodded. We were of one mind when it came to accepting any more of the Jackery's generosity, or taking any chances that they might change their minds and try to stop us before we made it outside. It was slow going, but we made it to the sewer grate without getting lost. With the light of the moon welcoming us back to the land of the living and the bars restored, we convened to decide our next move. Take the coil out of the scepter, Liz said. I want to see something. I performed the steps as described by Phallophogus. We heard a click, and the coil half popped from the scepter's bottom. As soon as I'd pulled it free, we saw why Onias had allowed us to take the device. The coil was burned out. We were neither engineers nor artificers, but compared to the modified coil the warders had given us, this one was a blackened husk. Tubules were blown, copper was fused, and the housing cracked. No wonder Onias let us walk out with it. The part he wanted, the coil, was useless and beyond repair. I replaced the ruined coil with the modified one. You ready to activate it? Seems like as good a place as any. Wait 1 second. Liz moved a safe distance away, just in case it blows up in your face. The device jolted in my hand but didn't explode, as the moonstone flared with brilliance for a second before the light faded and then disappeared. The scepter's golden shaft had lost some of its luster, and some ribbons had twisted and curled, but the gemstone appeared undamaged. Figuring that was that, I slipped the scepter and the burned-out coil into a black bag we'd brought along for that purpose. Now that we're done with that business, Liz said, it's time to move on to the rest. The rest? You mean go meet the warders? Something in her expression told me she didn't mean that at all. We need to have Erevar's schematic examined. The schematic again. I wished I'd never stolen the damn thing. Why exactly do we need to do that? Because it's important. Think about it. The warders want it. The Jackery want it. It's strange they didn't ask about it, isn't it? The progressives had it, so I'm sure they'd like it back. Everyone seems interested in it, so how can it not be important? She was right. Everyone who knew about the schematic wanted it, including the one person she'd left out. There's someone you forgot about, I said. Excuse me? Liz asked. Besides the warders, Jackery, and progressives, there was someone else. An individual, identity unknown, hired your guild to steal the schematic. I believe you were the one who told me I'd stepped all over a guild contract when I stole the schematic in the first place, remember? Right, she said. But I only delivered the message, so I don't know the client's identity. Someone else trying to get their hands on the plans just means it's that much more important. Maybe. What sort of answers do you expect to get from it? I don't know, but an expert might. Leave it to Liz to always make sense. So, who do you have in mind? I was thinking of the Progressive Society. They're technologists, right? I know you stole it from them in the first place, but maybe they'll forgive and forget, and tell us what we need to know for the right price. No, bad idea, I said. Gwendolyn Goddard's running the show there now. She won't help us. Just the opposite, actually. How about the keeper, then? He helped me out before. I shrugged. Seems like as good an option as any. We'll need to get the schematic, Liz said. Where did you hide it? The last place anyone would look. Which is? The very place I stole it from, I said, unable to keep from smiling at my cleverness. Liz's mouth hung open a little once she'd worked it out. You put it back inside Aravar's house? Ingenious, huh? More like stupid. You know who's living there now, don't you? I heard a rumor that the Blackguard had moved in. So what? Liz threw her hands up in the air. So what? They've probably turned the place into a fortress. How do you expect to get back in there? Same way I got in the first time. I put the scroll case in the same room where I found it. It's got easy access. Easy access if you don't mind hanging from your fingertips and swinging about at precarious heights. They'll never even know I was there. She let out an exasperated breath, shook her head, and said nothing else as she started walking toward the city wall. Slinging the sack over my shoulder, I was about to follow when the flutter of wings and the most God's-awful screech sounded somewhere above me. Even with the abundance of moonlight, it was difficult to make the crow out, but there it was, flying in a line that I thought went back toward the Temple District. I watched the crow circle once, then change course toward the city. You coming or what? Liz asked. While the mysterious and annoying crow vanished into the dark, I ran to catch up. Not knowing what to make of the bird's repeated presence, I said nothing to Liz about it. At the wall, we repeated our earlier exercise, then headed straight for Aravar Tillwood's house. Looks the same, I said, crouching in the shadows outside the place. Except for the black guardsmen loitering about, of course. I counted 4, guardsmen stationed around the 2-story graystone. It was a quaint neighborhood, familiar with neither murder nor armed guards on their quiet cobbled streets before 8 weeks ago. But things had changed for this Sleepy Burrow's residents, just as they'd changed for me. Never mind that I'd been the one who'd caused the change. If I hadn't killed Aravar, you can bet someone else would have. That's the nature of money and a person's desire to see someone dead. Yet it was my knife that had set the Blackguard on me initially, prompting them to chase me halfway around the city so that here I was, about to infiltrate their base and steal right from underneath their noses for a second time. Thinking about all of it, I had to grin. You can wipe that smirk off your face, Liz whispered. You're not going in there. I'm not? No, I am. No, you're not. It's too... dangerous? Oh, please, as if those mercs are even going to know I'm there. We both know I'm the better thief, so tell me where I can find the scroll, and I'll be back before you know it. Liz, you know as well as I do what kind of men are in there. Even if they don't kill you, if they catch even a glimpse of your face, they'll hunt you like they're hunting me. You're the one who told me what happens to people who cross them, so I know you understand what I'm saying. I know the risks, Liz said, but I also know we don't have a lot of other choices. You're in enough trouble with them. You know what they have planned for you. What do you think they'll do if they catch you breaking into their barracks? I know exactly what they'll do, but better me than you. You almost sound like you care, she asked. I do care. Well, that's new. No, it isn't, I said. I've always cared. Really? She asked doubtfully. Of course. Even if things didn't work out between us, that doesn't mean I ever stopped thinking about you. I'm touched. You should be. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a schematic to retrieve. No, you don't. We argued for a few more minutes before she wore my resolve down. I may not have liked the thought of her going in there alone, but I also knew she was right. Those mercs would never know she was there. Once I'd laid out my previous approach and a few other recommendations, off she went. 20 tense minutes later, she returned. Did you get it? I asked. She held the familiar bone scroll case up in response. Now let's get the hell out of here before, in the king's name, stay where you are. Too late. We'd been so worried about the Black Guard noticing us that we'd completely forgotten about Alchester's finest. A trio of cobble stompers ran toward us, nightsticks waving and whistles shrilling such a racket the nearby guardsmen had to take notice. Oh, shat, Liz said. At least the guardsmen haven't seen us yet. It's a couple of goddamn thieves, shouted someone from the direction of the house. A pair of mercs, hands on sword hilts, started sprinting toward us. Oh, shat. I'd have said myself if there was time. With city watchmen coming from one direction and mercs from the other, we were about to find ourselves trapped if we remained on the street. Unfortunately, the sheer walls of the greystones offered little chance of climbing. Also, with so little space between them, there were no alleys to duck into. There was only one way out of this, and that was with steel. I drew my knives, selecting which of our adversaries had earned the distinction of dying first. Liz's hand on my arm told me she had something else in mind. Cover your eyes. She held one of the metallic spheres given to her by the warders. Flicking something on it with her thumb, she released it. The sphere, a flash grenade I remembered her calling it, rolled. Then I lost sight of it as Liz turned me away. As she'd instructed, I closed my eyes. Good thing too, because in the next instant the world exploded with light. Guards and mercenaries, startled by the brilliance, cried out. The flash lasted all of 2 seconds, but it was enough, as it allowed us to run past guards too busy rubbing their eyes and blinking to stop us. The effect is temporary, Liz said, so let's get out of here. Too temporary, as watchmen and guardsmen alike regained their vision enough to see us escaping. As one, they pursued. In my mind, I already had an escape route mapped out. I was just about to grab Liz's arm when a horse-drawn carriage with gaslights burning low rumbled right into our path and stopped, the black, nondescript Clarence halting so abruptly it lurched forward on its suspension springs. Before it had time to sway back and reach equilibrium, one of the carriage doors swung open. "Get in!" a voice called from inside. It was too dark to make out a face. Up front, the driver waited with hands poised to snap the horses back into motion. "Fire and brimstone!" the voice from within growled. "Get in now!" This time a face appeared from the darkness. I recognized the sharp features and dark, neatly trimmed goatee instantly. Atticus Drake. Along with Gwendolyn Goddard, Atticus was a member of the Progressive Society, an unfavorable accolade presently given Ms. Goddard's demeanor toward me. While Atticus had played no direct part in her machinations, I still didn't trust him. On the other hand, he didn't seem interested in helping the men chasing us. In short, I saw no reason not to take advantage of his offer. "Get in," I said, shoving Liz ahead of me. Trusting that I knew what I was doing, she leaped into the Clarence without question. I was right behind her. Before we even had the door closed, the carriage shot into motion. We rambled along at such a rapid pace the guards had no chance of catching us. Soon their shouts faded, and I knew we'd escaped. The inside of the coach was anything but spacious, but it was comfortable and warm, thanks to a heating stone at our feet. We shared a single embroidered cushion with only a little room to stretch our legs. I was on one side with Atticus on the other. Liz sat between us. "That was close," Atticus said. "But you're safe now, Mr. Thornton." Thomas Thornton had been the name I'd used when Atticus and I had first made our acquaintance. But Liz and I still had our masks on, so I had no idea how he knew my identity, assumed or not. Seeing no further reason for subterfuge, I removed mine. Liz did the same. "Well, that's better," Atticus said. "I much prefer to see a person's face when speaking to them." Atticus Drake was as dapper as the last time I'd seen him. Then he'd sported a top hat and long tails as fit the gala occasion. Now he wore matching trousers, a short coat of fine gray cloth, and a white shirt tied at the neck by a maroon cravat. His black hair was slicked back, his goatee oiled, and he held the same ruby-topped cane as before. "My name, miss, is Atticus Drake." Liz extended a gloved hand. "Elizabeth West. Thank you, Mr. Drake, for extracting us from a difficult situation." Taking her hand in his, Atticus brushed his lips against the back of her hand. "The pleasure is mine, Ms. West." "Please, call me Elizabeth." Atticus nodded and smiled. Then he turned his attention to me. "Thomas, it is good to see you again. Likewise, though I'm uncertain why you helped us." Atticus sat back. "Ah, yes. Let us cut to the chase, eh? You're wondering why I'd swoop in to help a man wanted by the Progressive Society, how I knew you were even here, or, given your attire, your identity, and what I intend to do with you now that I have you securely within my grasp. I'd say that about sums it up. First, how did I know who you are? A guess, really, along with a bit of deductive reasoning. Truth be told, Thomas, I wasn't entirely sure it was you until you removed your mask. Second, how did I know you were here? Quite simply, I saw your approach. I was neither looking nor expecting to see either of you, though. I have had reason of late to keep eyes on Ms. Goddard. I believe you are familiar with the woman?" "Not in a good way," I said. "But yes." "My driver and I suspected Ms. Goddard had an errand to run this evening, one which we intended to follow her on. But the appointed time came and went, and she never left home. We were considering leaving when I saw you two skulking about." "Ms. Goddard never left home?" I asked. "We thought the guardsmen were using the place as a barracks." "So they are. But after what Gwendolyn did to her brother and my other society associates, she harbored concerns for her well-being. Rightly so, too. To that end, she took up residence with the guard in Mr. Tilwood's former home." "So you know she killed her brother? How?" "I've known Gwendolyn for a fair number of years. She may have fooled half the society with her innocence and beguiling nature, but I've always known her for the manipulator she is. She's created chaos within our ranks by attempting to wrest control." "Something you're opposing her on?" "Every step of the way, though I fear it's a battle I'm rapidly losing. She's gained support at every level, both within the society and without. It's only a matter of time now." Slipping into our own thoughts, Atticus and I grew silent. Liz, however, who was not familiar with Gwendolyn or her scheming, had no reason to settle into quiet contemplation. "What about the rest of it?" she asked. "Why did you help us? Do you intend to report us? It doesn't sound like you've any love for this Gwendolyn person, but what about the authorities?" Atticus sat up straight. He banged the end of his cane on the carriage floor. "The authorities? Certainly not. If I meant to hand you over to them, I would have simply impeded your escape and allowed them to capture you. I helped you because, in my estimation, anyone who is not a friend of Ms. Goddard is a potential ally of mine. Let me assure you, I've no specific designs on your fate." The whole rescue bit was spur of the moment. "I am curious, however, about your reasons for breaking into Ms. Goddard's home. What does she have of value that you'd want? Unless you did it to murder her. You didn't kill her, did you?" "We never even saw her," I said. It was hard to tell if such news was a relief or disappointment to Atticus. "It's a long story, but we were looking for something." "And did you find it?" Atticus asked, eyeing the black bag holding the scepter I'd placed at my feet. Liz looked at me, probably wondering how much I trusted him. I shrugged, so Liz held up the bone scroll case and said, "We were looking for this." Forgetting all about the bag, Atticus cast an appraising eye over the patterned etchings displayed along the length of the case. "Ah, yes, This must be Aravar's mysterious schematic, but hidden precisely from where it was stolen. I must say, that's ingenious. That's what I thought, I said, giving Liz a light elbow, which she ignored. How do you know about it? Liz asked. Because some weeks ago I hired your thieves' guild to steal it for me, though that effort obviously failed. Most disappointing, considering the guild's reputation. You hired the guild? I didn't quite believe what I'd just heard. At the same time that someone commissioned me to kill the schematic's owner and steal the scroll, someone else had also hired the guild to do the same thing, minus the killing part. That person's identity had remained a mystery, but no longer. But why steal something your society already owned? Owned is not quite the correct term. Aravar Tillwood, who authored the schematic and many other technical documents for us, was hired unbeknownst to me by Gwendolyn's late husband, Reynold Morgan. I realize now that Reynold acted under his wife's direction, but that is neither here nor there. It has never been unusual for members of the society to forge their own path. In fact, the society's founding mission is to explore all areas of scientific interest, so we encourage independent endeavors. But concerns arose regarding the research the Morgans sponsored. I tried to address these concerns directly, but neither Reynold nor Gwendolyn would have any of my interference, as they called it. So, to better understand what they were working on, I approached the guild, hoping to secure what I felt was a key piece of their research. I am not a spiritual man, nor do I put much stock in fate, yet here is the schematic, within my grasp at last. Liz pulled the case closer. Atticus smiled at her reaction. I've no intention of taking it from you, he said. However, might I see it? It has taken a long time to get to this point. Who knows? Perhaps I can tell you something about the schematic you don't already know. That's hardly a challenge, Liz said, since we know next to nothing about it. It's why we came back for it. We want to know why it's so damn important to so many people. Atticus nodded knowingly. As do I. If you allow me to examine it, I might have some answers. Liz removed the rolled-up parchment from the case and handed it to him. We planned on taking it to an expert anyway. Maybe you can save us the trip. Sliding a window open, Atticus shouted to his driver, Samuel, find us a safe place to stop for a bit. He slid the window closed and said, Can't perform a proper examination with all this jostling about. Once Samuel had guided us to a quiet spot, with no overhead street lamps to betray our presence, Atticus turned the valve on the cabin's interior glow lamp, just enough to make out the drawing's details. We stayed quiet while he perused it. Some minutes later, he lifted his head. Interesting. I believe this device is an energy regulator, though it appears to possess some extraordinary characteristics, the like of which I can't say I've ever seen before. Look here. He pointed at one part of the diagram. This is a fairly standard way to fragment energy flow via a reverse conducting funnel. The funnel works in concert with an array of fragmenters, which split the energy source into various wavelengths. Each energy stream then feeds into its own modulator, various capacitors, and finally, an output stabilizer. The mystery lies here between the energy fragmenters and the stabilizer. Specifically, I mean the array of capacitors, which you can see each have additional energy tubules coming off them. It's strange enough that Aravar intended to store energy from the individual streams within them, but stranger still that he'd wish to siphon it off. You see, each stream is intentionally weakened at this stage, so they may be more easily recombined during the stabilization process. However, before that final process, the individual streams are simply too weak to provide any real value. Aravar had some plan in mind when he designed this regulator, but I have to admit, I find his line of thinking baffling. I would have to ask our engineers, ones I trust, not those who've taken Ms. Goddard's side, to discern the true purpose of this regulator's design. Can you at least guess why everyone wants to get their hands on it? Liz asked. Atticus shook his head. I never like to disappoint a beautiful woman, but I'm afraid I cannot presently answer your question with the information at hand. Liz sighed. So we know about as much now as we did before, which is almost nothing. Many unanswered questions remain, Atticus said, but that is a far better predicament than having no questions at all. I believe we may find some answers if we first discover what purpose the Morgans intended for the device. Also, you said others wished to possess the schematic. Liz nodded. A secret society called the Warders. Also a sect of priests, the Jackery. Interesting, Atticus said. I am not familiar with either group. They're both somewhat new to Alchester's social scene. Then we should investigate each, asking ourselves some basic fundamental questions along the way. Who are they? Why are they here in our city? What are their intentions? Do they mean us harm? What use do priests have for any regulator, let alone this one? The answers to these questions can only further aid in our understanding. With each word, the man's conviction seemed to grow, so much so that I felt compelled to say, "You sound as if you're ready to take on a cause." Perhaps I am. I helped found the society hoping to promote technology for the betterment of all. Its use for any other reason undermines that, especially considering that this device was conceived under the stewardship of some of our very own founding members. Besides that, though, Alchester is my birthplace and home. I'll not stand by while foreigners bring it to ruin, if such is their intention. What are you proposing? I asked. That you leave the schematic in my care so I can take it to knowledgeable people I trust. Such was my intention when I tried to have it stolen in the first place. Allow me to finish that task, and perhaps we can yet learn its secrets. Meanwhile, I have a rich store of information and other resources at my disposal. While my engineers examine the drawing, I will research the history of the Jackery and the Warders. Perhaps that will shed light on their purpose here, though I fear such a task will prove neither quick nor easy. I can at least give you a starting point, Liz said. She told Atticus everything she'd told me about the Warders, including the bit about taking the book to the keeper to have him examine it. Atticus listened attentively, saying nothing until she finished. That's more than a starting point, I dare say. You've gathered a lot of information in a short amount of time and given me much to think about. First, though, there is the matter of the schematic. Will you surrender it into my keeping? We didn't have the luxury of a private room to discuss the decision, so we settled for an exchange of gestures. Liz, apparently sold, nodded her acceptance of his offer. I wasn't so sure. Nothing had been as it seemed for a while now, and while Atticus hadn't given me any reason to distrust him, I reminded myself I knew little about him. Still, nothing ventured, nothing gained, and it wasn't like I couldn't steal the scroll back at any time if it came to that. Take it, I said. The schematic will be safe in my care, Atticus said, sliding the scroll back inside its case. I will contact you when I have something. Elizabeth, since you have already started down this road, perhaps I might call upon your assistance in the near future? Liz agreed. They shared means for contacting one another. Then we said our farewells, and Liz and I stepped from the carriage. The Clarence ambled away, leaving us alone once more. Pleasant chap, don't you think? I asked. Handsome, too, Liz said, watching the departing carriage. You're kidding, right? She didn't look like she was kidding. He's twice your age. I doubt even half that. Her gaze lingered a moment longer before her focus returned to our present business. But never mind about that. Right now, you and I have a scepter to deliver. She was right. With the meeting time drawing near, we set out at once, talking as we went. This drop-off location, I said. Have the Warders ever met you there before? No, they change it up each time, so we never meet at the same place twice. Does that bother you? It bothers me that you even have to ask. Neither of us trusts the Warders, right? I'm not saying they've got anything planned, but I'm also not in favor of walking into the meeting blind. Here's what I propose. Liz had no objections to my plan, which was simple. I'd run ahead and look around. If I saw nothing suspicious, we'd make the exchange as planned. However, if the Warders intended some sort of double cross, we were going to have a different exchange altogether. I knew a shortcut, so while Liz took the scepter along a longer, more trafficked route, I ran through the shadows, arriving at the rendezvous point in no time at all. They'd chosen a small, abandoned villa at the city's edge. A wise choice not only because of its isolation, but also because the sloping, open terrain leading up to the house made it easy to spot anyone approaching. Such an advantage made my task more difficult, but only marginally so, given my skill at foiling detection. I reached a back wall with no interruptions, ascending to the slanted tiled roof with ease. Once I'd crested the roof's peak, I crept to the edge and spotted the long-necked imperator alone in the courtyard below. The case, which previously had held the special items he'd allowed us to borrow, rested at his feet. Phallophogus stood with hands folded and head lowered, almost as if in prayer, presumably waiting for Liz and me to arrive. All things considered, everything seemed on the up and up. But something about the location bothered me. An empty villa like this, isolated from nearby houses, whispered of more than secret intent, especially when 100 other places, more than suitable for a clandestine exchange and much less remote, came to mind. So, unless Phallophogus was better with a weapon than I thought, I suspected he'd arrived with friends. I didn't have to search long for such company as I spotted a man steeped in the shadows of a second-story window. His presence was almost imperceptible, but for the front end of a loaded crossbow pointed into the courtyard below. I crept back, careful to stay out of sight. Still on the roof, I followed the U configuration of this part of the villa to the building's other side. Sure enough, another crossbowman stood ready in a window opposite the first, one bolt for me and another for Liz, or maybe they were both for me, and Phallophogus had something else planned for Liz. I returned to the roof's other side, lowering myself down the same way I'd come up before I entered the house via a service entrance. Ascending a nearby staircase, I found the room with the first crossbowman. He was seated, every bit of his attention focused on the courtyard below. A gloved hand over his mouth, and, as he instinctively rose, my knife into his back ended it for him in an instant. I settled his body to the floor, then took the loaded crossbow from his dying grasp. The other assassin proved slightly more challenging. Alerted to my presence by a creaking floorboard, he shot up to confront me. Too bad for him that I already had my stolen crossbow pointed his way. I loosed the bolt, and down he went. Just in time, too, because I heard Liz's voice from the courtyard below. So much for warning her about the ambush, while she exchanged greetings with the Raspal Imperator. I ran downstairs and back through the service entrance, slowing once I entered the courtyard. I stopped when I stood next to Liz. "Sorry I'm late. Did I miss anything?" Phallophogus greeted me with a sour expression. "Elizabeth and I were about to conclude this evening's business." He looked back at Liz. "Do you have the scepter of the moon?" Liz nodded. "The coil, too." She removed both from the sack and handed them over. Turns out the coil was already burned out, so there was no way the scepter could work. As agreed, we put the modified coil in and activated the scepter. It seems to have had the desired effect. Phallophogus took the coil and scepter from Liz and inspected them. He verbally confirmed Liz's comments about the burned-out coil, then quickly moved on to the now tarnished golden shaft and the warped ribbons before his attention settled, and remained, on the scepter's undamaged moonstone. While he was busy with that, Liz glanced my way. She gestured with her chin, pointing me toward the Imperator. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to see. Rolling her eyes, she lifted her arm at the shoulder. I looked back at Phallophogus and this time noticed the book he held under one arm. Soft leather cover, not large, maybe a journal or a notebook. Exactly the kind of book Liz had said she'd brought to the keeper, who had declared it worthless. So worthless, the Imperator felt the need to carry it to this remote villa. "You are correct about the scepter," Phallophogus said, concluding his inspection. The long case was still on the ground next to him. He leaned down, flipped it open, then took a step back. "The mission is finished, so now I expect you to return the items we allowed you to borrow. Once you have done so, you shall receive your last payment." "What do you mean, last?" Liz asked, making no move to return her staff or what remained of the flash grenades. The Imperator cleared his throat and took another step back. "It means we shall not be contacting you for future work." Liz looked at him in puzzlement. "Care to tell me why?" Phallophogus took one more step back. I wanted to tell him I'd already foiled his ambush, but I was also curious what answer he'd give to Liz's question, so I kept quiet. Because we appreciate collaborating with people who exercise discretion and, even more important, respect our organization's privacy. Your curiosity has gotten the best of you, Elizabeth. And please, do not feign innocence. The warders have operated with the utmost secrecy for half a millennium. We know, how do you humans say it? Every trick in the book. You've been spying on me. Let us say, rather, that we have been monitoring your activity. When we hire a contractor for a job, we expect that contractor to fulfill their part of the arrangement sans questions and other inquiries that fall outside the task. This, for example, he said, waving the book from under his arm at us, should not have been brought to the person you call the keeper. The man has not been properly vetted or even made aware of our presence here. We have well-established protocols for such things. By circumventing them of your own volition, you could have endangered our entire mission. The keeper suspects nothing, so, for now, he remains safe. However, I cannot say the same for your friend in the Progressive Society. Atticus Drake? I'm afraid you have gotten Mr. Drake into some trouble. How the hell do you even know we met with him? Liz asked. We only just came from there. Phalophogus lifted his gaze toward the building's second story. Looking for something? I asked, smirking. Or someone? The bone ridge over the Imperator's eyes narrowed. Did you... Afraid so. Your henchmen are dead. I drew my killing knife, my features a mask of seriousness now. I don't much care for being double-crossed, Imperator, so don't take offense if I take your life next. I'd taken 2 steps toward the Raspel when Mr. Maines appeared from the courtyard's deep shadows. He had a loaded hand crossbow in one hand and a small sword in the other. The sword looked normal enough, but as the compulsor leveled the crossbow at me, I saw that, besides the usual bow, barrel, and trigger, the weapon's bowstring was a line of crackling crimson energy. Take your leave, Imperator, Mr. Maines said, his finger tense on the crossbow's trigger. I'll deal with this riffraff. Before he'd the chance, I cocked my knife for an underhanded throw and let it fly. It connected with the compulsor's weapon, knocking it astray just as Mr. Maines pulled the trigger. A crimson shaft of light streaked past me, even as I drew long knives and closed on him. Meanwhile, Phalophogus turned and ran. Don't let him escape, I said, realizing it was too late when 4 more warders, 2 men and 2 women, armed with conventional swords and nothing outlandish like the compulsor's crossbow, rushed onto the scene. Liz, who had started toward the Imperator's fleeing form, gave up her pursuit and readied herself to greet these newcomers. With a flick of her wrist, she extended her kinetic energy staff. A quick twirl, and the length of it lit up in a dazzling display. Greetings were not exchanged. In fact, no words were spoken at all as the first pair got up and personal with Liz while the other 2 joined Mr. Maines against me. Their strategy seemed simple. Kill us both. But failing that, they meant to give their Imperator as much time as possible to escape, for they tempered their initial charge, settling into an exploratory assault marked by precise thrusts and cuts. Such a strategy inspired caution. These were experienced combatants. No less amongst them was Mr. Maines, who kept his hand crossbow ready while thrusting at me with his small sword. I followed their example, holding something back as I took stock of my 3 opponents' tactics, strengths, and weaknesses. The man was fast, the woman faster, and Mr. Maines quicker still. Good footwork all around, too. Their parrying technique hinted at the Asterian method taught predominantly up north in Vranan military schools. Their low-guard thrusts and slashes were the preferred combat style of Freelanders. Both are competent fighting methodologies, but not without their faults. I felt obligated to provide a few pointers. Your front foot is a little too forward, I said to the woman, and your rear too straight. It's not your execution per se that's at fault, but an inherent flaw in the style itself, which doesn't lend itself to someone of your height and weight. It's leaving you slightly off balance. Here, let me demonstrate. A feint sent Mr. Maines and my other opponent back a step, allowing me to focus my attention on the woman. Blocking her swing with one of my knives, I kicked her in the midsection. As expected, she lost her balance, stumbled, and fell to the ground. Too late, I realized the mistake I'd made by disengaging from Mr. Maines as he leveled his hand crossbow at me. Again, the bowstring lit up with crimson energy. Then the compulsor pulled the trigger. I dove forward, rolling as the bolt flashed overhead. Coming up in one fluid motion, I found myself right in front of Mr. Maines and his crossbow, which was already charged for another go at me. This time, as the compulsor fired again, I forced his aim astray with the hilt of my knife. The woman I'd knocked down chose precisely that moment to stand up. She took the full brunt of the missile square in the chest. As crimson tendrils enveloped her, she began convulsing, and though her mouth hung open, she made no sound. Then the energy dissipated, and she collapsed straight back to the ground, unconscious or dead. I wasn't going to make the same mistake twice, so I stayed close to the compulsor, giving him and his remaining companion hell in the form of 2 slashing long knives. Enough traipsing and tiptoeing. These two needed a good, hard lesson in knife fighting, one that would make them and the other warders think twice about trying something like this again. I thrust and slashed at the compulsor, opening an opportunity for the other gent to attack me. He took the bait, thrusting low. I twisted, knocking his blade aside while swinging for his face with my other knife. As expected, he leaned away, so after slashing at Mr. Maines to hold him back, I slammed a hilt into the other's temple. Like the woman, he went down minus the display of crackling energy. Mr. Maines came at me hard, thrusting and slashing, then raised his crossbow again. I had enough of that, so I sliced the man's hand, causing him to drop the weapon. Then it came down to sword and knives flashing in a succession of rapid movement. Mr. Maines was good, but I was better. I kept at him, pushing him back one step at a time until his back was to the wall. Finally, swatting his sword aside, I placed my knife at his throat. "Not another move, compulsor," I said, opening a sliver of red across the man's skin to show I meant what I said. "Drop your sword." A war played out across his face as stubborn refusal battled the simple instinct for survival. Seconds passed, the wheels of logic and deductive reasoning turning in the man's mind, his thoughts playing out the outcome of his next decision. In the end, he made the only choice available to him. The tenseness from our exchange melted from his limbs, and he let his weapon fall to the ground. With 3 opponents feinting and attacking me all at once, I hadn't a single opportunity to see how Liz fared. Turns out, she'd fared well. Both her opponents, who were scored by burn marks on chest and arms, had lost their zeal for fighting. They hadn't disengaged, but she easily held them at bay with only the occasional thrust from her crackling energy staff. "Now," I said to Mr. Maines, "order your henchmen to throw down their weapons." Left with no other choice, he gave the order. The others obeyed. They probably thought I meant to remove my knife from their compulsor's throat and let them all go their merry way. But that wasn't my style. In my mind, there was only one way for this to end. These men and women had tried to kill Liz and me once. I knew they'd try again. The first step in making sure none of them got a second chance was ending Mr. Mains's life. The second was finishing off the rest. I was about to take care of the first step when Liz's voice stopped me. "Take your woman, if she's still alive, and the other one and go," she said. "Do it quickly. You all know what my friend does for a living. You won't get a second opportunity." I cast a sidelong glance at Liz, wondering what she was doing. She might not embrace murder like I did, but she knew the stakes. She was probably in more danger than me because of her history with the warders. But I knew by that look in her eye that this wasn't about mercy. She had something else in mind. Willing to oblige her, I shoved Mr. Maines toward the others. "Leave your weapons," I said, "and go." Like she said, do it quickly, before I change my mind. They roused the one I'd knocked out back to consciousness and gathered up the woman taken out by the crossbow, all the while hurling scornful gazes our way as they left the courtyard. Mr. Maines lingered the longest. He looked like he wanted to say something in parting, but he only nodded before following the others. I turned to Liz. "Mind telling me why we let them go?" "Because we can't follow dead men." "And why do we want to follow them?" "I'll explain along the way." We retrieved Mr. Mains's hand crossbow and set off in pursuit. The retreating warders hadn't gotten far. We hung back, following at a discreet distance. By the glances they cast over their shoulders, it was obvious they suspected we might follow, either because we changed our minds about killing them, or because we wished to see where they headed. Either way, they didn't stop. I figured they'd head straight for a home base of some sort. Instead, I was surprised and intrigued when we ended up at the airship docks. We watched the warders enter one of the docking towers and, after several minutes, emerge from a bay to board a ship flying the colors of a private merchant vessel. It seemed Mr. Mains and company had arrived with not a second to lose. The airship, with its balloon already full, started to cast off. Realizing we were about to get left behind, we dove into the tower and sprinted up the stairs. "You remember how you were going to explain why we're following the warders?" I asked between breaths. "While you're at it, maybe you can also explain why we're about to jump on an airship when we don't even know where it's going." "Phalofogus has something planned," Liz said. "Tonight. Right now. Remember how he said the retrieval of the scepter was time-sensitive and how adamant he was that we make it to the handoff on time? Then, when we gave him the scepter, he seemed interested only in the moonstone, despite all that talk about the coil. Also, there's the book. It's worthless, so why does he have it with him? It's all connected somehow." Workers had cast off the last of the mooring lines, but the airship still drifted close enough for us to jump across to the deck. Not knowing what to expect, I drew one of my long knives, pairing it with the compulsor's hand crossbow. On the ship, we were greeted by the sound of 20 or more swords sliding free from sheaths. Mr. Mains stood at the forefront of a host of warder guards, which included his original batch of henchmen and about 15 more. There was no sign of Phalofogus. Mr. Mains raised his sword. "You should not have followed us." I shrugged. Then I pointed the hand crossbow directly at the compulsor and fired. The crimson bolt hit him square in the chest, energy flickering all around him before he collapsed to the deck. The attack's suddenness caused everyone else to freeze, giving Liz a great opportunity to hurl one of her flash grenades into their midst. We both turned away from the resulting brilliance. Half of the warders recognized the device and did the same, diminishing the array of opponents assembled against us, but not entirely wiping them clean. "You think the Imperator is on board?" I asked. I already knew her answer. "Then go find him. I'll hold off the rest." Liz looked at the 10 or so warders remaining and shrugged. "Suit yourself. I'm heading up." She took hold of a balloon line and started climbing. "Up?" I asked, my attention on the approaching warders, who spread out in preparation for launching a multi-pronged attack. I shot one of them with the crossbow and wanted to do the same to another, but the device seemed to have run out of energy. I tossed it aside, freeing my fingers to begin my Force Gloves activation sequence. "Why up?" When she responded, her voice was already far away. "I saw Phalofogus in the crow's nest with the scepter. I bet he's got the book as well." No more time for chit-chat. In another second, I was going to find myself surrounded. I backed away, trying to keep that from happening, but a handful of warders had already expected such a move and gotten around me while I was fiddling with the crossbow and glove. Meanwhile, the airship moved away from the docking tower and rose in what seemed a severe rate of ascension. I'd never seen an airship try to gain altitude so soon after leaving port, not without sailing away from the docks first. Yet we seemed hell-bent on reaching the moon itself as fast as possible. Whatever the reason, the unusual flight plan kept the ship's airmen occupied and out of the fight. Not that Mr. Mains's henchmen needed them. I was sure I'd take out 3 or 4 of them, but their sheer numbers and the close quarters almost guaranteed I wasn't walking out of this in one piece. I was just thinking I should have gone with Liz when a flutter of black wings appeared right in front of me. Ack! Wings slapped my face and claws slashed inches from my eyes. Lashing out by instinct alone, I missed the crow, but the attack was enough to send the bird flying away to land amidst the balloon's spider web of ropes. It looked down, its head turned, and a single golden eye focused on me and me alone. "Ma!" A horn sounded once, then twice, from somewhere forward. "Tilda!" The first horn's blare stopped most of the airmen in their tracks. The second shocked them back into motion, especially when a cry sounded from the command deck. To arms! To arms! The warders looked about, confused. I didn't blame them. I had as much idea of what was happening as they did. A single airman enlightened us all. "Prepare for collision!" he cried. Collectively, we followed the direction of his stare. Limned by moonlight was another vessel, smaller than our own, but coming at us with such reckless abandon that there was no way to avoid it. The Crow chortled, and then the smaller vessel crashed into us. The impact knocked most of the warders and airmen from their feet. Staying on mine, I was front and center when the first wave of boarders rushed onto the ship. Down to a man, they were Jackery priests. Some wore dark robes. Others banded armor shirts. A select few were bare-chested, black ink tattoos on display for all to see. All held truncheons or crysknives. Some, like the barrel of a man leading them, had two. Audet took one look at me and smiled. "We meet again, assassin." His men streamed past him, fanning out to engage their enemies. "Fortune yet smiles on you, for we have only come for the warders." Lucky me. The sudden release of gas above our heads drew our attention. The airship's balloon was torn, the alchemical vapors keeping us afloat, escaping. "Too bad we're all going to die," I said. Audet laughed. "If that is the Dark One's will, I am prepared to offer my life. First, though, my brothers and I shall ensure that warder blood flows." "How the hell did you even know we were up here?" The priest looked at the Crow. Of course. As if a bird leading a host of zealots through the night sky made any sense. The priest laughed again. "You have a powerful ally in this one, assassin. Be thankful she watches over you." Audet brandished his crises. "But not even her power will be enough to save you when I finally come for you." Then he strode straight for the heart of the melee without looking back. Ignoring the Crow and what Audet had said, I traced the line of Liz's ascent, trying to find her. The ropes were ripped apart, the balloon torn in a dozen places. Already, we reversed course, slipping back toward the ground as more and more gas leaked from the balloon. We only had so much time before it was depleted beyond its ability to keep us airborne. When that happened, we were heading straight for the ground. First things first, though. I needed to find Liz. Then we'd worry about how to keep from getting pulverized. The deck was chaos. Warders fought Jackery while frantic airmen scrambled to see to their ship. With the only balloon lines worth a damn at the other side of the melee, I readied myself to leap into the maelstrom of bodies and blades. But then I spotted Liz with her kinetic staff right in the thick of things. The press of bodies was too close for her to use it in its extended configuration, so she swung it like a fighting stick instead, smacking anyone and everyone around her. Any more of that, though, and they'd have her. Even now, one grabbed her from behind while another thrust at her with his sword. She shook herself loose and avoided the other's blade, but it was too close for comfort. I took it upon myself to help even the odds, enlisting the aid of a warder who ran right for me. I let him get close. Then I shot my hand out and touched him with the force glove. As the glove's energy dissipated, I felt only a slight vibration in my hand and a tingling that originated at my spine and ran down my arm. My target, however, felt a bit more. He was flung back, smashing into an entire line of warders and clearing a lane all the way to Liz. She took advantage of it, running out to greet me. "We have to get the hell off this ship," she said, grabbing my arm. "Great idea. Give me a minute to sprout some wings. What do you say, Crow? Care to help us out with that?" Liz looked from me to the Crow, who still hung around and back again. She looked like she meant to slap me. If there was more time, I'm sure she would have. "Hold it together," she said. "We're not done for yet. We have to get to the other airship." "Then what?" I asked, dashing after her. "Then we jump." "Sounds like you're the one who needs to hold it together. Are we supposed to jump all the way to the ground?" "No, you idiot. We jump for the tower. There." She pointed at a tower that rapidly drew close. It might work, or it might not. But I didn't have any better ideas, so I said nothing as we scampered toward the smaller vessel. Climbing through the splintered wreckage, we jumped down to the schooner to find a single remaining Jackery waiting for us with club raised. This one must not have gotten his leader's message because he tried to brain me with his weapon. I dodged his clumsy blow. Then, out of patience, I hurled him from the airship. His shrieking faded so quickly that I doubt anyone even noticed. The airships flew faster now, the weight of the smaller vessel causing the merchant ship to lean further and further to one side. Liz and I grabbed the schooner's handrail, gripping it tight while measuring the distance to the tower. "We're not drifting close enough," Liz said. "Not to that one, but we are to the next." Seeing which one I meant, she nodded. "We're only going to miss it by a razor's edge. If we hit it, we were all dead." Others realized that too. A trio of crewmen, abandoning their vessel, had climbed through the wreckage behind us. A warder noticed their movement and made to follow, but a pair of jackery grabbed her from behind. She turned to fight them off, but the wreckage of the schooner shifted, hurling all three of them over the side. The airmen who'd hung on reached our position with hands raised in surrender. "We don't want no trouble," one of them said. "We just want off. They ain't paying us enough for this shat." I nodded, not responding because the tower loomed closer and closer now. The wreckage of the two airships shifted again, sending a shudder through both hulls and across the decks. Then our chance presented itself as the two ships passed by the tower. Liz went first. With me so close behind I could have reached out and touched her in mid-leap. She landed perfectly. I almost did too, except my second foot missed the berthing platform by a hand's breadth, but I grabbed the railing and didn't fall. Only one airman got into position fast enough to jump. He nearly missed the platform entirely and even then hung on only precariously. I tried to reach out to him, but I wasn't balanced well enough. By the time I extended my hand a second time, the poor chap had lost his grip. He screamed and screamed until the ground silenced him. Liz grabbed hold of my arm. I wasn't sure if she was steadying herself or me, but I didn't argue about the extra support. Together we watched as the two airships drifted right into the path of another tower. The dirigibles hit this one squarely. Men still fighting or scrambling about on the decks were hurled forward. The two airships tore apart from one another, and the tower, almost smashed in two by the impact, surrendered its upper half to gravity. Debris rained down everywhere, drowning out the screams of the dying until the entire scene was obscured by a giant cloud of dust that billowed up to envelop everything. "We shouldn't stick around," I said. We leaned on each other, helping one another to walk from the landing platform into the tower. Stumbling down the stairs, we emerged to find emergency crews and other dock personnel converging on the scene. We melted into the growing crowd, not stopping to look back. "We're not finished," Liz said, her breath coming in quick gasps. With my arm still around her, I felt her trembling. My nerves weren't in much better shape, so I made us stop once we cleared the docks. "You're thinking of Atticus," I said, knowing he remained in danger. "What about Phalafogus? Did you get to him?" Liz nodded. Then she took a deep breath and let it out. "I confronted him in the crow's nest. He was holding the moonstone over the pages of the book when I got there. Moonlight shining through the stone showed writing that wasn't there before. Phalafogus saw me, but he hardly said a word other than he kept repeating that we needed to go higher. Something about the strength of the moonlight revealing more of the text. That's why we were climbing so fast. When the airships collided, he fell. He's dead. The moonstone and most of the book went with him. The only thing I came away with is this." She removed a single ripped piece of parchment from a pocket. "The writing I saw isn't there now. It's back to the useless information about mountain goats." "How much of the moon writing did you see?" She shook her head. "Not here. Let's make sure Mr. Drake is still with us. After what we just went through, we need all the allies we can get." He'd given us his address, so despite our unsteady legs, we were there in no time. Sparse light lit the manor from within. Rather than attempt to sneak in, we took the direct approach and knocked on the front door. Atticus's driver, Samuel, greeted us with a poker held up, ready to strike. Once recognition set in, he lowered his weapon and, ushering us inside, led us to a second-story study where Atticus sat behind a desk, writing away. Atticus rose instantly when he saw us. "Pardon the mess," he said, gesturing at the floor. Two men, dressed like the other warders we'd met, lay prone. Neither stirred nor displayed signs of injury, though both were most definitely out cold. I believe the warders sent these men to abduct or kill me. Atticus waved at his man. "We'll be fine, Samuel. You may leave us." Samuel bowed, then left the room, closing the door behind him. "No doubt the warders realized we'd spoken," Atticus said, "and wished to see my plans to learn more about their intentions put to a quick end. Please, sit. A drink, perhaps?" Normally, I'd have Samuel fetch us a bottle of High Holt Red from the cellar. Do you know the vintage? It imbues the tongue with the most delightful flavor of oak and pepper. But judging from the looks on your faces, I think something stronger is in order. Brandy? He poured 3 glasses, which he set on a table between high-backed chairs. He pulled a third chair over for himself, so we settled in, sipping our liquor while waiting for someone to break the silence. Liz did so first. "The warders sent us after an artifact, a scepter, but they never wanted the scepter itself. They wanted the scepter's moonstone." She explained once more how the moon's light, shining through the stone, had revealed the hidden ink on the pages of the warder's book. She said nothing about the Imperator or his fall, only that the gem and all but a single page of the book were lost now. She showed the page to Atticus. "The moon writing is gone now, but I saw some of the words. They weren't in any language I've ever seen, but if you give me something to write on, maybe you can make some sense of the few I remember." Atticus sprang into action, returning with parchment and ink. "Meanwhile," Atticus said, "may I examine the page you recovered?" While he looked closely at the page, Liz made her best recollection of what she'd seen. Once she finished, Atticus put the page aside to review what she had written. More often than not, his head shook. "These are not letters per se, but symbols, a few of which I recognize from an early engineering codex." He tapped on the parchment. "This one means spiral density. This other, surge flux. I can say little about the others presently. Were there more?" Liz took a sip of her drink. Then she sat back and tried to remember. After a few moments, she shot up, grabbed ink and quill again, and attempted to write one more symbol. I say attempted because she started to draw what looked like an octagon, then stopped to examine it, decided something was missing, and tried to correct her mistake. "That's still not quite right," she said, "but it also had this inside of it." More writing, which she declared as slightly inaccurate as well, but as close as she could get before showing her creation to Atticus. Atticus looked at it with one hand on his chin. He tapped his cheek 3 times with his index finger before answering. "As you said, I do not think this is quite correct." He stood, walked to a shelf full of books, and after a few minutes, selected one whose binding was old and worn. Skipping through a few pages, he found the one he wanted, then flipped the book around for us to see. "Is this what you saw?" Liz studied it to make sure, then she nodded. That was definitely it. "What is it?" One of the book's pages had a drawing of 2 10-sided shapes, one inside the other. The outer one was circle-like, a decagon, and the other, the inner one, resembled a star, a decagram. "This is not an engineering symbol," Atticus said, "but a mythological one, though it has universal meaning even amongst technical circles. Engineers refer to it as a simplex didecagon, mythologists as Dracogonus, the crest of the dragon. Regardless of what one calls it, it has a simple enough meaning. Decimation." "As in annihilation?" I asked. "Precisely. Given that we know so little, I would not care to guess its meaning in the context of what we know." Atticus sat down again, his expression turning to one of contemplation as he held up the page Liz had saved from Phallophogus' demise. "Perhaps the information hidden here will aid in our enlightenment." "You think you can make the symbols visible again without the moonstone?" Atticus nodded. "I believe so. Elizabeth, in my carriage, you told me the keeper had examined the book and discovered only a treatise on the goats of Whitehorn Mountain, correct?" "Yes, that's right," she said. Such content was obviously a facade, but also a clue. I believe the author of the book, Asilial, did indeed write it while encamped at elevation on that very mountain, and he used a unique form of ink to do it. Allow me to explain further, starting with the ink itself, which I believe was not moon ink, but something much more complex. Ordinary moon ink requires only the moon's light to reveal its secrets, But in boarding that airship and rising to such elevation, I believe the warders attempted to replicate additional conditions beyond simple moonlight. In fact, it wasn't direct moonlight they were interested in at all, but refracted moonlight precipitated by shining the moon's light through the scepter's gemstone. Mixing inks of this nature requires a variety of pigments, alchemicals, and, most important, energy. But other environmental factors, such as temperature, pressure, and humidity, also come into play. Words written in these special types of ink are only revealed under the same conditions as when quill was put to parchment. In short, the warders were trying, with success, I might add, to replicate the conditions under which the book was authored those many hundreds of years ago on Whitehorn Mountain. Atticus cleared his throat. Of course, without the moonstone in our possession, repeating such an endeavor is impossible. However, with some effort, I think I can formulate an alchemical solution that will reveal this ink's secrets. Even with that task accomplished, we will still need to know more. More about the unknown symbols Elizabeth has shared with us, and whatever new ones we reveal. More, much more, I should say, about the warders as well. Whatever their purpose after seeing these few symbols and given what we know of their desire for the schematic, I fear it can mean nothing good. Liz stood. I agree. That's why I want to volunteer to help you. I worked for the warders. I know the kinds of things they're after and maybe even a little of how they think. You do the research. I'll do the field work. Atticus stood as well. He extended a hand, which Liz took. I think we stand in this together. I downed the last of my brandy. Count me in as well. Not full-time, mind you, but you'll have my help when needed. Atticus nodded. We welcome it. Samuel returned to show us to the door. We said our farewells, intending to meet up again as soon as Atticus had deciphered more symbols. I presumed they meant to deal with the pair of unconscious, or dead, warders on their own. Outside, Liz and I strolled down the street. Sunrise remained hours away. I hadn't planned on being out so late, I said, yawning. Don't tell me you're tired already, she said, stifling a yawn of her own. This night hasn't been half as exhausting as some of the ones we used to spend together. I laughed, putting my arm around her. She didn't object. We walked closely, each lost in our thoughts, though I was confident we mused over similar subjects. Events were in motion now. The Jackery, the warders, and even the progressive society all had a part to play, with no way of telling who would come out on top. Hell, there was no way to know if anyone was going to come out on top. In a game like this, there might be only losers and no winners. Liz, always the idealist, might not realize this. She meant well, as did Atticus. They both wanted to keep their city safe. But I didn't think either of them realized the sacrifice necessary to stop men like Onias, Autet, and whoever remained to oppose us from the warders. There was Gwendolyn Goddard, too, who had killed her own brother. These were not nice people. But then, neither was I. Many years ago, I'd made a vow to protect my sister. I made that same one now, only this time I meant to watch over Liz. I couldn't guarantee she'd come out of this unscathed, but she would come out of it alive, even if it took killing every Jackery and warder to make sure of it. I didn't say anything about this promise to her, just like I'd never said anything to my sister. Better that both of them continue to hold fast to their ideals. I'd take care of the dirty work. That, after all, was why I was here. Act 6, Assassin's Justice. I knew something was wrong the moment Kalish dropped the coin purse into my hand, the delighted glint in his eyes, the smirk lighting his otherwise dusky face, and the way he stepped back with long strides meant to widen the distance between us as quickly as possible. All pointed to one thing. The weasel had double-crossed me. My hands went to the hilts of my long knives even as Kalish addressed the surrounding shadows. Gentlemen, Kalish said, his words laced with silk, your payment awaits you. You need only take it from this man's corpse. On cue, 4 thugs slunk into the halo of light created by the alchemical street lamp shining overhead. Kalish's smirk widened into a full smile as he took a few more steps back. A pleasure doing business with you. Then he turned and disappeared into the darkness. I considered sprinting after him, But Kalish's bully boys already had me surrounded. An odd quartet of lean and fat and short and tall, with blades and sticks drawn and held ready. They wore heavy wool coats indicative of airmen, but lacked the neat hair and shaven faces of Navy men. Freelancers, then, likely in the employ of some merchant, but out for the night on a bit of murderous business of their own. One smacked a palm with his club, a wicked iron-studded truncheon, which was a signal to the others that it was time to take care of business. "Now, gentlemen," I said, my hands still resting on the hilts of my knives, "I don't know what Kalish told you about me, but whatever accolades or warnings he offered concerning my skill with a knife were likely understated. I suggest you go back to whatever grog shop Kalish found you in and reacquaint yourselves with your drinks. Otherwise, I will have to kill you." Greater numbers never fail to instill confidence. Not only did my threat fall on deaf ears, but it also invoked a healthy round of chuckling and devilish grins. I smiled and chuckled back. Then I drew my long knives, each 1.5 feet of curved, razor-sharp steel, and showed them how little advantage their numbers gave them. Leaping at the closest, I feinted with one knife, while the other colored his throat crimson. As he gargled something incoherent and fell to his knees, I leveled a solid cut across the abdomen of my next opponent. His coat protected him from the worst of my attack, but it was enough to set him off balance while I spun around to deal with the other two, who had closed the distance between us while I was playing with their cohorts. Deflecting the clumsy attack of the first, I slashed once, twice, and a third time, yes, I'm that fast, across his chest. He dropped his weapon to clutch at his wounds. While he slipped to the ground, I dodged a swing from the other. The two who still stood regrouped, joining forces to come at me with daggers and clubs swinging. The latter, who bore my mark across his stomach, seemed to have already lost his fighting spirit since his attack lacked the conviction necessary to kill. The other, however, possessed such a murderous look in his eye I knew he'd killed before, and that, right now, he meant to do so again. I found him a fair hand with his knife as we engaged in a dance of parries, thrusts, and swings. Club wielder hung back now, waiting for his opportunity to brain me. Given the skill of the one with the dagger, he'd have his chance soon if I didn't end this now. I changed tactics, sheathing one of my knives while backpedaling. The unexpected move bought me the few seconds I needed to run my fingers through my force glove's activation routine. The glove, which had come from the spoils of another job, tingled with energy, letting me know it was ready just as dagger wielder thrust at me. I parried his blade with my own, then stepped in and placed the palm of my gloved hand on his chest. Such was the force of that touch that 20 men might as well have hit him with a hammer. He cleared 15 paces before crashing back down to the street, where he either hit his head on impact or the glove's push rattled his brain to the point where he could not get back up. Not wasting any time, I sprang at my remaining opponent before he'd gotten over the shock of my unorthodox attack. Rather than kill him, I slammed the hilt of my knife into his face hard enough to knock him to the ground. I then placed my boot on his weapon and applied my blade to his throat. "I know I said I'd kill you, but I've changed my mind. You were a good sport, holding back and all, so I'm willing to do you a favor and let you live. However, if you push your luck and try to follow me once I leave." I surveyed the mess I'd made of the other three, making sure his gaze followed the line of my stare. Then I walked away, not so fast it looked like I ran, but fast enough to have some chance of catching up to Kalish. Behind me, I heard the lone survivor scampering away, so I knew he'd made the right choice by abandoning his attempt on my life. That left my mind free to concentrate on the task before me. 3 nights ago, Kalish Srinivas hired me to take out a man named Benton Hensley. Normally, I preferred more time to scope a job out, plan my entry and escape routes, and learn the mark's habits. But Kalish had wanted the job done quickly, and since he was willing to pay a premium, I agreed to his terms. Besides that, I savored the job's simplicity. Recent events had seen me traipsing through sewers, infiltrating temples overrun with zealots, and nearly getting pulverized when an out-of-control airship had collided with a docking tower, so who could blame me for wanting to settle into a good old-fashioned no-frills assassination? I had the time, too. That whole other business, which had started months ago when 6 priests had tried to kill me, remained an ongoing operation, but one now spearheaded by others, namely Atticus Drake and Elizabeth West. They had a greater interest in the matter and a keen focus on solving various associated mysteries, so I couldn't think of anyone more suited to such an enterprise. Of course, I told them to keep me in mind should a task requiring my special skills arise. Otherwise, though, I was free to return to my usual business. Free except for the minor issue of Gwendolyn Goddard and her blackguard watchdogs still hunting me, but I'd gotten good enough at avoiding them of late that I moved about the city with near impunity. That impunity had allowed me to take on Kalish's proposal, which had been fairly cut and dry. The Mark, Mr. Hensley, lived alone in an easily accessible apartment. The job had taken only a few hours, with half of that time spent waiting for him to return home. With the task complete, I had arrived at my meeting with Kalish, where I expected we'd exchange pleasantries and a bit of coin, then probably never see each other again. In my business, that's generally the modus operandi, but then Kalish had to spoil things by trying to have me killed. I couldn't allow his double cross to stand. A deal's a sacred bond in my line of work. Kalish might as well have slit his own throat when he'd chosen to break it. The weasel hadn't gotten that far ahead. Though he had his jacket pulled close against the frigid night air and his collar up around his face, I still recognized his slippery stride as he made his way down Dullen's Way. Despite the late hour, we weren't alone, so I became his shadow, waiting for my opportunity. None presented itself until he'd turned onto Marytown, then crossed a short bridge into the sleepy borough of Manchester. I could grab him at any time now, especially with the light from alchemical street lamps so sparse here, but curiosity regarding his business in this part of the city stayed my hand. Manchester Borough was the abode of Alchester's wealthy merchants and traders, not a locale I expected to find someone of Kalish's disposition. By his tailoring alone, I knew the weasel didn't want for much, but neither did he carry himself with the snobbish self-centeredness of the truly wealthy. That meant Kalish had come here for some other purpose. As much as I wanted to plunge my knife into his gut, I also wanted to know if this other business of his had anything to do with double-crossing me. I was sure it did. Kalish turned down an alley where residential walls formed a dark, empty canyon. Beyond the walls at either side, grand manors rose to blot out the starry night. The one to my left was dark and silent, but the other was a display of liveliness, with bountiful light and the pleasing melody of a string quartet sounding from open windows. Kalish stopped in front of a gate about halfway down the length of the lively manor's back wall. After some fumbling to get the lock open, he stepped through. The wall wasn't tall or smooth, so I hoisted myself to the top with little effort. A quick survey of the grounds revealed a modest garden with gravel walkways that betrayed Kalish's footfalls as he approached the back of the house. I leaped to the ground, following at a discreet distance while Kalish walked around to the side of the manor. This close, I heard the murmur of conversation, the clink of glasses and dinnerware, and the occasional bout of laughter coming from inside. At the front of the house, visible because of the curve of the main drive, stomped an 8-legged automated carriage on its way to deliver new guests to the gathering. Kalish stopped at a dark corner about midway along the side of the house. Though no door or window presented itself, he reached out, triggering a mechanism. The stone parted to reveal a hidden opening he stepped through without hesitation. Behind him, the previously hidden doorway closed, and he was gone just like that. Further pursuit was untenable. Bad enough that I knew nothing about the place, but the ongoing party, with all its guests making merry, made it difficult to operate with my usual anonymity. Still, I needed to learn something about the manor's owner. Whatever his identity, it seemed Kalish must work for him, which meant the oily snake was not directly responsible for double-crossing me. This revelation didn't mean I had any intention of sparing his life. He'd still been part of it. With so many people inside, many windows were open to keep the interior cool. I chose the nearest, hoping I'd see or hear something worthwhile. At first, only an empty study or library lit sparsely by light from the hallway beyond greeted me. An empty room had no secrets to tell, so I started to move on. I stopped when 2 men entered. I had to duck to remain undetected, but even with a glance, I recognized Kalish's neatly trimmed beard and lean figure. The other man, dressed formally in a jacket, vest, and cravat, was unknown to me. "It is done, Mr. Wilhelm," I heard Kalish say. "Mr. Hensley is no longer a liability, nor is the one I hired to see the deed done." "You're sure of this?" the other man said, his words firm. "Should any of this come to light, we'll both find our heads on the block. We can't have any loose ends." "There is nothing to worry about," Kalish said. "Your plan will henceforth move forward, free of impediments." They said nothing more, so I left the manor grounds as they exited the room and returned to the streets. Along the way, I considered my options. Assuming Wilhelm owned the place and wasn't a guest, I could return later, once everyone else had left, and kill him. Then, if I found Kalish absent, I'd simply track him down and do the same to him. The merit of such a plan was that it quickly put this business behind me. But quick deaths meant mercy, something I wasn't in the mood to grant. Something else, then. They'd spoken as if a larger plan was in motion, some greater plot they'd hatched. If it was something illicit, which, of course, it was, and I revealed the details to the right person, then perhaps the repercussions were enough to even the score. For my plan to work, though, I needed a very particular type of person's help. It didn't take long to narrow down the list of possibilities. The next step, finding this person and asking for his help, was the easy part. The hard part? Keeping him from bringing the king's justice down on my head the second he recognized me. Like the Black Guard, my quarry had been trying to track me down for some time. But while I had a good idea what the guardsmen planned to do with me should they ever actually catch me, this other person's reasons remained a bit of a mystery. That he wanted to arrest me went without saying. But on what charges? Bribery, extortion, kidnapping, breaking and entering, theft, assault, murder. He had cause to nab me on any one charge or all of them. Except during our first and only encounter, he'd said something that had stuck with me. This man is wanted for questioning. Not for committing a crime, but for purposes of an inquisition, the implications of which might have turned my stomach if our fair city's magistrates still practiced the barbaric questioning methods of ages past. Still, his words had intrigued me more than once over the past couple of weeks, so I'd considered saving him the trouble of finding me by presenting myself to him. If I was wrong and he tried to arrest me, I'd simply escape or, if pressed, end his life, and that would be that. But if he genuinely only wanted to interrogate me, then he had sufficiently piqued my curiosity that, even now, I very much wanted to know the questions. Out of necessity, I'd become familiar with my quarry's movement about the city. What better way to avoid him, or, in this case, find him? Despite the late hour, I knew exactly where to look. The Mulling Mule, a wine shop whose clientele's lack of quality was outdone only by its choice of wines. The person I sought believed I still frequented the place when, in truth, I hadn't been back in weeks. I paid a pretty price to maintain this charade. Someone had to make up stories of how he'd just missed me or that I was expected later that evening. But such misinformation kept him contained in a specific area, which gave me more freedom to move about other parts of the city unhindered. Avoiding detection was more than cavorting across rooftops and hiding in shadows. As expected, I found my quarry at the Mule, but on his way out. From my rooftop vantage point, I watched his progress down the main street before he turned to cut down an alley. I let him get deep within the alley's confines before dropping behind him and announcing my presence. "Good evening, Inspector Wright." The inspector spun about, eyes widening as surprise gave way to recognition. "You!" William Wright had not been what I'd expected the first time we'd met. Short and unassuming, he was a young, studious-looking fellow who claimed the distinction of being the youngest inspector in the city. The man was a bit of an outlier. Soon after graduating head of his class, he'd solved a string of high-profile cases, including one for the king himself. That last fact made it necessary to keep close tabs on him, since any potential connection between myself and someone as powerful as our dear King Classus was cause for caution, alarm, or both. "I hear you've been looking for me, Inspector." One of the inspector's hands had gone to the hilt of a small sword, but he hadn't drawn the weapon yet. "Yes, I have. You're a damn hard man to find." Mindful of appearances, I hooked my thumbs into my belt, taking on a casual stance of congeniality. That's entirely on purpose. But I'm here now. What can I do for you? Wright's bespectacled gaze wandered over me, no doubt gauging my sincerity or simply admiring the cut of my dark signature clothing. I have a few questions for you, the inspector said. Just questions? I can think of a dozen lawmen who'd try to put me in irons given an opportunity like this. I'm not those other lawmen, but you know what I do for a living. I do, but I'm after bigger fish. Otherwise, make no mistake, I'd have you in shackles and standing before a magistrate before the night is out. Such bravado was familiar. Wright had displayed the same audacity while facing off alone against a score of bloodthirsty guardsmen. I'd fled before the conclusion of that confrontation, though clearly the inspector had survived with his skin and bluster intact. You said you have questions, I said, so ask them. His stare shot down either end of the alley. Not here. Come with me back to my office. So you can arrest me? I didn't try to hide my smirk. Even with half a dozen stompers backing him up, the inspector was no threat. He was 10 years my junior in fighting experience and 100 years behind me in skill. But that didn't mean I meant to tempt fate by walking into the office of the king's magistrate. No, Wright said. No arrest, just questions. About? He shook his head. I can't tell you here. You worried someone is eavesdropping? We were alone in the alley. I was sure of it. Wright shook his head. I have materials back at my office that I need to show you. Evidence of a crime committed many years ago. I only want any information or insight you can provide. I almost laughed at the prospect of the inspector wanting me to consult on a crime. Crossing my arms, I tried not to let my smile grow too wide. Seeing what I was up to, Wright flashed me a look of annoyance. The irony wasn't lost on him either. Once I have your opinion, he said, you can go your own way. I won't try to arrest or hinder you. No promises to that effect? I asked. I'll offer one if it would make a difference. It won't, but there is something that might. Wright let his weapon hand fall to his side. I'm listening. I need your help with something. The inspector's brow narrowed. Yes? It involves a crime, one which I took part in. Wright offered no reply other than to push his spectacles back onto the bridge of his nose. I had his attention, though, so I pressed on. What do you know about a man named Wilhelm? The inspector's narrowed brow was joined by a squinted gaze. Lives in the Manchester borough, I said. Has a Southlander on the payroll named Kalish Srinivas. Kalish does Mr. Wilhelm's dirty work, like hiring assassins, if you get my meaning. Are you volunteering the name of one of your clients? I'm giving you the name of someone who double-crossed me. The crease in the inspector's brow and the man's squint deepened. And you expect me to arrest this person for hiring you? As an accomplice to murder? Maybe. First, though, I expect you to find out why he hired me to kill Benton Hensley. You killed? Inspector Wright drew himself up. I know I said I wasn't interested in arresting you, but you just confessed to murder to a king's inspector. You, sir, are walking a very thin tightrope. I'll speak hypothetically if it will help, Inspector. Otherwise, if you want your questions answered, I suggest we come to an agreement. Help me, and I'll review this evidence of yours at your earliest convenience. Inspector Wright considered my proposal. A sigh signaled his capitulation. Let's hear it then. What do you have? Not much. Just the name. Wilhelm is what I heard through the window. I don't have his first, but I have his address in Manchester. What can you tell me about him? Inspector Wright scratched his chin. The Manchester borough, you said? It might be Darius Wilhelm. He's one of Alchester's more noted businessmen. It's said he made his fortune with his negotiating skills. Should have been a politician. I suppose he is one, in a sense, since he chairs several committees for the League of Merchants. If what I've heard about him is correct, he may take the oath as League president someday. Are you saying Darius Wilhelm hired you to kill Benton Hensley? That's exactly what I'm saying. You're willing to state this in front of a tribunal? Of course not. They'd have me give my testimony from the headsman's block with the axe already poised over my neck. Then I can do nothing, the inspector said. Without testimony, there is no case. I suspected you might say something like that, which is why I came up with something else. Wright raised a brow. Care to explain? It's curious why a man like Wilhelm, with all his accolades and such, would want someone like Hensley dead. I was inside Hensley's home. He was nothing. Yet Wilhelm hired me, of all people, to deal with him, which meant he really wanted the job done right. Why? That spark was enough to turn the wheels in the inspector's head. I let them spin, waiting for his response. Wright started pacing, going back and forth twice before answering. There are many reasons a man of privilege or rank might want to eliminate someone of lesser station, he said. Perhaps Wilhelm had Hensley perform some illicit service for him and didn't want anyone finding out about it. Or maybe Hensley was blackmailing Wilhelm, so Wilhelm had him killed. Or maybe both, I said. Whatever it was something big. Men like Wilhelm don't hire someone like me for anything less. I need your help, Inspector, to determine what Wilhelm is up to. Wright thought it over. You said he double-crossed you? It's a wonder you didn't just kill him. Not that I'm advocating murder, of course. Of course not. Let's call this a gesture of goodwill between you and me, shall we? Wright scoffed. I hardly think of it as anything such, but you have my interest. As long as you're willing to offer your help on the other matter, I'll help you with this one. One could argue that I am duty-bound to do so. Excellent. Now how do we move forward? I'll need to see the scene of the crime, the place where you killed Benton Hensley. I led Inspector Wright back to the apartment. Once we'd gained entry, this time through the front door rather than the window I'd used previously, I hung back and let him look about undisturbed. Inspector Wright knew his job, I'll give him that. He spent little time examining Hensley's body. The cause of death was obvious, a slit across the throat, and no mystery shrouded who had done it. So he spent most of his time looking in drawers, poking his head underneath the bed and tapping floorboards. By the time the inspector had finished, he'd found a badge embossed with the ink and quill symbol of the King's Chancery, and something of far more interest, a banknote made out for a sizable sum of money. The badge had almost been in plain sight, but the inspector had discovered the note only after pulling a drawer out and examining the inside of the empty compartment, where he'd found the parchment pinned to the back. Wright held the note up for inspection as if he suspected a counterfeit before handing it to me. What do you think? I looked it over, noting the rising sun seal of Lockley's depository. One didn't forge their seal unless one knew what they were doing. This, however, was not a forgery. The seal is good. It's genuine. It was as anonymous as a pouch of coins, since no signature was needed on such a document. We know two things, the inspector said. First, the deceased worked at the King's Chancery. Second, someone paid him a lot of money. Lockley's handles a fair amount of coin and paper notes for members of the Merchants' League, so let's assume this note originated with Wilhelm. Even with that assumption, though, the note might represent payment for many things, including legitimate services rendered, settling a gambling debt, or who knows what else. I'll admit the badge and the note stick out in my mind as having some sort of link, but I'm afraid that without something more, we don't have proof of anything. Then we've run into a dead end already. I didn't say that, Wright said. We have proven nothing yet, but we can speculate. Based on our modest surroundings, I'd guess Hensley worked as a scribe, clerk, or record keeper at the Chancery. Whatever his position, let us assume he had access to official documents. Most documents stored there are a matter of public record, but the King's Chancery manages all state records, including the secret ones. If Wilhelm paid Hensley to copy privileged Chancery documents, then you, sir, may very well have murdered a traitor to Calendor. If so, you did the office of the magistrate a favor. Glad I could help. Joking aside, if what the inspector said bore truth, Wilhelm was dirtier than I'd suspected. The worst I could have given him was a slow death. As a traitor, he'd still face execution. But he'd have to watch as they stripped everything from him, including his reputation, wealth, and his good name. It seemed a fitting retribution for a double cross. What do we need to link all of this together? I asked. Perhaps a visit to the Chancery to see what Hensley's been working on. A good idea, but no. At this late hour, the Chancery is closed. We could break in. Break into the King's Records Office? I think not. Then what? I'm thinking. So am I said. In fact, I've already thought of something. I know someone. Yes? A broker of sorts. Her name's Evelyn Mullen. Inspector Wright lifted a brow. What kind of broker? One who trades in all sorts of goods, including information. Inspector Wright rolled his eyes. You mean black market goods and no doubt illicit information. I shrugged. Evelyn may know something about this business. You think evidence of treason is so easily found? Not easily, but if a person has an ear to the streets, who knows what one might hear? Lead on, then. Let's see what this broker of yours has to say. I doubt much of anything when she realizes I represent the law. Oh, she won't have any problems with you. Trust me. I flashed him a smile too sly for my own good. Evelyn loves meeting new people. Evelyn hated meeting new people, especially when they worked for the King's magistrate. As the proprietor of Mullen's pawn shop, Evelyn mostly ran a clean business. But, as Inspector Wright suspected, she wasn't above indulging in black market trade when the opportunity arose. Such dealings required a certain amount of trust between client and broker, along with a guarantee of anonymity and, above all else, no entanglements. The presence of the law undermined all of that, so it was no surprise that she tried to have Wright tossed out as soon as she saw him. Neither did Evelyn spare me from her ire since I'd brought him here. You rotten arsehole, Evelyn said. Her words spat with such force she almost blew her Raleigh right out from between her pudgy lips. What do you think you're doing bringing an oinker into my store? Evelyn stood on the other side of a counter behind a screen of metal bars. Two bruisers who shared their boss's anger stood on our side of the counter to our immediate left and right. Either of them looked burly enough to snap the poor inspector in half with hardly any effort at all. Together, they almost had a fighting chance against me. We were here to talk, though, so I directed my considerable charm Evelyn's way and let it work its usual magic. You're looking as lovely as ever, Evelyn. Business is good? Of course it is. I hear nothing but wonderful things about your fairness and skill at striking a deal. Always looking out for the customer is what people say across Alchester. Why, just the other day— Boys, Evelyn growled, toss this clown out on his arse, will you? The oinker, too. I held up my hands. Relax, Evelyn. We aren't here to cause trouble. We're only looking for a bit of information. Oh, is that all? Well, here's some information for you. If you don't get your arses out of my store now, my boys will throw you out. One piece at a time. At her prompting, each man brandished a long knife. They grinned in unison. No need for that, I said, tossing a single silver dinar onto the counter so that it rolled between the bars. There's more than one way to charm a lady. A moment of your time is all we need. Then we'll leave. Evelyn plucked the coin from the counter. The coin diminished neither her flaring nostrils nor her glaring eyes one bit, but her boys halted their advance to wait for further instruction. What do you say, Evelyn? She sniffed. Ask your questions, but do it quick. Then I want the both of you out of here before someone sees you. The bruiser's knives disappeared, and they crossed muscular arms. I approached Evelyn, putting both hands flat on the counter. We're looking for a document. Evelyn chewed her lip briefly, then her face lit up. She started rifling through a disordered stack of parchments, most littered with such scribblings I doubted the best linguist in the city could make heads or tails of them. Let's see here. I've got this one you can have. Make sure you stick it so far up. It would have come from the King's Chancery. That got her attention. She let the parchment fall back to the counter. Licking her lips, her gaze strayed to the inspector. I don't know anything about Chancery documents. Her body language said otherwise, so I tossed another dinar her way. A scribe might have come here or somewhere similar, looking to sell one or more official-looking documents. They were copies, so they wouldn't have had the king's seal on them. But they'd still look important. That ring any bells? Evelyn leaned back on her stool. Doesn't sound like anything I've seen, but I might have heard of someone going to another shop, looking for a buyer for something like what you're talking about. We talk sometimes, us brokers. This other person might have said something about a quill-nosed squeaker looking to move a collection of... A collection? Inspector Wright said, coming forward. His sudden movement unsettled the guards, but neither did more than shift their positions. What do you mean, a collection? It's only what I heard, Evelyn said, shaking her head. I didn't see anything myself. If someone came to me with such documents, I'd turn them away. I run a legitimate business here. I'm sure you do, the inspector said. But since we're talking about this other shop owner and not yourself, it is perfectly all right for you to tell us what you know. Well, as I said, I saw nothing but was told they had something to do with an airship, a new engine design or some such thing. Interesting. One last question. Did the man trying to sell these documents find a buyer? Evelyn shrugged. Mayhap. Who? Don't know, and that's the truth. Inspector Wright leaned back on his heels. Lost in thought, he took to rubbing his forehead. Then he straightened his spectacles, did an about-face, and walked out of the shop. I exchanged a look with Evelyn, then shook my head and shrugged. I thanked her for the information, apologized for the intrusion, and went after the inspector. That was brilliant, Inspector Wright said as soon as I'd caught up to him. His legs pumped at a furious stride, heading toward only the old gods knew where. He certainly wasn't giving me the time or opportunity to ask. How did you know Hensley would make a copy of the documents for himself and attempt to sell them on the open market? Airship engine designs. Of course. It all makes sense now. It does? Care to enlighten me, Inspector? See here, he said as we strode into a local square. He led us straight to the bulletin post at the square's center, which was lit by an overhead alchemical light. He began scanning the daily posts. I joined him, though I had no idea what we were trying to find. Here it is, he said, waving me over. It was yesterday's news, and as I looked at the story more closely, I noticed it mentioned Darius Wilhelm. The headline read, Lower Tariffs Open Door to Kalendor's Future Prosperity. I scanned the opening, reading, 2 years ago, the Office of the Chancellor opened trade negotiations with our neighbor, Vrana, in an effort to lower that nation's duties on Kalendorian imports. Earlier in the week, an agreement was reached, but it wasn't the Chancellor who brokered the deal. Darius Wilhelm, representing the League of Merchants, joined the discussions 3 months ago. In a brilliant bit of savvy diplomacy, Mr. Wilhelm secured the arrangement and locked in exclusive trading rights between Kalendor and Vrana for the next decade. Kalendor's business community sees the agreement as a cornerstone for future prosperity, while each government considers it a significant stepping stone to maintaining a lasting peace between the two fiefdoms. I let out a breath. So, Wilhelm secures a deal after only a few months that the Chancellor's office has been trying to negotiate for 2 years. Then he hires me to kill a man who works for the Chancery. Inspector Wright slammed his fist into his palm. Wilhelm traded the plans to the Vrannans, whose airship technology is inferior to ours, in exchange for agreeing to the Chancellor's terms. And more, it seems. Wright nodded. The exclusivity part. Everyone wins, especially Wilhelm, who must find himself a hero amongst his peers since the lower tariffs benefit them the most. If Wilhelm has designs on a greater role within the League, then, I dare say, he has it. The inspector's brow turned troubled, but without the plans in hand, our case remains thin. Even worse, Hensley may have sold someone else a copy of the documents, if not to Evelyn, then another pawnbroker. Those are still entirely unaccounted for. I had a notion about that, but kept it to myself. I did, however, have another thought I wished to share. I don't think Wilhelm handed his copy of the plans over during the negotiations. He'd have wanted to make the exchange somewhere more private, like inside his home. The engagement I'd witnessed, currently ongoing, was the perfect smokescreen. Wilhelm could invite any number of Vraanan dignitaries, and no one would think twice about it. I couldn't help but smile because I knew I was about to slice the head from a double-crossing snake. Like at a party he's holding this very evening. The information sent a shock through the inspector. By the old gods, why didn't you mention this sooner? There isn't a second to lose. I'm for Darius Wilhelm's house. I'll gather the city guard along the way and have the man arrested within the hour. Good luck, Inspector, I said. My words took the vigor out of his stride. You're not coming? He almost sounded disappointed. What about our arrangement? I'll honor it, but not tonight. You have other business to see to, and so do I. I'll find you in a few days. You can show me this evidence of yours then. He nodded, taking my pledge at face value. I waited until Inspector Wright had left the square before following him. I might not intend to participate in Wilhelm's arrest, but that didn't mean my part in this was over. Wright detoured, stopping long enough at a city watch station to gather a small force of cobblestompers. With the inspector in the lead, the host of guards double-timed it to Darius Wilhelm's manor. I watched them enter the house through the front door, then went to the back wall and waited for Kalish. I knew enough about him to guess his next move. At the first sign of the inspector and his watchman, the weasel would melt away, abandoning his employer to save his own skin as panic and the fear of capture overrode all else. Once he'd made good his escape from the house and into the garden, not via the front door but through his secret one, I imagined him lamenting the lost income as he unlocked the back gate and stepped into the alley. Safe now, a wave of relief would sweep through him while thoughts turned to future prospects. I almost wondered if he considered even grander plans, such as heading up his own enterprise, given the beaming expression I saw lighting his face as he strode down the alley toward me. Such ideas drained away along with his color as soon as he spotted me. Hello, Kalish. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. I slid my killing knife free, allowing him a good, long look at the blade that was about to end his life. That's a nice-looking case, I said, pointing the tip of the knife at the document case he had slung over one shoulder. The only question I have is if you've both copies of the plans in there, or just one. That's right, Kalish. I know about the whole thing. You had Hensley make 2 copies of the plans, didn't you? One for your boss, and another for yourself. Wilhelm gets one to make his deal with the Vrannens, and you get the other to sell yourself. Except Hensley got greedy and double-crossed you. He planned to sell the other copy himself. Once you found out, you confronted him, but it was too late. Hensley had already filed them with a broker to put on the open market. So what did you do? You bought them yourself. Hope you didn't pay too much. Kalish chose that moment to run, but I was already so close I only needed to grab the back of his coat to keep him from escaping. You and I have a score to settle, Kalish. I'd make sure the airship plans found their way into Inspector Wright's hands. But Kalish? Kalish was all mine. Act 7, which is imperative. Part 1. The gloomy byways of Alchester are like a second home to me, so I usually think nothing of finding myself alone in a pitch-dark alley. But when the darkness rolls in like a dense fog, blocking the light from alchemical street lamps ahead, and the raucous liveliness of the nighttime crowd I'd left behind, I worry. The inky blackness didn't stop there either, becoming so absolute I no longer saw my hand in front of my face. When I drew my next breath with a gasp, it felt like someone had tightened a garrote around my neck. I needed no further prompting. I drew my long knives, the comforting sturdiness of their bone hilts overcoming a very unfamiliar sense of panic. Such reassurances lasted as long as it took me to realize I'd suddenly and inexplicably lost all mobility. My arms, with knives held ready, stiffened. My legs, spaced apart and prepared to spring forward or back, grew heavy. My feet froze in position. Not one to capitulate under any circumstances, I strained against my invisible bonds until I felt my heart might burst from my chest, all to no avail. Hell and damnation, I'd stepped in it this time. Despite my physical impairment, my mind was clear, so I shoved thoughts of defeat aside and quickly analyzed my predicament. Sorcery was at work here, perpetrated by unknown parties. Someone wanted me alive. Breathing while challenging was not impossible, but probably not for long. Vapors such as these were meant to obscure only one thing: murder. My murder, if I didn't find some way to free myself. After another series of futile attempts that earned me nothing more than a fine layer of perspiration on my skin despite the night's chill, I realized I might have better luck wishing for one last swallow of this evening's burgundy gettery. Delectable did not begin to describe the smoky overtures drifting from the full-bodied wine. Exquisite fell short of characterizing the spicy plum of its flavor. Paired with the finest cut of lamb I'd enjoyed in some time, it had been a fitting last meal. I wasn't sure what to expect next. Knives flying at me through the dense fog, a crossbow bolt directed toward my heart, or, given present circumstances, perhaps a ball of sorcerous fire blazing a path through the dark right before it burned me away to nothingness? Whatever was to come, I could not have predicted the flurry of black wings, copper-flecked eyes, or vicious pointed beak delivering an all too familiar screech as the bird I'd come to dread emerged from the inky dark. I would have cringed at the noise and reached out and throttled the fat crow if I could move. Ma! At each of our earlier encounters, the mysterious crow had tried to assail me with claws and beak. I doubted this time would be any different. My usual salvation, my lightning-quick reflexes, were useless under the influence of the crow's debilitating magic. I knew that was a ridiculous thought. Crows did not perform magic. But this one had harried me too many times to consider our meetings coincidental. As far as I was concerned, its appearance under such dire circumstances labeled it the responsible party, and I suspected the crow was no crow at all but a sorcery-wielding shapeshifter. Wings spread wide, the crow flew straight for my head. Right when I was sure it meant to take one or both of my eyes out, it pulled up. Wings smacked me in the face, but only as a precursor to the crow settling onto my shoulder. "Tilda," the rose said, blasting its odd noise directly into my ear. Then it had the nerve to chortle at my predicament. "If you mean to shat on me," I said, discovering my speech unhindered, "then do it already, you idiotic chicken. At least reveal yourself once and for all. I know you're more than a crow." The bird chortled again, deeper this time, and then took flight, flapping away into the thick darkness. With the crow gone, the alley returned to stillness. Strange that no passerby, drawn by the sight of the unnatural darkness, came down the alley in my wake. The street I'd come from was one of the heavier trafficked in the shambles. While I expected no help from the shady denizens of this hellhole of a district, I wouldn't put it past them to take advantage of my helplessness. But no one wandered into the alley, nor did the crow return to bother me. I remained alone in the quiet, gloomy darkness, wondering if I'd ever see another living being again, when I finally heard footsteps approaching. The misty dark seemed to part, or at least grow less dense, as the approaching figure became visible. The newcomer, a woman, by her slightness of build, wore a hooded cape and clothing so dark I might not have even noticed her if I hadn't heard the clop of her shoes. She walked directly toward me, each step bringing her into sharper focus. A small mouth with narrow lips pressed together stood out from the shadow of her hood. Darkened fingernails tipped her hands. She was lean and perhaps 6 inches shorter than my own 6 feet. Her weapons, a dagger and small sword, remained housed in their sheaths at her belt. With a handful of paces still separating us, she stopped and drew back her hood. Plum-colored hair framed her delicate features. High cheekbones, a dainty nose, and green eyes shadowed all around by a dark, sooty substance. I hesitated to label her skin as pale, for it was more like the tint of ash, and marked her as something either otherworldly or tainted by death magic. Only one thing was certain. Here was my shape-shifting crow, taken human form at last. Or so I thought until the fat crow streaked back into view, squawking once before landing on the woman's shoulder. "Matilda!" When the echo of the bird's cry fell silent, the woman spoke. Her voice was soft, her words whisper quiet. "I wish to hire you." "You have a funny way of asking," I said. "Who the hell are you?" The crow squawked. "My name is Matilda. You are already acquainted with my familiar. He has no name. When I need him, I simply call him you. Release me, witch, or you'll soon be calling him dead. First, you will agree to assist me." First you'll release me, I said, countering. The quicker you do so, the less likely I am to kill you. Do it now, and maybe I'll forget any of this happened. The woman pinched her lips. Your terms are not agreeable. My terms? Those weren't terms. This is not a negotiation. You are right. This is not. You will help me, or it is you who will never leave this alley alive. The crow rang in with another chortle. Realizing I'd shown my cards too early, I hadn't expected a threat in kind from the woman, and that I couldn't follow through anyway given that I still couldn't move a muscle. I tried a different tactic. Fortunately, I had an assortment of skills, chief amongst them my charm. I fear you and I have gotten off on the wrong foot, madam, I said, my tone congenial. You said your name is Matilda. Mine is Edwarton. Edwarton Serenius. It wasn't really, but I've had a reason for many years now to never use my real one. I rather liked the sound of Edwarton, too. Admittedly, the surname needed some work, but fortunately, changing names as often as I did afforded me plenty of opportunities for refinement. It is a pleasure to meet you and your familiar. He's a fine, plump bird. I wanted to bow to punctuate my feigned sincerity, but given my current predicament, I had to settle for a slight nod instead. It was the most movement I'd managed throughout this entire episode. I finished my overture with a smile that had melted more than its fair share of women's hearts. Matilda narrowed her gaze, then said, Lie once, think me a dunce. Lie twice, roll the dice. Is that supposed to mean something? It means do not test me. You are a liar. Perhaps this woman had no heart to melt. How do you figure? I asked. You've no name, for one, she said. None people know, leastwise. Also, you take no pleasure whatsoever in our encounter. She had me there. You're right on both counts. You know who I am. What else do you know? I know enough. Then you know I'm not one to trifle with. Release me. Agree to lend me your aid, and I will. Release me. Explain why you need to hire me, and I'll consider it. She sniffed, thinking it over. Very well. Just like that, I could move again. With knives still in both hands, I briefly considered using one to kill her. But a deal was a deal, so I put my blades away. Besides, she'd piqued my curiosity. I'd listened to what she had to say, but that didn't mean I intended to accept her as a client, nor would I wait for her to take the next step in our dialogue. I had questions of my own. You've had your crow spying on me for weeks now. I flexed my arms and legs. Thankfully, nothing seemed out of order. Why? Not spying, she said, her expression gone pouty at my choice of words. Watching over you. Keeping you out of trouble. Almost causing me to fall from a building is keeping me out of trouble? Your bird is a menace. Matilda shrugged. You has a mind of his own sometimes. He must have found something humorous about your situation. Nothing humorous about me falling to my death. A chill went through me at the thought, reminding me of the night's cold. I pulled my cloak tighter to ward it off. She shrugged again. He helped you on the airship, didn't he? If he hadn't led the jackery to your location, you and your lady friend would be dead right now. That's not exactly how I remembered things. It had been the jackery's arrival that had nearly caused our deaths. I would have corrected her on that point if something else she'd said hadn't caught my attention. Matilda knew about Liz. It made sense that if the witch knew about me, she might also know about Elizabeth. But if Matilda meant to waylay and threaten Liz, I might have to reconsider our deal and my levity. Supposition aside, though, she hadn't given me a reason to outright kill her, yet. The crow had been annoying, and her ambush alarming, but she had a point about the jackery. They'd been a welcome distraction, allowing Liz to find what we were looking for and, I'll admit, quite possibly saving my life. Thinking back, I realized now that one of the jackery priests had given me a clue to this woman's identity. You have a powerful ally in this one, assassin, AUDIOBOOK had said, laughing as he'd brandished twin Chris knives at our common enemy. Be thankful she watches over you. The priest hadn't elaborated beyond that, though it was obvious now the person he'd referred to was Matilda. She'd done nothing yet to label herself an enemy, but neither had she done enough to warrant the title of friend or ally. But Utet's words still played in my mind, and I wondered enough to say, "Tell me about your relationship with the Jackery. One of them knew you. They wanted to hunt you down and kill you for violating the sanctity of their home and killing members of their priesthood, but I made a deal with them. In exchange for allowing you to live, I granted them a boon of no small consequence." "So you're in league with them?" Matilda shook her head. "No, I made this bargain because I need you. That is all. I will honor my end of the bargain I struck with them. Then, once it is fulfilled, and I've no further indenture to them, I mean to destroy every last one of them." "Oh, really?" "Yes. Before that, though, I will see the organization you call the Warders ended, its members slain or driven from Alchester." I whistled. "Those are some grand ambitions you've got. Do you mean to do this yourself, or do you have an army holed up somewhere in the city ready to march at your command?" "I've no army. I've only you and you." "What? Oh, never mind." She meant the crow. "You expect the three of us to rid Alchester of both the Jackery and the Warders? No offense, but I think you've been spending too much time inhaling this mist of yours. I don't know why you've taken such an interest in me, and quite frankly, I don't care. I do thank you for keeping the Jackery off my back. The old gods know I've got enough people in the city trying to kill me right now, so I appreciate the breathing room. But I work freelance, which means I get to choose my clients. I wish you well with your endeavor, but you'll have to count me out." Matilda huffed with impatience. "I will pay above your usual rate for your help." "That's generous of you, but the answer is still no. Now, I intend to leave. I hope you'll dispense with the mummery and allow me to go unhindered." I waited, wondering if her reply would come verbally, physically, or magically. I was prepared for the first two. The third I wasn't so sure about, but she only stared at me. Her crow shifted from one foot to another on her shoulder, staying quiet for a change. "Very well," she said. "I will allow you to go. But I know you will change your mind and accept my offer. When you are ready to do so, return to this alley." "Right," I said, already moving past the woman and her familiar. When I was almost alongside her, she uttered a short phrase that stopped me in my tracks. "Leave this place. Find your taste misplaced." I looked at her with suspicion. "What did you just say?" "Nothing. Remember, return here when you are ready to accept my commission." I shook my head, exiting the alley as swiftly as possible without appearing to hurry. Clearly the woman was cracked. I'd best get away while the possibility of escape remained. The further I moved away from her, the less dense the mist grew until I soon walked beneath the cloudy night sky again. Sound returned too, both ahead and behind. Looking over my shoulder, it surprised me to see the alley clear to canvas row. Mist, the woman and the crow had all disappeared. Shaking my head some more, I quickened my pace, no longer concerned with appearances, as I set my mind on more productive activities. Such activities started and ended this night at the groggery, a hole-in-the-wall grog shop buried beneath a dilapidated tenement that would have been condemned a decade ago in any district other than the Shambles. The place was off the beaten path, which meant it was quiet. Best of all, strangers weren't welcome, so I was relatively safe from the various parties about the city who wished to do me harm. I didn't frequent the groggery enough to have a regular table, so I waded through the candle-lit murk of the place until I found a seat where I could keep my back to the wall and a vigilant eye on my fellow drinkers. Just because I was safe from people outside the grog shop didn't mean I was safe from the ones inside. A serving girl recognized me and went to fetch my usual order of Muscat Blanc, a domestic vintage pressed from the grapes of Calendor's western hill country. I knew this particular delicacy for its sweet floral aroma, which translated into a taste that started sweet on the tongue and finished with a lingering dryness. The wine was a rare find in this part of the city. I was certain the crates had been meant for a much finer establishment. Still, I wasn't one to pass up such an opportunity. As soon as I'd learned of it, I'd bought the proprietor's entire stock, paying him extra to keep it on reserve for me. The serving girl knew I tipped well, so my drink arrived in no time. I gave the wine a swirl, urging forth its bountiful fragrance of citrus, rose, and peach. Satisfied but wanting to savor every aspect of the tasting process, I held the glass to a nearby light, scrutinizing the liquid's translucent golden yellow. Such a spectacular sight prompted me to take the smallest sample, rolling the sip around my mouth as I waited for the delicate, fruity flavor to caress my palate. 2 swishes back and forth yielded an unexpected blandness that carried over into the middle tasting stage, the evolution phase, as wine elitists like to call it, so that as I entered the finishing stage, I didn't quite know what to expect. More of the same, it turned out. I looked quizzically at my glass, wondering why the wine had failed me. I ran through my pre-tasting checklist again, confirming that smell, color, and clarity were as expected at each stage. Another taste yielded the same disappointing, flavorless results. I called out to the serving girl who was nearby, seeing to other customers. She hurried over as soon as she was able. "Did you open a bottle of the Muscat Blanc or some other wine?" The girl was stick-thin and young, but a shambler through and through who was well used to the rough and tumble life of those who called this district home. She lifted her chin, defiant. "It's the Muscat. I opened it myself." As far as I could tell, she wasn't lying. Unlikely as it seemed, perhaps the bottle had simply gone bad. In that case, though, I expected a vinegary taste, not the complete absence of any flavor at all. "I think something's gone amiss with this bottle, then," I said. "Sip this for me, please, and see if you agree." Her face screwed into an expression of indignation. "You any idea what old Gregory will do to me if he sees me drinking on the job?" She followed her protest with a furtive glance over each shoulder. Then she took the wine glass from my outstretched hand and downed its contents in one pull. She shrugged. "Tastes fine to me. A bit fruity. But who am I to judge what drink a man such as yourself fancies?" I sat back in my chair, affronted. Not at the insult she'd levied, but at her comment about the wine. A Muscat Blanc is not fruity. Perhaps you mistake it for a Chardonnay Ruffino or a Vranin Pinot. True, the color and clarity are similar, and yes, there is a fruit component to any Muscat, but what you are tasting is a blend of... I stopped myself, realizing I was trying to discuss the intricate details of wine tasting with someone who waited tables in a grog shop. Oh, never mind. Not for the first time, I lamented the missteps that had forced me to avoid my usual high society purlieus for places such as these. In any case, the wine tasted all right to you? Odd. Still, please open another bottle. Better yet, bring an unopened one here and I'll do it myself. She shrugged her indifference to my request before walking off to see it done. Returning moments later, she deposited an unopened bottle of the Muscat Blanc and an opener onto my table. With the bottle uncorked and my glass refilled, I repeated my ritual, satisfied in all ways until I took a small sip. Again, the expected dance of multiple flavors ended before it began. I tasted nothing at all. Only then did the witch's words return to me. "Leave this place, find your taste misplaced." Damn hoodoo. The witch, sorceress, or whatever she was, had cursed me. Standing, I left the bottle and glass behind and exited the grog shop. Before long, I was back in the alley. Sans the unnatural darkness and mist this time. Matilda was already there, without her crow, leaning against the wall with arms crossed and a smirk I longed to wipe from her face. But not before I discovered what she'd done to me. "Are you ready to accept my proposal?" she asked, before I could launch into the tirade I'd prepared on the way over. "I'm ready to accept an explanation. What the hell did you do to me?" "Nothing that cannot be undone." "Then undo it." Though her eyes drifted to the hand I'd placed on the hilt of one of my knives, she still said, "No." I took a threatening step toward her. "I am losing patience with you, witch." Matilda pushed away from the wall and matched my step with a handful of her own, until she stood inches away. Her gaze met mine head on. "As am I with you," she said. "You have no one to blame but yourself for your current predicament." I asked nicely. "That was nice?" You ambushed me and froze me in place. "As I said, I asked nicely. You do not wish to know what it means for me to ask any other way." I continued to meet her stare as I contemplated my options. As much as I wanted to end her life, I had no way of knowing if that would solve my problem or damn me to an eternity of neutered taste buds. My knife at her throat might supply sufficient motivation for her to undo her magic, or, more likely, only strengthen her resolve. Charm had gotten me nowhere, either. It seemed she had me over a barrel. "What exactly do you want?" I asked. "Your help. Once it is given, and your task is complete, I will lift the curse." "And why exactly do you want or need my help at all?" "You are an assassin, are you not?" "Yes, that's right." "Good, because I wish for you to assassinate someone." That was it then. Cut away all the mummery, and this was just another ordinary job. Except I had a feeling the mark was anything but ordinary. I waited for her to supply more details. "I want you to kill the Primus of the Warders." The Warders were a secret organization, come to Alchester on a seemingly benign mission to stop the dark machinations of the Jackery. While there had never been any doubt the priests of the Jackery meant to harm the good citizens of Alchester, the intentions of the Warders remained elusive at best. I learned that members of the secret organization had a handful of fancy titles like Imperator and Compulsor, but Primus was a new one. Still, I had a pretty good idea what it meant. "Let me guess," I said. "The Primus is the Warders' leader." "Yes," Matilda said, "their supreme commander." The gall of the woman forced me to reconsider my opinion of her. Such a strategy suggested bravado, or stupidity, but also a sense of expediency. Why go after the underlings when you can target a much higher value mark, like the head of the entire organization? Despite my misgivings about this woman, I was at least beginning to admire her thought process. "So, who is this person?" I asked. I needed to know more than a name. The rest, place of employment, residence, daily work schedule, and the person's usual routes through the city, I could find out on my own later. But it all started with a name, so I waited for my prospective client to supply one. A handful of long seconds passed before she responded with a simple shake of her head. "What is that supposed to mean?" I asked. "The Primus has a name, doesn't he? We can't all go around without one." "He has one." Matilda let out a breath. "But I don't know what it is." "Then tell me where I can find him or what he looks like, and I'll take it from there." Again, Matilda shook her head. "I know nothing about his location or his appearance." "All right. What do you know about him, then? Is he even a he, or is he a she?" "I know nothing about the Primus other than that he or she exists. Discovering his or her identity is part of the job." I scratched at my chin. "So if you don't know a thing about this person, how do you know this person is real?" "Because the dark spirits told me so." "Dark spirits?" I would have laughed if Matilda's expression wasn't so serious. "They told me many things about the Warders. Chief amongst their insights was that the organization follows a leader they call Primus. But the Warders are secretive, and even the spirits have their limitations. They told me nothing more about this person other than the title. So little information up front didn't bode well for this job's success. You're asking a lot. Too much, maybe. Until a short time ago, I didn't know the identity of a single warder. Even then, I'd only acquainted myself with 2 of them, neither of whom had been high-ranking. Still, I had some resources to draw on. My associates in this matter, Elizabeth West and Atticus Drake, who had joined forces to uncover the reason for the warder's presence in Alchester, were working on an organizational chart. They attempted to put names or faces to the warder's command hierarchy. They'd been at it a couple of weeks, though I hadn't seen any significant progress the one time I'd stopped by to see how they were getting along. Matilda had yet to earn my trust, just the opposite, actually. So I kept most of that to myself and said only, "While it's true I've many avenues available for finding information, I'm not an inspector. Even the smallest tidbit about the warders has proven elusive, so unless you have some scrap of evidence or a clue to give me a starting point, I don't see how I can accept your commission." "I have this," Matilda said, jamming a rolled-up piece of parchment into my face and waving it about so I had no choice but to snatch it away before she riddled my face with paper cuts. "And this is what?" I unrolled the parchment, angling it to catch what little moonlight filtered through the clouds and into the alley's recesses. It looked like a manifest of some sort. "I believe it is a manifest of some sort," Matilda said. "My thoughts exactly," I replied automatically until it occurred to me that her words echoed my thoughts precisely. "Wait a minute. You're not by any chance. I've heard stories about witchy women reading minds, and what do you know about thurine dioxyplem, cephanol, and baroxium acid? They are listed on the manifest, along with some other less notable alchemicals." I skipped the heading, which named the shipping company, and went straight to the list, confirming the alchemicals she'd rattled off, as well as a short list of some others. They're accelerants. I knew this because Liz had told me so during our last job together. She'd named one for sure and another only partially, but I knew enough to fill in the missing information, including that the warders had brought the same alchemicals into the city illegally a few months back. I inspected the shipping company's information. Eagle Imports. The name meant nothing to me. I supposed it was one of the many airship trading companies frequenting Alchester's air docks. The destination address? Now that meant something. "Ridland's Den," I said. My gaze drifted to Matilda. "You know the place?" "Only by reputation." Ridland's had a nasty one, too. Part gaming hall, part grog shop, all cesspit. A good night at Ridland's meant no one had gotten their throat slit. Games of risk and daring, coupled with copious amounts of strong drink, brought out the worst in people. It didn't help the establishment's reputation that it was located deep in the shambles, nor that when it came to stakes, anything went. You might wager as little as a single dinar or as much as your life on a single dice roll. An upturned Reaper card at the ferryman's table meant 3 rounds in Ridland's fight ring. Oh, the games at Ridland's had rules, except when they didn't. I regularly frequented the place in my younger, more thrill-seeking days. Nowadays, though, I stayed clear of it. The owner, Ridland Tamarok, was a real arsehole. I didn't like him when I'd first met him, and I didn't like him now, so I figured I was doing him a favor by staying out of his establishment. The longer I stayed away, the longer he got to continue living. I gestured with the shipping manifest. "Where did you get this?" "I found it on a warder's body after I killed her." "How'd you know she was a warder?" "Because she told me so." They haven't struck me as the cooperative type. She was not, but she had no choice after I'd bent her will to my own. I wanted no further details on that. Damn hoodoo. "What else did she tell you?" "Nothing." Her mind proved stronger than expected. She broke free from my spell. We fought. She died. I found the manifest on her person after. The last bit sounded plausible, so I had no reason to question her further. I drew Matilda's attention back to the parchment. "This isn't the first time I've seen alchemicals like these mentioned alongside the warders. Previously, they had the goods delivered to a legitimate processing company. That venture didn't end well for anyone. Least of all, the alchemist hoodwinked into helping the warders. He died in a fiery public explosion, and the resulting scrutiny must have prompted the warders to seek more inconspicuous partners. Ridland has an alchemical processing facility beneath the den. Not everyone knows about it, but it's there. Some of the finest ice fire and devil's tongue come out of his operation, or so I'm told. Using drugs in my line of work invites carelessness, which quickly leads to disaster and a quick death, so I've never had a use for them. Plenty in Alchester did, though. The clientele for such substances ran the gamut of the city's social hierarchy, from the lowest of the low all the way to the upper crust. "Then we must go there," Matilda said. I set aside her use of the word "we" for the moment. "To what end? Your fights with the warders. Stirring up trouble in that den of cutthroats and drug peddlers won't help your cause. Neither would it help mine. The old gods knew I had enough enemies in the city. I didn't need any more. If the warders are doing business with Ridland, they'll have someone there to oversee the operation or at least check in occasionally. Will they not?" I gave it some thought and had to agree. "Then we will go to Ridland's den and wait for one of their representatives to arrive. We will then waylay this person, either as they are coming or leaving, and then we will compel them to tell us what we need to know." The plan was not without flaws, but it wasn't half bad. By the look in her eye, she was ready to get started. Not so fast, little witch. What if I say no? Matilda scoffed. I have already cursed you. You will never taste wine again until I lift the curse. I have taken away that which you hold most dear. What more do I need to do? How about explaining why you're so interested in the warders? Most of the time, a job was a job. I didn't bother asking questions irrelevant to the objective or which might reveal the client's motives in too great of detail. People come to me with discretion in mind. An exchange of terms and execution of the contract, that's my business model. But Matilda had made this more than a business arrangement by meddling in other jobs of mine and now placing a curse on me. A very personal curse, which made our relationship a very personal one. She must suspect I might try to kill her when this was all over and done. If not for the curse, I'd do it right now and have her out of my life for good. But she had me, and she knew it. My reasons are my own, she said. I crossed my arms. Explain them to me. She looked ready to refuse my request once more. I think she was about to. But then, you sailed in and landed on her shoulder. The crow settled his wings, then opened and closed his beak, though he emitted no sound. She looked at him as if seeking counsel. You must have given her his approval, for she said, The dark spirits showed me what fate the warders have for our city. Nothing specific about their plans, but a vision of what they will leave behind once their dark machinations come to fruition. Suffice to say, it is nothing good. This city is my home, just as it is yours. I would not see it destroyed. I didn't know how much stock to take in her dark spirits, but I couldn't argue the point that the warders had something bad in mind for all of us. Her explanation sufficed, at least for now. All right, I said. I accept your commission, but I have conditions. First, you have me for one night. If I don't find the Primus, you pay me my usual fee, lift the curse, and we go our separate ways. But if I find this person, then you'll pay me triple, lift the curse, and I'll thank you for never crossing my path again. If those terms are not agreeable, lift the curse now, and we'll end this arrangement before it begins. Triple my fee was not out of the question. Given the circumstances, I might as well come out of this with something extra. Nor was the time constraint. I wasn't entering an open-ended agreement with anyone, let alone a witch. The one snag, and quite possibly my salvation, was that I doubted she could afford even half my fee, let alone the exorbitant amount I'd proposed. She proved such doubts wrong by tossing me a pouch jingling with coins. Consider that a down payment, she said. If you wish, I can get more before we start. Otherwise, I will pay the rest upon completion of the commission. The pouch held enough glittering gold crowns to cover my retainer and then some. That left one last point to discuss. You keep saying we, as if you're coming with me. I work alone. Best return to your crystal ball and cards of fate while you wait for word of the results. Her nostrils flared, and her small hands curled into fists at her sides. I am going with you. This is not open to further discussion. Oh, but it was. I put up a good fight. In the end, though, she didn't so much wear down my resolve as simply refused to budge from her position. I was also growing tired of hearing her voice, or so I told myself. Just make sure you don't get yourself killed. I want the curse removed. She humphed but said nothing else. And if we come up empty, I asked, what happens if we don't even find their Primus? Come morning, I will undo the curse and absolve you of all obligations, no matter the outcome. She spat in her hand, then held it out to me. Shall we seal our bargain? I took one look at her glistening palm and wrinkled my nose. That's not how I usually finalize a deal, especially with a witch. Who knows what bargains or pacts she'd squeeze out of me in the future with something like my saliva at hand to bolster her magic? Your word is good enough. She shrugged and wiped her palm on her cape. Suit yourself. Getting to Ridland's den was easy enough. We were already in the shambles, so a quick jaunt found us standing on a corner a half-block away, with the establishment under our watchful gazes. Others shared the street with us, but no one knew what we were up to, so I expected no trouble. You had flown off to parts unknown on the way over, so at least he was not present to annoy me or draw unwanted attention. We could probably loiter at this spot indefinitely, but I didn't fancy hanging about in the cold all night with nothing to show for our trouble. We would have nothing too, unless we altered the plan. I'd not bothered to mention the obvious flaw earlier, but here it was. We would never spot our mark this way. Warders didn't wear uniforms or special insignia. On the surface, everything about them was ordinary. They wore ordinary clothes, had ordinary faces, and went about their nefarious business as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Matilda's plan, therefore, needed some tweaking. The witch, who was of a like mind once I explained things to her, made the first suggestion. We should abduct Ridlin and make him tell us who he is working with. A bold idea, but not one without issues. I'm sure Ridlin's inside, but he's likely always guarded. It'd be tough to get to him, even in a neutral place. But right in the middle of his establishment? I shook my head. I think we need to go inside and look around. Maybe even get a tour of the lab. That manifest led you this far. Maybe some similar documentation can get us to the next step. Just remember we're there to observe and gather information, nothing more. No abductions and absolutely no mummery. Matilda pressed her lips together and gave me the evil eye. Figuratively, I hoped. We're just looking for information right now, got it? She didn't like it, but she nodded her agreement. First, we need to get inside Ridlin's den, which isn't as easy as you might think. It's a regulars-only sort of place, so no one gets in without a pass. If you'd given me some lead time, I could have had a couple stolen or forged for us, but since we're already here, I'll have to improvise. Fortunately for you, improvising is my specialty. I extended a hand. I have a ruse in mind that works best if we pretend to have some familiarity with one another. We make an odd pair, with you the otter. But there's nothing to do for that now. Just hang on my arm, act drunk if you like, but leave all the talking to me. Once we're inside, keep up the routine. If we don't stand out, no one will take notice, so we should be able to move about with impunity. We mustn't give anyone a reason to suspect us, starting with the goons at the door. If they smell something funny, we'll have someone watching us until we leave. If they allow us to leave at all, that is. So our objective is to get inside unnoticed? Matilda asked. The lower our profile, the better. Once inside, we can blend in, but we must get through the front door first. Then follow me. Matilda walked away, ignoring my protests, so I had little choice but to follow her. I thought perhaps she had some secret back entrance in mind, but after winding her way through a small crowd of half-drunken fools loitering about in front of the den, she led us straight to the front door. A pair of bruisers, each 3 times bigger than Matilda and about twice my size, stood casually in front of it. Laughter and the occasional shout from the drunks on our side of the door paled in comparison to the noise waiting for us inside. Matilda stopped before the 2 bouncers. She gestured at one and then the other with a single finger. Double sentry, allow us entry. Once inside, close the door and remember no more. If I hadn't already been on the receiving end of the woman's spellcasting, I might have wondered at the effectiveness of her rhyming. But given what she'd done to me, it did not surprise me when one bruiser opened the door without a word while the other ushered us through. The door closed behind us, and that was that. Nice trick, I said, shouting so she could hear me over the chaotic mixture of loud conversation, laughter, the distinctive melody of 3 separate musical troupes, and the gaming bells that rang with annoying regularity. We are inside, she shouted back. Now what? Now we look around. I fought back the urge to cringe as I took her hand. Hers was small and my own and cold, but the contact ensured we'd stay together while we slipped into the crowd. We let the natural ebbs and flows carry us deep into the realm of the gaming tables, where I felt compelled to stop to admire a roll of the dice. The man rolled poorly and lost, and the flip of a card. With 3 griffins already showing, it was a risky move, but the matron came out on top when the dealer presented her with a jester, before I guided us to the bar. I ordered for the both of us a pair of shamble shooters which went down like alchemical fuel and tasted about the same. I downed mine in one pull, tasting nothing, then smiled in satisfaction as Matilda tried to do the same, and coughed half of it back up. Served the woman right. Before Matilda had time to think up some new hex to place on me, I dragged her toward the fighting arena at the back of the establishment. This was the largest part of Ridlands, with the densest crowd yet, and with a match ongoing, the most noise. Fighting our way through the press of people, I caught nothing more than glimpses of the arena below, though I knew the fighting ring's layout and its legendary reputation well enough from past visits. Iron bars, rising a dozen feet, surrounded a ring 50 feet across. A single gate allowed entry. Once the combatants entered, the gate closed and stayed that way until one person remained standing. The fights weren't death matches, but that didn't mean someone didn't occasionally end up face down on the floor. It's hard to prevent when quarter is neither asked nor given. I didn't remember my previous visits to Ridlands with fondness, but the place held a few good memories of victorious gaming and stupendous bouts of overdrinking. I'd never been stupid enough to step into the arena. Well, almost never. There had been the one time. Youthful pride and bravado, fueled by the training I'd received up to that point from my mentor, Reuben Kariaktos, had led me to spill a man's blood on the arena floor. Back then, Ridlan had a fighter, fella he'd named Quick. Not very theatrical if you ask me, but it worked for Ridlan. Skinny bastard. Ridlan, not Quick. Liked to shoot his big mouth off about how many fights his guy had won and how no one had even come close to taking him down. I gave Quick his due then, and I'll do it now. The man had the fastest hands I'd ever seen, even to this day. He knew how to fight, too. If it hadn't been for Ridlan, Quick might still be alive, sitting at an esteemed corner table and basking in the glory of a long, successful fighting career. Instead, Ridlan had doomed the man by suggesting I had no chance against his boy. Bad blood already existed between me and Ridlan, so his words had only been the latest in a long list of salvos the skinny bastard had tossed my way. But it had been enough to get me in the ring. Approximately 12 seconds later, Quick was dead, and I'd made an enemy of Ridlan for life. Wooden floors yielded to soft sand as we neared the arena. Rabid spectators screaming for blood pressed against the iron bars with such density, it was difficult to see past them to make out the combatants. In truth, I wasn't all that interested, but I felt it necessary we keep up appearances. One didn't approach the fighting ring without taking an interest in the fight itself. We found a table away from the main area that gave us a good view of the ongoing match. Once settled, with 2 more drinks on the way, Matilda was gracious enough to order one of the finest bottles on Ridlan's wine list. I started scanning the area for Ridlan's employees, whose movements might help pinpoint the lab's entrance. One look at the fight inside the ring, however, and despite my earlier disinterest, I found I couldn't look away. 3 burly humans squared off against one equally burly dwarf. It had started as 4 against 1, but one man was already down, with enough blood pooled about his head that I doubted he would get back up soon. Each of the humans wore armor, breastplates, bracers, gauntlets, and vambraces, full helmets too. Their opponent, however, had no armor on at all except for a pair of metal gauntlets. Sweat glistened across his bare, muscled torso, and his dark hair and beard were each pulled into single braids. Presently, he was in a fighter's crouch, his 3 assailants circling him like hungry wolves. When they made their move, they did so all at once, their sudden attack eliciting a hearty roar from the crowd. The dwarf was at once engulfed by his larger opponents, preventing me from witnessing his response. I saw a blue flash emanating from within the ring of combatants, though. Each time the strange light flared, one of the human fighters staggered back until the dwarf was in plain view once more. His gauntlets, which immediately drew my attention, glowed with an azure light. The dwarf pressed his advantage, closing with the nearest fighter and directing one jab after another into the man's midsection. Each time a blow landed against the man's breastplate, the dwarf's gauntlets flared with blue brilliance. It looked like the dwarf was actually putting dents in the other's armor. Several more body shots, and finally one to the head, sent the dwarf's opponent to the floor. Not wasting a moment, the dwarf turned on the other 2 and treated them similarly. They tried to separate and come at him from different directions, but their maneuvering made them more vulnerable to the dwarf's unrelenting attack, which hardly allowed them an opportunity to counter. Even when they delivered a punch, which would have done considerable damage against their nearly unarmored opponent, the dwarf proved his footwork as good as his hands. Not a single blow of theirs connected. 2 opponents soon became 1. In any other ring, the dwarf's remaining adversary would have the option of surrender. Not so in Ridlin's arena. In the end, the man put up a reasonable effort, but the dwarf started in with another furious, blue-flaring assault, and that was it for him. When the last man hit the floor, the dwarf turned to the crowd with arms raised and a triumphant holler that incited the spectators to new heights of riotous bedlam. "Barbaric," Matilda said, sipping her wine, which our server had delivered during the height of the fight. I raised my glass, taking in the sweet smell before taking an entirely tasteless sampling of my own. "Agreed. But Ridlin's merely giving the people what they want. If not him, then someone else. It's a similar story with his drug manufacturing operation, the entrance to which I believe I have located. Over your shoulder, no, don't look, is a door manned by a pair of Ridlin's thugs. I believe our best chance of learning anything is to take that tour I mentioned. As luck had it, I'd done a job here once. It had been one of those knife to the jugular and passing sort of jobs, where the client wanted the mark executed in public for all to see. That sort of murder sends a statement, let me tell you, but it also announces my identity to anyone seeing me do the deed. Unless, of course, everyone is distracted. The place is dark, and the one doing the knifing is Alchester's premier assassin. I hadn't expected trouble, but one never knows, so I'd given the place my usual thorough attention, studying building plans and memorizing all entrances and exits. That was how I knew Ridlin's den had several basement-level rooms beneath where those two gents stood. From the plans, I remembered enough rooms to accommodate processing, packing, and whatever else was involved in manufacturing drugs and alchemicals. A lift connected the space to the building's rear loading dock. It was all very functional and tucked away nicely from the entertainment part of the den. I explained that to Matilda in a few terse sentences, then suggested we head in that direction. As we left the table, I placed my hand around Matilda's arm, leaned close, and said, "None of your mummery this time. Let me handle getting us past those goons." The crowd around the combat arena was dispersing now that the fight was over, allowing us to reach the door without the guards noticing us until we were right on top of them. I could have killed them both before either could blink, but I had something else in mind. "We're here to inspect the latest batch," I said, using my best tone of authority. One bruiser looked me up and down while the other took in Matilda. "Haven't seen either of you before," one guard said. The other crossed his arms and glared at us. What happened to the usual guy? Our Imperator has some concerns. When he has concerns, he lets the usual guy have the night off and sends us instead. "What concerns?" the one with his arms crossed asked. "You know," I said, gambling that he did. Operations like these always had one problem or another. I hoped one had been big enough that word had reached his level. The man let his arms fall to his sides. "Look, the delay was one time and one time only. I thought my boss already made that clear to your boss." "Maybe your boss wasn't convincing enough. In any case, we can't return to him without looking around. So, what do you say? I'm sure everything is progressing fine now, so we'll be on our way before you know it." After some thought, he shrugged his indifference. "But I'll need a name to pass on before I let you in." "It's Maines," I said. "Compulsor Nathaniel Maines." The real Nathaniel Maines was dead, killed in an airship accident. Since he'd no longer had any use for his identity or his rank within the Warder organization, I didn't see any reason not to use it. The goon did an obvious double-take. "Maines, you said?" Too late, I realized using Mains's name might not have been the best decision after all. "That's right." "What about her?" He nodded at Matilda. "Her name's not important." He shrugged. "Wait here." Then he turned to the door, knocking once. A speakeasy slid open, and the name I'd given was passed through. Next to me, Matilda shrank away. I placed a hand on her arm, my eyes never looking away from the other bruiser who hadn't put his back to us. We were committed now, no going back, and all that. We waited for all of 2 minutes before the door slid open. Inside, another bruiser was there, waving us in with a lift of his chin. The door closed behind us, and one of the men from outside, and the one inside led us down a short hall to a stair that wound down one way and then the other. The steps continued, but they stopped us at the first subfloor and led us to a closed door at the end of another short hall. One of our chaperones opened the door for us, gesturing for us to go through while the other hovered behind us with fists clenched at his sides. Matilda walked past him and into whatever lay beyond without a second thought. I, however, paused to smile at the bruiser holding the door open. Let me guess. The real Nathaniel Maines has been here before, so you know what he looks like. You might even know that he's dead. I positioned myself so I had eyes on both of them. What's the plan, then? I looked from one to the other. I walk in. You shut the door behind me and we're locked up tight until Ridlin drags his skinny arse down here to see who the imposters are? Or does he keep us imprisoned until the next warder muckety-muck drops by for a visit? I shrugged. Doesn't matter, especially after I'm done with you two. Unless you want to take us to the lab? No? I didn't think so. That's too bad for you. It's a common misconception that size means something in a fight. I won't contest that if two men are engaged in a knockdown, drag-out contest, the larger opponent has the advantage. But I've always felt finesse trumps brute strength. Case in point, the bruiser on my right raised one arm to level a powerful, skull-crushing punch at me. I must admit, it was an impressive swing, but as I ducked beneath it, he found himself overextended and exposed to a blow of my own, which I put my entire body into. My fist smashed into his throat, sending him reeling back. I expected the other to come at me at that moment, which he did, but instead of ducking again, too predictable, I sidestepped him, grabbed his arm, and threw him past me. He spun around, thinking to continue his assault, when I grabbed his head from behind and slammed it into the wall. The sound of his skull cracking almost made me cringe. As he slumped to the floor, the other approached me with fists covering his face as if fighting in a boxing match. I let him jab once, twice, then I leaned into him, breaking his nose with a quick pop. While he tried to shake it off, I grabbed his head and introduced his face to my knee. He fell to the floor, not out, but not in any condition to get back up just then. Matilda stood in the doorway. Your plan is not working. They know we are imposters. Yes, but they also think we're locked up. We have 10 minutes, maybe more before someone comes down here and sees otherwise. I say we make the best of it. Let's go find this lab of theirs. I kicked the still conscious one in the face, sending him to dreamland, then dragged both into the room they'd meant to lock us in. Back at the stairs, we went down one level and then another, sneaking into a hall lined with closed doors. The door at the hall's other end stood out because it was larger than the others, and also because presently it was swinging open. Grabbing Matilda by the arm, I found the nearest unlocked door and shoved her through. I was right behind her. Luckily, only darkness and quiet greeted us. No one barged in to disturb us, so I figured we were safe for now. I found a wall lantern and turned it up just enough to take stock of our surroundings. I whistled. Now we have something to work with. Rows of lab coats hung on a rack, with other paraphernalia, including goggles, protective masks, gloves, and boots, stacked nearby. I put on a coat that looked about my size. It fit well enough, though the sturdy drab material added more dull than dash to my appearance. Without instruction, Matilda donned a coat of her own. We made an odd pair, with me far too handsome to play the role of a lab gremlin, and her too exotic, but such was the hand we'd been dealt, so I saw no reason not to play it. I arranged my long knives into a less prominent position at my belt, and Matilda helped herself to a pair of goggles, which she placed on her forehead. Then we exited the dressing room. Outside, the hall was empty, so we went for the door at the end, only to find it closed now and locked. Let's see if anyone's home, I said, knocking 3 times. Another speakeasy slid open, at which point we found ourselves staring at another of Ridlin's goons. He took one look at us in our lab coats, slammed the speakeasy closed, and let us in. Beyond, in all its glory, was Ridlin's drug-making operation. Large vats on one side, a neat arrangement of tables covered with beakers and vials at the other, and a scattering of personnel busy throughout. That was all I had time to take in before a freckle-faced, pointy-nosed gentleman interposed himself between us and the possibility of taking another step forward. The man held his chin high and wrinkled his pointy nose as he said, "I don't know you. Who are you?" "Who we are is unimportant," I said, taking on an equally haughty tone. "What is important is that we are here to inspect the facility and see for ourselves that there will be no further delays." Leaning back, the man stuffed his hands into the pockets of his lab coat. "That was a one-time problem brought about by— Oh, never mind. You shouldn't be down here unescorted. I'm surprised someone didn't come down with you." The man at the door said it wouldn't be a problem. "You in charge down here?" Pointy Nose drew himself up. "That's right, Chief Alchemist Benedek. I think you'll find I run a clean and efficient laboratory. The delay we experienced last week was not the fault of this facility." "Oh? What was its nature then? We weren't given many details." "I'm afraid I'll have to leave such explanations to Mr. Tamarack. My concern is the operation of the laboratory and nothing else. Speaking of which, we turned the lab over several hours ago. We do so 3 times a day. Currently, we are processing one of your batches. Distillate boilers, separation coils, and electrolysis synthesizers are all running nominally. Lab personnel regularly take samples at each stage for verification, and of course the final products are rigorously tested for quality control before anything leaves the facility. Really, I don't see the point in you looking anything over. I assure you, there's nothing to worry about." "We believe you, Chief Alchemist Benedek. It seems you do indeed run an efficient operation. However, since we're already here and because our superiors will want a report, how about we take a quick look around? Take a few notes and we'll be gone before you know it." Benedek let out a breath. "Very well, but please, touch nothing." After promising I wouldn't, I began my inspection, making a broad sweep of the room. I acted as if I was interested in each section of the lab and its equipment, when my focus was really on locating the exits. If things went sour, and they were likely to in a hurry, given present circumstances, we needed to know the quickest route out of here. So as I played at perusing the gauges on the boiler distillate vats and electrolysis synthesizers and peered over the shoulders of various lab gremlins, I made mental notes of several exits and, at the rear, the pulley-driven lift, currently grinding upward toward the building's loading dock. I spotted stevedores at the top, waiting to receive the goods, while 3 bored-looking guards hovered around the elevator's base. Other guards, I counted 5, stood at random positions throughout the room. Around the other side of the lift, workers boxed and loaded the facility's products. Everyone knew how Ridlin distributed his drugs: pack them up in crates with legitimate goods, distribute the containers to specific locations throughout the city, then have block bosses take it from there. I imagined a similar process carried the warders' alchemicals to them. While I considered our chances of using the lift as an escape route, Matilda sauntered about, taking such an intense interest in the laboratory's operation and the lab gremlin's work that I wondered if she took our ruse a little too seriously. She had started with the closest boiler vat, studying the gauges and the slow rise of steam from each vessel. There were 3 massive cylinders, each with a cone top like a grain silo and pipes leading in and out in a confusing jumble. Once Matilda had reached the last of the boilers, she moved over to the tables, using the same care to take in each detail as the alchemists tested the purity of the product and performed other duties that seemed to involve copious amounts of mixing, measuring, and, ultimately, the recording of results. Some gave Matilda curious glances, but figured she'd gotten past their chief alchemist, so they left her to her business. Mindful of the time we'd already spent here, and that our opportunity to discover anything of value was rapidly diminishing, I waved the chief alchemist over. He'd been hovering about, keeping a safe distance, but with an eye on us the whole time. "Everything looks in good order, Chief Alchemist. I applaud your operation. I only need one more thing. I'll need to see the shipping manifests. Word is that one wagon might have gone to the wrong location last time. I don't think either of us wants a repeat of that mistake." Benedek's expression tightened. "I've heard of no such mistakes. Are you certain?" "As you said, Mr. Tamarack doesn't give you all the details about what goes on outside your laboratory, but yes, I am certain. We checked on our end and found that the last shipment came up short. We investigated, discovered the error, and tracked the wagon down, so no harm was done, but we might not get so lucky next time. Now, it'll only take a moment to verify. I, unfortunately, do not have access to those records. Mr. Tamarack has someone else manage such logistics. Do you know where I might find this gentleman, then? At this time of night? Upstairs at the loading dock overseeing this evening's shipment. If you want to ask him, take the lift. He pointed at the lift as if I hadn't already seen it. Ask for Sam. That was all I needed to hear. A document with an address would have been nice, but the next best thing is the man who knows the destinations of every one of Ridland's wagons. Sticking around any longer was neither necessary nor prudent. Any minute now someone was going to find those men I'd knocked out, and shouts from outside the room preceded a loud thumping on the laboratory's main door. The guard there jumped from his stool and yanked the door open without bothering with the speakeasy this time. One of the bruisers I'd laid low, and 2 others came in. All 3 stopped, jaws clenched, while their gazes swept the facility. It didn't take them long to spot us. Or at least it didn't take them long to spot me. I looked around for Matilda, but she was nowhere to be seen. Though my first instinct was to escape, I couldn't leave without the witch since I needed her to remove the curse. As the guards at the door started in my direction while shouting for the others manning the lift to get me, I calmly removed my lab coat. Chief Alchemist Benedek realized what was happening and carefully stepped away from me. I ignored him. At my back, the lift was on its way down. Lab gremlins, their faces buried in their work, looked up, trying to ascertain the cause for alarm. All over the lab, one guard after another took their cue from the 3 who'd busted in and closed on my position. Looking past them, I realized I'd missed at least another 3 guards, bringing their total number to 11. Though the odds against me seemed daunting, I knew a trick or 2 that might help swing them in my favor, not least of which included making a bold, bloody statement right from the start. I'd no doubt Ridland paid his men well, but well enough to forfeit their lives? No time like the present to find out. Drawing my long knives, I was lowering myself into a fighting crouch when I spotted Matilda facing the distilling vats. Though she looked more lab gremlin than intruder with her goggles covering her eyes now, Chief Alchemist Benedek spotted her anyway. "Stop her!" he screeched as he pointed a finger at her. "She's one of them." A guard came around one vat at a run. Matilda turned her head, and nothing else, toward him. Sans the clever rhymes this time, the witch raised a hand with curled fingers and swiped the air before him. The effect of her diablerie was swift and immediate. He screamed, lifting his hands to his face as blood poured out between his fingers. Everyone stopped, frozen with horror at what the witch had done. Matilda may have beaten me to my intended bold and bloody statement, but that didn't mean I couldn't take advantage of the opportunity. Damn near surrounded now, I chose my first victim at random, dazzling the poor man with a knife display that quickly left him dead on the floor. 2 more guards fell in to take his place, which worked out since I had 2 knives drawn. Each of my blades was 1.5 feet of razor-sharp steel, their reach and my skill more than sufficient to send the pair skittering back. I kept up the pressure, but more guards joined the fray, forcing me to yield ground. Even in retreat, I kept my poise, knocking their clumsy attacks away with little effort. More bruisers circled my position, until I counted 7. No, 8, all around me. No doubt about it, this was turning into one hell of a fight, or it might have if Matilda hadn't chosen that moment to turn the world upside down. She faced the vats with arms lifted. Over the shouts of the guards and the panicked commotion of the lab gremlins, I heard her chanting the same pattern over and over. 2 guards had gone to deal with her, but the sight of what she'd done to the other one, who lay quietly crumpled on the floor now, stopped them well short of her. Or maybe it was the boilers, which emitted hot steam now like an engine running full throttle. More than the vats were affected by her magic. On the tables, alchemical liquids frothed and boiled, powders ignited, and gases swirled and billowed inside their enclosures. But whatever nefarious spell she worked affected the steaming vats the worst. They shuddered and groaned, the pressure inside them rising to hazardous levels. Some scientists tried to get to pressure release valves or some such things, but it was already too late. Someone yelled for everyone to get out. The floor shook as if an earthquake had taken hold, and then a boom resounded with such force that anyone standing was knocked to the floor. Only a few of my opponents remained on their feet. I almost fell as well, but I am nothing if not a master of balance. A master of ducking, too, especially when I spied a wave of green alchemical flame and smoke hurtling my way. I hit the deck. Those already on their knees made it, too. But anyone who didn't drop fast enough? As they were set ablaze, their shrieks told me all I needed to know about their fate. Shaking off the ringing in my ears and the screaming of those set on fire, I regained my feet. Next to me, a guard tried to do the same. I kicked him in the face, sending him back down, but I nearly regretted the effort as my head swooned and I almost went down with him. Matilda was dead. She'd been too close to the vats when they'd exploded, so I figured the woman walking toward me through the unnatural emerald flames and greenish smoke was her ghost. The old gods knew the woman, even alive, looked like the walking dead, so to assume so of the figure before me wasn't a far stretch. Yet when she grabbed me by the arm, pushing me toward the ruin of the cargo lift, I was forced to reassess her present vitality. Such thoughts proved burdensome in my current state, as did walking, so I was glad for Matilda's support. Halfway to our destination, an overzealous guard got in our way. Matilda drew her small sword and neatly ran him through. Then we reached the lift, which I saw was no longer operational. Knocked completely off its rails, it had come crashing down and now lay more out of position than in. "What the hell did you do?" I asked, shaking loose from the witch's grasp as my wherewithal returned. "I sent a message." Matilda looked up. "We'll have to climb." The lift's lattice work was a mess, so much so that I felt compelled to look back through the emerald haze toward the room's primary entrance. "We cannot go that way. I cannot protect you from the flames. Besides, we need to find Sam." Realizing she was right and not bothering to ask how she knew about Sam when she hadn't been present when Benedek had told me about him, I asked, "You want to go first?" She did not, so I took point. Though I'd shaken off most of the effects of the explosion, Matilda hovered close as if concerned I might fall. Below, others noticed us and followed, hoping to escape the burning laboratory. The latticework groaned from the extra strain, but held long enough for us to reach the top. Though the emerald smoke had risen this far, it was not yet thick enough to obscure the 5 stevedores waiting to greet us. 2 wore ventilator masks, hiding their features, but I imagined their expressions matched those of the other 3, who each looked as if they were ready to kill someone. "Gentlemen," I said, pulling myself the rest of the way up to stand on tired, wobbly legs, "we're looking for Sam." The response from one of them was a meaty right hook meant to knock me cold. With no room to back up, I lunged forward, effecting a clumsy somersault that cleared me of the man's fist, but did nothing to keep another of the men from whacking me with his club. My left arm went numb from the blow, so I drew only one long knife as I exited my role and stood. Another came at me, but got a face full of smoke instead. He fell into a fit of coughing. The one with the club, who had the benefit of a mask, tried for me again. I blocked his first blow, dodged the next, then ran him through before he had a chance at a third. The sight of blood proved too much for one worker, who chose that moment to run. As he passed, the other masked man made a play, swinging his dagger for my midsection. I backed away, preparing a counterattack, when the point of a small sword thrust out from his chest. As the man crumpled to the floor, Matilda slid her blade free. That proved too much for the others. One ran, getting away clean, but the other stumbled, allowing me time to stand between him and escape. The man held up his hands. "I don't want no trouble." "You Sam?" I asked. Matilda walked around him to stand by my side. "No, sir," the guard said. He pointed at the second man to die. "Sam's the one she just ran through." Matilda cursed under her breath. I walked over to the dead man and poked him with my toe. "I think he's past helping us." Matilda crossed her arms, scowling. "What do we do? Any chance you can bring Sam back long enough for us to get what we need from him?" I was only half serious, but Matilda's expression turned thoughtful, as if contemplating the possibility. The stevedore looked from one of us to the other with eyes gone wide. I gestured with my knife toward the exit, which I saw through the smoke and a maze of crates, before putting the weapon away. "You can leave." The stevedore didn't need to be told a second time. I turned my attention back to Matilda. Never mind about what I said. I have a better idea. Follow me. We were almost outside the loading dock when a group of men ran into the alley behind Ridland's den. I pulled Matilda close and whispered at her to act hurt. "There's wounded in there," I said, pointing back the way we'd come. "Down in the lab, too." They passed us by without a second thought. Outside, a pair of half-loaded wagons and a handful of kitchen staff occupied the alley. No one tried to stop us as I led Matilda around the building to the front, where a growing mass of people stumbled out from Ridland's den or stood in small groups, wondering what had happened. We saw no fire or smoke, but the explosion must have rocked the entire building enough to send every drunk or drugged-up patron scurrying for safety. "Find the center of attention," I said to Matilda, leading her deep into the heart of the crowd. "We're looking for Ridland." We found him pinned down by the verbal assault of two well-to-do gentlemen not pleased with the sudden need to dash from the building. A single bodyguard stood close, his attention spread so thin across the sea of people surrounding his employer that I had no trouble slipping in and braining Ridland with the hilt of one of my smaller knives. The skinny weasel never knew what hit him, going down without a whimper of protest. My sudden attack caused the two gentlemen to jump back, clearing enough space for me to grab Ridland around the waist and drag him into the crowd. Matilda waited ahead of me, somehow parting the mass of people to make our passage easier. It closed up quickly behind us, ensuring anyone following was not going to have an easy time of it. We took Ridland to an alley a few blocks away. For such a skinny man, his weight wore on me, so it was with some relief that I finally let him slump to the ground. Crouching, I put Ridland's back to the wall and slapped his cheek. "Time to wake up, Ridland." It took 2 more slaps before he regained consciousness. Grogginess faded quickly as his eyes went wide with recognition. "Good," I said. "You remember me." He struggled to say something, but too many curses must have come to mind for him to get a single one out. "Look, Ridland, we don't want to hurt you. We just want information." My use of the word "we" drew his attention to Matilda, who hovered over him with arms crossed and an expression of intense scrutiny on her face. An all-too-familiar screech sounded as Matilda's crow sailed down to land on his mistress's shoulder. His arrival didn't faze Ridland, who had eyes only for me presently. "You!" he snarled, probably hoping his burning glare would set me on fire. "I'm sure you'd like to reminisce about old times, Ridland, but since we're on a tight schedule, I'll make this easy for you." I slid a knife out, letting him get a good look at the blade. "Shiny, isn't it? It won't stay like that, though, with your blood all over it. You can avoid that by answering a simple question." Ridland opened his mouth wide. "Help! Help me!" I silenced him with a slap across the jaw, then placed my blade at his throat. "Ridland, you know what I do for a living, right? You must also know I don't like you. So why tempt me?" "It was you, wasn't it?" Despite the proximity of my steel to his jugular, he shook with rage. "You blew up my building!" "Not the entire building, just the lab." I let that sink in. He needed to know that things weren't as desperate as they seemed, that he still had something to lose. "Sorry, Ridland. Business will be bad for a while. But look at the bright side. If you walk out of this alley alive, you can rebuild. All you have to do is answer a simple question. Ready?" He didn't respond, but neither did he cry out again. "Good. Now, we know you've been working with the warders. You probably did business with one of their imperators, and might have even known a compulsor named Nathaniel Maines or an imperator named Phalofogus. Both are dead now, but that's beside the point. You've been processing alchemicals for the warders and sending them somewhere. We want to know where." Ridland's eyes roved to Matilda and the crow resting on her shoulder. "Don't worry about her, Ridland. Yes, she's as crazy as she looks, but she doesn't have to become a part of this. Now answer the question." "I don't have any idea what you're talking about." I sighed. Withdrawing the knife from his neck, I plunged it straight into his thigh. I let him scream for all of 2 seconds before I took hold of him by the throat, leaving the knife in his leg. "It hurts, but won't cause any serious damage. An inch lower and I could cripple you for life. An inch higher and you'd bleed out long before anyone found you. I'll ask one more time, Ridland. What's the delivery address?" He shook his head, pressing his lips firmly together. I yanked my knife from his leg, holding it poised for another go. I looked at him expectantly, waiting. I can't tell you. You know that. If I do, word will get out that I give up my clients and I'd be done. I know you know what that means. Of course, I said. But you're about to be done right now. So talk. Again he shook his head. Might as well kill me. If I tell you anything, I'm good as dead anyway. There are fates far worse than death, Matilda said, crouching beside me with that idiotic crow still on her shoulder. The bird's eyes, liquid pools of copper, looked my way, and the damn thing opened his beak wide and chortled. Ridiculing me, I imagined, because I'd failed to extract the information we needed. You, truly the stupidest name I'd ever heard, hopped onto the top of Ridlin's head. Ridlin looked up with widened eyes, but he made no move to unseat the bird. Not with Matilda hovering so close and now leaning in so that he had no choice but to lose himself in her depthless green eyes. You do not need to tell us anything, she said, her gaze locked with his. You needn't say another word. I don't? I gave the woman a sidelong glance, wondering what she was up to. No, you do not, she said, placing her open palm on the man's forehead. Who do? That was what she was up to. I stood and backed away, lest whatever she was about to do somehow rubbed off on me. I didn't feel sorry for Ridlin. He was a drug-dealing arsehole and deserved whatever fate the witch had in store for him. I just hoped whatever she was planning worked. We needn't waste your time or ours with words when there are much easier ways of extracting information. Now lie still as I pull the thoughts from your mind. Relax. Think of fond memories. Make your last thoughts good ones. You shifted on the man's head, ruffling his feathers and opening his beak, though he made no sound this time. Last thoughts? Ridlin asked, his voice sounding far away. Last and final. When I am through with you, your mind will stand empty, like a jug emptied of water. What remains will be dry and barren. But fear not. More thoughts may be poured in over time, refilling the vessel. But your memories and experiences before tonight will be gone forever. No thought, Ridlin said, or memory. That is correct. What do you mean, no memories? Ridlin squealed, trying to push himself up. Matilda's other hand shot out, gripping Ridlin's arm. Remain still, unless you wish to come out of this experience a raving lunatic. Ridlin went slack, though the wildness in his eyes remained. You can't do this. I mean, who are you? You're no sorceress. You're bluffing. You have no power over me. Am I? Don't I? Then stand and leave. Matilda removed both hands and leaned back on her heels, waiting for Ridlin to do as she asked. He tried, his torso wiggling back and forth, but his legs remained motionless, and his arms pinned to his side as if tied up. Still on top of the man's head, Yu flapped his wings and squawked. The entire predicament was humorous enough that I had to laugh. What did you do to me? Ridlin continued to struggle, to no avail. Release me! The witch returned her hand to his forehead, her touch stopping his struggles. We've no more time to waste. You are correct that I am not a sorceress. I am something far worse. Now you will yield the information I need. Matilda closed her eyes and began chanting. Wait! Ridlin said, his voice shrill. I'll tell you what you want to know. I'll tell you anything. Just stop. Oh, please, stop. His head was frozen in place, but his eyes turned to me. Please, make her stop. I crossed my arms. I'm sure she will if you tell us what we want to know. I'll tell you I will. Stepping closer, I loomed over him. Then tell us already. The warders came to me a couple of months back after the explosion at... I kicked him. We didn't ask for a history lesson, Ridlin. Where are you shipping the alchemicals? He swallowed and nodded. You heard of the Lazy Minstrel? I had. It was one of my favorite establishments, though it had been some time since I'd enjoyed its ambiance or lack thereof. It wasn't the finest of wine shops in the city, but neither was it the worst. The minstrel's owner, Ophelia, was a good woman, so I never minded spending my coin there. But it was hardly the place one expected to take receipt of dangerous alchemicals. I hoped Ophelia hadn't gotten herself mixed up with the warders. I'd hate to have to kill her. Yes, I've heard of it, I said. You trying to tell me the warders are having their alchemicals delivered to a tavern? That's where they wanted them brought. Not inside, but out back. They were very specific. We leave the wagon there, then their driver takes over. Damn warders and their secrecy. So you're telling us you don't know where the alchemicals wind up? This was turning into a damn waste of time. Matilda's hand on Ridland's arm tightened. There is something more he is not telling us. Let us see. No. Wait. There is more, and I'll tell you what it is, but please don't. Matilda relaxed her grip. I got curious after a while, so I had the wagon followed. They're taking the shipments to a warehouse over by the airship docks. Warehouse 15 is the one. Matilda looked at me expectantly, awaiting confirmation that I knew the place. I didn't know the exact warehouse, but I knew the area well enough that I didn't expect trouble finding it. I gave her a nod. Standing, she slapped hands together and said, "We are done here." She walked off. "You, get off the man's head." The crow squawked once, then spread its wings and took flight. He soared from the alley to circle above. "Wait," Ridland said to her back. "I can't move." When Matilda didn't slow down or even acknowledge his dilemma, his gaze shot to me. I gave him a shrug. I'm sure it'll wear off eventually. I started to follow Matilda, then stopped. Make sure you think twice about coming after me over this, Ridland. You know whoever you send will fail, and that I'll pay you a visit when he does. I didn't wait around for a response. Act 7. Witch's Imperative. Part 2. Once I'd caught up to Matilda, she asked, "What is your plan for getting us inside the warehouse?" Plan? I haven't even seen the place, so how could I have a plan? But once I have one, it will not include you. This again? She threw up her hands. You will not leave me behind. This time is different. Look, Ridland's flunkies were easy to fool. But an organization like the Warders is more than careful. They'll know every name and face working for them. They'll spot us before we even got a second foot through the door. She thought it over while we kept walking, and, evidently agreeing with me, asked, "What will you do then?" "I'll go in alone. I'm good at getting in and out of places undetected. It's part of what I do for a living, after all. But I'll need to make a detour first to get some new clothes. Clothes, mask, cloak, armor, and a full array of weapons. You can come with me, or we can meet in an hour near the docks. Once there, I'll slip inside the warehouse and look around." Matilda stopped. "And if you see the Primus?" I sighed. It was time to enlighten Matilda to the realities of the situation. Look, the chances of finding the Primus in the warehouse are about as close to zero as you can get. Someone that important probably has better things to do. Perhaps, or perhaps not. But if you find him, do not kill him unless I am present. Any particular reason? Because I need to see the light fade from his eyes as his life leaves him. I must see this myself to ensure he is truly gone. Is that because you don't trust me? You think I'll make up a story, claim I took him out when I didn't? I trust you as much as you trust me, which I imagine is very little. But that is not the reason. What then? Tell me. I was genuinely curious what impetus had prompted this woman to get so involved. Sending her crow to watch over me, making deals with the Jackery, and coming along tonight as if she had a personal stake in the machinations of the Warders. I wondered if they'd done something to her. They have done nothing to me, nor did they have any reason to single me out before tonight. Stay out of my head, will you? So you're making yourself a target for no reason. If I do nothing, I become a target. We all do. Meaning? Meaning, as I have already told you, I have seen what fate the Warders have in store for this city and every living thing within its walls. I have called upon the dark spirits, and they have shown me the destruction the Warders intend to bring down on all of us. They mean to summon a dragon with fire and brimstone pouring from its... A dragon? You didn't mention that before. Yes, breathing fire and brimstone and... Did these dark spirits literally show you a dragon, or was it more of a symbol? Something with two shapes, one inside the other, the outer with 10 sides and the inner, 10 points, like a star? Matilda narrowed her gaze. That describes what I saw, yes. It is a symbol known to my kind as Dracogonus, the symbol of the dragon, which means fire, brimstone, and decimation, I said. It means decimation. Smoldering eyes scrutinized me. How do you know this? A friend of mine saw it in a book that belonged to a warder imperator. We didn't know what it meant at first, but an associate of ours enlightened us. This person's conclusion? Matilda asked. Like you said, fire and brimstone. Then you understand why I wish to see the warder primus dead. His death will leave the organization without a leader. With them in disarray, I can turn my attention toward the Jackery and their head priest, Onias. She was nothing if not ambitious. Let me guess. The spirits warned you about them too. No, but it is plain as day they wish our city harm, is it not? I knew enough about the Jackery not to argue that point. You care about Alchester so much you're willing to make enemies of the warders and the zealots? What happens if you fail? What do you think they'll do to you? Matilda stood a little straighter, and I swear her emerald eyes flared. I do not intend to fail. She turned away, walking in the general direction of the airship docks. We've wasted enough time in idle chit-chat. We are running out of moonlight. Go get what you need. I will meet you at the docks. She rattled off the name of an intersection from over her shoulder, not stopping or looking back to see if I even knew the location. I did, of course, so I said nothing as I watched her leave. Shoving my hands into my trouser pockets, I went to the place I kept in the shambles, emerging a brief time later from the tenement dressed all in black, hooded cloak, padded tunic, arm bracers, gloves, and a mask open only at the eyes. I had my usual long knives and a plethora of smaller blades at my belt, boots, and hidden inside the bracers. I was a firm believer in the notion that one could never have too many weapons on one's person. One of my gloves was just a glove, but the other was a force glove, a gift for a job well done. The force glove had proven its worth repeatedly, so I'd made it part of my standard gear. I found Matilda waiting in the shadows at the appointed location. Though my approach had been whisper quiet, she still turned toward me before I announced my presence. "You are late," she said, her arms crossed and a pinched expression dominating her features. Behind her, the city's illuminated docking towers provided a majestic view, which she did not appear to have been enjoying. From a nearby lamppost, her crow let out a too loud squawk. "Quiet, you!" Matilda hissed. Yes, quiet, stupid bird. We were far enough away from the warehouse to not attract attention, but not so far we wanted our presence announced. "Are we agreed on the plan?" I asked. "You and your bird. Stay here. I go in alone. If there's a reason for you to go inside, I'll come back to get you." Matilda chewed her lip a bit before answering, but she agreed. Without further ceremony, I got on with the business at hand. Warehouses by the airship docks were segmented into two types, somewhat unprotected and somewhat overprotected. It didn't surprise me that the one the warders occupied fell into the latter category, surrounded by a 10-foot wall with two slender watchtowers at opposite sides of the building. Breaching it even after days of planning still would have presented a challenge. Getting in tonight with no idea of the number of guards, inside or out, no knowledge of their watch patterns, and not knowing anything about what to expect once inside, it was damn near impossible. I purposely had said nothing to Matilda about that. Impossible or not, I meant to give it my best effort. Who knew? Maybe I'd get lucky and make it inside. Regardless of how far I made it, I considered this an opportunity to gather information I meant to pass on to Liz to use in her fight against the warders. Everyone won, it seemed, as long as I got in and out alive. My first move was to figure out a way inside. With that in mind, I chose another warehouse a distance away, but high enough that, once lying flat on the roof, I could see over the wall and into a yard that wrapped around the main structure. Dim lights shone at regular intervals about the building, lighting the way for guards who patrolled the grounds in a counterclockwise pattern. Waiting for them to make a complete circuit, I counted 8 sentries. Their spacing was such that at least 2 had line of sight on one another at any given time, which meant each side of the building was continually under observation by at least one pair. The towers were dark, presenting no movement within, though I expected at least one sentry, maybe two, occupied each. Doorways into the main building were limited, and those I saw were closed and most likely barred from within. I'd expected locked doors, but sentries on watch in such a precise pattern suggested something else. Something was going on inside that warehouse, something I intended to find out more about. The heightened security made my job more difficult, but not impossible. I briefly considered returning to Matilda to see if she could witch me up a distraction, but dismissed the idea given the possibility she might burn the entire warehouse down. Better to think of something else. Killing a guard, even unseen, did me no good, since it wouldn't take long for the next closest to notice the gap in their ranks. A stealthy entrance seemed my only recourse. But how to remain unseen when the space between each guard was constantly under observation? Situations like these were exactly why I preferred to scope a job out over days, not minutes. But I was here now, and since giving up wasn't my style, I focused on each aspect of the scene before me, including the lighting, the spots of unmitigated darkness, and the precise movement of the guards. Just because someone had started them on a synchronous march didn't mean they'd stay that way. After about 30 minutes, I noticed two things. One sentry walked too fast and another too slow. The former's hustle narrowed the gap with the one in front of him while widening it behind. The slower gent, who was posted clear on the other side of the building, did the opposite, too wide in front and narrow in back. Admonishments from other sentries sped up or slowed down each guard, but it wasn't long before the pattern repeated. I hardly blamed them. Walking around a building in the cold of night where 99 times out of 100 nothing ever happened was the very definition of boredom. I shifted my attention back to the pair of towers. Both remained shrouded in darkness, though prolonged scrutiny of the closer one yielded signs of movement from a lone individual. I'd have to gamble that the other held only a single occupant. I studied the men on the ground for another 15 minutes before the plan I had in mind satisfied me. Then I came down from my perch, positioning myself outside the compound's wall, so I had a straight run toward the closest tower. Since I no longer had line of sight on the guards or their movements, I wasn't sure when to make my move. I counted out the seconds, though, arranging the guards' positions in my mind while making what I thought was a good estimate of their movement. Then I ran for the wall closest to the tower. Even at a full sprint, I didn't make a sound. At the base of the wall, I crouched low, waiting 10 seconds while I listened for any sign they'd seen my approach. Nothing. I started up the wall, using irregular stones and mortared gaps to gain finger and toe holds. When I could peer over the top of the wall, I stopped to take stock of the current position of the sentries. I'd timed it well. The slow one had just rounded the far corner. In front of him, the other had rounded the nearer corner, so the slow guard was all alone on his side of the warehouse. Once I made my move, I was a goner if he looked in my direction with any measure of scrutiny. But I was counting on the man's apathy. Anyone who dragged their feet that much clearly had his mind elsewhere. Boredom meant sloppiness, giving me a halfway decent chance of succeeding. A short jump from the top of the wall to the nearest tower's latticed support beams sent nary a quiver up the structure. In short order, I climbed to the top of the tower. Slipping a knife free, I waited until the guard had his back to me. Then I hoisted myself inside. The guard spun around, finally aware of my presence, but too late to do anything about it other than die with my blade jabbed into his throat. Damn messy business, making a stab like that, but it was the best way to keep him silent while making sure he died quickly. As I lowered the guard to the floor, waiting while he wheezed out his last breath, I realized I'd mistaken his, or rather, her, gender. The guard was a woman, a brawny one, but a woman nonetheless. She had close-cropped dark hair, a heavy coat to protect against a long nighttime watch, and now, blood leaking from her neck and bubbling from her mouth. Nothing about her stood out except for an odd pair of green-lensed goggles fastened over her eyes. Curious, I removed the goggles and used them to peer down into the yard. Through those lenses, which tinted everything green, the warehouse, sentries, and the other tower across the way appeared as plain as day. I saw that someone had prompted the slow-moving guard to get a move on since he was back in formation. The warehouse remained as quiet as before, and the other watchtower. I ducked, realizing that if one tower sentry had these special goggles, the other likely did too. No alarm bell rang, though as I crouched inside the tower, I heard a faint banging that sounded like a hammer striking metal. I listened until I realized the sound originated from the inside of the warehouse and, for now, presented no threat. Once I'd fastened the goggles around my head, I saw no reason not to take advantage of them. I lowered myself from the tower the same way I'd come up, then settled into the shadows at the inside base of the wall. Even if the guard stationed inside the other tower wore the same goggles, the building obstructed what I was about to do next. Timing was everything in a situation like this, so I waited until the fast guard came around the building's corner before moving. He was almost halfway down the building's side when I padded in behind him and started my ascent. Once more, the gaps between the irregular stones provided ample locations for me to gain a hold. I had to climb quickly before the next guard walked around the corner and before the fast guard spotted me, but as I slid onto the roof with no alarm raised, I knew I'd made it undetected. No one had bothered to post rooftop sentries, so gaining entry to the inside of the warehouse appeared a trivial task. Still, I remained wary of the guard posted at the other tower, so I stayed behind rooftop vents and hatches until I found a suitable entry point via a locked skylight window. Once I had my lock-picking tools back in their pouch at my belt, I carefully swung the window open partway, then lowered myself to the rafters inside. The building was large but open, so I didn't need to creep far to take in everything below. The entire place was a bedlam of furious activity. In one corner, stevedores unloaded a wagon holding crates that looked identical to the kind used by Ridlin. The wagon must have left the den before Matilda blew up the laboratory. Lab workers and their alchemical equipment occupied another area. A third section seemed devoted to building and construction, with carpenters and metalworkers creating such a general ruckus that I knew this was the source of the hammering I'd heard from outside. A large structure that might be an office took up the last of the available space. The activity below showed promise. While I'd no reason to believe the Primus was down there, it was a far better possibility now than if I'd found an empty warehouse. Regardless, I had the larger goal of learning everything I could about the warders to help Atticus in Liz's endeavor. I removed my goggles, whose unique properties were no longer needed, and settled in to learn all about this operation. It started with the unloading area, where newly arrived containers were placed onto a roller-lined conveyor belt. The belt moved the containers to a processing area where workers opened and unloaded their contents. Such contents included small barrels loaded onto another conveyor, then moved to one more area, where people I took for alchemists by their dress and protective masks carefully carried each barrel to a series of vats for further processing. Pipes connected the vats to a long line of paraphernalia, where alchemists monitored the entire process from one end to the other. Through a haze of smoke and steam, I saw others collecting the resulting output mixture in small glass vials. The alchemists wore gloves and used tongs to place each vial into a single, straw-filled crate. Workers then loaded each box into one of several transport wagons. On the other side of the loading area was a brougham. The carriage was of fine wooden construction and painted an inconspicuous black. No animal stood before it. At the rear, quiet steam drifting from twin vertical exhaust pipes identified the carriage as an unconventional, alchemically fueled, mechanically driven model. The brougham was empty, but a smartly dressed driver stood beside it with the passenger door open. Nearby, two men casually dressed in waistcoats and shirts with rolled-up sleeves stood shoulder to shoulder with a dark-haired woman who wore an alchemist's drab but functional lab coat. The three faced a fourth person, who remained out of view on the carriage's other side. Whatever conversation the three warders were engaged in with the unknown person or persons ended when a dwarf emerged from the enclosed office. Though the distance from our table to the fighting ring at Ridlin's had been too great to make out specific features, I knew this was the same dwarf we had witnessed take on 4 heavily armored men with only his gauntleted fists. What gave him away were those strange gauntlets hanging from his belt. They weren't glowing now, but I easily recognized them by their size and metallic pattern. No longer shirtless, he'd changed into a simple tunic and leather trousers. The dwarf headed for the carriage, but he moved at a snail's pace. I wasn't sure why, since he was unburdened except for a small metal chest. Despite its size, his arms, whose strength I'd witnessed firsthand, quivered from the effort of holding it. At his appearance, the three warders went silent, their attention turning as one toward the dwarf's approach. One man stepped forward, presumably to lend a hand, but the dwarf shook him off. He navigated around the brougham, then made his way step by step with agonizing slowness to the open carriage door, whereupon the dwarf stepped up and into the vehicle. The carriage sagged and rocked from the added weight before settling on its springs. The trio of warders moved to the open-door side of the carriage, as did the mystery person to whom they'd been speaking. My grip on the rafters grew tighter, or maybe I was trying to clench my hand into a fist, for I knew this person and not in a good way. Luxurious blonde hair, a figure that turned men's heads a block away, and a mean streak that ran so deep she'd killed her own brother to gain control of her precious progressive society. Gwendolyn Goddard. I met Gwendolyn while attending a gala event sponsored by the Society for the Progression of Science and Technology. Under the guise of Thomas Thornton, a businessman with a keen interest in the Society's futuristic work, I'd offered to help Gwendolyn with a bit of a tricky situation that she'd gone and made trickier by doing in her brother and many other high-ranking Society members. She had yet to gain complete control of the Society, but my unwitting assistance had gotten her one step closer to that goal. Since that first misadventure together, she'd made sure her blackguard mercs harried my every move. The guard wanted me dead anyway for pruning their ranks, so they needed little encouragement. Though as I understood it, Gwendolyn wanted me alive for reasons unknown. The blackguard's captain, Geoffrey Belford, had told me as much not too long ago while attempting to capture me. I was of half a mind to drop to the warehouse floor to confront Ms. Goddard. I didn't see any black guardsmen about to protect her, which was strange. Even stranger, though, was the question of why she was here in the first place. If the Progressive Society and the warders had allied their interests, then the trouble each organization posed to our fair city just increased significantly. I realized someone needed to warn Atticus. Atticus had taken a stand against the warders, but he was also uniquely positioned within the Society as the sole person capable of wresting control away from Gwendolyn. If she'd formed a union with the warders, then the pendulum might have swung too far in Miss Goddard's favor for Atticus to recover. Seeing Miss Goddard invoked other memories of the night we'd cavorted about the city together, and as the dwarf stepped from the carriage sans the chest, I realized I knew him as well. We'd met only briefly after he and his sister had completed a demonstration of a new type of armor they were developing under the patronage of the Progressive Society. Raid Lendon, full-time engineer and part-time boxer, it seemed, engaged the warders and Gwendolyn in conversation. Hoping to catch some of their exchange, I crept across the rafters in their direction, but their dialogue was too brief. The dwarf stepped back and, with a final nod to Miss Goddard, got back into the mechanical transport. The driver closed the door behind him, then he mounted the steering bench where another man, this one thick around the chest and arms, joined him. With a lurch, the brougham rolled forward. The warehouse's main door slid open, and the carriage wheeled into the night. Gwendolyn stayed behind, moving on to other business. I turned about and made for my exit. On the roof, I stayed out of sight while timing the movement of the circling guards once more. It took too long, but as soon as an opening presented itself, I descended from the warehouse and made my way outside the walls. I ran straight for the place I'd left Matilda. She was still there, leaning against a wall with arms crossed and you nestled on her shoulder. My sudden appearance spooked the bird, but not Matilda, who was ready with questions. "Did you identify the Primus?" she asked. "Did you kill him? You better not have." With no time to explain, I took her by the elbow and led her on what I hoped was an intercept course with the dwarf and his carriage. I had no idea about the mechanized transport's destination, but only so many thoroughfares led away from the airship docks. Graham's Way was viable since it cut across many of those main avenues. As we hurried down it, I filled Matilda in on what I'd seen. I left out the sordid details about Miss Goddard and our earlier history, mainly relating the threat and alliance between the Society and the warders posed, and that we needed to know more about the chest. We moved fast, but not fast enough since we should have crossed paths with the carriage already. Yet as we moved further and further away from the airship docks, there was no sign of it. "We should backtrack," I said, stopping. "We must have missed it." Matilda held out an arm, a ready perch for you who'd flown away when I'd first taken hold of his mistress. Now the crow landed lightly, settling his wings as he tilted its head to look at me with his usual mocking stare. "I have a better idea," Matilda said. "Describe the carriage to you." "You want me to do what?" "Hurry up and do it. Our quarry is getting away." I did as she asked. As soon as I'd finished, Matilda whispered something meant for her familiar's ears only. "You took to the air where the night sky soon swallowed him." "Now," Matilda said, "we wait." Realizing what she was up to, I settled in. We hadn't waited long when you returned. He squawked something unintelligible to me, but whatever it was prompted Matilda to take the lead this time, guiding us away from Graham's Way onto a series of side streets and less used avenues. You took off again to fly overhead. Of course, now that I thought about it, it made sense that the transport would stay off the main roads. Nothing about the carriage smacked of illegality, but why take the chance of running into a cobble-stomper patrol with a too-curious sergeant looking to make a point? We found the brougham setting a modest pace down Varneel Way, a strip so narrow it hardly deserved a street name. We'd come out ahead of the carriage from an alleyway, which gave us a moment to strategize. It turned out Matilda already had a plan. "I will stop the transport. Then, while I supply a distraction, you will steal the chest. We will rendezvous after." Before I had time to say a word, she was back on the street and already in plain view of the brougham's driver. She raised both arms, urging the carriage to stop or preparing a spell to make it do so. The driver pulled back on a lever and made some other adjustments to the controls, slowing the brougham. Once it had come to a complete stop, he stood, his mouth open to speak, but he was superseded by Raid, who stuck his head out a side window and asked, "Why the hell are we stopped?" Bushy eyebrows narrowed when he saw Matilda standing in the road. The carriage door opened, and out he came, gauntlets no longer hanging from his belt, but fitted onto his mallet-like fists. The two men manning the steering bench jumped down, while the smartly dressed driver went to stand by the carriage door. The other one, whose tight shirt put his enormous size on full display, followed the dwarf with a club in hand. Dispensing entirely with any possibility of chit-chat, Matilda said, "You will surrender your cargo. You will do so now." Not surprisingly, her ultimatum was not well received. Raid slammed one gauntleted fist into the other, causing a spark of azure energy to flare, while the other slapped a more conventional club into his open palm. I'd seen the damage Matilda caused when she put her mind to it, but I'd yet to see her square off against anyone in close combat. Following her plan meant I'd have to leave her alone to deal with the muscle. With only the driver guarding the chest and the open carriage door beckoning, I considered following the letter of her instruction. But I'm nothing if not a gentleman. So the thought of leaving a woman, even one as capable as Matilda, alone to fight two assailants left a sour feeling in my stomach. Besides, I'd seen the dwarf in action with his gauntlets. One punch and he'd have Matilda broken and bloody on the ground. He might even kill her. As long as I remained cursed, that would not do. The pair approached Matilda cautiously. Glances all about told me they expected more than just a single woman to have waylaid them. While they remained otherwise occupied, I swooped in from the shadows to take out the driver. The man wasn't armed, so I went at him with fists alone. No need for killing yet, especially when a right hook and a four-fingered jab to the pressure point at his neck momentarily interrupted his breathing. He reeled back, hit his head on the carriage, and went down. My sudden attack hadn't gone unnoticed by Matilda's adversaries. Muscles turned round and charged while Raid lunged at the witch, drawing my long knives. I'd barely taken 3 steps when I found myself deflecting a barrage of attacks. The man was as fast as he was big and skilled enough that I had little chance to counter. A few more seconds of that and I realized I wasn't facing a simple barroom bruiser. This man was Blackguard, which made sense now that I thought about it. Whatever was inside that chest was important enough that Gwendolyn Goddard had overseen its loading. It made sense that she'd have a guardsman come along to make sure it reached its destination. While I contemplated the importance Gwendolyn assigned to the chest's safe transport, the guardsman countered the thrust of one of my knives and blocked a cut from the other, but came up short as I reversed my grip, slashed at his leg in a feint, then hit him square in the face with my fist. Staggering back, he had the wherewithal to look past the blood spurting from his nose to dodge a low stab, but not enough to avoid the side kick that knocked him from his feet. While he wheezed for breath, I looked past him to see how Matilda fared against the gauntleted dwarf, who right then had one arm drawn back, the fingers of his gauntlet curled into a massive fist that blazed with azure energy. His hand shot out like a battering ram, the motion a blur of crackling, spitting force met in kind by a burning glow of amber that shone from the witch's upraised hand. Raid's blow slammed into her open palm. I expected Matilda's hand, arm, her entire body, to crumble under the impact. She took it, though, not reacting except to grimace as her magic absorbed the gauntlet's power. Raid showed no signs of letting up. He hit her with a right, which she absorbed, then a left, and another right. Each time, her amber energy flared, negating the force of the attack, though Matilda fell back with each blow. First, a single step, then two, while her arm, which she'd held straight until now, wavered. The dwarf was wearing her down, one punch at a time. Meanwhile, my opponent started to rise in hopes of continuing our fight. A kick to the face sent him into a groaning state of semi-unconsciousness. I lifted his club, getting a feel for the weight of it as I approached Raid from behind. Matilda took another of his blows and was readying herself for the next when I slammed the club down on the dwarf's head. Dwarves have hard heads, or so they say, so I made sure I hit him with everything I had. He turned around enough to get a look at me in my mask and stumble for a step or two before he joined the guardsman on the ground. Matilda let out a breath. Nodding at me, she closed her fist, snuffing out her spell's amber energy. She looked paler than usual and a little wobbly on her feet. Shaking her head, she inhaled deeply, then took a step forward. She managed the first one all right, but swooned so badly with the second that she was halfway to the ground when I rushed in to catch her. With one arm wrapped around her waist, I carried her back to the carriage. She remained conscious but weak. Using the carriage for support, she kept her feet, and, after a few moments, even looked a little less flushed. "It is only the after-effects of my magic," she said, her voice quiet and her eyes gone rheumy. "It will pass." She waved a hand at me. "Get the chest. We should go before its protectors awaken." She was right. I jumped into the carriage, and there it was, resting in plain view. Sharp, rectangular corners and flat metal sides with little ornamentation described it best. It wasn't even locked. I put a hand to either side and lifted it, or tried to. I nearly pulled something on my first attempt. I spread my feet and bent my knees, then tried again. That time I managed it, not so much walking out of the carriage as falling from it as I stumbled under the chest's weight. Shoulders slumped, Matilda pushed away from the brougham and at least stood on her own. She started heading for our earlier place of subterfuge, beckoning me to follow. Together we stumbled into the side alley, not stopping until we'd thoroughly ensconced ourselves in the city's maze of backways. Once we had, I thankfully lowered the chest to the ground. While I stretched my arms, hands, and fingers, Matilda kneeled before the box to study it. "I don't think we should open it here," I said. "Let's wait until we're somewhere." Matilda lifted the latch and swung the lid open. I sighed because I recognized what was inside. "Do you know what this is?" Matilda asked. I pulled my mask down. "Specifically, no, but I've seen something like it before. Only that time, the spinning ball of black energy had been much larger, large enough that myself and one other had fallen into it, gone to some other place for what had seemed an eternity, but in reality had spanned only a few seconds before we'd popped back out the other side. The chest held an almost exact replica of that ball of crackling energy, only smaller. It even had tiny lightning-like flickers shooting out from it in an irregular pattern. One significant difference was that this miniature version was held inside a thick glass and metal sphere, crisscrossed with alchemical tubules pulsing with orange-colored energy. On impulse, I moved my hand over the containment sphere's surface. The dark flickers of energy within followed my movement, their concentration growing denser where my fingers hovered over the ball of energy. I stood, needing to put some distance between myself and it. Matilda closed the chest. Then, her gaze never leaving it, she said, "I told you before of my vision of how the warders mean to summon the power of the dragon. If they succeed, what else but great destruction can befall our city? I sense many things when I look at what is inside this box, but most of all, I sense a beginning." A beginning to what? We all wanted to know the answer to that fundamental question. What were the warders up to? I wondered with some small measure of hope if Matilda's spirits knew. Matilda shook her head in a slight, barely perceptible gesture. They did not. "The last time I saw something like this was inside a Jackery temple," I said. "That sphere had been much larger, though it looked a lot like this one. Right now, the question is, what are the warders doing with this smaller version of it?" Another perfunctory shake of the head. "I do not have any answers, but I know we must hide or destroy this thing, so neither warder nor Jackery can ever make use of it." Or the Progressive Society. I'd no idea how deep their interest in the spinning black ball of energy went, but knowing Gwendolyn, I'm sure she hoped to gain some advantage. "What do you propose?" I asked. "How do we destroy it?" Matilda turned toward me. "Not we. I will do this alone. If I cannot destroy it, I will hide it where no one will ever find it, a place only I will know about." "You afraid I'll tell someone?" "Yes. Perhaps willingly, or perhaps under duress. Either way, you cannot reveal what you do not know. The warders, Jackery, even the members of this progressive society know you. They do not, however, know me. They don't know you yet, but if you take the chest, they'll learn of you soon enough. They wouldn't dare enter the shambles to look for me. Regardless, it is a risk I am willing to take." I considered arguing with her some more, but to what end? I didn't know what to do with the chest other than to bring it to Atticus, who'd want to submit it to his scientists for further study. Unlock its mysteries and all that. Liz, about the same, with little to no consideration for the danger the thing posed. I'd agreed to pass on any information I'd learned, but I had said nothing about delivering potentially deadly artifacts. Sometimes a thing deserves no more consideration than its immediate destruction, a truth neither had grasped yet. Matilda had the right idea. Destroy it or hide it away. No other action was acceptable where spinning black spheres of energy were concerned. "Will you need help with it?" I asked. "It's rather heavy." She shook her head. "I'll manage." Does this mean we're finished? Or, more importantly, did this free me of the curse? Yes, we are done. I will lift the curse. She neither said anything, nor made any strange movements with her hands. She simply paused, then said, "It is done." I felt no different, but then I'd felt nothing before when she'd cursed me. There was only one way to know for sure. Matilda wrapped her arms around the chest and stood without dropping it. Her entire body quivered from the strain, but she proved capable of managing its weight as she took a few steps with it. "Thank you for your help," Matilda said without turning back to me. "I will send the rest of your payment to the Wilshire Bank and Trust." Saying nothing as she shuffled away into the darkness, I had half a mind to seek the nearest wine shop to make sure the curse was really lifted. But it had been a long night, and I was too damn tired. So I found the easiest way to the rooftops and returned to the shambles and my hole-in-the-wall room. It was small, dingy, and smelled funny, but it was safe from warders, Jackery, and guardsmen. Once there, I slept the sleep of the dead, waking the next day long after the sun had risen. I went through my morning stretching routine, left out most of the exercising this time since I'd gotten enough of that last night, then dressed and headed out to Lady Smithers' bathhouse, where I paid for a private room, a hot bath, and no interruptions. After an hour of soaking, I dressed and wound my way down the shambles' main avenues for a spell before leaving the borough for greener pastures and finer watering holes. With the black guardsmen still hunting me, I'd had to vary my choice of wine shops often. Next on the list was Pannernine's, where I soon settled into a corner table. It was past noon, and I was famished, so I ordered my meal first, selecting the roasted duck and greens of the day and letting the serving girl know to bring out my usual glass of wine with my food. Given the time of day, Pannernine's was mostly empty. A drunk slumped over by the door slept off last night's, or this morning's, drinking. A couple had come in for lunch, and a trio of older gentlemen sat at a table drinking and playing cards. With the room so quiet, I found it easy to continue the thinking I'd started earlier in the tub. My thoughts remained centered on the chest and the black ball of energy inside. Thankfully, my order arrived quickly, freeing me to concentrate on something else. Of course, the first thing I sampled was the wine, which I could tell from a casual sniff had gone bad. The musty, corked taste confirmed its quality, yet nothing sweeter had ever touched my lips. Thank the old gods, the curse was lifted. At that very moment, amidst my inner celebration, Raid Lendon walked into the common room. He spotted me at once, so with no chance to duck out of sight or try to leave, I had little choice but to wait for him to arrive at my table. The best I could say about the dwarf as I watched his approach was that he looked like a wreck. He wore the same clothes as last night. Bags hung heavy under sleepy eyes, and his beard had half come loose from its braid. He held a leather valise in one hand, and his magically or technologically enhanced gauntlets hung from his belt. He didn't ask to sit, but did so anyway, placing the case on the floor next to his chair. "You're a hard man to find, Thornton," the dwarf said, his voice a weary rumble of a half-hearted landslide. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lendon," I said, tipping my glass for another taste while I moved my other hand to the hilt of one of my long knives. He looked around the room quizzically, especially at the windows and the brimming light outside. "Afternoon? I suppose it is, isn't it?" He turned toward me and said, "So, you remember me?" "Of course. I didn't recognize you at Ridland's. Nice bit of boxing, by the way. But I had no trouble identifying you alongside Ms. Goddard inside that warehouse. How's your sister?" "Kess is fine," Raid said. "She's smart enough to stick to our usual business for the society and not get involved in Ms. Goddard's seedy ventures, as she calls them. Speaking of Ms. Goddard, I'll have to tell her she was right about who waylaid us. I only got a brief look at you, but I saw enough details for Ms. Goddard to make an educated guess." "And your head?" I asked. "I didn't hit you too hard, did I?" Raid snorted, but his hand went to his head, where I'd connected with the club. "My mother used to hit me harder than that when I stole too many cookies from the jar, but it was a good shot, I'll admit." Gesturing with his chin at my glass, he asked, "What's that you're drinking?" "A less than satisfactory Vrannon Mountain vintage," I said, lifting my glass to wave its brim under my nose. I tried not to make a face at the corky smell. Like a man deprived of water for too long, neither the spoiled smell nor its effect on the taste kept me from taking another swallow. But you'll find nothing finer in an establishment such as this. Raid waved the serving girl over. "A glass of the same. The food, too." Yes, the food, which I'd entirely forgotten about while I otherwise indulged myself. I lifted a fork but hesitated. "You don't mind, do you? I had an especially long night. I'm quite famished." Raid didn't mind at all. Since it did not appear the dwarf had come looking for a fight, I relaxed the grip on my weapon and dug in. I found the duck dark and succulent, and the greens a tad soggy but palatable enough. Raid's glass arrived in short order, his wine poured, and his plate served. We both set in, too busy to talk. I finished first. Wiping my mouth with a napkin, I peered over the side of the table to look at the leather travel case Mr. Lendon had brought with him. "Getting out of the city?" I asked, finishing the last of my wine. I raised my glass to indicate I was ready for another. "After you lost Ms. Goddard's black ball of energy, I can't say I blame you." Finishing his last bite, Raid pushed his chair back to make himself more comfortable. "You looked at what's inside. Good. It makes this easier." "Easier how?" Our server cleared our plates and poured more wine for each of us, "because you know what's at stake, and what will happen if you don't help me recover the Stilson's orb, or as you call it, the black ball of energy." I pushed my chair back, seemingly to also make myself comfortable, but really to ensure I had easy access to my weapons in case the mood went sour. No offense, Mr. Lendon, but call me Raid. Raid it is. No offense, but I just helped steal the orb from you. Why would I help you recover it? More to the point, why are you even here asking? I doubt Ms. Goddard gave her approval for this visit of yours. The dwarf chuckled. There's no earning that woman's approval. She's a cold-hearted vixen if I ever saw one. I told Ms. Goddard I'd handle this my way, and here I am, handling it. I'm not sure I agree, Raid. I appreciate you coming to talk this over, but unless you're prepared to put on your gauntlets, I don't think there's much more for us to discuss. I won't help you recover the orb. Whatever plan Ms. Goddard had for it is done. She won't be getting it back. You're right about that. She's not getting it back, and neither is anyone else. I shook my head in confusion. I think that blow to your head did more damage than you think. If no one's getting it, then why go after it? Because the containment sphere keeping the power of the Stilson's orb in check won't last much longer. Come again? I asked. The orb was inside a glass and metal sphere. Yes, I remember that. It's called a dilutive containment sphere. It siphons off excess energy from whatever is stored inside of it. With lower energy sources, it works fine. But the Stilson's orb isn't low energy. Just the opposite. The dilutive sphere was meant as a short-term solution until I transported the orb to a more powerful containment vessel. I was on my way to do that when you and your sorceress friend ambushed me. Witch? The dwarf gave me a curious look. What? The woman is a witch, not a sorceress, and she is most definitely not my friend. Raid shrugged. Do I look like I give a shat? You and that whatever she is have placed the entire city in danger. If I don't contain the orb soon, very bad things will happen. It's too late now to do anything other than negate it completely. That's where the device inside my case comes into play. He patted the top of the case but said nothing else about it. How do you know the orb isn't already contained? I asked. My friend, acquaintance, told me she had the task well in hand. Raid snorted. I doubt that. I'll admit she held her own against my pile drivers, but trust me, she's got no chance against the orb. It's too powerful. I saved my questions about the gauntlets and the dwarf's fanciful name for them for another time. Powerful how? Raid ran his fingers through his beard. No offense, Mr. Thornton, but I doubt you'd understand. A Stilson's orb is an intricate bit of science. Tell me anyway. Use small words if you think that will help. But I'd like to understand the justification for your urgency. For all I know, your true intention is to use me to find the orb so you can return it to the society. Raid looked none too pleased with my persistence, but he did as I asked. A Stilson's orb started as a theoretical phenomenon. A few hundred years ago, Coruscant Stilson thought the concept up. He died without ever having seen one created. Maybe that was for the best. In any case, others continued his work. Early, partial successes were documented, but even those efforts failed to yield a stable Stilson's orb. The correct energy persistence and concentration levels were achieved, but they were missing a key ingredient in the process. Let me guess, I said. The warders figured out what was missing. Know about them, eh? Raid asked. Our paths have crossed a time or two. Raid chuckled. Of that I've no doubt. I bet they came away poorer for the encounter, too. The warders didn't figure it out, but about 50 years ago someone else did. But the warders refined the technique. I never saw how they created the orb, but I studied it before attempting to transport it. As far as Stilson's orbs go, that one is flawless. That's nice, but what's the point? What do they plan to do with it? Good question, I've no idea. But if I had to guess, I'd say they want to use it to power something. You see, the orb starts as an infinitesimal speck of energy. But even a speck of that type of energy reacts with its environment, splitting all matter in its immediate vicinity. This process releases more and more energy, which the orb absorbs, making itself denser, larger, and more powerful. What you saw represented about 6 hours of reactive time. The containment vessel can only siphon off so much energy before it loses equilibrium. Once that happens, which by now it has, the orb will continue splitting the matter around it and growing proportionally. As you can imagine, the splitting process, something we call dichotomization, is not good for anyone or anything so affected. I drummed my fingers on the table, lost in thought and trying to decide how much I wanted to reveal about my earlier encounters with other black energy spheres. Raid might already know about the Jackery's work in this very same area, or he might not. I decided now was not the best time to show my cards, so I stayed quiet as he continued. If your partner hid the chest underneath her bed, she's likely already dead. Getting caught up in the dichotomization process is not a pleasant way to go, but many more people will experience it if we don't find and contain the orb soon. If I wasn't damn tired of running about on an empty stomach and didn't need your help, I wouldn't have stopped here at all. His explanation sounded plausible enough. At least he didn't try hiding the dichotomization part, which he probably thought I knew nothing about. I leaned toward agreeing to help him if only to ensure Matilda was safe. I'd no reason to care about her or her well-being, except that, though I hated to admit it, she reminded me too much of my sister. Not in mannerisms, and certainly not in appearance, but because she was alone, fending for herself and quite certainly facing overwhelming odds. She'd gotten herself involved with the warders and had her sights on the Jackery. For better or worse, that made her an ally. I also hadn't forgotten what she'd done for me by keeping the priests off my back. Maybe I felt I owed her, or maybe I was getting soft. Either way, the decision to help Raid seemed an easy one. I lifted my wine glass and finished what remained. In the interest of full disclosure, you should know I have no idea how to find Matilda. She came to me last night wanting to hire me for this one job. Before that, I'd never seen or met her before. We parted company with no expectations of seeing one another again. We certainly didn't exchange addresses. Raid nodded, but he wasn't put off. But if you had to guess, where would you look first? She told me she lived in the shambles. Raid grunted. You know as well as I that I'll get nowhere if I go in there alone. But I'm guessing you know your way around. Am I wrong? I'd never call the shambles a home away from home, but I had spent enough time there to know how to navigate the streets and the politics of those who ruled them. The shambles was a lawless oasis where neither city guard nor private mercenary dared trod. It was an excellent place to lose oneself, but also a good place to get killed. Raid had two things in his favor, though. First, the shambles was at its safest when the sun was at its highest. Second, he had me to lead him. Not everyone knew me, but enough did that I was rarely a target for bullying, thievery, or any other sordid shambler shenanigans. All right, I said, I'll help you find the orb, but on one condition. When we're done, you tell me what Ms. Goddard is doing with the warders. Raid stood and held out a hand. You've got a deal, Mr. Thornton. I pushed my chair back and took his hand in mine. You know that's not my real name, right? The dwarf shrugged. It'll do for now. Raid lifted his valise from the floor and headed for the door without explaining what was inside. I settled up for the both of us, then followed him out. Inside the borders of the shambles, I sought a handful of my usual contacts. None of them had any idea where to find Matilda. Only one person, fella everyone called Crumples, even knew who I was talking about. He told us he saw glimpses of her from time to time in the middle of the night, her presence always preceded by a mist she walked through like a ghost. That sounded like Matilda. Anyone who went to that sort of trouble to remain hidden probably wouldn't welcome me and Raid with open arms. She might even decide to curse us both. I kept that last bit to myself while we wasted the afternoon following one lead after another, which I squeezed from shamblers I rarely patronized. With the sun setting, my purse was lighter by a score of dinars, with nothing to show for my loss. Raid looked none too pleased at the prospect of giving up the hunt, but I didn't think we should continue in the dark, given our lack of progress. I thought we'd give it another hour, something I related to Raid when our problem was solved by a sudden flurry of black wings. "Matilda," said Yu as he settled onto a street lamp directly overhead. Raid glanced up, his face a mixture of curiosity and annoyance, while I stepped away in case Yu felt the need to relieve himself. "That's an odd sound for a bird," the dwarf said. "It almost sounded like Matilda." "That's exactly what it sounded like," I said. I briefly explained the crow's connection to the witch, and that his arrival meant we were in luck because Matilda was likely looking for us. "Is that right, Crow?" I asked, ignoring Raid, who looked at me as if I'd gone crazy. "Have you come to harry us with your foul temperament, or are you here to bring us to your mistress?" You squawked, and then the crow took off, following the direction of the road at a leisurely pace. "I think we're supposed to follow him." Raid wasn't convinced. If nothing else, it's better than wandering about with no specific destination in mind. He shrugged and gestured for me to lead on. Hurrying, we caught up to the crow, who circled lazily above, waiting before flying off in a straight shot toward wherever he meant to lead us. Where he easily sailed over tenements and other buildings, we had to run around them to keep the inconsiderate bird in sight, which became more difficult as the sun sank further beyond the horizon. People on the street ignored us entirely or cast curious glances our way, but none questioned our hasty passing. Once, a horse-drawn carriage rumbling past impeded our progress enough that we lost sight of the crow entirely. You had the decency to circle back, allowing us to pick up our pursuit where we'd left off. "Where the hell is this crow taking us?" Raid asked. Though the dwarf's chest heaved, each breath visible now from the growing chill in the air, he seemed to have no short supply of stamina. The same could not be said for his patience. Even mine was wearing thin. If the crow led us on a fool's errand, I might follow through on past threats. When Yu's flight plan placed him into a tight circle ahead, I knew we'd finally reached our destination. Neither of us was pleased to see he'd brought us to a cemetery, specifically Acon Cemetery, which I'd not had the occasion to visit in some time. That time, I'd been on a job for one Father Kem, who'd hired me to hunt down a wayward clergy member who wanted to bring himself back from the dead. That sort of thing never ended well for the living, so Kem had asked me to kill this wayward priest once and for all. I hadn't thought of Father Kem much since then, though it occurred to me his priestly wisdom might come in handy given the Jackery's dark ambitions. I made a mental note to visit him soon, then got my thoughts back to the present circumstances. We found the gated entry to the cemetery closed but not locked. Who would ever want to break into a graveyard? You waited for us, having found a perch on a gravestone where he occupied himself by preening his feathers. Not knowing where to go next, we waited for the crow to guide us. He'd become so absorbed with his task that I finally had to shoo him back into flight. He squawked at my interruption but beat his wings and took off, leading us deeper into the graveyard. Soon we needed the bird's direction no longer. We spotted Matilda standing at the top of a small knoll amidst a halo of moonlight. Her crow sailed in silently, coming to land on her shoulder. The witch had her back to us, but, at our approach, her head turned ever so slightly to acknowledge our presence. Her eyes narrowed when she saw Raid. Thoroughly entranced by something beyond Matilda, the dwarf stepped past her without even an acknowledgement. I stopped next to the witch. She had the fingers of one hand lifted to her mouth, biting her dark fingernails, and she flashed me a nervous glance. Peering down the knoll's slope, I looked past headstones arranged haphazardly, and a sparse number of gargoyle-encrusted mausoleums to a crypt that stood out amongst its piers because streaks of black lightning arced from it. I glanced at Matilda. "Let me guess. You couldn't destroy the orb, so you hid it inside that mausoleum." I tried to destroy it. My magic didn't work, so I hid it where no one would ever look. I thought I'd have time to work out how to get rid of it for good, but I had another premonition earlier this evening. The dark spirits told me to return to this place. This is what I found when I arrived. "So why send for me? What do you think I can do about this?" Her expression upon seeing the dwarf had told me she'd not known about my alliance with Raid, who was quite possibly the only one capable of shutting the orb down, so her summoning made little sense. "It was not my choice to dispatch my familiar to bring you here." "Whose was it then?" "Did you decide it on his own?" "No, Yu doesn't like you. He would never fetch you of his own volition." "Then who told you to send him?" Matilda lifted a finger to point at the mausoleum. "It did." I shook my head, not understanding what she meant. Raid looked similarly perplexed. "Did you lock someone up with the orb?" I asked. Matilda rolled her eyes. "I am referring to the orb." I nodded, as if what she'd said made perfect sense. "So, the orb is speaking to you." "Not the orb," she said. "Some entity. The orb is the medium this entity is using to communicate." "All right." This made less sense the more explanation she gave. "Did this entity give you a reason it wanted me to come?" She shook her head. "None, it has told me. You were not its first choice. It first asked me to summon Onias. I refused." I let out an audible breath. "The high priest of the Jackery." Matilda nodded. "Raid," I said. "What's happening here?" "It's like I said. The orb's fragmentation effect has gotten out of control. It's disrupting everything around it. I'm surprised the mausoleum's still in one piece." "What about the voice, the one speaking to Matilda?" "I've no idea," he said. "Maybe she's gone stark raving mad." Matilda clenched her hands into fists at her side. "I am not—" "It doesn't matter," I said. "I believe you, Matilda. I've seen some pretty unbelievable things over the past few months. You talking to an entity through a black orb is just the latest. Raid, what was your plan for turning this thing off?" "Right," he said, nodding. Sinking to one knee, Raid placed his traveling case on the ground. Inside was a bronze, crescent moon-shaped device, thicker in the middle and pointed at each end. He lifted it from the case by taking hold of a handle built into the middle section and holding the device before him, so that Matilda and I could better look at it. "It's an alchemical recotomizer," Raid said. "Designed it myself." Most of the device was bronze, but it had slitted openings along each curved end that revealed glass fuel containers. One container held a green liquid, the other blue. At the top of the device, right at the thickest part, were 3 dials, all lined up in a row. Raid turned the leftmost dial, then made minor adjustments to the other 2. The crescent's tips, which ended in thin, spiraling fingers of copper or brass, sparked with alchemical energy. "It'll make quick work of the orb's fragmentation." He paused, then added, "Or at least I hope it does. It's never been tested." "What happens if the orb's energy hits your recombobulator?" I asked. "Nothing. It's shielded." "And what happens if the energy hits one of us?" He eyed the storm encompassing the mausoleum. "The exterior energy isn't as deadly as the core, but I doubt anything good. I hadn't quite expected the orb's effect to have grown so pronounced." "It speaks again," Matilda said. I exchanged a glance with Raid. Neither of us had heard a thing. "It says to approach." She looked at me. "Only you." "Not likely. Raid, what do you need to do to use that thing of yours?" "Just need to get close and activate it. The recotomizer will take it from there." "Then let's go," I said, taking all of one step before Matilda's voice caused me to stop. "It says it knows our intention, and to stay back," she said. "Tell it to make up its mind," I said. "Stay back or you will all suffer," it says. "Tell it not to make threats it can't back up." We started toward the mausoleum, sidestepping headstones as we walked down the slope. We made it about 10 paces with no response, verbal or otherwise, from the entity. Meanwhile, dark lightning continued to dance all around the tomb. The structure's closed iron door was so dense with energy that I almost couldn't see it. As we neared the crypt, a feeling that had started in the pit of my stomach grew worse, until I felt compelled to say to the others, "Get ready." I didn't draw my long knives. For the first time in a long time, I doubted their efficacy. "Get ready for what?" Matilda asked. Raid didn't know what I meant either. No time to explain now. If either of them had been there, there'd be no need. But they hadn't experienced the utter, complete darkness, nor felt the piercing cold striking like 1,000 knife points into every part of their body all at once. Nor had either of them seen in the shifting darkness, at that very last second right before Onias and I had come back to this world, the crimson, slitted eyes watching us as we made our brief passage through that other realm. In the days following that experience, I'd wanted to believe I hadn't seen them or, laughably now, that I'd somehow imagined them. But even I, who knew evil with the intimacy of the Grim Reaper himself, couldn't have mistaken or imagined such malice. Evil like that doesn't come along often, but when it does, it isn't leaving without a fight. Matilda and Raid wanted to know what I'd meant when I said to get ready, but the truth was I had no idea. Not exactly. I just sensed that whatever we were up against had its back to the wall. It had no choice but to respond with something visceral, something extreme, something we'd no hope of fighting. "You hear something?" Raid asked. The crackle of energy made it difficult to hear anything, but I thought I'd heard something too. A repetitive noise, like a hammer banging on iron. "The noise is coming from the mausoleum," Matilda said, pointing down the slope at the structure. Sure enough, someone or something was in there, pounding on the inside of the door. We stopped, waiting, as the hammering continued, then intensified until each blow set the energy-laced door vibrating. Then, all at once, the door came loose from its hinges and fell outward. Here was something visceral and extreme. The very dead shambled forth. First one, then another, and a final one, so there were 3 in all. Each was a different size, but similarly clothed in the linen wrappings of mummification. The one in the forefront held an iron hammer in its bandaged, leathery grip. Another had a dagger with an elaborately carved handle, making it look more ceremonial than functional. The third wielded no weapon at all. Their movement was slow, but their sense of direction keen as they shuffled straight for us. "Bloody hell and good night," Raid said, taking an involuntary step back. "Look on the bright side," I said, fighting to keep the dread even I felt out of my voice. "There are only 3 of them." "No," Matilda said. "There are more." We both followed her gaze, which swept across the hundreds of headstones all around us. "There are many, many more." Thump, thump, thump. Some of the sounds came from other mausoleums, the rest from underground, as the buried dead attempted to win free of their coffins. "Move," I said, "before we're completely cut off from the crypt." We did our best to close with the 3 who stood between us and the mausoleum before the odds shifted any further against us, but 20 paces still separated us when the ground exploded in 100 places all around. Bony hands and arms burst forth, followed by skulls, torsos, and legs, until human shapes stood in every direction we looked. "The recombobulator," I said to Raid. "Give it to me." "What? Why?" "Because you can't enter the mausoleum. The dark energy will likely kill you." "And what makes you think it won't do the same to you?" "I just know. Now give it to me. Then use your gauntlets to clear me a path to the crypt." Raid did as I asked, quickly showing me how to activate the device. As soon as he had, he removed his pile-driver gauntlets from his belt and fitted them onto his hands. Crashing his knuckles together lit each gauntlet up with azure energy. Matilda responded in kind, her hands flaring to life with her magic. Raid took the lead. As the first undead rattled toward us, I was glad he did. His punch, which hit the skeleton right in the breastbone, didn't just shatter its torso. It blasted the whole damn thing to pieces. More came at us from every direction until skeletons and other half-rotted creatures, clotted with dirt and leathery flesh, formed ranks around us. Matilda lashed out at them with her magic. Whenever she pointed a finger at a skeleton, amber energy shot out, engulfing and disintegrating it. I had to rely on more conventional methods, sidekicking one and slamming my fist into another. I wasn't entirely without my own advantages, though. Activating my force glove, I held it back, waiting. The 3 who'd broken free from the tomb reached us. Raid took out the one holding the dagger, his blow shattering its linen-wrapped bones, while I stepped forward to deal with the other 2. Sidestepping the grasp of the first one, I slid beneath the hammer swing of the other. Its weapon was my objective, so I grabbed it by the head, then touched the open palm of my force glove to the dead thing's chest. The glove's effect was instantaneous and final, sending the undead creature flying through the air to slam into the outside wall of the tomb where it had lain buried for countless generations before tonight. I was left with the hammer in the thing's hand, which had broken off from its arm. Its fingers continued to move like the legs of a spider trying to crawl up the hammer's shaft to get at me. I slammed the haft into the ground, using my boot to scrape the appendage off when that wasn't enough. Crunching the hand with my other foot, I spun around, my new weapon smashing into the skulls of those who'd gotten close. "Quickly now," Matilda said. "We're almost there." We fell to the task, Raid smashing with alternating punches, me using my hammer to crack the bones reaching in from every direction, and Matilda lashing out with amber energy, again and again, to turn undead into piles of ash. Fighting for every foot, we punched, smashed, and burned anything that wasn't alive, until the mausoleum was a stone's throw away, and the flickers of dark energy were close enough to reach out and touch. Matilda and Raid stopped. They could go no further into that maelstrom of chaotic dark energy, but I could, or so I thought. I had a theory, and only one way to prove it. I tossed the iron hammer aside and stepped into the storm without a word to the others. Tendrils of energy embraced me, dancing along my body in crackling rivulets that shifted and shimmered, but did not harm or otherwise affect me. Saving my relief for later, I strode through the maelstrom, walking over the collapsed door to enter the structure. The orb was there, many times larger than before, and looking very much like the one the Jackery had created inside their temple using their horizon dichotomizer. I didn't know if this orb possessed identical characteristics to that one beyond its appearance, nor did I care. I wasn't here to perform a scientific analysis. I was here to shut the damn thing down. I pointed the recotomizer at the sphere. If you're asking me not to pull the trigger right now, I can't hear you. I hope you can hear me, though. I don't know what you are or what your plan is, but if you thought I'd help you, you made a serious error in judgment. Too bad for you that Onias isn't here. I know he wants to help you. Is that what he's doing? Opening portals to other worlds? Trying to bring you here? No answer. None I heard, at least. Never mind. I'll figure it out on my own, or maybe I'll bring this whole thing to an end by killing Onias. Matilda had it right. Cut off the snake's head if you want to kill it. But she was going after the wrong snake. I won't make the same mistake. Pulling the trigger, I felt a vibration, but nothing shot out from the recotomizer. I don't know what I expected. A glorious burst of white energy to sweep away the dark? That didn't happen. But the tips of the crescent-shaped device started to glow with increasing effulgence until they shone with such brilliance I had to look away. The dark energy reacted. The lightning-like streaks lessened, replaced by explosive sparks in every direction. I held my ground and my arms steady, even as the mausoleum walls shook with such force that cracks formed like spiderwebs across their surface. The entire structure buckled, but it didn't cave. Not yet. I did my best to look past the glowing tips of the recotomizer. The orb remained but had grown smaller and shrank further by the second. Above my head, the ceiling shifted, and the entire structure groaned. This was taking too long. I walked right up to the orb, taking one deep breath before jamming the tips of the device into the darkness. That contact brought back all the memories of my brief passage to that other place. No, not memories, but the actual sensations. Piercing cold and darkness so absolute it was as if I'd stepped into a void. Also, like before, the entity was there, no longer hidden, but acutely tangible to my senses now. "You cannot stop what is coming!" The entity's voice slammed into me, hurling me back with such force I lost my grip on the recotomizer. I hit something hard, a wall, I think, then fell to the ground. Everything went silent. The orb and its chaos of dark energy were gone. Through the dust, I saw 4 empty sarcophagi, one for each of the 3 risen dead, and one more that must have housed the orb and the chest that had failed to contain it. Little of that sarcophagus remained beyond the stone pedestal, and even that had a spherical scoop carved from it where the orb had disrupted its matter. The mausoleum remained standing, though given the size of the cracks I saw on the walls and ceiling, I didn't think it was a good idea to push my luck any further by remaining inside. Standing, I was relieved to find nothing broken. I quickly but carefully left the vault's confines behind to enter the crisp, clear night. Raid and Matilda stood there waiting for me. Raid was powering down his gauntlets, and Matilda's hands no longer glowed. Both breathed heavily. "We won," I said with little triumph. "This time," Matilda said, "but the entity is not done. It will seek to return. What did you say to it to make it so angry?" I didn't understand at first, but then I realized she'd heard every word, every response it made that I couldn't hear while I spoke to it. I told it to go back to hell and stay there. I'm sure it had said something similar to me, but I wasn't interested in hearing about it right now. I looked around. Shattered bones and piles of ash littered the cemetery. The ground had been turned in 100, perhaps 1,000 places. The risen dead, those not blasted to pieces, lay in all directions. At least the orb's negation had returned them to death. Quite a mess, I said. One which will need some explaining, Raid said. The authorities will be here any moment, I suspect. Something like this doesn't go unnoticed, even if we are in a graveyard in the middle of the night. All the more reason for us to leave, I said. You two go, Raid said. I'll stay. He held up his hand to head off any protests. Look, someone needs to. If I don't explain it to them now, how long will it take before they come around the society asking questions? I'll give them some technical explanation they won't understand, make something up about an experiment gone wrong, but let them know everything is under control now. Raid chuckled. I've certainly had to explain worse. If black spheres of energy and the dead rising aren't the worst, then I think you and I should sit down over a glass of wine again sometime soon. Don't worry, Thomas. I have a feeling you and I will see each other again. I found you once. I can do so again. Yes, about that. I wasn't an easy man to find. The old gods knew Captain Belford of the Black Guard had been trying hard enough with little to show for it. How did you find me? Another time, Raid said. I think someone is coming. Best you two leave before you're spotted. He was right. I heard voices and the rapid clomp of cobblestompers in the distance. One last thing before we go, I said to Raid. You should know this wasn't my first time seeing a Stilson's orb. A Jackery machine had created the other one. The warders paid an associate of mine to destroy it. It seems counterintuitive that they'd turn around and build their own. But is it possible they did? More than possible, Raid said, though I saw no such thing to confirm it. If Ms. Goddard was told anything, that information was not shared with me. My job was to analyze the orb and not ask questions beyond that. Could they have found such a machine? Found it? Raid said, looking at me like I was crazy. Found it where? Word is the warders have several ongoing excavations outside the city walls. One of those, perhaps? The dwarf didn't immediately refute my theory, nor did he look convinced of the likelihood. The footsteps in the distance were not so distant now, and with Matilda looking increasingly nervous at the guard's approach, I resigned to have my line of inquiry answered another day. Raid also owed me an explanation about Ms. Goddard's relationship with the warders, but that could also wait for another time. We said a quick farewell to Raid, then beat a hasty departure in the direction opposite the approaching guards. We crossed more of the cemetery than we liked, but got away clean. A few blocks later, we stopped. We both knew it was time to part ways, perhaps for good this time, though I had an idea about that. I don't know where your passion for all of this comes from, Matilda, but I know some individuals who share it. If you like, I'll make an introduction. I'm sure they'd appreciate your help and, who knows, maybe even your talents. You speak of Elizabeth West and Atticus Drake. Now, how in Ool do you know who they are? Never mind. Yes, that's who I'm talking about. Atticus is pleasant enough. So is Liz, most of the time. To people other than me, anyway. I'm sure you two would get along splendidly. I smiled, to which Matilda only glowered. Yes, well, getting along isn't the point, is it? The point is, you all share a common goal. Better to pool your resources and all that. At the very least, you wouldn't have to press on alone. I am not alone. I have you. Me? I'll admit we did work pretty well together, but this was a one-time thing. I'm strictly a solo act, and while I've been known to form temporary partnerships like our own from time to time, it's the exception to the rule. I meant my familiar. I knew that. Where is your crow, anyway? I haven't seen him since we entered the cemetery. Do me a favor and tell him I hope I never see him again. Oh, you will see him again. When the dark fires of that other place consume this city, you will find his bones beside mine and those of everyone living here. That is the future I have seen, but it is only one possible future. Nothing is set in stone. That's good, because that sounds terrible for business. Is that the only reason you are here in the middle of the night, fighting to stop this ultimate destruction? It's as good as any, isn't it? Humph. You may fool others, but I know you are not so self-centered. There are people you care about in this city. You have friends. She looked like she wanted to say something more, but she paused as if sensing the mistake she was about to make. With some intuition about what she might say next, I hoped she kept her mouth shut. She dashed such hopes with two simple words. Even family. I had my knife drawn and at her throat in such a practiced, fluid motion, she had no chance of preventing it. She was one neat slice away from having her blood spilled across the ground. By the look in her eyes, which had gone wide with surprise, she knew it too. Tread carefully, Matilda. We had some fun tonight and shared some memories, but do not presume to think you know me. We all have pasts we don't want to talk about. The difference is that I've killed everyone who knew anything about mine. I'll concede I have a friend or two. But family? Whatever hoodoo you used to conjure up such thoughts was wrong. I have no family. Am I clear? She nodded slowly, all too aware of the naked steel resting against her skin. I stepped back and, putting my knife away, smiled. Good. Now, give some thought to my proposal about teaming up with my associates. If you change your mind about going it alone, I'm sure the dark spirits will tell you where to find me. I left the alley without saying another word. As soon as I was out of sight, I stopped and let out a breath. For the briefest second, I considered going back and finishing her. She knew too much. I'd let her knowledge of my relationship with Elizabeth slide because Liz knew how to take care of herself. But if Matilda knew anything beyond the general notion that I'd family inside the city walls, if she knew about Olivia, then leaving the witch alive was too great a danger. The old gods knew I'd killed over less. This time was no different. It wasn't the damage Matilda might do to Olivia on her own. The witch had no reason to harm her. But Matilda knowing about her was a liability some others might come along someday and exploit. No matter how I played it out, I saw nothing good coming from Matilda going on living. I returned to the alley, partially relieved to find her already gone. But I couldn't give up so easily, so I climbed to the rooftops, searching for her. Some part of me hoped I wouldn't find her, but I did, at the edge of the shambles. She hurried through back alleys dark enough for my purpose. Despite that, I held back, simply following for now. I don't know what stayed my hand. I didn't know her well enough to feel anything toward her, and I'd meant what I'd said about our adventures this evening. They formed no camaraderie between us. Perhaps I feared her witchcraft, though I knew when it came time to use my killing knife, I'd come at her so fast she'd have little chance of responding. Yet I continued to hang back, waiting for I didn't know what. Matilda stopped in an alley with no obvious exits. I soon learned the dead end was no dead end at all, as she partially slid open a cleverly disguised metal door that she promptly stepped through. The door slid closed behind her, and she was gone. Cursing because I thought I'd lost her, I considered dropping into the alley in pursuit when I saw a single candle flare to life through a second-story window. Matilda walked across a room, the candle held before her. I followed her progress across 2 more windows before she stopped. Leaning forward, she put the candle down and extended her arms to embrace a young girl who was, without a doubt, the spitting image of her mother. Their embrace was brief, then the pair strolled out of view. People felt the safest at home, making this the ideal time to strike. Even as the thought crossed my mind, I knew I wouldn't take any such action. Maybe I didn't need to kill Matilda. We all have secrets, I'd told her. Now I knew hers. I'd have to make her aware that I knew about her daughter and that we were even, with equal leverage over one another. She'd never give up my secret because she knew I'd give up hers. It was a balance with reprehensible underpinnings, but a balance nonetheless. I headed for my place in the shambles. Come morning, I'd have to track down Liz and relay everything that had occurred this evening. Once she had joined her mind with that of Atticus, they'd figure out what to do. I'd have to make sure they didn't dismiss Matilda as a crackpot, though. I had no idea if dark spirits really talked to her or not, but she knew about the dragon, something we'd only just learned about ourselves. Were the entity and the dragon one and the same? I had wanted to ask Matilda her thoughts before she'd interrupted things by getting personal. In hindsight, it was a good thing I hadn't killed her. She'd proven herself a powerful ally. I knew Atticus and Liz would welcome her help if Matilda allowed me to make their introduction. I looked up at the moon, gauging the time. Late, but not too late. I changed direction, heading for the mulling mule. It wasn't like me to seek the company of others, but I felt a strange desire to not be alone presently. It wasn't every night one beat back the dead and stared into the abysmal eyes of an otherworldly being. Such an evening demanded a fine, celebratory claret to put the finishing touches on it. While I walked, I started whistling an old tune, something my sister used to sing to me before bedtime, as I recall. The tune carried me through the shambles all the way to my destination. You've reached the end of this adventure. If you enjoyed this story, please give it a like and subscribe to my channel to get a notification when each new story is available. You can view all my books and get the latest news by visiting scottmarlowe.com.